It had long been evening outside, but the light from one of the windows of the student dormitory illuminated the dark street. Frantically clutching his cell phone in his hands, Michael could not believe that he had just received a message from his girlfriend with information about the end of their relationship. He made his last attempts to establish communication, typing message after message and talking about how good they would be together, but this did not change the girl's decision, and in the end, Michael saw that she had blocked his contact. Noticing Michael's strange behavior, his roommates asked if he was okay, to which the young man replied something not entirely intelligible. But a moment later, Michael suddenly hit the table with his fist as hard as he could. And without saying a word, he stood up and quickly left the room, dropping his chair and half-eaten Chinese noodles, and his neighbors already realized that their friend had been abandoned once again. Where this time it was one of the beauties of the institute, Veronica, who broke off relations with Michael. Meanwhile, Michael had already managed to reach the place where they intended to meet and discuss everything before the girl sent him a message about the breakup, where he was still lucky to meet the dazzling Veronica. Remembering the joyful beginning of their relationship, the young man, holding out a bag of goodies, began to persuade the girl not to end it, claiming that he was ready to change, if something doesn't suit her about him. But the merciless girl did not leave him a chance, saying that they did not hold any grudge against Michael, but simply realized that her ex-boyfriend needed more and wanted to get along with him. Such a statement greatly hurt the young man, who would have been ready to accept his imperfection, but could not believe that he had given in to another, and not the best option, who had already managed to deceive Veronica several times in the past. At this time, a luxury expensive car pulled up to the side of the road. The side window on the passenger side rolled down, and the man sitting behind the wheel smugly invited the girl to sit in the cabin. Veronica did not keep her waiting, and finally told Michael that it was better for them not to meet again and not communicate at all. After these words, the girl got into the car and the car quickly sped off, taking with it the last hopes of the young man and leaving him completely alone on the streets of the night city. After thinking for a few minutes, Michael threw away the goodies he had bought for Veronica and walked away. He walked around the city at night for a long time and finally decided to go to the supermarket. Washing down his grief with mineral water, the young man thought about why girls generally don't appreciate the sincerity of guys. He didn't know where to take out his anger and squeezed the empty bottle with all his might. Rage and anger literally overwhelmed his entire being, and Michael decided that he would no longer behave politely and follow the girl's lead, but would make them run after him. And then something happened. Some voice from outside first said that the connection to the master system was completed. Then a transparent screen appeared before the young man's eyes, on which his name was written. Information about the absence of enhancements was contained, and the account balance was listed as $90 billion. Shocked by what was happening, the young man tried to touch this screen, and at the same moment heard an indignant female voice, calling him a pervert and pointing out the need to watch his hands. Michael, who had not yet come to his senses, tried to figure out what was happening around him. And finally, he saw the dissatisfied face of the girl, who was now saying that the young man was not all right in his head, and the voiceover announced the name and age of this girl, and also announced that her relationship to Michael was minus 50 points. Until now, Michael, unaware of anything, simply stood there, his mouth open in surprise, and the voice continued, saying that he needs to spend money on girls, and as soon as the girl's attitude rating towards Michael reaches plus 96 points, she will become his fan. From what he heard, the young man experienced an even greater shock, and could not believe that just like that, he was given 90 billion and told to spend it. And meanwhile, the voice asked the question whether to launch the game, warning that this money can only be spent on girls. But after the unknown person said that the master would get back a tenth of what he spent on the girls, and that additional skills would appear, the young man's answer was already predictable, where he immediately set his first goal. Putting on his most good-natured face, Michael told the girl not to be angry for his behavior, and in order to compensate for her bad mood, he was ready to buy whatever she wanted. While the girl listened to Michael's words, the voiceover announced the successful activation of the game, and said that the reward for completing the action would also be gain points, which can be spent on improving one's strength, dexterity, and spirit. Having heard the cherished words about shopping, the girl did not really believe that such a nondescript guy had at least some means, but she stated this, just in case, with caution and a touch of humor. Michael examined the slender body of Angelica, who was listed at the Institute as the first beauty of the art department. And without hesitation, he answered that the girl should just try to ask, and not throw around words out of ignorance. After these words, the girl said that she wanted to treat all the students of her faculty, and therefore she needed financial help. She thought to herself that this beggar was simply trying not to disgrace himself in the eyes of others, and she needed to disgrace him. But before she had time to finish her thought, she received a notification on her phone that $1,000 had been transferred to her account. This forced Angelica to voice the amount, which attracted the attention of the supermarket visitors, while Michael stood there and thought that $1,000 was not such a big amount. The pleasantly surprised girl concluded that she had come across a real rich man. Such a fat wallet definitely could not be missed, and Angelica had already formed an action plan. Turning Michael's phone towards her, she quickly added herself to him as a friend on the social network with quick movements of her fingers. And then, almost getting close to the face of Michael, who had not yet gotten used to his new role, the girl said that she wanted to take a walk with him to the same place, where she would see how long he would last. The evening city lived its own vibrant nightlife. Heading to one of the most expensive boutiques, Angelica said that she was not a materialistic girl at all, but wanted to understand how serious the young man was towards her. And Michael only thought that the more money she spent, the greater his own winnings would be. So the words about seriousness and commercialism did not really bother him. Michael said out loud that he was ready to do anything for Angelica, and she could choose any things without denying herself anything. They were already inside the boutique when the newly rich man, looking at women's handbags, suddenly heard a very familiar voice behind him. It was Veronica who, standing in front of her old new boyfriend, tried on a new handbag. Michael looked carefully at the face of the one who just a couple of hours ago exchanged him for another and abandoned him in the middle of a dark street. Michael loved this girl, and notes of true sadness now crept into his soul. Noticing the young man's attention towards the other girl, Angelica quickly reminded herself, saying that now was probably not the time, since his ex was here. To which the young man replied that this could not interfere with them at all, and the girl could calmly continue to choose things for herself. Satisfied with the successful circumstances, Angelica turned to the consultant with a question about the availability of a fashionable handbag for sale, which was the subject of everyone's attention at the spring show of new models. To which the consultant responded positively, saying that the last such handbag was now being tried on by another girl, pointing in Veronica's direction. At that moment, Veronica noticed Michael, and thinking that he was continuing to pursue her, decided to teach him a lesson, disgracing him in front of everyone in the store for being a beggar. Turning to her boyfriend, whose name was Mason, she asked if he remembered that she would have a birthday soon. To which Mason noted with surprise that the girl celebrated her birthday quite recently. To which the resourceful Veronica stated that then there was a holiday according to the lunar calendar, and now she will celebrate her birthday according to the solar one. Mason, who found himself in a hopeless situation, began to say that he did not like materialistic girls, and asked if Veronica was with him now for the sake of money. This statement took the girl by surprise, and she could not find what to answer. At that moment, Angelica approached her from behind and carefully took the purse in her hand. Taking advantage of the girl's confusion, Angelica took her purse with a light and agile movement. And Michael, without wasting any time, paid for the purchase at that very moment. And while the satisfied girl was enjoying the new thing, the voiceover announced 3 times that she was adding plus 20 points to the girl's position. Michael also beamed with happiness, having immediately received plus 60 points just for buying some kind of handbag, and deciding that at this rate it would not be difficult to achieve the desired result. At the same time, he mentally noted that his personal financial benefit from the transactions could have been greater. Looking at the homely-looking rich man in the face of Michael, the store consultants recalled the words of the director that one should not be biased towards people based only on their appearance, and Veronica, who had lost her purse, stood with her eyes lowered to the floor. Angelica, on the contrary, was happy, noting that both the purse and the guy with the money were now taken by a better owner than Veronica. She looked in fascination at the simple guy looking at the handbags, and again came to the idea that this jackpot should not be missed. Approaching Michael, she gently grabbed his hand and began to thank him for his generosity, calling him dear, which the young man did not expect and was a little embarrassed. Veronica looked at this whole scene with tears in her eyes. Saying that this young man's behavior had crossed all boundaries, Veronica pushed Michael away and rushed out of the store. But he mentally noted that this was just the beginning. At that moment, a familiar voice announced that Veronica is the second object, and currently her attitude towards the master is -10. Listening to this, Michael watched as Mason took off from his seat. And he ran after the girl, rushing away from the boutique, where none of the participants in the action heard how Michael was promised a reward of 20 gain points when Veronica's attitude towards the owner reaches 96 points. And Angelica, who did not miss her chance, clung to the young man, asking where they would go now. To which Michael, who had a taste of the game, replied that only where he could spend money, since he would never believe that one handbag would be enough for a girl. In one boutique, Michael pointed out the most expensive dress. In the other, for the most elegant and incredibly expensive jewelry. And everywhere he invariably paid with the very card that appeared to him after he agreed to participate in the game. Being in some kind of positive state of shock, Angelica, of course, did not hear how the voiceover announced that her disposition towards the master had improved by another 5 points. Buying new expensive perfume and another 5 points are added to your favor. Then the cosmetics department, and again 5 points added to Angelica's location. Numerous clothing boutiques also invariably added favorability points. Finally, the girl herself said that she's probably had enough this time because all this simply won't fit into her small apartment. To which Michael simply replied that this was not a problem, since he would immediately buy the girl a new spacious apartment. However, the girl suddenly said that this would somehow be too much, because this was their first meeting, where she just wanted to joke, and Michael was immediately announced that the girl's favor had dropped by -5 points. This forced the young man to be distracted from searching for an apartment, where he came to the conclusion that the application to purchase an apartment was indeed unnecessary and only frightened the girl. He quickly found himself approaching Angelica and naming her full details, the department where she studies, her favorite color, zodiac sign, favorite food, and favorite movie, which left her completely confused. Then he said that he was very passionate about her, which made him behave so recklessly. Having finished his speech, he turned to the store consultant and asked to open an account in Angelica's name, where he would deposit $50,000 and asked to offer her only the best the next time she visited the store. And again he turned to Angelica, saying that in this way he hoped to make amends to her for his bad joke about buying an apartment. Blushing from everything that happened for 1 minute, the girl stood unable to say anything. And Michael, who continued to play his role, came close to her and whispered in her ear that if the girl was embarrassed by his gifts, then she could offer him something in return. This had the desired effect, and the girl finally came to life, pushing the young man away and jokingly calling him a pervert, which prompted the announcement that plus 30 points had been added to the girl's favor. Michael, not noticing the admiring glances of the consultants, literally ready to throw themselves on his neck, concluded that if you are rich, then you will get away with anything. And Angelica suddenly asked why the young man shouldn't think about himself after he bought her so many gifts. To which Michael simply, and without a twinge of conscience, replied that he did not have money to buy things for himself. The dazzling Angelica gently took the young man by the hand, and saying that now it was her turn to give gifts, pulled the young man along with her, looking at him with an alluring gaze. First, the girl took him to boutiques with men's clothing, and then they started doing the young man's hair. And so after all these manipulations, a completely different person appeared on the street. Angelica enthusiastically noted how attractive this young man really is. And Michael himself said that he now feels somehow strange and not very confident. To which Angelica, approaching the young man, said in a gentle voice, and with no less gentle movements, that there was nothing strange, and they made a very beautiful couple. But then she let go of his hand and began to move away. Throwing a goodbye kiss, the girl said that they would see each other later, and that she was so happy today that she almost decided that she had fallen in love, and Michael was told that according to the results of today's meeting at Angelica, her disposition had become plus 68 points. There were fewer and fewer illuminated windows in the dorm. Opening the door to the room, Michael entered, shining like a new scent, whose appearance made his neighbors surprised. When asked what he was doing all this time, Michael replied that he went on a date with Angelica, to which his neighbors began vying with each other to be indignant that he had not yet decided anything with Veronica, but was already dating Angelica, who, moreover, was the first beauty of her faculty. Then one of the guys approached Michael and said that Angelica was not a girl on his level, where the young man did not have enough finances for her, and was immediately awarded gratitude from Michael for his friendly advice. After listening to his friend, the young man began to read new messages, where Veronica wrote that she chose Mason only because her mother was now sick and she really needed money, and without hesitation he transferred her $10,000. At the same moment, in the women's building of the dormitory, an exclamation of surprise sounded so loud that it was heard far beyond the dormitory. That was the surprise of Veronica, who stated that as soon as she mentioned the money, Michael immediately transferred the required amount. Her friend asked if this was the same Michael with whom Veronica broke up, to which the latter answered positively and added that she needed to get rid of Mason, who couldn't even buy her a bag and take Michael into circulation. She began quickly typing one message after another on her cell phone. She asked where the young man got so much money, what kind of relationship he had with Angelica, and whether he still had any feelings for her, for Veronica. Meanwhile, Michael, having heard the announcement that a +5 had been added to Veronica's disposition, began to think that Angelica turned out to be not as selfish as Veronica. Deciding not to answer the girl for now, the young man began to look for places where he could still spend money on girls. And so he found what he needed, an online broadcast of one famous blogger, Miranda, who accepted financial assistance for herself. Michael's joy knew no bounds, because he found himself in the right place to spend a lot of money, which he did not hesitate to do. Having seen the transfer from a user under the name Lone Wolf, Miranda, not yet familiarizing herself with the amount, sent him words and a token of gratitude. But when the amount was shown on the screen, not only the blogger girl was shocked, but also everyone who was now watching her online broadcast. The comments from the audience were not long in coming, noting the appearance of a rich man here and asking him to give him some money. But instead of responding to these meaningless comments, Michael decided that it would be nice to make another translation and pressed the appropriate button on the screen of his mobile phone. Meanwhile, in the office of the online broadcasting company where Miranda worked, a real commotion began. The project manager literally flew into the boss's office without knocking, and with a wild expression on his face, shouted that some rich man had just transferred $1 million to Miranda. The boss's reaction was not long in coming, where he suggested that this was either fraud or money laundering. Meanwhile, other girls who also broadcast online from this company vied with each other to try to write to the Lone Wolf, telling each other how this rich man had just transferred $1 million to Miranda. Miranda herself could not believe that she had just received a transfer of $1 million. The director did not hesitate to appear, who with signs indicated the boss's instructions to take this rich viewer into circulation. But Miranda stated that she could not talk about it, since she herself would not let such a goldfish go anywhere. After blowing a kiss, the girl told the Lone Wolf to send her a private message so that she could receive her well-deserved gratitude. But the Lone Wolf did not respond to either this or any of the following messages, because Michael had long since fallen into a sound, healthy sleep. A new, clear and warm day arrived, and the first rays of the sun illuminated the walls of the men's dormitory. Having woken up, Michael lazily read the correspondence in the general chat about how a certain rich man had appeared in online broadcasts yesterday. And while the young man was washing his face and brushing his teeth, he noted that his transfers yesterday had no effect on Miranda, because there was no notification about adding her to the system, nor about the accrual of favor points. He was just thinking that probably, in order for the system to recognize a new girl, a personal meeting was needed, when he discovered a huge number of messages from various girls who offered to meet him. However, almost immediately he noticed the commotion his comrades were making as they left the room and asked what had happened. To which they explained to him that they were rushing to an open lesson in order to have time to take the best seats, which would allow them to fully enjoy Jessica's beauty. She was an incredibly beautiful girl, whom literally all the guys at school dreamed of, and Michael also remembered this girl in great detail, the location of which all the university guys dreamed of. After all, Jessica was famous as a very educated and cultured girl, developing literally in all areas. She was the chairman of the Students' Association. Her musical talent for playing the piano left no one indifferent. Jessica did not lag behind in more dynamic sports, where she diligently studied ballet and became a state champion in fencing. While Michael was turning over in his head all the merits of this university beauty, he was noticed by students sitting nearby, who assumed that he had transferred from another group, since they had not seen him here before. But the young man didn't care about them. He was thinking about how to establish contact with Jessica, who constantly keeps only in her own company, and for 3 years no one has managed to even just talk to her. And then Veronica and her neighbor noticed him, where the neighbor, whose name was Inga, noted that Michael had dressed up well, which was probably intended to please Veronica. And at the same moment it was announced that plus 10 points had been added to Veronica's disposition. Glancing sideways in the direction where the girl was, Michael noted to himself that Veronica was really some kind of superficial woman, since her position improved only because he had dressed up a little. But throwing away unnecessary thoughts, the young man tried to focus on how he could meet and add Jessica to the system, from which he was distracted by loud exclamations from the left side of the audience. It was one of the guys who suffers from excessive self-confidence and arrogance, who loudly declared that he was about to get Jessica's phone number. Jessica's attention was also attracted by such statements, which made her very surprised. But she didn't even have time to say a word when a self-confident guy, whose name was Greg, was already nearby and invited the girl to get to know each other better and exchange contacts. But his unceremonious actions only confused Jessica herself, but her roommate who was nearby was not very pleased with this behavior of the young man. Greg, without wasting any time, moved closer and closer to Jessica, saying that they would be a good couple and they should start dating. But suddenly, with a sharp movement, someone's hand pulled the guy away from the girl. It was Jessica's roommate Kate, who raised her hand over the guy's head, accompanying her actions with the words that he should not dare to come close to her friend. Watching the sharp end of the pen above his head, Greg began hastily making excuses that he just wanted to join the student association, and Kate misunderstood him. Saying that this was the stupidest excuse to approach the girl, Kate sent the failed gentleman away. But not even a few seconds had passed before the attention of both girls was attracted by another voice, asking Jessica to add him as a friend on a social network, which surprised them a lot. It was Michael, who had already prepared his phone for exchanging contact information. Kate noted out loud that this guy was at least cute and sarcastically inquired about his intention to join the student society. But Michael said as honestly and openly as possible that he was not at all concerned about all these student associations, which prompted the question of why he needed Jessica's contacts at all. Delaying the moment of answer, the young man first said that this should be more than obvious to everyone. But without making much of a pause, he immediately added that he just wanted to date Jessica. Jessica immediately blushed at what was said and didn't know how to respond to such frankness. Moreover, all the people in the audience were shocked by Michael's directness. The result of this frankness was not long in coming and was extremely unexpected for everyone, where the unapproachable Jessica suddenly took out her phone and said that she wouldn't mind trying. Veronica looked angrily at everything that was happening, where Inga, standing next to her, added fuel to the fire, asking the girl whether Michael should be her personal dog and run after her all the time. Meanwhile, Michael, enjoying the victory, concluded that simply that in communication it was not so bad and had just borne fruit. And suddenly there was an announcement that a new target had been added in the person of Jessica, whose location was currently equal to 0. At the end of the lecture, Michael and his comrades and neighbors left the educational building, where the young people accompanying him expressed words of congratulations regarding the establishment of relations with Jessica. They asked him, after closer communication with her, to introduce them to her friends, to which Michael replied that it was too early to think and talk about it. A rather rude call made the young man turn away from the conversation and turn around. It was Greg and his henchman, who expressed his misunderstanding and dissatisfaction with how Michael managed to get the contact of the first beauty of the university. To which the young man simply replied that Greg should not embarrass himself now more than what had already happened in the audience. This statement infuriated Michael's opponent, but his impulse towards physical violence was restrained by his comrades, recalling the words of the police after the last arrest that next time they would face prison. Michael was about to continue on his way when his attention was attracted by the familiar voice of Angelica, who said that she had been waiting to meet him for a very long time. This statement by the first beauty of the Faculty of Arts shocked everyone on the street. And Michael, without being at a loss, said that in order to compensate for the girl's wait, he would treat her to dinner. But the girl refused dinner and asked if the young man liked the way she looked with the things he bought her, to which Michael noticed that she looked simply amazing, especially with that handbag. Veronica listened to all this, huddled among the crowd of students, feeling feelings of jealousy and annoyance raging inside her. Meanwhile, Angelica took Michael's arm, and together they walked away from the walls of the university, continuing their dialogue and leaving behind the shocked crowd. And Greg, also watching what was happening, literally with tears in his eyes, wondered what was wrong with him. Veronica couldn't stop her tears either, asking herself many questions, including why Angelica was better than her and why Michael made such a choice. The time was approaching evening, and the sun gradually began to sink lower and lower. Angelica suddenly stopped her movement and, turning to face Michael, showed him her recent work. It was a portrait of Michael, where the girl explained that she had stayed up late to finish it. She insisted that the young man take the gift, where she stated that she would not forgive him if he threw away the portrait. The young man was shocked by this attitude, because this was the first gift from a girl in his entire life. Satisfied with the reaction, Angelica smiled sweetly and asked if the young man liked the portrait. For a while, Michael just silently looked at the portrait, not showing any emotion. But gradually some thoughts began to form in his head. He remembered the girl's previous attention to him regarding his clothes and his appearance, the air kiss, and now this gift, and decided that these were just tricks on her part so that he would fall into her network. The young man concluded that Angelica specially developed such a plan immediately after he spent several thousand on her. Smiling evilly, Michael concluded that he was no longer the same as before and would not fall for all these tricks. The girl, observing the changes in the facial expressions of the young man, mentally noted that he did not look joyful. Finally, Michael, portraying the most indifferent expression on his face, asked why he needed this picture. This reaction of the young man greatly confused the girl, who simply did not know how to respond to this. And Michael suddenly shortened the distance and asked how the girl intended to pay for all the gifts he had given. And at the same moment, with a deft movement, he snatched the piece of paper with the portrait from Angelica's hands. With his other hand, he stopped the movement of the girl's hand, which tried to take away the sheet of paper. Indecently shortening the distance again, he said that he liked the girl herself more than her gift, which made her cheeks turn pink. Angelica felt how she literally dissolved in the most pleasant feelings when this young man was nearby, when he touched her. And at that moment, the voiceover announced to Michael that plus 5 points had been added to the girl's disposition. Pleased with himself, Michael was preparing to continue his onslaught, which was already bringing the girl into ecstasy. But suddenly their almost complete embrace was broken by a guy who rushed between them. He, turning to Angelica, reproached her for refusing to go for a walk with him under the pretext of going for a manicure with a friend, while she was hugging some stranger. Unable to restrain himself, this young man expressed one claim after another. Pointing at Michael, he stated that she only lets this guy hug her because he has money. And Michael was very familiar with this behavior of the young man, and he immediately realized that this young man was a fan of Angelica. Meanwhile, the girl, enraged by the guy's behavior, began to shout angrily that he was no one to her at all, and he shouldn't care about who she hugs or what she does. But the escalation of the conflict was interrupted by the intervention of Michael, who introduced himself to the guy, asked his name, and inquired about how long he had been trying to court Angelica. The young man replied that his name was Tommy. He was also studying at the Faculty of Arts, and had been trying to attract the girl's attention for more than 6 months. This immediately reminded Michael of himself, where he had been chasing the same girl for 3 whole years. He told this story to his new acquaintance, telling how he had to work 4 jobs and eat whatever he could in order to satisfy the selfish needs of his passion. And, finishing his sad story, he added that in the end this girl still chose to get into someone else's Mercedes. Tommy was clearly shocked by such a story, which left him without any hope of the attention of a girl like Angelica. And Michael reinforced what was said with good friendly advice, saying that those who do this to them only motivate them to become better. After which he urged him to return to the hostel and forget about Angelique, who herself would come running to him sooner or later, having seen his successes in life. The girl did not understand at all what was happening now, watching the action in surprise. She approached Michael saying that Tommy was just an acquaintance of hers, and she had never even considered him as a romantic partner. To which the young man replied that he did not care at all about what the girl might have had with this guy in the past. And then Michael, saying that the girl did not respect either herself or him, began to tear the portrait right in front of her face, causing great amazement in the girl. Having torn a sheet of paper into small pieces and throwing them into the air, Michael turned around and walked away from the girl, saying that until she understood her surroundings and learned to communicate, it was better for them not to meet. He thought to himself that he was very interested in how the girl would react to such an attitude on his part, and what she would do. And the girl's thoughts were filled with memories of how Michael treated her at their first meeting. After all, no one had ever been so kind and condescending to her. With tears in her eyes, the girl concluded that Michael really liked her, and now she ruined everything. And it was announced to the departing Michael that plus 5 points had been added to Angelica's disposition. Studying statistics along the way, the young man concluded that the worse you treat a girl, the more she begins to like her. He decided that he was done with Angelica for now and needed to start winning over Jessica. And suddenly he discovered that Jessica also broadcasts online, specializing in music and dance. Michael found this activity very cute and suggested that this girl could only pretend to be cold and unapproachable, but in fact she was quite sweet and open. But before he could appear online, Miranda immediately began writing him messages that she was very glad to see him, but was in no hurry to agree to the offer to meet. From which Michael, of course, concluded that the girl was simply trying to scam him out of money, promising to dance for him online today. Suddenly, he received a notification that the user he was following would now take part in a competition with another user. Michael became very interested in who the inaccessible first beauty of the university, Jessica, would compete with. The rival turned out to be Miranda, who concluded that she accidentally called a new girl, which means victory is in her pocket. The young man found this particular set of circumstances quite interesting, where the experienced and also not deprived of beauty, Miranda competes with the novice blogger and the first beauty, Jessica. Miranda, absolutely confident in her victory, stated that her rival should not even try to compete with her, since behind her was the support of such an influential person as a lone wolf. From her experience of catching rich people, Miranda came to the conclusion that she should no longer have the wolf on her hook. And then the program issued a notification that the lone wolf user had made a transfer. But imagine her rage when she saw that the translation was not addressed to her at all. $5 million were sent and transferred to the account of Miranda's opponent, Jessica, which shocked Jessica herself. Annoyed by this turn of events, Miranda bit her lips, wondering why the wolf chose the new girl. The director did not hesitate to appear, demanding that the boss give an explanation as to why the money was going to others. Collecting her thoughts, Miranda said goodbye to the audience, saying that she had urgent matters and needed to run. And Michael, looking at the icon informing about the user's vacation, voiced to himself that Miranda shouldn't have played with him because he could support anyone. He then switched to Jessica's channel. Mentally, he told her that he had spent a lot of money on her, and the girl should not disappoint him. Meanwhile, in the office of an already well-known company that provides a platform for online broadcasts, its manager was again reported about a huge translation, where the project manager said that this unknown lone wolf showed up again and broke the previous record 5 times. Having learned this information, the boss flew into a wild rage, declaring that this guy was probably some kind of oil tycoon. And the rest of the envious women who conduct their online broadcasts noted Michael's translation, concluding that today the lone wolf is in a musical mood. And then, clearly not having any depth of thought, they all began to call their assistants one by one to carry their musical instruments. And the time was already approaching late evening, where the sun had already disappeared behind the horizon, and the darkness of the night gradually began to descend on the city. Jessica sat at her musical instrument, shocked by the events that had happened, and Kate couldn't get enough of the fact that it was all online, and now they could become popular. But the heroine of today was not very happy with the prospect of becoming popular and making various men happy with her appearance. She said that the most important thing for a woman is a career and independence, both financially and in all other aspects of life. Frustrated by her friend's attitude to the issue of popularity, Kate told her not to teach her about life. And immediately after these words, she secretly asked if Jessica knew the rich man who sent the money today. To which the girl angrily replied that she did not know him and should not know him. But immediately after that, with obvious interest in the person of this rich man, she said that he really sent a lot of money, for which she needed to write him a few words of gratitude. And Kate, while collecting equipment, thought with disappointment that her friend had said one thing, but was doing exactly the opposite. Suddenly, a wild scream from her friend made the girl literally jump on the spot and drop all the equipment. Unable to swear, she turned around and saw that nothing critical had happened, and could only quietly ask the question of what had happened. To which Jessica responded in confusion that she apparently knew who the lone wolf really was, where she came to the conclusion that it was Michael. Immediately, the girl remembered the story of one boy who was the son of a very rich and successful man, but at the same time he was modest and did not want to show his wealth and high position. He received the best education, but realized that he did not want to be the object of everyone's attention and wanted to live freely. One day he met a beautiful girl, fell in love with her and decided to win her favor, but as an ordinary poor person. But the girl's friend listened to this story without enthusiasm and only said that she had reread romance novels. The girl began to worry very much about this poor boy, who since childhood was surrounded by the best, and now it is probably very difficult for him to pretend to be a simple person. Michael, meanwhile, managed to take a shower in his dorm. Having almost finished drying himself, the young man noticed that a message had arrived on his phone. Taking the phone, Michael, not without surprise, noted that Jessica invited him to have dinner together without even asking where he got so much money from, and decided to check on her. The second half of the next, as usual, sunny day was already in full swing. Michael was on his way to a date with Jessica, where he chose a moped as his means of transport. He stopped near the women's hostel, where a certain man had already parked his luxury car. This man was the first to start the conversation, saying that he was waiting for his girlfriend and asking Michael who he was waiting for. At that moment, the young man saw Jessica appear on the street, looking around, apparently in search of Michael. And then the young man, pointing at her, answered the man that this was the same girl he was waiting for here. This statement greatly amused the man, where he said that with such a beauty, he himself had a better chance than a guy who did not even have the means to buy a good car. Meanwhile, Jessica saw a young man waiting for her. She continued to believe in her fantasy, where Michael seemed to her to be a secret rich man who was hiding from everyone. Intoxicated by her fantasies, the girl quickly headed towards him. Meanwhile, the man was busy telling Michael about how he had to work hard and then, maybe in 15, 20 years, such a girl would get into his car. While this narrative of success continued, Jessica had already managed to approach Michael and took a place on the moped behind him. The man didn't even have time to understand anything when a moped rushed past him, on which a guy and a gorgeous girl rushed towards new impressions from each other. The man silently looked after the vehicle speeding off into the distance. And then emotions took over, where he, falling to his knees, lamented the fact that his whole life, aimed at obtaining large incomes, turned out to be meaningless, which this situation with a beauty who sat on some kind of moped had just shown him. Jessica didn't see herself on a simple moped. She saw an expensive bike and a prince in a white suit at its wheel. Her fantasies were dispelled by Michael's voice that they had arrived and the sight of the establishment where he had brought them. It was one of the cheapest fast food places in the city, which people of Jessica's level didn't really notice. And the main dish in this establishment was spicy crayfish and shrimp. Before sitting down at the table, Michael placed a napkin in front of the girl, which again evoked in her the most positive emotions, based on her fantasies, where she thought that even in the guise of a simple guy, he did not forget the manners instilled in him from childhood. She also gratefully accepted from him a package of disposable gloves, in which it is customary to eat crayfish and shrimp so as not to get your hands dirty. And so, a minute later, Michael was happily eating the shrimp, and the girl, continuing to live in her fantasies, noted that these are probably the smallest shrimps that he is forced to eat for her sake, so that she does not feel awkward in an expensive restaurant. And at that moment, when Jessica once again imagined the prince in the person of Michael, the latter was told that plus 10 points had been added to the girl's disposition. Michael was quite surprised that the location rating had suddenly been added, and Jessica had already taken one shrimp and began to peel it, after which the girl held out the peeled shrimp to Michael's mouth and asked him to open his mouth. Giving him her almost loving look, the girl asked the young man to let her feed him. Michael was completely bewildered by what was happening, but he did not resist and accepted kindness and tenderness from the girl, just at the moment when Veronica entered the cafe, accompanied by Mason. Before she could take a step, Veronica noticed Michael and Jessica sitting at the table. She couldn't believe that she had witnessed the unapproachable Jessica feeding Michael from her hands. At the same time, the girl began to think about what was happening with Michael, who just yesterday was leaving accompanied by Angelica, and today he is already in the company of another girl. Not wanting to be in front of her ex, she asked Mason to choose another cafe, saying that there were too many people there. But her companion did not heed the girl's requests, making the correct assumption that she simply did not want to meet her friends. Having said that he would figure everything out now, Mason, literally placing his hand on Veronica, walked with her to the table where Michael was. Michael, who had just taken the shrimp from Jessica's hand, noticed a shadow looming over him from behind. Then he heard his name and saw bills falling in front of his face, after which Mason said that Michael should take these $500 and get out of this cafe. The young man looked at the bills that had fallen both on the table and into the plates of food. And the only thing that came to his mind was that Mason's behavior was extremely ridiculous and did not do him any credit. Throwing another stack of not very large bills, Mason said that now it should definitely be enough for Michael to get away from here. And Jessica suddenly squeezed her purse so hard that her finger bones even cracked. This did not go unnoticed by Michael, who could not understand why the girl was so angry. And the reason for Jessica's anger was Mason, who was now ruining her perfect date, and to whom she sent all imaginable and inconceivable curses. But Mason didn't let up, saying that if it wasn't enough, he could add more, accompanying the words with the movement of his fingers, taking out another stack of banknotes from his wallet and throwing them into the air. Suddenly, someone's hand suddenly fell on the bills lying on the table. The waiter arrived in time and offered Mason to give all this money to him in exchange for organizing another table for him. Roughly grabbing the waiter by the clothes, the man began to say that he did not want any other table other than this one. But his speech was interrupted by a sweeping blow from a woman's handbag right in the face, which did not go in vain on a couple of his teeth. At Michael's surprised look, Jessica hastened to say that this was not her doing. And behind them a huge silhouette appeared, which called Mason a scumbag, living on her money, driving his car, and, as it turns out, also sleeping with other girls using her money. Michael was literally shaken by the sight of this scary, huge woman behind him. And Mason, holding the bruised place, asked his wife Goldie what she was doing here. To which the terrible woman, terribly distorting her face and accompanying her speech with choice abuse, replied that if she had not been here, she would never have known that he was sleeping with others. And Mason suddenly began to say that Goldie was all he had, that she was the only one, that he owed her everything, and didn't even think about other girls, which, having already understood the essence of what was happening, Veronica looked at with reproach. Suddenly, Mason grabbed Veronica by the hair and began accusing her that it was her fault, that she was the one who tried to seduce him. To which the girl tried to justify herself by saying that the man himself began to court her, and said that he did not have a partner. With a furious demand to shut up, Mason gave the girl a strong slap in the face. Not at all expecting such a turn of events, Veronica fell to the floor and looked in fear at the angry man. But Mason did not let up, Having entered into the role of the victim on whom the feminine charms had been tested, he had already raised his hand for a new blow. However, someone's hand stopped his movement. It was Michael, who said that a man only disgraces himself by beating a woman in front of the entire cafe. So, continuing to sit on the floor and clutching her cheek that was burning from the blow, Veronica suddenly realized that Michael still loved her. Meanwhile, Michael was told that Veronica's favor had increased by 60 points and that her favor had reached the maximum possible level. After which, the voiceover said that Veronica is a fan of the master. The amount of Michael's personal financial benefit from spending on the girl is $5,000, and 20 gain points were also awarded. Without hesitation, the young man gave the order to use 10 points to improve his physical characteristics. And at the same moment, with a deft movement of his hand, he performed a trick on Mason by bending his arm behind his back, which made the latter howl, after which he pushed him away from himself. But the restless man was not going to admit defeat, grabbing the bottle that stood on one of the tables. Screaming and swearing, he swung it over the young man's head. But for Michael, who had improved his physical characteristics, Mason moved too slowly. With one short lunge forward, the young man literally swept the enemy out of his way. Michael said to Mason, kneeling in front of him, that there is no shame in being supported by a woman, but there is a shame in raising a hand against a woman. But these words flew past the ears of the disgraced man, who did not want to put up with the loss and began to take a knife out of his pocket. Seeing the bladed weapon, Jessica shouted to her companion to be careful, and the enraged man had already managed to straighten up and begin to perform a stabbing movement with his hand forward, tightly squeezing his weapon. But it was not difficult for the pumped-up young man to leave the line of attack, simultaneously grabbing the enemy's hand and knocking the knife out of it. Where immediately after this, without giving the enemy a second to somehow come to his senses and react, Michael used a technique that wrestlers call a throw over the back. The sound of the splat on the floor seemed to be audible even on the street. And so Mason lay unconscious on the floor, defeated by the brave young man who defended the girl's honor. The winner himself, modestly placing his hands in his trouser pockets, headed towards the exit, where Jessica followed him. But suddenly his movement was interrupted by Veronica, who, grabbing his leg, said that she was wrong towards him and asked him to give her another chance. For a moment, Michael thought about it, but quickly pulled himself together and began to speak. He reminded the girl of how he dragged her several kilometers to the hospital when she got hurt. He remembered how he worked tirelessly for 6 months to give her a new phone, which she refused because it was not the latest model. He also remembered that he had always known about her frivolity and commercialism, but stubbornly believed that sooner or later she would notice him and appreciate his efforts. Concluding his speech, Michael said that Veronica had a lot of time and chances. Now the Michael who ran for her has died, and the girl has made her choice. Tears of grief and despair welled up in Veronica's eyes, because every word of the young man was the truth, which, as we know, always hits hard, where the pain from its blows is always stronger than physical pain. Once on the street, Michael apologized to his companion for everything that happened, which ruined their date. To which Jessica playfully replied that everything was great, and she had a unique chance to see the young man from the other side. Such words from the girl greatly embarrassed Michael, but at the same time they were pleasant to him. And Jessica, unable to take her eyes off the young man and replaying the events of today's date in her head, was firmly convinced that this guy could still surprise her with many things. Soon the sky over the city was covered with black thunderclouds, and the downpour did not take long to arrive. The door to the dorm room swung open very suddenly, as if it had been kicked with all its might. So Veronica returned to the room after an unsuccessful evening, where the neighbor who met her lamented the fact that the girl did not have an umbrella with her, and she was all wet. The greeter hastened to tell the news that yesterday Jessica received as much as $5 million from Michael, which infuriated the already very upset girl, who asked where such information came from, to which the friend explained that Jessica's neighbor had spilled the beans about it. Digesting the new information, Veronica fell into some sort of stupor for a few seconds. And finally, she reached her psychological limit and burst into tears. Her sobs were accompanied by such loud sounds that in the neighboring rooms of the dorm, unfriendly statements were constantly heard addressed to the one who was interfering with her rest. Meanwhile, in the room where Michael lived, his neighbors were surprised that their friend was very good at playing video games, suggesting that he was a secret esports player, And Michael himself thought that after the distribution of reinforcement points, even playing games became very easy, but he said out loud that he was just lucky. While his friends were offering him business ideas like the one to broadcast their games online, Michael got ready to go to the shower. In the shower, he saw the direct effect of the enhancement glasses, expressed in the clearly visible relief of the muscles on his body. He also noticed that his facial features had changed, becoming more fit and courageous. Looking at his body in the mirror, the young man could only think about the fact that now he had to avoid taking shortcuts with the girls. He was distracted from admiring himself by the call of his neighbors, who shouted that his phone was ringing. Michael, coming out of the shower, took the phone. It turned out that the first beauty of the Faculty of Arts, the beautiful Angelica, was calling him. In his thoughts, the young man came to the conclusion that this cunning girl had come up with something new to lure money from him and win him over, which means he needs to be on his guard. Picking up the phone, Michael asked the girl the purpose of her call. But loud sobs and screams that were heard in the speaker of the phone literally forced the young man to pull the receiver away from his ear. The apartment where Angelica lived was in another part of the city. There were new things scattered all over the room, the labels from which had not even been torn off yet. The girl herself was sitting in the middle of the room on her knees on the floor, bowing her head. Unable to stop her tears, Angelique asked Michael to lend her $500,000. She began to say that her father had always been addicted to gambling. And then one day he lost big bandits came to them and took everything they had, after which their previously well-off family found themselves at the very bottom. In the end, the girl added that she was not selfish at all. It's just that their family has a lot of debts that need to be repaid. Having listened to the end, Michael simply hung up without saying anything in response, which surprised the girl. But a moment later, a message arrived on the girl's phone. After reading which, Angelica was simply shocked because $5 million had been deposited into her account. And Michael sent her a voice message that he just accidentally made a mistake by 10. Clutching the phone with the treasured message to her chest, Angelica swore to herself that she must definitely thank Michael. The rain outside was getting heavier. Michael sat in his room, annoyed that despite everything, Angelica's position did not reach the foot level and amounted to 94 points. It was necessary to come up with something, to act in a different way and perhaps directly. He remembered the treatise The Art of War by Sun Tzu, where one of the rules was that the enemy must be forced to act when he hesitates. By morning, the rain had stopped, the clouds had cleared, and a nice, warm, sunny day was shaping up. Michael walked from the hostel to the academic buildings, accompanied by one of his neighbors. Suddenly, he heard a woman's voice calling out to him. It was Veronica, who, handing him a package, said that she had prepared lunch for him and offered to go to lectures together. But before Michael had time to say a word in response, another female voice attracted his attention from the other side. It was Angelica, who, holding out a special thermos for food, said that she had also prepared a delicious lunch for him, because she thought that he was probably already tired of eating in the student canteen. And then the eyes of the two girls met, not foreshadowing anything good for each other. And Michael stood between them, dumbfounded, and did not know what to do or what to say. At this very moment, when the situation seemed to be heating up to the limit, Michael heard another call behind him. The young man slowly turned around, and his amazement knew no bounds. Behind him stood Jessica, who said that she also brought him lunch, where she chose beef noodles as the lunch dish. At the same moment, not the most friendly glances of other contenders for Michael's attention were directed towards the girl. Where to outside spectators, all this seemed like a kind of fight inside the ring. And Michael, taking the bag of food from the girl's hands, asked in surprise how Jessica knew that he liked beef noodles. To which the girl timidly replied that yesterday, when they were eating shrimp, she assumed that the young man liked spicy dishes, where everyone knows that one of the best spicy dishes is noodles with beef. Michael thought to himself that this girl had a clear advantage because of her attentiveness, and he thanked her out loud, saying that it was always nice when someone showed concern. And the prudent Jessica said that gratitude is not required, you just need to always take into account the preferences of the person for whom you are cooking. And the enraged Veronica and Angelica continued to devour the seemingly modest Jessica with their eyes. But no matter how hard they tried to make it look worse, the opponent had already dealt her signature blow, from which all her rivals scattered in different directions without any chance of success. Suddenly, Jessica pulled out a small box and handed it to Michael with words of gratitude. Michael was simply shocked because it was a smartphone of the newest model. The students standing nearby all this time, who witnessed this whole scene with the participation of Michael and the three most beautiful girls of the university, were again shocked that the unapproachable Jessica was giving gifts to this guy. Her rivals experienced no less shock, also wondering about the level of wealth of the girl who could afford to give such an expensive gift. It was a control blow from Jessica, which literally smashed her opponents across the floor, and the girls had no choice but to watch the departing couple. The day was just beginning, where the sun was still gaining its height. Veronica was the first to break the silence after Michael left, telling herself that she just wanted him back, but didn't understand why it had become so difficult. Angelica was able to control herself much better, and she turned to a recent rival who found herself in the same situation with a question about her name and whether they could discuss something with her. To which the girl responded with a sudden outburst of anger, shouting that they had nothing to talk about, and that in general this whole situation had developed because of Angelica. But the enterprising girl, stopping this outburst of rage, said in a soft voice that they should act together, because this is the only way they can effectively resist Jessica, who is taking Michael away from them. Meanwhile, Michael stood not far from Jessica and admired both the gift itself and the personal qualities of the girl who made it. But then he carefully looked first at the girl, and then at her level in the system. And at that same moment, the realization came to him that such a low level of disposition in no way fits with her actual actions, where, without information about her disposition, the young man could come to the conclusion that the girl fell in love with him. This means that now all this is delicious food, an expensive phone, nothing more than bait for him. Michael came to the conclusion that this girl is really smart, and her methods are very sophisticated, where the predator allows the prey to think that she is the hunter. After thinking about this, the young man concluded that he needed to find some way to speed up the process of increasing Jessica's favor. Michael was distracted from his thoughts by messages from Miranda, who apologized that last time she was unable to arrange a meeting with him, but this does not mean that she does not want to meet, which greatly amused the young man, who understood all her selfish motives. But then, immediately after Miranda's message, Michael received another one, which contained a link and password to enter the coolest chat room in the city, where the most famous and wealthy people communicated. Having logged into this chat, the first message the young man received was a question about the opportunity to discuss a business proposal. But Michael immediately realized that all these rich people just wanted to test him and decided to play this game with them. He wrote that he was ready to discuss any proposals from his new comrades, to which he immediately received a photograph indicating the location of a rich villa and with an offer to purchase this luxury property. The offer was unexpected, and real estate in that area was indeed worth tens of millions. But Michael wrote that he could ask the price for this house the other day, after which he returned to Jessica's company. Meanwhile, in that very country villa, the following events took place. Quite unexpectedly, having received consent to look at the property, a certain man told his companion that, apparently, this lone wolf was not a deceiver and he really had money. To which his interlocutor said that this would become clear in the next 2 days. But there is no need to worry in any case, because no matter how you look at it, their team will win and will either get a new wealthy partner or expose the fraudster. A few minutes later, a message was received on the young man's phone with the address where the pitchfork was located. And then the question arose in his head how much Jessica's position could improve if he gave her such a villa. The next day, Michael and Veronica got out of the taxi and stood in front of the house at the very address that the young man received in a closed chat for a select few. The owner of the house, accompanied by a girl, stood next to the house and looked out for a wealthy buyer. With a wave of his hand, he greeted the young people who got out of the taxi and apologized for not sending a car for them. To which Michael replied that everything was fine and the man had nothing to worry about. And the owner of the house appreciated the simple appearance of the guy and the sophistication of the girl, trying to understand where this simple-looking young man got so much money. But without getting anywhere, the man said that he himself is a businessman, but is currently experiencing some financial difficulties, and therefore decided to sell this luxurious house. after which he invited the young people to go inside, accompanying his invitation with a hand gesture. Then a standard tour of the house began, during which the owner talked about the area and other positive aspects of the house, where the owner took guests and potentially buyers through all the significant parts of his house, not forgetting about the pool. And in the final part, he drew the attention of Michael and Jessica to the gorgeous view from the window and said that if not for financial problems, he would have ordered that he be buried here too. And then it dawned on the girl that her companion apparently wants to buy this luxurious house, which must cost a lot. Meanwhile, Michael, in his simple-minded manner, said that the house was not bad and asked the owner to simply name the amount he wanted to get for it and not bother with the presentation anymore. The owner of the house would have been happy with an amount of $50 million, but he decided to raise the price a little, leaving room for bargaining, and of course, not forgetting to mention that some potential buyers had already expressed serious intentions to purchase the house. Therefore, the price that Michael heard was $60 million. Making the most disinterested expression on his face, the young man said that only $60 million was not a problem for him, and he agreed to buy a house. After these words, the shocked owner of the house mentally reproached himself for not mentioning the amount of $80 million, and his companion could not believe that in this world there are people for whom $60 million is not money. Meanwhile, Michael turned to Jessica, asking her questions about what she thought about this house and whether it was worth purchasing it. The girl, who did not expect such a question, asked a counter-question about why suddenly the young man was interested in her opinion. To which the young man replied in a sweet tone that the reason for such interest was that he was buying the house for her. The seller could now only be amazed at how this unknown rich man buys gifts for $60 million. On the one hand, the girl was infinitely happy to hear this, but on the other, she thought that she was getting some kind of too expensive gift. She immediately imagined that after such a gift, the young man could literally decide that he had become the full owner of her body and maybe her soul. Very carefully, Jessica began to tell Michael that she was very grateful to him for such a gorgeous gift, but precisely because of its high cost, she could not accept it. However, the young man approached her, taking her hand, and began to say that too much real estate was already registered in his name, and the state had recently been introducing new restrictions, so he thought that there would be nothing wrong if one villa was registered on the girl. And in conclusion, Michael added that he still hopes to give the girl this house in the future. Jessica looked at the young man with her fascinated gaze. Her face was burning with a surge of emotions. It was possible to register the house only in the name of the spouse, and thoughts immediately flashed through the girl's head that Michael already saw their future together in marriage. Jessica's happiness knew no bounds, and she completely lost her head. And Michael did not stop his onslaught, saying that he did not see any point in dividing something as belonging to him or her, taking into account the level of their relationship. The girl was smitten by these heartwarming words, and Michael received message after message that points were being added to Jessica's favor. The young man noted for himself that his acting abilities are getting better every day, and at the same time, the girl accompanying the owner of the house, who apparently was connected with him by something more, timidly asked when the man would give her some similar significant expensive gift, at least in the form of an apartment. But the man, realizing that he was not financially capable of such gifts, only laughed absurdly in response. And now the time has come, which is cherished for the owner of the house, to transfer the advance payment. After transferring this, Michael, already saying goodbye, said that he would transfer the remaining $50 million after signing the purchase and sale agreement, with which the owner of the house, of course, agreed, saying that he would prepare all the necessary documents. And so the young people left this luxurious villa and its owners, again calling a taxi. The car with Michael and Jessica inside was moving towards the campus, and the young man sat and calculated in his mind that as soon as Jessica's favor reached the required level, the $60 million spent on the house would turn into his personal $6 million, according to the rules of the system. But the girl had completely different thoughts, which she based on her experience of reading novels, where she believed that the next step on the part of the young man accompanying her now should be to declare his love to her, where it will be close to the wedding, which would be nice to hold somewhere in the Alps. And then they will have a long and happy family life together, children and a common old age, until which they will carefully preserve their feelings for each other. All these dreams and fantasies greatly turned the head of the girl, drunk with feelings. Michael's words that they had arrived at their destination abruptly brought Jessica out of her pleasant fantasies, where she looked out the car window and saw the buildings of the university. Getting out of the car, the girl asked in surprise why Michael didn't come out, to which she immediately received the answer that he had been invited to the gaming club, where he was now heading. After which the car suddenly took off, leaving the girl completely alone. This is not how she saw the continuation of today, and stood disappointed that she never received a declaration of love. Soon a taxi brought Michael to one of the gaming clubs in the city. The comrades who met him said that they had been sitting here for a long time and had managed to lose several times while Michael was not with them. Having said that there was nothing wrong with losing, Michael said that there was no need to worry, since he was now compensating for his absence. Approaching the checkout, the young man made a large order for all his friends and acquaintances in this gaming club, asking everyone to extend the playing time, bring soda and cigarettes. But the girl standing behind the cash register suddenly called him by name, where, turning his head, Michael saw Angelica, whom he immediately asked what she was doing here. To which the girl explained that after the young man helped pay off the debts, her father founded a network of gaming clubs, where this club is one of them. After which the joyful girl first said that everything that Michael ordered today would be free for him, but then she changed her mind, saying that it would always be free for him. But before Michael had time to say a word in response, a terrible roar was heard behind him, from which his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Where the source of this noise was not slow to appear in the form of a big guy with a bat on his shoulder, with which he had just broken one of the computers, declaring that he needed his money. Angelica replied that she and her father had already paid back everything they owed, to which the big man said that they had forgotten about the accrued interest. But the girl was not going to give up and stubbornly defended her position, declaring that this was simply some kind of extortion. But the stubborn man suddenly grabbed the girl by the hand, saying that if there is no money, then she will go with him and will work off this money for 2 years in his strip club. The big man didn't even have time to understand how he suddenly lost control of the girl's hand and found himself in an uncomfortable position with his hand behind his back, where Michael, who was holding his hand, accompanied his actions with words telling the man to get out of here. The girl looked at her savior with fascination and joy, saying words of gratitude. At that moment, the entire retinue accompanying him rushed to the aid of his boss, which didn't frighten the young man at all, who had pumping from the system on his side. He only managed to throw punches and kicks in different directions, scattering opponents left and right. This could not go unnoticed by all visitors to the gaming club, including Michael's comrades, where Michael was the last to immediately introduce himself as a certain hero of a computer fighting game with a perfectly executed striking technique. It was as if they were watching in real-life footage of some movie, where the main character famously deals with the villains and could not understand when their comrade managed to improve his skills in martial arts so much. And so, a minute later, this entire indecent company hastily retreated from the battlefield, taking with them a bunch of bruises, bumps, and broken noses. And Angelica immediately rushed into Michael's arms with words of gratitude to her savior. At the same time, it was announced to the young man that the girl's disposition had reached the required level, which means the owner receives $530,000. Out of $5,300,000 spent on her, and so same 5 gain points. Just at that moment, when Michael could not get enough of the award he received, and Angelica was hanging on his neck, Veronica passed by. She attracted the girl's attention by calling her a lying creature. Enraged, Veronica began accusing Angelica of violating the agreement to confront Jessica together and attempting to single-handedly seduce Michael. Seeing that the situation was heating up, Michael instructed the system to spend all the gain points on the speed of his movement and literally disappeared from the scene. After some time, the young man was moving around the sports field, thinking that he had already fulfilled the conditions of the system with 2 girls, which means he urgently needs to find a new girl, otherwise he risks being left without income and gain. A light touch on the shoulder attracted the young man's attention, forcing him to leave his thoughts. A charming girl stood in front of him and said that an athletics competition would be held here now and the young man needed to leave the treadmill. All Michael did was point out how attractive this girl was. Immediately showing his intelligence, the young man said that he would fulfill the girl's request in exchange for her phone number. At that moment, a dissatisfied male voice was heard from the side, which attracted the girl's attention. Where literally a second later, the sweet girl was covered by a certain young man who called himself her boyfriend and rudely suggested that Michael get away. Michael, looking carefully at this guy, thought in his head that his face looked very familiar. And then Michael remembered how this guy beat him because of a girl back in his school years. He beat him when Michael refused to do his homework for him. He just hit it when there was nothing to do. Only one thought flashed through the young man's head, and it was the thought that the world is small and the boomerang law works. And while the girl was leaving with her boyfriend, the system announced to Michael that a new object named Christy had been added with a favorability level of -5, and upon reaching the desired favorability level, the owner would receive, as always, 10% of the investment and 22 gain points. Which couldn't help but please Michael, since 22 gain points already sounded quite serious. Meanwhile, the start of the competition was approaching, where the athletes were already taking their starting positions. And Christy from the stands shouted words of support to her boyfriend Billy, who sent her various signs of greeting, and the guy sitting next to him with glasses managed to notice that an extra runner had appeared at the edge of the treadmills. The commands to start and attention had already sounded, where the runners took the corresponding pre-start positions. And then a shot sounded from the signal pistol, replacing the start command. The race began with Billy jumping ahead, reveling in his complacency and calling those lagging behind worthless insects. Before he even had time to understand what had happened, Michael rushed right past him at great speed. In just a split second, he left Billy and all the other athletes behind him. Michael ran, mentally communicating with Billy, where he told him that now he would lose in an area where, it would seem, he had no equal. Well, Billy, meanwhile, as if hearing Michael's thoughts, also mentally said that there was no need to underestimate him. Having stopped, he took off his shoes, which, in his opinion, should have significantly improved his speed, and said that now he would quickly catch up. Glancing around, Billy was just beginning to pick up speed again to run. Suddenly, having managed to make a full circle by this time, Michael rushed past him again, throwing words along the way that it would be better for him to start working with his feet and not with his tongue. Looking after Michael, who was speeding away for another circle, Billy could not believe that he had already managed to make a full circle in such a short time. Michael, again mentally communicating with his opponent, said that Billy had devoted his whole life to hard training, but he could not compare with the capabilities of his system. Meanwhile, a sports event commentator, drawing attention to Michael's speed, began to shout loudly that he had never seen anything like this before, and that even their current champion was unable to withstand such speed. And now, less than a minute after the start of the race, Michael crossed the finish line, becoming its winner. Christy's surprise knew no bounds. She couldn't believe that her boyfriend had lost. Well, Michael was already grabbed by a crowd of fans and thrown into the air as the commentator said that they had all just witnessed the birth of a new champion. When the crowd of fans finally left Michael alone, an athletics coach approached him, who, first noting the young man's extraordinary abilities, invited him to join the national team. Hearing this, Billy almost shouted with tears in his eyes that this place in the national team was reserved for him. Michael, when leaving, fired a control shot, declaring that he was not interested in such an offer at all. The victory, appearance, and behavior of Michael did not leave Christy indifferent, where she noted the strength of spirit and masculinity of the young man. Billy's question about the essence of the girl's thoughts, voiced with a very dissatisfied intonation, brought Christy back to reality. To which she quickly collected herself and replied that she was simply worried about Billy's failure in the competition. And satisfied with revenge, Michael listened with pleasure to the system's messages about Christy's improvement. In parallel with these events, Jessica returned to her room, satisfied with the development of events, who, from the threshold and without even letting her neighbor say a word, declared that Michael had given her a house. And while Kate's emotions were raging, Jessica talked about how they went to see this house together. Then the girl began reasoning out loud about how she and Michael needed to plan for the future, as well as threats against the owner of the villa, so that he would not change his mind about selling. And Kate, after listening to all this for a while, decided to go online and was shocked by what she saw and read there. On one of the pages of the news section of the university website, a photograph of Michael was posted with the caption that he was the main womanizer of the university. Kate was quick to show this to Jessica, where both girls couldn't understand what it all meant. Michael's roommate also discovered this news and showed it to the young man, where the latter immediately stated that this was complete slander since he was just spending money on girls. To himself, he seriously thought about the fact that someone clearly didn't like the fact that he was so popular. Meanwhile, several guys who were publishing news, sitting in front of the monitor, were happy that their post had already received many views and Michael's reputation would soon come to an end. They were frightened by Billy's voice creeping up behind them, who asked what they were doing here. To which they replied that a certain Michael had been behaving very defiantly lately, and they decided to teach him a lesson. Looking at the photo on the internet, Billy immediately recognized the same guy who so brazenly got into the tournament and took the victory from him. But now, having looked at him more closely, he remembered the one he constantly beat and harassed in high school. And then he said that he had known this guy since school, and the definition of a womanizer definitely didn't suit him. He was rather a suck-up, brazenly pestering girls and clinging to everyone who showed him a sign of attention. And since there was intriguing material here, the young correspondents quickly made Billy sit comfortably and asked him to tell everything in detail and more slowly so that he could write everything down. Billy reveled in the thought of revenge, where not a trace should remain of the reputation of Michael, who so brazenly deprived him of the respect of his coach and first place in competitions. Soon the entire university was reading and was shocked by the news, where Michael was accused of molesting girls, of violence against them, and in general of almost half of the crimes provided for by criminal law. Shouting that this state of affairs was unacceptable, the rector of the university slammed his phone onto the table with all his might. He abruptly stood up from the table and loudly declared that this should not happen at his university, and he would personally conduct the most thorough investigation, where he would kick out that guy if everything was confirmed, and his personal assistant looked with tears at the broken phone that I personally searched for the boss for a whole week. Michael is a unique person, coming from a wealthy family, and cannot ignore the girl's misfortunes. He is a fair and selfless person who will never ignore someone else's misfortune and will always protect. Every girl in this city can rely on him and count on his help and support. Every night he turns into a superhero, punishes evil, and saves this city full of sin. This is exactly how Jessica described Michael, sitting in a chair in front of the investigation team. Those who could not believe what they heard said that the girl was clearly exaggerating and asked for clarification about the source of such conclusions. To which the girl displeasedly stated that these conclusions were based on unquestionable female intuition. The rector standing nearby asked the assistant whether the words of this girl could be trusted, to which the assistant, reading the personal file, replied that the girl was from a good family, was the chairman of the student society, and there was no reason not to trust her. But the incredulous rector gave instructions to ask the opinions of other students, including students in the same faculty as Michael. In connection with this decision, the investigation team members asked Veronica, who was walking on campus, to come with them. And now she, bursting into tears, was already sitting in the office and telling how she and Michael broke up because of her, and now he doesn't pay attention to her, but at the same time, she called him the most reliable and worthy person. Where an employee of the investigation team, having handed over napkins, was very surprised that despite the fact that the young man rejected the girl, he still continues to be a good person for her. The rector watched the girl's words about Michael silently from behind the glass. And then, without saying a word, he turned around and left the room, leaving his assistant alone and with a feeling of misunderstanding of what was happening. Having lit another cigarette, the rector stood and thought that there was a high probability that Michael had been slandered, and in fact he was a good guy. He was distracted from these thoughts by the approach of Angelica and her father, from whom he asked how he could help. To which they, unfolding a poster where it was written about Michael's innocence, said that this guy had helped their family a lot, and they came to support him, where Angelica also studies here, only at a different faculty. This state of affairs could not leave the rector indifferent, where absolutely everything spoke in Michael's favor. Saying that he would certainly sort everything out immediately and thanking Angelica and her father for their participation, the rector said goodbye to them. And then he decided to visit the internet himself, where he could read independent and objective comments from people uninterested in the outcome of the issue. Where, literally from the first page, he came across a positive review about Michael and an expressed desire to get to know him better from some girl. What followed was an independent description of the young man's participation and victory in an athletics competition, where he beat the reigning champion. There was also talk about Michael's very friendly attitude towards all the girls, where under the pictures and views, there were dozens of comments from girls that this decent young man was simply slandered, and each of them would be happy to be considered his girlfriend. This finally convinced the rector of Michael's innocence, where he saw that the guy was simply the idol of all the girls, which probably provoked his envious people to slander. Instantly, pictures of the past appeared in the man's head. After all, at one time he too was the best of the best, and a unique, handsome man in the entire university, attracting the attention of all the girls, which of course regularly attracted a variety of envious people. There was no internet then, and in order to set him up, these envious people damaged university property in his name, for which he was brought to disciplinary liability. His parents paid a fine, and this whole story almost ended with his expulsion. With tears in his eyes, the rector spoke out loud words of understanding to Michael, who was not there. And finally, having collected his thoughts and wiped away his tears, the rector loudly declared that he, the head of this university, would never allow lies and slander to flourish here, and justice would be restored immediately. After just a couple of hours, all university students were gathered in the assembly hall, where Michael stood on stage in complete confusion and listened as the rector made a statement that the information recently circulated about this young man was blatant slander. The rector's impulses reached the point that he hugged the young man and said that today they had all gathered here in order to restore his good name. Then, with the words that Michael is the pride of the university and the most good-natured person, the rector presented him with a certificate of honor. And at that very moment, the whole hall burst into thunderous applause for Michael. And among this applauding crowd stood an embittered Billy, who could not understand what had happened, because he hoped that the false information he had reported, spread on the internet, would completely destroy Michael, who had just for some reason suddenly been awarded a certificate of honor. Not far from him stood Christy, who supported the ovation and noted to herself that Michael was very good. And then Michael saw messages that Christy's favor was beginning to grow with a plus sign, after which he looked at the beautiful girl, who was clearly beginning to experience some feelings towards him. The event was over, and all the students began to disperse in all directions. And the restless Billy approached Christy and began to make claims against her regarding the fact that she applauded Michael so zealously, causing such stupid claims to cause an attack of anger in the girl, saying that she has the right to admire good people and Michael is a good person, since he does a lot for people, but at the same time does not expect anything in return. The girl turned around and walked away from the evil gentleman. As she left, she also reminded the guy that when he beat him in the race, he could have reveled in his victory, but he behaved more than worthy, and even refused the offer to join the national team. Her affectionate tone in which she spoke about Michael completely drove Billy crazy. He grabbed the girl's wrist painfully, yelling at her to shut up and that Michael couldn't get around him. The pain brought tears to Christy's eyes and she screamed for Billy to let her go. But the guy was definitely possessed by some kind of demon, where with a crazy look he began to say that Michael, in fact, is a nobody, while Billy's father has a huge fortune and offers to buy his son a luxury electric car. And then Michael passed by, who said that he didn't particularly like to show off his wealth at the university, and asked not to send an overly expensive car for him. But the already familiar owner of the villa, who decided to come for such a valuable buyer himself, nevertheless drove a very noticeable car, the sight of which literally made Billy's eyes pop out of his head. Michael quickly climbed into the cabin and the car sped off. And Christy, looking at the car taking away the one she liked so much, told Billy that after his outburst it was better for them to end the relationship. But he didn't even seem to hear the girl, continuing to say that he didn't believe that he had just seen Michael drive away from here in a luxury car. And Michael and the seller of the villa had already arrived at the bank, where the young man transferred the remaining $50 million to the man, which evoked the most positive emotions from the former owner of the villa. He offered to give the young man a ride back to the university, which Michael refused, saying that the man's car was too conspicuous and he would rather get there on his own. While he was walking towards the university and thinking about what else could be more expensive to buy for Jessica, his attention was attracted by messages in the chat of the rich, where the seller of the house had already shared the news that the lone wolf had purchased a villa and expressed his most sincere gratitude for this help. To which Michael immediately replied that it was not at all difficult for him, and he was always happy to help. And suddenly it dawned on the young man that he could give the girl some very expensive car. After some time, Michael was already in one of the most expensive and popular car dealerships. He was met personally by the owner of the car dealership, who wholeheartedly greeted the lone wolf. This was the son of the head of a huge corporation known far beyond the borders of their city, which was mainly engaged in the production and sale of cars and cargo transportation by water on its own ships. Looking at the business card handed to him, Michael thought that for his age, this young man named Mark occupied a very good position in society. Without delaying time, Mark immediately invited Michael to walk through the salon and inspect the cars. And the salon employees accompanying Mark, watching the departing men, speculated who this visitor was, whom the director decided to accompany personally. As we drove, the director boasted that this car dealership was the best, and here Michael could find absolutely any car. Hearing this statement, the young man looked at Mark, after which, in his simple-minded manner, he said what kind of car he would like to buy. This had its effect, where the director began to say something about the limited edition of such cars and their exorbitant price. And after Michael named several more brands of expensive luxury cars, the director had no choice but to say that their showroom sold cars in the price range from $2 to $8 million. To which Michael stated that apparently he couldn't find anything useful here and needed to go somewhere else. Mark, thinking that after purchasing a house worth $60 million, Michael was unlikely to manage the purchase of an expensive car, he decided, as they say, to play trump cards. Approaching one copy, he said that he was ready to offer the young man the most expensive car they had in their showroom, after which he tore off the white sheet from the iron horse, revealing his beautiful form to the whimsical buyer. And then Mark was quick to name the cost of this automotive masterpiece, $22 million. Michael thought that, in principle, $22 million is neither very expensive nor very cheap, which means it would be quite suitable as a gift for Jessica. He thanked the director for his efforts, said that he would pay by card, and asked to drive the car to the campus area, after which he handed the card to Mark, who was stunned by this turn of affairs. While the deal was being finalized, Michael received an incoming call from his best friend Jack. Before he had time to press the green button on the mobile phone screen, a wild scream was heard from the phone speaker, informing Michael that she had cheated on him. Jack said that just yesterday his girlfriend Linda went to her friend's to get a manicure, but when it was late evening, she never returned. He went outside, intending to follow the route the girl was supposed to take, where I witnessed the farewell scene between Linda and some man. Forcefully placing the mug on the table, Jack, with tears in his eyes, finished his story by saying that he already had plans to introduce her to her parents. And then, without hesitation, Jack emptied the mug as Michael told him to stop drinking. And his friend suddenly turned to Michael with the question that maybe it was not too late to return Linda, to persuade her to be with him. But the young man's reaction to these words was quite aggressive, where he, grabbing his friend's clothes, said that it was the girl who was to blame for everything, not him. And Jack knelt down, saying that he seemed to understand everything, but he couldn't help himself. But Michael was unperturbed, coldly saying that Jack was delusional about the fact that his ex was, in fact, a good person. After which he took out his mobile phone and started dialing a number. And when a friend asked what he was up to, the young man replied that there was no need to worry. Now he would arrange everything, and Linda would beg him to be together again. Michael called the manager of the car dealership where he had recently purchased a car, who at first responded without any enthusiasm. But when the young man said that he wanted to buy a few more luxury cars, Mark noticeably cheered up. And Jack silently watched as Michael carried out some manipulations with his phones, called somewhere, and negotiated something with someone. The last one was a conversation with a certain girl with whom Michael agreed to meet in the near future. And now, less than an hour later, Angelica was already throwing herself into Michael's arms, saying that she missed her very much, which Jack was quite surprised by. At dinner, the young man introduced Jack and Angelica to each other. The girl asked out loud whether Michael had really made an appointment with her at such a late hour, just to introduce her to a friend, but she privately decided that meeting her best friend was a good indicator of the young man's intentions, which is a clear indication that Michael likes her. And Michael, as always, simply replied that he invited her for a reason, but with the purpose of asking her to help them tomorrow in one matter. The long-awaited tomorrow for Jack came quickly enough for everyone else, including those who were racing along the track in an expensive sports car. And this was Linda with her new young man, with whom Jack found her, and who was now saying that the girl would not be happy with her ex. A bright red sports car appeared suddenly and seemingly out of nowhere. While completing the overtaking, he cut off the car in which the newly made couple was, forcing the driver to pull over to the side of the road. Linda's new boyfriend leaned out of the window, making an obscene gesture and hurling curses at the negligent driver of the red car. But when the car door opened, he was simply speechless, where first a graceful female leg stood on the asphalt, after which a slender body appeared in a red dress, which very well highlighted and emphasized the girl's gorgeous breasts. And now Angelica was completely out of the car, where she amazed Linda's new boyfriend with her beauty, who completely forgot about everything in the world. But the show was just beginning, because the second door of the red car opened and a man's foot stood on the asphalt. And now, adjusting the bracelet of his gold watch, Jack stood next to Angelica, the appearance of which caught Linda's attention. And then Angelica grabbed Jack's hand, saying that she was very scared that the guy driving could scratch her new car, which Jack had just given her, and Jack, trying to stop the trembling in his hands, replied that then he would buy her new. Linda's new boyfriend couldn't believe what he was seeing now, because everyone, including himself, thought that Jack's family was poor. Meanwhile, Linda began to be overcome by feelings of jealousy, envy, and anger. Finally, unable to bear it, Linda shouted at Jack what kind of performance he was putting on here, to which the latter did not pay attention, telling Angelica to get into the car. But Linda did not let up, saying that she was well aware of the financial situation of his family, and this performance was simply ridiculous. Meanwhile, Mark, who remained in the car, said that this woman had seen through them, to which Michael immediately replied that it did not matter, since the final stage of his plan was beginning, which would fix everything. Before he could finish speaking, a strong roar of engines was heard and elite sports cars began to appear around the bend, one after another, which stopped near the place where the performance was taking place, instantly filling the empty space with their chic shine. Immediately, many young people got out of the cars, greeted Jack in a friendly manner, and headed towards Linda's new boyfriend. The young man in white, who introduced himself as Julian, literally hung himself on Linda and her companion, and asked what this rogue told her about himself, suggesting that these were tales about his family owning coal deposits. After which Julian immediately turned his attention to Linda's new boyfriend, saying that he was a common liar who only pretended to be rich in order to get girls into bed. And then, returning to the others, the guy laughed and loudly added that the methods of this loser are as old as time, and it is completely unclear how anyone else could fall for them. Everything she heard plunged the girl into severe shock, where only thoughts swirled in her head about how she could have made a mistake with her choice. In a fit of rage, she rushed after her lover, shouting curses in his wake and wishing him a speedy death. And Jack, looking sadly at what was happening, just as sadly invited Angelica to return to the car, to which she agreed. But then his movement that had begun was stopped by Linda, who literally grabbed the young man's leg, accompanying her actions with words that she had made a mistake and requests to forgive her and give her another chance. But Jack, having silently listened to everything the girl tried to justify her behavior with, just as silently, with a sharp movement, tore his leg out of her hands. And as he left for the car, without turning around, he said that from now on he was cutting off all ties with Linda and asked her not to call again, not to write to him, and not to appear in his life at all. And Linda's new ex-boyfriend, who tried to quietly disappear from the scene, did not notice how he bumped into someone. It was Michael, who said that he couldn't just leave here, since he would now give him 100 slaps in the face for his friend. The day that began with a grandiose performance continued with young people in one of the city clubs, where the center of attention was Michael, who thanked everyone for helping him teach the mercantile girl a lesson today. Before the young man had time to finish his words of gratitude, Julian suddenly turned to him, who said that he had already heard about how Michael supported the girls on the online platform, and now he needed a little help. Realizing that he could only spend money on girls, the young man tensed a little, asking what exactly Julian needed. To which Julian replied that there was one girl on the platform whom he would really like to support, but currently he does not have the free funds for this. Hearing this, Michael on the one hand relaxed, and on the other hand, realized that this was a great opportunity to spend money on girls, and at the same time gain a foothold in the company of these rich boys. Here Mark intervened in the conversation, saying that there is no need for a lone wolf to support anyone on the platform, and addressed not the most flattering words to Julian, and told Michael not to take the request seriously. Having listened to everything the young people said, Michael suddenly forcefully put his glass on the table. This attracted the attention of the entire company of young people, who became wary in anticipation of what might happen now. But Michael, having unlocked his phone, rolled it on the table towards Julian, saying that while he was going to the toilet, he could spend money on the right girl. The young man never expected such a turn of events, where he would be so easily trusted to manage other people's money at his own discretion. And satisfied, Michael went to the restroom, thinking that it would have been much worse if his company had asked him to pay the bill. In the restroom next to Michael stood a big guy, who was quite surprised when he saw the one standing next to him. Without further ado, the big man showed Michael an approving gesture, which greatly surprised the young man, who did not understand what kind of attention was coming from this guy in his direction. Upon returning to the hall, Michael saw a picture where everyone who was in their company had gathered around Julian and vying with each other, shouting and giving advice about how much more money needed to be transferred. He somehow managed to squeeze through the dense rows of spectators to look at what was happening. And Julian, who saw him, literally begged for salvation and asked the lone wolf to take the phone as soon as possible. Having fulfilled his requests and looked at the balance, the young man noted out loud with disappointment that he had been gone for quite a long time, but the guys were only able to spend 20 million. This did not go unnoticed by the company, which immediately once again wondered who this lone wolf was and what the condition of his family was. And Julian himself, wiping his sweaty forehead from exertion, said that he himself spent no more than a few tens of thousands of dollars at a time, but several million was too much. Michael suddenly said that probably 20 million is not serious and the amount should be increased to 60, which completely shocked his new comrade. Julian hurried to approach Michael and, grabbing his hand with the phone, said that that girl on the platform was definitely not worth it and there was no need to spend so much money on her. After everything, Mark approached Julian and said that there was no need to test the lone wolf. Such people simply need to be respected. After which Julian, raising his glass, asked Michael for forgiveness for his behavior and made himself available to the latter at any time of the day or night. And the conversations of the young people were watched from the side by the girls, who noted that the lone wolf must have a strong influence, since Julian himself, whose family is very famous in the city, gives him signs of respect. Suddenly, Michael was attracted by a message received on his cell phone. Having read it, he quickly said goodbye and, offering to continue another time, since he had urgent matters, left the club with a measured step. Looking after him as he left, someone dared to say that Michael simply did not want to pay the bill, to which he immediately heard in response that a man who calmly spends millions in a couple of hours is definitely capable of paying the bill. Moving down the street, the young man typed a message to Miranda, who wrote that she had returned to the city, agreeing to her offer to meet. Michael waited a long time for this mercantile girl to ask him to meet, and now it's time to receive favor points, reinforcement points, and cash bonuses from what you spend on her. The next day, Miranda, who had just stepped off the plane, walked and mentally prepared herself that this was just a date and she would be able to extract more money from the lone wolf. After all, she had absolutely everything a man could dream of. After the meeting, Michael and Miranda headed to the nearest cafe. There, they talked over coffee, where Michael was constantly distracted by his phone, where Veronica constantly wrote to him, asking for forgiveness. Because of this, he often simply did not hear what the girl told him, and repeatedly asked her to repeat what was said. Of course, Miranda was very angry that the guy was not focusing his attention on such a beauty like her and thought about getting up and leaving, but at the same moment she remembered her boss, who would definitely not be happy if the lone wolf was missed. And trying on the most good-natured expression on her face, she continued the conversation, repeating her words that Michael is very young, but at the same time very rich, which is probably a consequence of the fact that he occupies a high position. Suddenly, the system issued a message that Miranda's favorability score for the master was plus 60 points, and therefore the system could not register her, which was not very good, since all the money spent risked being wasted. The plan in the young man's head matured quite quickly, where he simply needed to lower his favorability rating a little, which he immediately did, sticking his finger in his nose and saying that he did not hold any positions, but was an ordinary poor man without an education. The girl, who did not want to believe it, embarrassedly said that the kind of money the young man has does not fall from heaven, which means that he at least has his own business. To which Michael innocently replied that he didn't have any business, he was just spending his father's money. But now his father's company had gone bankrupt, and now they owed creditors several million. And then, taking the girl by the hands, Michael added that he, in fact, met her for this purpose to ask him to return part of the money that he sent her through the online platform. This state of affairs, of course, completely drove the girl crazy, where she screamed that Michael was not a real man and was only acting like a rich man, although in fact he was a beggar, and the system immediately notified the young man of a significant decrease in his favorability rating. Taking out her phone and searching for the desired contact in her address book, Miranda said that she was just wasting her time with him here, and the system, meanwhile, continued to send messages about the rating downgrade. Finally, the girl dialed the right number and asked the man who answered, whom she called Jim, to pick her up from the cafe, where some pervert was pestering her. And Michael, looking at the girl's actions, mentally concluded that he had met girls greedy for money before, but he still had to look for someone like Miranda. And it didn't take long for Jim to arrive, who, upon entering the cafe, immediately began shouting to leave his girlfriend alone. The girl, seeing the savior and his joyful face, immediately rushed to meet him, wailing about how the pervert grabbed her hand behind her back. But instead of taking Miranda into his arms, Jim suddenly walked past and moved on, where he approached Michael and, firmly shaking his hand, rejoiced at such an unexpected meeting and asked the young man, who did not understand what was happening, what he was doing here. Seeing that Michael did not recognize him, Jim reminded him that yesterday they were drinking together at the club with Julian. And then Michael remembered this guy, also expressing his joy at meeting him, and his new friend expressed regret that yesterday they were not able to have a proper walk, and therefore today he is giving a treat where he will not accept Michael's refusal. Miranda looked at everything that was happening with her shocked gaze. She couldn't understand how a man like Jim, whose family was at the very top of the rich, could suddenly be so kind to the poor Michael. The girl tried to approach him and say a few words, but Jim rudely interrupted her speech, saying that the lone wolf was a very close friend of his good friend. And then he said that this guy has more money than all the rich families in the city could ever dream of. Glancing sharply at Michael, Miranda suddenly realized that his words about poverty were nothing more than a test. Concluding that she needed to somehow rehabilitate herself, the girl came up and timidly asked Michael for forgiveness for her unworthy behavior. And Michael, listening at the same time to the system's message that Miranda had been added, answered her that he forgives her, since the girl is simply still young and stupid. Which could not but please Miranda, who expressed words of gratitude, and the system began sending messages about adding favor points. Michael thought to himself that it was not in vain that the girl went to work in online broadcasting, because as long as the client has money, goodwill will flow out of her like a fountain, which personally only benefits him. Here Jim intervened in the conversation, angrily declaring that the lone wolf had already spent many millions on her, and she invited him to such a worthless cafe. After which he stood up and approached Michael and said that they needed to go to one of the best restaurants in the city, where, as they had already been told, he would treat him, to which the lone wolf, of course, agreed. After watching for a while how the guys were seated in the car, Miranda decided not to miss the opportunity and announced that she was going with them. While they were heading towards the restaurant, the girl decided to make up for lost time and strengthen her connection with the rich young man, clinging tightly to him and taking his arm. In a gentle voice, she asked if the lone wolf was no longer angry with her, where Michael, without looking up from the phone, said that of course not, and Miranda managed to note that he was going to go online. Once on the site, the lone wolf chose his next victim in the form of a beautiful dark-haired girl, and Miranda had no choice but to silently observe Michael's actions, waiting for their continuation. And what followed next horrified Miranda. However, not only she was in shock, the girl participating in the online broadcast, seeing the size of the transfer, could no longer utter a word. She fainted right in front of the cameras, where the film crew had no choice but to call doctors. Well, Miranda was literally tearing her hair out, thinking that these 3 million, which the lone wolf had just transferred, could go to her. But suddenly, looking at the attractive young man, she began to feel something different. Where Michael appeared before her as a very, very sexy young man, where his peak occurs precisely at the moment when he spends money. The girls clearly imagined how his fingers moved not on the phone screen, but on her body, and the voiceover announced to Michael that the girl's level of affection for him immediately increased by 50 points. He glanced sideways at Miranda, thinking that there was clearly something wrong with her, since her disposition was growing from the fact that he was simply spending money, and not on her. Soon they were already in a restaurant where only the highest circles of society could afford to dine, and Jim especially noted that this restaurant was distinguished by 3 main features. Michael quickly guessed the first 2, naming a non-trivial kitchen and a unique design. This earned him the praise of his newly made friend, who did not torment the guests with anticipation. And pointing to one of the gazebos, he said that the third distinctive feature was that girl playing a musical instrument. Who is the daughter of the restaurant owner and has unique beauty? Hearing voices, Jessica looked up and saw Michael standing nearby. And the lone wolf himself never expected to meet his other girlfriend in the restaurant. And the first thing that caught Jessica's eye was how tenaciously some pretty girl grabbed Michael's hand. At the same time, it was announced that -5 points had been taken away from Jessica's favor, and the girl herself, in a fit of rage, even broke her musical instrument. She cast a sad look at Michael, after which, unable to withstand such tension from the surging feelings, she rushed away with tears in her eyes. There was very little time left before receiving the so-called cashback and reinforcement points, and Michael decided that it would be stupid to lose it all now, and therefore rushed after the girl. Possessing extraordinary abilities, he instantly caught up with Jessica, blocking her further path. And the girl immediately began to accuse him of playing with her feelings, where tears flowed from her eyes without stopping. The young man quickly tried to figure out what to do in this situation so as not to lose all his favor points. Deciding to risk everything, he asked if the girl knew about the very first rich man in their city. But the offended girl said that now they are talking about his betrayal and not about who has how much money. But the young man, having lit a cigarette, said that he was the same famous rich man about whom there were so many rumors, which was how he was able to slightly attract the girl's attention to his words. Exhaling smoke, Michael asked if she had wondered why he lived such a simple life in such a condition. And without waiting for an answer, he said that in their family, for more than 1 century, there has been a tradition where a young member of the family, upon reaching the age of 18, must spend $10 billion in a month, in order to then inherit the entire fortune of 100 billion. It is for this reason that he diligently spends money. Somewhere he invests in some incomprehensible projects that do not promise profit. Spends huge amounts of money on charity. And concluding his fictitious story, Michael said that the girl who came with him was engaged in online broadcasts, and he, fulfilling his responsibility to spend, sent her a huge amount of money, which of course attracted her attention to him. Without even allowing the girl to come to her senses, the young man took her hand and said that no one knows his secret, and he does not expect understanding from her. He was just tired of living in secret and wanted to share it with at least someone. Without adding anything else, Michael turned sharply and walked away from the girl, shocked by such details of the life of a lone wolf. The mind of Jessica, who had come to her senses a little, began to formulate conclusions that she had no reason to doubt this young man, because he was only trying to get an inheritance and was not cheating on her. For a few more seconds, she looked at the back of Michael as he walked away. But telling him not to leave, that she was wrong, Jessica rushed after him and pressed herself with all her might against his system-pumped body. Michael, continuing to play his role without a word, simply gently placed his palm on top of the girl's palms, pressing them to him. Jessica, clinging tightly to the young man's back, continued to think that Michael was so strongly attracted to her that he even dared to reveal a family secret. And in conclusion, she was imbued with the idea that this young man really loved her, and Michael was told that plus 20 points had been added to his favorability rating. Very soon they returned to the others, where Jessica apologized for the way she behaved, which caused a storm of emotions on the part of Jim, who marveled at how cool the lone wolf was, who managed to change this girl's mood so much in just 5 minutes. But for Miranda, the appearance of a rival was completely unpleasant, where she decided that she would do everything so that the rich man would go to her. During the meal, Miranda asked the lone wolf to introduce them to the girl he returned with. This flattered Jessica, who sarcastically stated that Michael, apparently, did not even tell her his name, since she calls him a lone wolf, which shows his disinterest in Miranda. Such directness on the part of the restaurant owner's daughter greatly surprised Jim, where he imagined Jessica in the role of some huge bird of prey, ready to instantly deal with its prey. Of course, such statements could not help but offend Miranda, and she was about to begin to develop the emerging conflict. But then, in his usual simple-minded manner, Michael intervened, who said that enough talking and it was time to continue the meal. After which the two embittered girls could only give corresponding glances to each other. Jim was very surprised at how much attention the lone wolf received from the girls and sincerely admired him, where in his eyes Michael appeared simply as some kind of all-powerful demon tempter. Looking at the modest manner in which the young man ate, Jim came to the conclusion that previously he was fascinated only by the material side of this guy, but now for him, he is becoming something like a spiritual mentor, from whom he needs to take an example in everything. After dinner, which to Michael's delight he didn't have to pay for, he moved down the street, studying how many points remained to be collected for each girl registered in the system. Suddenly he saw a notification that another target had been added to the system. Opening the girl's profile, Michael saw the face of Christy, a girl with whom he had not yet had a chance to really talk. He walked, thinking that the level of her disposition towards him was very, very high, which showed his strong attractiveness in the girl's eyes. And then a conversation between two guys reached his ears about how one of the students was now declaring his love, and he needed to have time to look at this spectacle. Michael also wondered what kind of knight on a white horse decided to confess his feelings so openly. It was Billy, who was kneeling with his hands outstretched, clutching a large, beautiful bouquet. On the contrary, Christy stood in complete bewilderment and listened to Billy's words of apology and requests to give him another chance. Then Michael squeezed through the crowd, who immediately noted that the performance that Billy put on was nothing more than a cheap performance. Before the young man had time to appear, he was immediately noticed by Christy, who immediately became noticeably cheerful. Paying no more attention to her ex, the girl rushed towards Michael, where Billy had no choice but to shed tears and scream for the girl to come back. Approaching the young man, Christy first asked if she remembered correctly that his name was Michael, and also expressed her most joyful feelings about the fact that they had met again. Without further ado, she said that she had sent a request to Michael to add her as a friend on a social network and asked him not to ignore or reject it. And for Billy, it was a complete collapse of all his hopes, where he dropped his hands on the asphalt and bowed his head powerlessly. Gradually, he began to be overcome by rage, where he decided that he could not come to terms with this state of affairs and would take revenge on both Michael and Christina. And Michael, as if hearing Billy's bad thoughts, suddenly turned his attention to him. Coming closer, he supposedly told Billy that he now thought badly of both him and Christy, did not understand how this happened, and could not come to terms with what had happened. To which Billy reacted very sharply, shouting that Michael had also decided to mock him. But suddenly Michael said that in fact he had always been jealous of Billy, where Billy is well-built, active in sports, and has earned female attention. But he immediately got lost as soon as he stopped being in the spotlight after Michael's victory in the tournament. And all because for Billy only victory was important, where he trained hard for many hours a day, completely forgetting that he needed to devote time and attention to his girlfriend. Concluding his speech, Michael said that Billy himself pushed Christy away from himself, and if anyone needed to be hated, it was only himself. There was a rational grain in the words of his competitor, and now Billy fully realized this. And the crowd immediately picked up Michael's words, and exclamations began to be heard from everywhere, where people came to the conclusion that it was indeed Billy himself who was to blame for the fact that his relationship had collapsed. But Michael's speech had the strongest effect, of course, on Christy, who was now only thinking about how well this guy understood her, and this guy, meanwhile, was listening to the message that the girl's level of disposition had already exceeded 90. Among this entire crowd, Jessica's neighbor Kate turned out to be an involuntary spectator of what was happening. Believing that Michael and Christy had some kind of connection with each other, the girl decisively moved into the dormitory, intending to immediately tell her neighbor everything. Jessica, who was making a face mask, almost jumped out of her heart when Kate burst into the room. She immediately began to tell her friend that she had just witnessed how some girl confessed her love to Michael. To which Jessica replied that Michael cannot and should not control the feelings of other people, and the fact that other girls are grateful to him for his help is quite normal. But Kate did not let up. Taking out her mobile phone, she showed her friend how much money the lone wolf spends on other girls and asked how she could explain it. To which Jessica said that she is aware of these expenses of his, since Michael mentioned them, and these are not all of his major expenses. Then she added that her relationship with Michael was built on trust, which completely discouraged her poor neighbor. Humming some song under her breath, Jessica left her friend with the thoughts that Jessica's falling in love, and her conclusions were not smart. Michael yawned impolitely loudly, to which his companion told him to concentrate, but immediately heard in response from the young man that he had no intention of coming here at all. The girl sitting opposite recognized Michael and made eyes at him, asking if he was free that evening. And while his companion was trying to somehow justify the behavior of these girls, whom in fact he had invited, Michael suddenly asked a question about what she was doing here, pointing somewhere. There, Veronica moved around the hall, bursting into tears. Michael's companion said that she found out that he would be here, so she came too, and then added that she was visiting a doctor after talking with Michael. After listening to his comrade, the young lone wolf decided that, apparently, he had gone too far with Veronica's revenge. He remembered the day when she caused him a very terrible mental wound. However, Michael was now coming to the conclusion that Veronica had truly redeemed herself and was repenting. He decided that she did not deserve to die for the insult that she caused him, and he did not turn out to torture the poor girl. Then the girls who were sitting nearby said that there was a rumor going around the university that he was that famous rich lone wolf, which made Veronica turn all attention while Michael tried to respond to this. But suddenly a man's voice was heard from the side, saying that if Michael was really that lone wolf, then he would tear off his own head and play football with her. Moving towards Michael, a certain man said that whoever appears online under the name of a lone wolf spends millions, and Michael cares about every penny. Michael stood and silently looked at the approaching man, where he, without even taking the cigar out of his mouth, came almost close to Veronica, introducing himself as Richard, the owner of this store, and asked the girl for her phone number, saying that he had noticed her a long time ago. He was able to catch the attention of Veronica, who lately had been doing nothing but regretting her failed relationship with Michael, and she responded to his attention with a friendly look, while blushing a little. Taking a closer look at the man who appeared, Michael remembered that this was his sworn school enemy, who always boasted of the status and wealth of his family and did not disdain any methods for resolving conflicts. Many times he and his minions beat Michael without any principles or rules, without conscience and honor. And now, standing next to a girl who, as Richard knew, Michael had always liked, he literally provoked the latter with his gaze to respond. But the man decided that this time he would allow him to show off, since he didn't really want to show off in front of all those with whom he had gathered here today. In addition, Michael immediately had the brilliant idea to check how frank Veronica had now become with him and whether she really loved him. Having come up with a plan, the young man stood up from the table and, approaching Richard, introduced him as his classmate in high school, where he and his family owned many companies and were filthy rich. After such a performance, everyone who kept Michael company today was amazed at what an influential person was now standing in front of them, where Veronica did not remain indifferent. Meanwhile, Michael continued, saying that he really is not the lone wolf that everyone talks about. His entire fortune is a couple of millions that he accidentally inherited. What was announced stunned Veronica, who until recently believed that her ex was the fabulously rich lone wolf. The girl was faced with a choice, where on the one hand there was a man with money, but she didn't really like her, and on the other, Michael, who she really liked, but was not rich. And at that very moment, the system announced to the young man that 20 points had been deducted from Veronica's location, then another 20, and another. And in a matter of seconds, Michael ceased to be the object of her worship, which made him laugh a lot. And the childish girl had already communicated with Richard, saying that she did not mind giving him her phone number. Thinking to myself that in such a situation, even a complete idiot could make the right choice between feelings and well-being. Well, Richard, pleased with himself, without letting go of the cigar from his mouth, told Michael that anything can happen in life, where only his love gave him her phone number and is generally disposed towards him in every possible way. Then, approaching the young man closely, he whispered that at school he only beat him, but today he really smashed him completely. Michael, with restraint and without saying a word in response, listened to everything that his old enemy said. Having finished his boasting, Richard approached one of the store employees and said, pointing to Michael, that today this young man made him very happy. Besides, they studied together, and therefore everything should be free for him and his company. However, this gesture, like the previously spoken words, did not have the desired effect on Michael, and he laughed with all his might. Where people from his company were alarmed by such a sudden change in mood and asked if everything was fine with him. To which the lone wolf, waving his hand, said that everything was fine with him. He had just finally sorted everything out in his head. Where the young man came to the conclusion that he had given Veronica a chance to fix everything, but she again stepped on the same rake, could not overcome her greed, and again chose money. Where from now on he will not believe a single tear, not a single word of this girl because she does not deserve it. With these thoughts, Michael decided to interrupt his stay in this store and headed towards the exit. At the exit, he met Richard again, who said that their class meeting would be held tomorrow and that Michael could come there too. After listening to his old enemy, the young man thought that this meeting could be an excellent opportunity to get even and find new objects for the system. Turning around, he thanked Richard for the invitation and said that he would certainly appear at this meeting. And then tomorrow came, where all the high school graduates had already gathered at the table, and Richard, in his manner, said that no one should deny themselves anything today, since he was paying the bill. After which he was showered with compliments and words of gratitude, in response to which he said that his former classmates would not forget to mention all this when Diana came to the meeting. Michael, for the time being, silently watched what was happening, noting to himself that this peacock Richard did not miss a single opportunity to stand out. And then the doors to the room opened and Diana appeared on the threshold, who immediately apologized for being late. She explained her delay by the fact that her personal driver was currently on vacation, and getting here by taxi turned out to be a little longer than she was used to. Michael looked fascinated at this beautiful girl, who throughout his entire high school studies was the only ray of light for him. Literally everyone at school wanted to date her, such a mysterious and incredibly beautiful girl. Without wasting a minute, Michael approached Diana, who had just managed to sit down at the table, and invited her to add him as a friend on the social network. Which did not go unnoticed by Richard, who, of course, was not very pleased with Michael's actions, where he decided that he needed to humiliate him again, like yesterday in the store. Meanwhile, Diana immediately agreed to add Michael as a friend, while trying to remember what kind of guy he was. At the same moment, the system announced to him that a new object had been added, where upon reaching the required level, the young man would be awarded 35 reinforcement points, and knowledge of 4 languages would also be added. And while people were whispering everywhere that Michael had changed a lot since school and had become cooler, some girl suddenly said that he was not cool at all, since he was asking to be friends with the offspring of rich people and then stalking them. After which, this girl said that all those with whom Michael is now communicating are real scumbags and have deceived many girls, where it is clear that their classmate has become the same. The young man sitting next to Michael shouted that the girl was now talking about some complete nonsense, and it would be better for her not to disgrace honest people. But she became even more angry, shouting that one of these rich boys played with her and abandoned her, exchanging her for another. Now her heart is broken, and Michael will now sell Diana's contacts to one of these rich boys, and she will suffer too. And while the girl continued this performance, the system announced one message after another to Michael, where each time Diana's level of affection for him fell lower and lower. And then Richard added fuel to the fire, saying that if Michael is so short of money that he resorts to such obscene ways of earning money, then he will have a job for him. But the young man had long ago realized that this girl and Richard had conspired and were acting in concert to destroy his reputation, which could not be ignored, since such rumors quickly spread. Taking out his cell phone, Michael wrote a message to Mark, who asked him to bring the phone he owned and bought as a gift for Jessica to the alumni meeting place. And now the official part of the meeting came to an end, where some thanked Richard for his generosity, others discussed where to continue this evening. And Richard himself, casting sidelong glances at Michael, thought that now he would not be able to look anyone in the eye anymore, which meant complete victory over him. Thinking that his rival had been eliminated, the young man approached Diana, offering to become her personal driver for the day and give her a ride home. But suddenly he was called out by one of the parking workers, who asked Richard to move the car, to which the latter reacted very violently, saying that he had paid for parking and was not going to remove his car until he wanted to. To which the parking employee replied that according to the rules, payment from ordinary guests gives them the right to a place only until 9 o'clock in the evening, and after 9, clients with VIP status have priority. Richard could not imagine that there could be someone here of higher status and driving a more expensive car. Therefore, when he approached his car, he leaned imposingly on it and decided to wait for the one who, in the opinion of the parking attendant, was a VIP client. And then a red sports car drove up, seeing which Richard immediately noted that it cost more than 20 million, where he personally could only see such cars at exhibitions. And as soon as the car stopped, Mark, who was known throughout the city as one of the richest people, got out of it. Therefore, Richard immediately breathed a sigh of relief, where he was incredibly glad that he did not conflict over a parking space, risking a quarrel with such a respectable person as Mark. But suddenly, in front of everyone, Mark approached Michael, shook his hand in a friendly manner and handed him the keys to the car, where the young man immediately hugged the newcomer in a friendly way, thanking him for being able to come to such a tribute, to which he immediately received the answer that they were friends, and it was an honor for Mark to drive a car for his friend. Everything that happened, naturally, did not pass without a trace for Richard, who was shocked not only that this very expensive car belonged to Michael, but also that a person like Mark was so polite to his classmate and carried out his instructions. And only now it began to dawn on everyone that in fact Michael is not as poor as everyone thought, and he definitely doesn't need to hang around with the rich and sell someone's contacts. And at that same moment, everyone turned their attention to the girl who was trying to humiliate the young man by telling tall tales, and began to express their dissatisfaction with her deception. Diana did not lag behind the general mass, concluding for herself that apparently Richard and this girl had conspired to slander Michael. Meanwhile, Michael himself, accompanied by Mark, approached his old enemy and introduced him to the one who had just driven his luxury car. And the girl had thoughts in her head that this young man was modest and noble, since he did not show off himself. And even now, even after he was seriously hurt, he behaves very dignified. And while the system announced to the lone wolf that first 5 had been added to Diana's disposition, therefore 10 more and 10 more points, Michael, without being at a loss, offered the girl a ride. To which the beauty, of course, agreed, being completely fascinated by the behavior of this young man. In a matter of seconds, they comfortably settled into Michael's car and quickly left the company of their former classmates. And Richard, listening to conversations behind his back that also concerned him, could only cast angry glances in the direction where a luxurious sports car had just disappeared from view, which had taken with it all his plans for that night. An expensive red sports car dashed along the glowing night streets of the city, standing out sharply among the crowd of other cars. Only now the girl began to think that, under the influence of emotions, she acted very recklessly, getting into the car with a young man who was completely unknown to her. And Michael, the driver of the car, unexpectedly turned to the girl, where he said that he couldn't help but notice a keychain in the shape of a character from one of the popular cartoons. Surprised, Diana literally screamed, asking if the young man really knew what kind of hero he was and was watching this animated series. To which Michael replied that of course he watches this cartoon all the time, and this is his favorite character, since he has the coolest abilities, to which the girl immediately agreed, explaining that she had been watching this series for many years. After what was said, the young people looked at each other, which caused a very awkward pause. But after a couple of seconds, both of them were laughing at their stupor after discovering the same hobby. Looking at the girl's face, Michael was surprised that she could be so active and cheerful, where it turned out that her regularly distant and indifferent facial expression was nothing more than a mask or some kind of defense mechanism. Looking at this joyful and happy face, the young man really wanted to protect this girl all her life so that she would always smile like that. Michael felt the emergence in him of some completely new, previously unknown feelings. Following the girl outside, the young man said, imitating the gesture of their favorite cartoon character, that he was very glad to get to know Diana from this new side. Replying with the same gesture, the girl said that she was also very pleased to get to know each other better, and then thanked the young man for giving her a lift. After which, for the second time, that same awkward pause occurred, during which the young people stood opposite each other, frozen in these funny poses. And again, after some time, they both laughed heartily at themselves and at each other. Michael said goodbye to Diana and headed to the car, and the girl thought that this young man was not like all the other men with whom she had interacted before. Before Diana had time to go home, she immediately heard the dissatisfied voice of her mother, who asked where her daughter had been going for so long. But before the girl had time to say a word in response, her mother continued, asking if her daughter had thought about that date. Where, without waiting for Diana's answer, the woman continued, reminding her that things were going badly in her father's company. They couldn't do anything about it, and they really needed new investments. And then finally, the girl was able to object, asking her mother through tears why no one cares about her happiness, and why should she marry some playboy from the McEnroy family. But the formidable woman immediately objected, saying that she owed her family for raising her, feeding and clothing her. But if the business of the father of their family comes to an end, then the whole family will also have a very, very hard time. Then, after a short pause, the woman said more softly that Kevin McEnroe, of course, is not the best match, but after marriage, all men reconsider their priorities and behavior. Poor Diana had no choice but to stand and cry quietly, listening to her mother's harsh words, where her tears dripped directly onto the same keychain that brought her a lot of joy today. Meanwhile, Michael, who had returned to his dorm, went online, holding a bun between his teeth, where he intended to look for places where he could spend more money on girls. And then a news story caught his eye, where it was reported that the daughter of the Rockwood family was marrying the son of the McEnroy family. In surprise, Michael opened his mouth and his bun quickly flew down. Diana, his Diana, whom he liked so much and with whom he had such a great time, is getting married. The young man remembered how he used to yearn for this beautiful girl, not even daring to speak to her. In that distant past, he didn't interfere when he saw her walking with some other guy. But suddenly clenching his fists, Michael literally took off, decisively heading somewhere, where he decided for himself that this time he would not remain a passive observer as his happiness eluded him. At that moment, a woman saw the young man walking, and the man accompanying her suggested that this was Michael. Lost in his thoughts, the young man did not notice how someone blocked his path. Looking up, Michael saw a girl who, handing him her business card, introduced herself as Julia and offered to become an internet star. Without even looking at the card, the young man moved on, saying as he left that he was not at all interested. And Julia came to the conclusion that her proposal was rejected so decisively that it can be assumed that the young men entered into an agreement with another company. Rushing after Michael, the woman tried to stop him, saying that she had a stable company that guaranteed him a high salary. Where, having overtaken the young man, Julia said that the most important thing is that their company is supported by the well-known rich lone wolf. After which the woman said in an insinuating voice that if the young man did not sign a contract with them now, then the lone wolf would block all his opportunities for further development and growth. Michael, having listened to everything that was said, considered this woman very vile, thinking to himself that he was the lone wolf with whom she was now hiding behind. And the persistent madam did not even think of backing down, asking whether the young man had decided to cooperate with their company. Without saying a word in response, Michael took out his cell phone and quickly wrote a few messages. Julia continued her pressure, asking if the young man was ready to sign the contract. But suddenly her phone rang, where after picking up the receiver, Julia immediately received a good scolding from her boss, who told her to immediately stop doing what she was doing and go to the office. And while the annoying lady tried to somehow explain herself to the boss, Michael calmly continued on his way, where he only thought that he would not allow anyone to take Diana away from him, and the McEnroy family would bitterly regret that they had crossed his path at all. Meanwhile, the car containing members of the Rockwood family was heading to the designated location where a meeting with members of the McEnroe family was to take place. Inside the car, the mother continued to convince her daughter that this union is vital for their family, where Diana just needs to make friends with Kevin, who, according to rumors, is not such a bad guy. And then the girl saw a message received from Michael where he asked about Diana's whereabouts. Replying that she had come to meet the McEnroy family, the girl also told the young man the exact address, to which he replied that he would be there soon. While Diana was texting, she remembered the face of Michael, who had just recently driven her home from a high school reunion. There was nothing even to think about here, since Michael was much more attractive than the one they wanted to introduce her to today. And then Diana's father intervened in the conversation, telling his daughter that he had never asked her for anything, but now he really needed the girl's help. The girl looked at her father and wanted to say something, but the words got stuck in her throat. The girl took a breath, sighed heavily, and said that she agreed to help her father and meet with Kevin McEnroy. And so the car drove up to the appointed meeting place, where they were already waiting for them at the entrance to the business center. The greeter said that Mr. McEnroy was already waiting for them, and he asked them to follow him to their office. And while they were entering the building, David McEnroy's assistant, looking sideways at Diana, concluded that the daughter of the Rockwood family was indeed a rare beauty. And he even feels sorry for the understanding that very soon the young gentleman, with his habits, will leave nothing behind this beauty. And then Diana, who was walking behind everyone, suddenly stopped, directing her gaze somewhere down. And her attention was attracted by the briefcase dangling in her father's hand, thinking about why such a bunch of documents were needed for a simple acquaintance. And so the doors to the office space were opened, and the assistant helpfully invited the Rockwood family to enter. Inside the room, Kevin and his father David were sitting at the table, where the latter warmly greeted the guests, telling them not to be shy, since they were practically one family, and ordered the assistant to serve tea. In this short period of time, Diana managed to notice an agreement lying on the table, where she could clearly read the word, marital. Immediately, the girl realized that this was not just a meeting for acquaintance. Her father was planning something bigger. The McEnroy Family Corporation is one of the largest in their city and controls many areas of business, including supporting shadow projects. At the head of this multi-million-dollar company is David McEnroe, who is famous for his willingness to do anything, even deception, in order to gain profit. And now this man approached Diana, noting out loud that she had grown into a very stately and attractive girl. To which Diana, observing etiquette, responded to the man with words of gratitude, discreetly typing and sending Michael a message that she was in the office at number 305. The tycoon's son Kevin didn't take long to come up, and after greeting him, he said that after seeing the girl once in the photograph, he lost the ability to sleep, thinking about her all night long. Snatching her hand from the not particularly pleasant and sweaty palms of this vile man, Diana somehow squeezed out words of gratitude in response to what was said. And the well-fed son invited the girl to go and sit down, trying to put his hand on some part of the girl's body. And so he reached his goal, where instead of placing his hand on Diana's back or lower back, he unceremoniously grabbed her right buttock. Shouting that such behavior was completely unacceptable, the girl turned sharply and hit the pervert on the hand, calling him a vulgar. And then the girl's father intervened in the situation, threateningly telling his daughter not to dare insult his partner's son. Diana was filled with anger, where she very much wanted to express a lot to her father, but she could not, and out of powerlessness, only clenched her teeth tighter. Then the girl's father turned to David, asking for forgiveness for her, and saying that she was just an unreasonable child who would be a good match for his son, to which Mr. McEnroy immediately replied that it was time to start studying the documents. And so the whole company sat at the table, where the assistant explained something on the documents, and Kevin could not take his eyes off Diana. And suddenly the assistant said that, in accordance with the agreement, the McEnroy family company transfers $100 million to the Rockwood family company to purchase 20% of the shares, provided that Diana becomes Kevin's wife. The shocked girl listened as the assistant added that the tranches would be staged, with the last one arriving when Diana gave birth to an heir. Snatching the paper from the assistant's hands, the girl, fluently reading the lines, shouted that there could be no talk of any marriage, much less children. Abandoning her reading, Diana looked at her father with eyes that instantly became wet, accusing him of deceiving and trying to sell her daughter. Her mother approached the girl and tried to calm her daughter down, but Diana shouted that she was not going to calmly watch how she was being sold now. Through the tears streaming down her face, the girl said that she did not understand such an act of her parents only because of some problems with the business. And then, in another fit of rage, Diana shouted that it was no secret to anyone that Kevin was a pervert and a drinker, and she would never marry him. And immediately after these words, the girl's father rose from the table, who, approaching his daughter, gave her a good slap in the face. Holding her cheek burning with pain, Diana looked through her tears at the face of her father, who raised his hand to his daughter. But he did not even think of admitting his guilt, where he called his daughter a spoiled child who thinks only about herself and not about her family. Looking at her father with a disappointed look, the girl said that under such and such circumstances, she was definitely not thinking about her well-being. And then the girl's mother again intervened in the situation, saying that the father was doing all this only for the good of their family, where she again tried to say that if their business fell, their family would fall too. But Diana interrupted her speech, saying that if their company is going through difficulties, then why don't their family unite and overcome them together, where it is not at all necessary to sell their daughter? And suddenly the girl's mother fell on her knees in front of her, wailing that she was begging her daughter to accept the indicated conditions. This greatly surprised not only Diana, but also everyone else present in the office. Demanding that her mother stop humiliating her, the girl asked her to get up from her knees, but she refused, saying that she would stand there until Diana agreed to the marriage. Realizing that she was now being put in an absolutely hopeless situation, Diana tried to find some words but could only make some isolated sounds. The future groom also joined in the persuasion, who said that the girl did not need to bring her mother to such a state, and that he really, really liked her, where he would become a good husband for her. And so Diana realized that apparently this was her destiny, where being born into a family like Rockwood initially imposes responsibility on the child to the family, where now she will be forced to voluntarily enter this cage, where there will be a lot of money, but there will be no freedom. Having lost all will to resist, Diana said that she agreed to her family's conditions and again asked her mother to get up from her knees. At the same moment, the mood of her parents changed, where the mother called her a good girl, and the father admitted that he got excited, but only because he loves his daughter very much. Well, David, lighting a cigar, laconically said that since there were no more objections, he proposed to complete the deal, which the head of the Rockwood family supported with great pleasure, immediately grabbing his briefcase. And the head of the McEnroy family added that the sooner the contract is signed and the wedding takes place, the sooner the money will be credited to the account. Kevin didn't care about contracts. All his perverted attention was focused on the beautiful girl, where all he did was imagine how well they could have fun with her in bed. This is how the deal to sell her daughter was completed at the table, where the subject of today's deal, Diana did not return to the table and stood on the sidelines, quietly accepting her fate. But suddenly, from a strong blow, the front door to the office shattered into small pieces. Both Diana and all the other people gathered in the office turned their heads sharply in the direction where the roar was heard. And Michael, who more than spectacularly appeared on the threshold of the office, asked who the fearless groom was. When Diana saw her savior, her face immediately brightened, and hope began to glimmer inside. The groom did not keep himself waiting, and expressing his lack of understanding of where this impudent man had come from, rushed towards Michael with the intention of striking him. But only when he was at arm's length did the overly well-fed groom meet with such a blow that the pervert flew several meters back, scattering chairs with his bulk. Michael, imitating the way smoke flowing from the barrel of a gun is blown away, told the groom who had flown away that now he could go complain to Daddy. Having shouted that they were beating a member of a respected family, Kevin instructed the bodyguards to deal with the impudent man, which they immediately rushed to do, showering Michael with choice curses along the way. And the young man said with a grin that he didn't see any respected families here, but saw two old men, one of whom was selling, and the other was buying a beautiful girl. But if now anyone dared to even lay a finger on him, the mention of their families would disappear forever from cities. Practical and not stupid, David quickly realized that this deal was strictly confidential, and none of the mere mortals could find out about it, and therefore stopped the bodyguards rushing towards Michael. Peering closely into the face of the young man who appeared, the man, from the height of his life experience, concluded that not everything was simple here. Approaching the young man, David said that he did not know his last name, but that he would be glad to pay a visit to this brave young man, but that Michael immediately replied that the man was not of the right status to pay him visits. After these words, the unfortunate groom tried to intervene in the conversation, saying that the impudent man did not dare talk to his father like that, but Edward himself stopped him, threateningly reminding his son that he needed to think 10 times before saying anything. Michael, meanwhile, turned to Diana, saying that she had nothing to worry about, since he would help both her and her family. Looking at her savior with a grateful look, the girl agreed to accept any help. And the young man had already managed to approach the table, where he picked up the contract and began to study its contents under the exclamation of the girl's father, so that he would be careful with the important paper. Having reviewed the document, Michael, grinning, addressed Mr. Rockwood that he was underestimating his daughter, deciding to sell her for only $100 million, where he clearly made such a rash decision either because of old age or because of problems with his head. After which, tearing up the useless paper, Michael said that he was offering to give their family $500 million and purchase 60% of the shares, where what was voiced could only shock a person who completely lacks any feelings. And the experienced David immediately calculated that in order to cash out such an amount, this guy's company must have an income of about $10 billion. Looking closely at the unusual guest, the head of the McEnroy family mentally concluded that he was able to read people like an open book, but not this young man. The greedy, careless father who had just nearly sold his daughter to a pervert thought only that with such investments he would not only revive the company, but also expand his activities. But then Michael added that he was not going to give them that kind of money just for beautiful eyes. He had one condition, where turning, the young man, sharply throwing out his hand, pointed in the direction where Diana stood, where, after seeing this gesture, the poor girl came to the conclusion that now Michael wants to buy her, only for $500 million. Unable to bear such shock any longer and concluding that Michael was just like the others, Diana almost fell to the floor. With thoughts that this seemingly normal guy also perceived her as a commodity, the girl began to cry again, and again the salty liquid dripped directly onto her favorite keychain. But what was voiced by Michael next stunned the girl, because his condition was that these 60% of the shares should be registered in Diana's name. And as soon as this is documented, the promised $500 million will immediately be credited to the account. Everything she heard resonated like wild waves of joy inside the girl, who found hope for the second time today. After all, everything that happened once and for all unlocked all the locks and opened for her the path to the cherished freedom and happiness. Diana has become convinced that real superheroes exist, and Michael is one of them. And while all these thoughts were running through Diana's head, whose face was now flooded with tears of happiness, the system announced to Michael that the girl's favor had increased by +10 and by +10 and again. In the shortest possible time, a new contract was prepared, which the McEnroy family assistant presented to the girl for review and signature, where Michael had to help the discouraged Diana sign a document saying that from that moment on, no one could tell her what to do anymore. And as soon as the signature was placed, the girl's mother, having received the message, loudly announced that 500 million had been deposited into their account. Diana's father, not hiding his joy, approached the young man and asked if this was really the only condition, to which Michael replied that he did not understand what he was talking about. But deciding to teach his unscrupulous father a lesson, the young man leaned over and whispered in his ear that he only thinks about the prosperity and decline of his company, and if he suddenly tries to force Diana to do something that she doesn't want, then he will show how thin the line is between these words. After which Michael approached the girl and, saying that they were done here, offered to leave this nasty place. But then David appeared on their way, who on behalf of his son apologized to the young man. Where the head of the McEnroy family was impressed by how this young man easily transferred 500 million, which only a few could afford in the whole world. Where the man concluded that the young man is very influential, which means there is no point in starting quarrels with him. What was dissatisfied, of course, was the groom, whose wedding had just been disrupted, and began to scream at the top of his lungs that the uninvited guest had started it first. However, the father's slap loudly interrupted the speech of the unlucky son, where, against the backdrop of the leaving couple, David shouted that he should have given this unscrupulous boy a good spanking long ago. After leaving the office, Michael and Diana got into the young man's car parked nearby, where the girl was finally able to thank her knight. But the young man, trying to turn on the radio, said carefreely that there was no need for gratitude, since this was not the first time. And then Diana remembered the events of one late evening when she was returning home on a bicycle through the dark streets, where at some point she was surrounded by a crowd of bandits who first inquired about the girl's money. But without waiting for an answer, they immediately indicated the true purpose of their attention, where they said that they also accepted in kind. Diana didn't even have time to understand anything when someone suddenly rushed at one of her offenders, knocking him down and shouting to the girl to run. Trying to hold back the robber, the guy shouted for the girl to quickly run away without looking back, which she successfully did, while the gang took out their anger on the homely savior. Then the girl was too scared, and it was already quite dark on the street, so she didn't even know who saved her. When Diana brought the police to the scene, all they found was her bicycle, on which apparently the bandits also took out their anger from the lost loot. Now, sitting in Michael's car, the girl said that she no longer hoped that she would ever meet her savior, where in her life she would never have guessed that he could be Michael, and the system had already begun its announcement of an increase in location. Michael looked in fascination at the girl ready for a kiss, hearing that his benefit from spending on this girl amounted to 50 million, added 35 gain points and knowledge of 4 languages, where after listening to all this, the young man seemed to freeze in place from surprise. But having come to his senses, Michael was very surprised that everything happened so quickly, where he did not have to invent anything or resort to any tricks. Which in general was very good, considering that now the girl is ready for real rapprochement. Michael immediately remembered something from the distant past, where he told himself that he would not let him down, he would not miss his chance, since now he had the strength and opportunity with which he would show his feelings. Behind these thoughts, the young man did not notice how he found himself very close to the face of the girl he had saved twice, where there were only a few centimeters left before their lips touched. However, the beautiful conclusion of today's events was unceremoniously interrupted by the young man's phone ringing. At the other end of the line was Jessica, who told the young man that she had already moved into the villa and then asked if he knew what would happen tomorrow. Thinking that the girl called at the wrong time, Michael nevertheless said that he remembered her birthday and even had already prepared a gift. However, the girl asked him to do without expensive gifts this time, since there would be a lot of not very wealthy classmates at the holiday whom she would not want to put in an awkward position. To which the young man replied that in this case he would have to think carefully about what to give her, where he imagined that instead of this expensive car, he would show up for his girlfriend's birthday in a house bought for 60 million with some nondescript painting. This is not how he imagined his appearance at this rich girl's party. Only now did Michael realize, glancing in the direction where Diana was sitting, that she had not said a word and had not even asked who called him. Deciding that it would be better not to hide anything, the young man said that a classmate had just called him and invited him to her birthday, after which he invited Diana to join him. Where Michael calculated that if he invited her to go, this would eliminate all suspicions, but if she agreed, then something would need to be thought of. However, the girl refused the invitation, saying that tomorrow at home there would be a large-scale discussion of today's events in peace and a holiday with Michael's friends, whom she does not know. Diana thought to herself that some questions are better left unanswered, so it's better not to ask. The young man said that he was very sorry that she could not go with him, since the girl would outshine everyone there, to which she replied that next time she would definitely accept his proposal. The young man himself, who seemed to have shown politeness, was inside rejoicing at the refusal, since consent would have been much more problematic. Diana was immersed in her thoughts, concluding that various beauties always hover around rich and successful men, but no one could take this gentleman away from her. Saying goodbye on the street, Diana once again thanked her savior, simultaneously apologizing for the fact that he spent so much money for her sake. And the resourceful young man approaching the girl said that if she was so worried about it, she could always share a percentage of the profit with him. However, instead of answering, Diana suddenly approached Michael and kissed him on the cheek. After which, the girl, already leaving, turned around and said that this was his percentage, where with these actions she left her mark on Michael, which means now he belongs to her. Not knowing what to say to all this or how to react, the young man simply stood there, thinking that this girl was perfection. The day turned out to be busy, and humming some melody under his breath, Michael walked to the car, thinking that it would be nice to play video games now. But suddenly his attention was attracted by a painfully familiar female voice, calling him by name and asking if it was his car. Turning around, the young man saw that Veronica was standing in front of him in the company of a friend. Without saying a single word to the girl, Michael quickly got into his car. And pressing the gas pedal all the way, he quickly left the place of farewell to the wonderful girl, which a minute later became the place of meeting with the one whom he could no longer respect. And then her good friend standing next to Veronica concluded that it seems that last time Michael lied about his poverty, simply testing his love, which immediately reached the girl who had missed hers, who remembered how she behaved then in the store, choosing the latter between sympathy and money. Immediately, tears of despair appeared in her eyes, where Veronica was now fully aware that she had completely ruined everything. Throwing herself on her friend's neck, she screamed in hysterics that this time Michael would definitely not forgive her. And the friend, somehow not at all friendly, agreed that now Veronica has no chance, but she can try herself. What she heard greatly angered the girl, who, grabbing her friend's hands, shouted and asked, since when had she suddenly become interested in Michael? To which the ex-girlfriend replied that he was attractive, rich, and she did not see a single reason to deny herself the opportunity to be with him. And then the girl added that apparently he was simply tired of Veronica, but her friend was quite willing to please him, which completely infuriated the girl who had made the wrong choice. Jumping up to her friend, she called her cheap, reproaching her for trampling their long friendship with her selfish interests. But the attacked girl did not remain in debt, and in response, grabbing Veronica by the hair, she returned her insult, adding that it was not she, but Veronica who jumped on Richard's fat wallet. After which mutual insults and threats of physical violence rained down, and tufts of hair flew in different directions. The girls were already rolling on the asphalt when random passers-by started pointing phone camera lenses at them. When the fight ended, Veronica slowly trudged down the street, wailing that she had now lost everything, both her boyfriend and her friend. Remembering her beloved, the girl thought that the more handsome he became, the more they moved away from each other. Bleeding with tears, slowly walking down the street in dirty and sometimes torn clothes, Veronica came to the conclusion that getting Michael back was becoming unrealistic. And then Julia suddenly appeared in front of the girl, who, clutching a business card in her hand, said that she shouldn't cry. Handing Veronica her card, Julia invited her to become an internet star. And as a trump card, she added that if she wants to get her boyfriend back, then she has a great idea about it. Michael sat in his dorm room and thought about what to choose as a gift for Jessica. Rising from his seat, he was about to go shopping in his search, when suddenly his neighbor said that Veronica now runs her own channel, where she shows something new. Not believing his ears, Michael jumped to the monitor and saw his ex, who, wiping her tears, told the whole world about how he ran after her, where the girl ended her story by saying that ultimately he no longer needed her. Michael's neighbor wondered if she really had something with a lone wolf, since the girl called that name, and Michael thought to himself that she was a natural bitch. Where beyond any shame, this traitor managed to make herself a victim in this story. However, after thinking a little, the young man came to the conclusion that Veronica herself would never have thought of such a thing. Reaching for the phone, he was already unequivocally convinced that someone had advised her to hide behind a lone wolf and present herself as a victim. Having called the right person, Michael asked him to find out what kind of company was broadcasting live broadcasts at the internet address he had specified. A couple of minutes later, he received a message indicating the name of the company, and Michael immediately remembered that it was on behalf of this company that the abnormal Julia accosted him on the street. This time, the young man decided that there would be no mercy for this unprincipled woman. Meanwhile, comfortably lounging on a chair with a cup of coffee, Julia informed her boss that popularity indices had increased many times since Veronica's broadcast. She remembered a recent conversation with her boss, where he reproached her for threatening the Night Wolf himself, who could ruin their entire company, to which Julia replied that there was just a student there. And the boss, raising his voice even more, shouted that this student was a lone wolf, which Julia couldn't believe, because from the guy's appearance she would never have said that he was capable of spending tens of millions. But the boss opened his laptop and showed the collected information, explaining that a certain Veronica was his first love. He had been pursuing her for 3 years, but now they broke up, which greatly pleased the enterprising woman, who decided that this was an excellent set of circumstances, where a lone wolf would never forget his first love, and this should be used. Where, according to Julia's plan, Veronica should become popular, which will cool the guy's ardor, where he will understand that it was in vain to refuse her cooperation. But suddenly her phone rang, where the words heard in the speaker struck like thunder, as it was said that their company was blocked throughout the internet. In parallel with these events, Michael typed and sent a message that he did not like the company that was now broadcasting false information from Veronica, to put it mildly, and he would be grateful if this company disappeared once and for all. And so, the next day, something unimaginable began all over the city, where some people doubled the fees of the stars, luring them to themselves. Others terminated contracts with Julia's company. Still others checked information about tax evasion, and still others took on the task of liquidating all assets. After Michael's message, the days of this office were numbered. And now Julia's assistant had already informed her that all the major shareholders had withdrawn their assets, and now the company had to pay them $10 million, which the woman naturally did not have. Completely broken and destroyed, penniless, Julia could only wonder who could have arranged all this. The creditors were quick to remind us that the loan payment was already 6 months overdue. Following them, the stars arrived, who were broadcast on the internet by Julia's company, and said that they were quitting, wishing the former boss good luck. And when the woman returned to her office, she was also reminded that she needed to pay the rent, where if she failed to pay on time, the rental agreement would be terminated. And so in the evening, Julia and her assistant were taking out the last remaining property they had from the completely destroyed company. Bursting with tears, the woman came to the conclusion that all this was the work of a lone wolf. Only he had connections with whom it was possible to do such a thing. Michael, reading the message about the complete liquidation of the company, smiled and said to himself that he would need to somehow thank those to whom he turned for help in this matter. After which the young man got into his luxury car and decided that it was time to sort out the gift to Jessica, since there was less and less time left before the start of the holiday. But suddenly a sharp blow on the side window literally made the young man jump in surprise. It was Julia, who said that she had made a mistake. Next time she would be smarter, and asked the lone wolf to give her at least some chance of survival. Michael was in complete shock because suddenly the system announced that a new object in the person of Julia had been added. Making a more than serious face, the young man said that it was only a warning where the woman should never come into his sight again. After which he pressed the gas pedal and the car took off, leaving the ruined woman completely alone, and with the thought that this lone wolf was very handsome and courageous. where she was especially turned on by the rudeness on the part of the young man. Michael, in the car speeding off into the distance, could only be surprised at how the system announced an increase in Julia's location, which was completely absurd in such a situation. Jessica's guests admired her new villa, making various assumptions about how much such a property could cost. The hero of today's celebration timidly walked among the guests, every now and then answering the voiced questions that she was not the daughter of a secret billionaire. But suddenly one of the guests asked if this villa really belonged to Jessica, where the girl explained her doubts by the fact that she and her father were present at the auction, where this house was bought by a certain man who had nothing to do with Jessica's family. Kate, who was also present among the guests, stood up for her friend and answered Patricia, who was Jessica's sworn enemy, that the latter was not going to deceive anyone here. But suddenly Patricia had support in the form of a certain young man, who said that he also knew about the sale of the house to that man, since he was present at his daughter's birthday, which was the reason for the purchase. At that very moment, rumors began to spread among the guests that Jessica, apparently, was just the kept woman of the gentleman who bought the house. But suddenly, with a loud bang, someone placed a document on the table indicating ownership of this villa. It was Kate, who crossed her arms victoriously, telling everyone that in this document right now everyone can see the name of the owner, who is Jessica, which immediately silenced their opponent, who lost this fight. As well as the people around, they immediately changed the direction of the conversation, declaring that they did not doubt Jessica's integrity one bit and did not even realize that her work was so profitable. Jessica herself, not really paying attention to the conversations of those gathered, was only thinking about why the one she was waiting for so much had not yet arrived. Meanwhile, Michael had already reached the place of the birthday celebration and was getting out of his car, clutching a gift. Remembering that Jessica asked not to stand out, the young man left the car away from the house and continued on foot. The noise of a powerful engine behind him attracted the young man's attention. But before he even had time to turn around, a luxury sports car rushed past, almost hitting him. The car stopped right in front of the entrance to the house, causing everyone's admiration. Where Paul Mitchell, the most popular guy at the university, whose family was also far from poor, got out of the car, explaining on the phone the location of the villa. Noticing a nondescript and modestly dressed guy with a teddy bear, Paul was mentally surprised, thinking that Jessica's taste was definitely not all right since she invited such a ragamuffin. And then the birthday girl herself appeared on the street, who joyfully exclaimed that her long-awaited man had finally arrived. To which both Michael and Paul turned, respectively, where each of them took what was said personally. Without wasting a second, Jessica ran towards her, where Paul prepared to take her into his arms, also saying that he missed her. But with a deft movement, the girl avoided the hug and continued on her way, where she stopped only next to Michael, who, in front of his shocked rival, congratulated the girl by presenting his modest gift. Some guests were no less surprised, looking at how the birthday girl rejoiced at a simple teddy bear, while she did not react in any way to their gifts, such as branded watches and handbags, succinctly thanking them for their attention. Paul stood thinking about the fact that he had been trying to look after Jessica for a very long time, which had not brought any results, and then some upstart suddenly captured all her attention. While he was thinking about his failures and his new rival, a small van drove up to the house. Squinting his eyes maliciously and smiling, Paul mentally noted that now it was time for him to leave. Approaching the girl and diverting her attention from Michael, the young man said that he had also prepared a gift for her, where meanwhile the loaders were removing something very large and heavy from the back of the car. Looking at how his rival watched the extraction of the gift, Paul noted to himself that now he would show where the place of this upstart was. When the gift was delivered to the room, unpacked and installed, everyone saw that it was a piano produced by one of the most famous companies in the world, which cost fabulous money. Paul, without leaving the girl, said that this would be an excellent end to today's flow of gifts. Then he added that he wished Jessica a happy birthday and asked if she liked his gift, to which the birthday girl replied that the gift was gorgeous, but since it was very expensive, she would return the money for it. Heading towards the musical instrument, Paul said that he would not accept any money from her, where, having sat down at the instrument, the young man said that the gift was not finished yet, since he had written a song for the girl. All the girls around noted with delight that an unforgettable sight awaited them now, since Paul had won the music competition last year. And so the young man put his hands on the keys and the room was filled with the beautiful sounds of music, where parallel to the melody, the room was also filled with remarks from the guests, celebrating the excellent performance. When Paul finished, Jessica came up to him and said that he was playing just great, where she was even somehow embarrassed for her more modest skills in the game. And so, wanting to completely crush his opponent, Paul suddenly said, turning to Michael, that if he also wanted to impress the girl, then he should play too. The opponent's plan immediately became obvious to the young man, who only grinned at this pathetic attempt to gain superiority. Moving forward to the musical instrument, Michael told Paul that he could not refuse the request of such a respected person. Jessica stood surprised that the young man could play the piano, and all the other guests began to discuss his appearance, by which one could not tell that he was a musician. Of course, the young man who sat down at the piano had never even stood next to such a musical instrument in his life. But he had something no one else could even dream of, a system and its reinforcement points. Looking sideways at his opponent, Michael mentally noted that today this guy would not be able to look beautiful at the expense of the reputation of others. After which he ordered the system to provide him with the skill of playing the piano, which corresponds to practice, lasting 50 years. The system completed its task and the young man got ready to play music. Paul, who was standing nearby, suddenly felt some changes in the energy of his opponent, which greatly worried him. And then Michael's fingers began to deftly move over the keys of the piano, extracting from it a sound that was already familiar to everyone, from which Paul's eyes opened wide. After all, the same melody was playing that he himself had just performed, and no one else was able to remember it in such detail after hearing it only once. Not without a smile, noting to himself that he had already been able to shock his opponent, the young man also mentally said that the best was yet to come. And then his fingers began to increase the tempo of playing the melody, where Paul couldn't believe his eyes that at such speed the young man never faked a word. And the speed of Michael's playing continued to increase, as if exponentially. It began to seem to the guests of the holiday that not one person was playing, but a duet, and the performer had not 2, but 4 hands. Where one of those present has already mentioned that this is a long-lost art of speed playing, which was possessed by one single maestro of the distant past. Where teaching such a practice has always been famous for its particular cruelty towards the student. And once we master the skill, every note of the music literally hits the very heart of the listeners like bullets. And finally the final chords of the work sounded, and Michael, exhaling, removed his hands from the keys of the musical instrument. All the guests at today's event stood with their mouths open and looked in amazement at the one who had just managed to amaze them all. Michael, getting up from his seat, took a cigarette out of the pack and lit it from the hot strings of the instrument. And the young man went straight to his today's opponent. Hugging Paul in a friendly manner, Michael said that he was actually playing well, where he just needed to practice more, then success would await him in the future. Then, with one deft movement, the young man placed the cigarette he had lit into his opponent's mouth. And moving away from him, he said that the piano is an instrument for expressing feelings and not a way to compete and seek favor. Without saying anything in response, Paul remained standing where Michael left him, with a cigarette in his mouth and with a feeling of complete defeat. And finally, all the spectators burst into thunderous applause, beginning to note that they now understand why Jessica is so nice to this homely boy. The hero of the occasion and the musical confrontation herself, looking at Michael, came to the conclusion that she was incredibly lucky with him, where he is not only rich, but also very talented. And while the young man was sitting on the couch and drinking juice, the system announced to him that +5 points had been added to the girl's disposition. Immediately after which the system reported that the level of favor had reached the required limit, where the young man was awarded all the promised bonuses. And from that moment on, Jessica becomes a devoted fan of Michael. And the last thing the young man heard in this announcement was the amount of his personal benefit from the expenses incurred for the girl, which amounted to a little more than 7 million. Which could not but please the young man, where he noted that after all, this villa was not acquired in vain. After hearing all about bonuses and accruals, Michael sat and thought about where he should spend his reinforcement points, from which he was distracted by a familiar female voice, which uttered words of surprise at the young man's talents. Clinging to the young man's body, Jessica said that she was very happy that he was next to her today. And the resourceful Michael immediately replied that the girl could consider the musical masterpiece a second gift, and he was now very interested in how she would thank him. And only Paul sat quietly on the sidelines, thinking that today he had been defeated on all fronts. Suddenly, those present perked up and information spread around the hall that Melanie Stone herself had arrived at the celebration. Michael and Jessica reacted to this by interrupting their dialogue. And then the figure of the very girl whose appearance had caused such a commotion appeared in the aisle. Melanie Stone was listed as the first beauty of their entire university, where she also served as president of the student union. But she was even more famous not for her appearance, but for her contemptuous attitude towards the male half of the planet's population, where, for this reason, the majority assumed that Melanie prefers girls in matters of personal close relationships. Because of this, and also due to the fairly close relationship between Melanie and Jessica, many were convinced that they were a love couple. But in reality, the situation was somewhat different, where in early childhood, Melanie was attempted to be raped. The attacker did not have time to realize his plan, since the police, who were called when they saw the maniac dragging the girl into the bushes, neutralized him. Little Melanie remained safe and sound, but suffered mainly psychological trauma. But since then, she has really hated all men. As Melanie moved around the room, Jessica asked Michael a provocative question about who was cuter, her or Melanie. To which the young man, showing maximum tenderness, replied that Jessica is the most beautiful of all the girls in the world. He thought to himself that in principle, he would like to stay away from Melanie, since she was definitely not right in the head. Because he now needs fans, and not those who could potentially deal with him. And suddenly Jessica called out to her friend, saying that she was late and calling her over, which did not really inspire Michael, who did not want to get close to this girl. Coming closer, Melanie apologized to her friend for being late, explaining that there were heavy traffic jams in the city. Jessica, tightly grasping Michael's hand, immediately introduced him to her friend as her boyfriend. After exchanging greetings, Melanie was the first to start the conversation, asking if he was playing now, to which the young man answered in the affirmative, feeling extremely awkward next to this girl. But instead of words of delight, the evil girl said that she had already heard a lot about how Michael jumps around the university from one girl to another, where he is certainly talented in the game, but leads an immoral lifestyle, which ran like a blade through the young man's body. Of course, Michael was very indignant at what was said, but Jessica calmed him down, saying that Melanie had a sharp tongue but a kind heart. And at that moment, the system made itself known, announcing that Melanie had been added as an object where the current location level was about 80 points. What finally drove the young man crazy, where he complained that the system apparently was broken, last time connecting some kind of pervert, and now this killer of the male spirit. Beside himself with rage, Michael kicked the floor, mentally lamenting the fact that he had just exchanged a few words with Melanie and immediately earned minus 80 points, but that Jessica was looking on in surprise. Having calmed down a little, Michael, casting a sideways glance at Melanie, noted that he was turning into a womanizer after all, where even now he is attracted by the beauty of this girl who is angry towards men, which, however, the young man immediately attributed to the fault of the system, because of which he pays so much attention to the opposite sex. The holiday continued, and it was already getting dark outside. It was time for the birthday cake, which Michael delivered to the hall amidst shouts of congratulations. According to tradition, Jessica made a wish and blew out all the candles on the cake with a strong exhalation, after which she and Michael cut the cake into individual portions. And when the treat was distributed, and the birthday girl herself thanked her guests for their attention, Melanie asked to go away with her for a minute, which seemed very strange to Jessica, since her friend's face was very concerned. Their conversation took place on the street, under the bright light of a huge moon, where Melanie, without foreplay, advised her friend to stay away from Michael, which provoked a logical question from Jessica: why? To which the friend replied that it was obvious, where this guy at the university had already established relationships with many, and she did not want her friend to be left with a broken heart. And finishing the contents of the glass, Melanie added that she would graduate soon and plans to hand over the post of president of the Students' Union to Jessica. This news almost shocked the girl so much that she couldn't be found right away, to be sure. After all, as for the functioning of the student union, in this regard over the past year they had many disagreements where no one wanted to give in to each other. And now this impulse to give her such a high position made Jessica think seriously. Where the first thought that came to her mind was that Melanie really was more into girls and apparently was attracted to her. Quickly began to wave his head and hands negatively, Jessica answered her friend that she was not sure that she could cope with such responsibility, and Michael was actually a very good and caring young man. To which Melanie, approaching the girl, sternly said that she did not recognize her, since before her deputy had been more demanding of herself and others, which in general would not change the decision on the transfer of powers. But Jessica, in a not very decisive tone, suddenly said that she was planning to leave the student union altogether in order to be able to spend more time with Michael. Which embittered her friend even more, where she menacingly asked about where her friend's determination and perseverance had gone, adding that Michael was generally dangerous to society. At that same moment, the system announced to Michael that Melanie's level of favor towards him had dropped to -90 points, which made him almost choke on a piece of cake. He looked at the girl standing on the balcony, not understanding what he could do to deserve -10 points when he was just eating cake. And so the guests began to gradually go home, where the mistress of this house cordially thanked them for their visit and wished them a safe journey. Michael was also about to move towards his dorm, but he was suddenly stopped by Jessica's call, who, having caught up with him, said that she still needed to talk to him. After talking with the girl, the young man finally left her house, thinking that as soon as the level of favor increased, the girl began to seem even more beautiful to him. During the conversation, she simply suggested going to the cinema together tomorrow, but it was suggested in such a tone as if she was asking him to spend the night with her. Michael was very flattered by this attitude towards him from a beautiful girl, but his pleasant thoughts, feelings, and fantasies were interrupted by the sounds of a man crying. Turning around, Michael saw Paul sitting next to his car, roaring and wailing that the years spent not learning to play the piano were wasted. Seeing his recent rival in such a defeated state, Michael could not help but experience moral satisfaction. In one quick movement, he found himself on the hood of Paul's car, where he jumped up in surprise, calling the young man by name, and Michael expressed his pleasure that his name was so well remembered. Then, looking closely at his defeated opponent, the young man noted that there was nothing wrong with the fact that he had lost their little musical battle. The tone with which Michael spoke and his facial expression did not please Paul, who also shouted that such communication with him was unacceptable. Jumping off the hood of the car, the young man said that, of course, Paul was right, and then headed to his car, noting that he was so full that it was difficult to walk. But the young man, inflamed by the confrontation, did not let up, saying that he was ready to admit that Michael had surpassed him in playing the piano. But immediately taking out the key to his car, he continued that in terms of security, Michael is far from him, where probably he is not able to even pay for a taxi home. But the young man, who was no longer interested in further confrontation, simply walked up to his car, opened the door, and began to get inside. Squeezing the key to his car so tightly that it shattered into several pieces, the young man stood and silently watched as his opponent got into a car that costs about 5 times more than his own. But then his feelings got the better of him, and Paul fell to the ground, cursing Michael and trying to understand where he got such an expensive car. And Michael himself had long been immersed in thoughts about what movie he and Jessica would watch tomorrow. And then his attention was attracted by Melanie standing on the side of the road. The night turned out to be quite cool, and it was clear that the girl was literally shaking from the cold. However, Michael concluded that this was absolutely none of his business, and this abnormal girl could even die from the cold, but it would not affect his feelings. It was with these thoughts that he drove past, leaving Melanie completely alone in the middle of the street on that cold night, and believing that now several more points of location would disappear, which he did not care about. But suddenly the young man looking in the rearview mirror pressed the brake pedal, where in the reflection he saw how several strong guys approached Melanie and began to pester her. Having surrounded the girl on all sides, the bandits took turns asking questions about why such a beauty was standing here alone at night and offered her their protection. Where one big guy, attracting Melanie to him, said that they would not take money from her for protection, but would prefer other ways to pay. However, neither the number of villains nor their intentions frightened the girl at all, who shouted for the bandits to leave until she called the police. But what was said did not have any significant effect on the guys, where they only laughed loudly and unanimously in response to her words. And apparently the leader of these robbers began to approach the girl, saying that with such an obstinate character as hers, their pleasures would only become more fun. But before he could finish his thought, a sharp pain pierced his entire huge body. The reason for this was a precisely targeted kick by Melanie in the place that the robber planned to use for pleasure, which all his henchmen looked on with horror. And while the man was screaming in pain, holding on to the injured area, and his team was trying to help with something, Melanie quickly escaped from the encirclement and ran away. Noticing that the agile prey was hiding from them, the wounded man shouted so that the others would not let her escape. And then several robbers rushed after the girl, shouting threats of violence if she did not stop immediately. Looking back to assess the distance at which the bandits had approached, the girl thought that they were like a pack of hyenas, and if there had been a little less of them, then with her hand-to-hand combat skills, she would have given them a good beating. Since Melanie was looking back, she did not see how Michael suddenly appeared on her way, into whom she crashed into with all her might. Looking at the out-of-breath girl, the young man asked if she was okay. To which Melanie did not answer anything, only mentally asking herself the question of what this guy was doing here. During this time, the girl's pursuers managed to catch up with the young people and surrounded them, slowly squeezing the ring. The angry gang leader, still holding on to his injured place, said menacingly that the girl would have to work for all this until the morning. Melanie looked at this man with genuine disgust, thinking only that it was simply impossible to be so disgusting. Then she turned her attention to Michael, concluding that if it weren't for him, she would have run away long ago and been safe. Well, Michael, turning to the hooligans, said that in today's reality laws already rule, and suggested that the attackers get out of his sight within the next 2 minutes. However, the leader of this gang said smugly that he was the law here, and the defender would now be in very bad shape. In the next couple of minutes, the quiet, cloudless night was well diluted by the sounds of blows, falls, and screams of pain. And finally, in the middle of the street, only Michael remained on his feet from the male half, who examined the defeated opponents. Shaking his palms off one another, the young man, looking at the lying leader of the gang, said that he should have listened to his advice. After which he turned to Melanie again, asking if everything was okay with her. But suddenly the system announced that another -5 points had been taken away from this girl's disposition, which came as a real shock to Michael. Looking at this strange person, the young man could not find an explanation for what was wrong with her and what he had done wrong to her, because he was only saving the girl. Melanie remained silent for now, fixing an extremely unfriendly gaze on her savior. However, Michael gave the girl an equally embittered look, where in his mind he said that he had just saved her, but her disposition not only did not increase but also fell, which seemed to him the height of absurdity. And so, the rescued woman was the first to break the silence, where she pointed to the lying robbers and said that all this makes no sense. In an icy tone, she said that she would not fall for these outdated techniques, as others had fallen for. Where Melanie drew a logical chain from the moment where she stood at the bus stop and the bandits accosted her, to the moment when Michael suddenly appeared, supposedly to save her. After which she went to her savior, standing on the hand of one of the robbers along the way, and said that Michael's plan to seduce her had been a complete failure. And finally, finding herself face to face with the young man, Melanie said that he had overestimated himself and underestimated her. Suddenly, the girl with a sharp movement grabbed the young man by the t-shirt. Pulling the hero towards her, she shouted that Jessica was ready to leave the student union for his sake, and he suddenly decided to hit on her friend. After which, throwing the young man away from her with a rude gesture, Melanie, leaving, added that Michael was truly disgusting to her. For some time, the young man stood in the middle of the road, trying to somehow digest what had happened. But unable to bear it, he literally grabbed his head, screaming into the void and thinking that this girl had a real persecution mania. Calling out to the departing Melanie, the young man tried to explain that everything was completely different from what the girl had imagined for herself. But in response, She only heard that if he didn't come to his senses and start behaving normally towards Jessica, then she would find him and cut off one well-known place, which finally dissuaded Michael of the need to have any contact with this abnormal person. He allowed the girl to leave, remaining in the middle of the bandits lying on the ground with mixed feelings. But then one of the robbers began to come to his senses, raising his head and trying to figure out where he was and what had happened. But at that very moment, Michael was overcome by rage, where he, without even looking down, made a sharp kicking movement with his foot, where the bandit's head was unlucky enough to be in her trajectory, shouting that Melanie was just an ungrateful bitch. Without even noticing that he had just knocked out one of the bandits again, the young man turned around and walked away, hurling curses at the saved girl along the way. This is how the young man managed to walk all the way to the university. He could not stop thinking about what the ungrateful Melanie had said to him, continuing to address her with abusive words every now and then. He was distracted from his gloomy thoughts by the vibration of the phone in his pocket and the ringing melody that followed it. Taking the phone out of his pocket, Michael thought that someone was obviously late with the calls. As it turned out, Diana called, inquiring about the young man's plans for tomorrow. But before the young man had time to say a word in response, the girl, without wasting time, said that tomorrow she had a lot of free time and she was inviting Michael to go to the movies. Realizing that tomorrow he would also have a date with Jessica, the young man tried to object, but the persistent girl said that it was her first invitation, which he could not refuse. Michael had no choice but to accept the invitation, where he decided that it was simply worthwhile to distribute the dates so that they did not overlap in time. The next day, Michael was sitting in his car near the university dormitory. Sending a message to his friend, he asked where he had been staying for so long. After all, yesterday, Jack was tearfully talking about how another girl refused to go to the cinema with him, and therefore he asks a friend to accompany him. Clutching his head, Michael smiled, thinking that his plans were changing at the speed of light, where tomorrow, apparently, he would have to watch not 2, but 3 films. After all, Jack was his best friend, who helped him out more than once in difficult times, including with money. Therefore, the plan was built in such a way that at 14 o'clock, he goes to the cinema with Jack, at 17 o'clock with Jessica, and at 20 o'clock with Diana. Taking a heavy breath and then exhaling, the young man prepared for a mentally difficult day. And then the passenger door of the car opened, and someone sat in the seat next to the driver, where Michael expected to see his friend. However, instead of Jack, there was a girl sitting next to him doing her makeup. Noticing that the driver's attention was focused on her, the girl apologized, explaining that she was distracted and had the wrong car. To which the young man innocently said that it happens to everyone, told the girl to be more careful next time, and asked her to leave the salon, which would greet her in complete amazement. However, the persistent lady was not going to give up, saying that she may have gotten into the wrong car, but she hoped that she had met the right person. She thought to herself that she was not going to go out, because in this case she would not be able to pick up such a handsome guy in such an expensive car. And the next gesture towards rapprochement was an offer from the girl to add Michael as a friend on social networks, since in her opinion, everything that happened was fate. However, the imperturbable young man, looking at the screen of his phone, monotonously replied that he did not have a phone, which again brought the girl into complete amazement. Assuming that this was nothing more than someone's trap, Michael thought that he would definitely not fall into it, unlike many. The young man's last answer clearly touched a nerve with the girl, and she irritably said that in that case it was time for her to go. But as soon as she began to get out of the car, her gaze met the gaze of Jack, who approached and asked the girl what she was doing here. Where both the girl herself and Michael were surprised by this strange coincidence of circumstances, and the young man who approached said in confusion that the girl refused to go to the cinema with him under the pretext of visiting her mother in the hospital, but she was getting out of his best friend's car. Michael immediately realized that this was the same girl because of whom he was going to the cinema with his friend today, and hoped that Jack would understand everything correctly. The owner of the car, who also left the salon, began to tell his friend that he would explain everything to him now. But Jack interrupted him, angrily addressing the girl that, according to his assumption, she was not at all familiar with the owner of the car. Where he continued, accusing the girl of simply seeing an expensive car and deciding to start flirting with the one who was driving, not knowing that he would turn out to be Jack's friend. Laughing joyfully and nodding his head cheerfully, Michael confirmed his friend's words, saying that everything was exactly like that. Without talking any more with this girl, who was pursuing exclusively selfish intentions, the friends got into the car. Where left alone, all she could do was think about what wealthy friends the one she had refused had, which didn't fit in her head, where Jack seemed to her like a big loser surviving on $800 a month. But the friends very soon arrived at one of the cinemas in their city. All the spectators had already taken their seats, and the screening of the new film was beginning. However, Jack was not at all interested in the film, where he asked his friend how he achieved so many beautiful girls hovering around him, to which Michael innocently replied that he could not constantly drive away those who were pursuing him. And the girls sitting behind noticed that the guys came to the cinema as a couple, finding it strange and assuming that they were in a relationship. Michael continued to answer his friend's question, saying that relationships are a battlefield on which one should never relax. Leaning towards Jack, the young man said that you don't need to try harder in a relationship, as you will be respected less and less. And in conclusion, the young man said that only men who are not very smart give money to women, while more practical men simply spend money on them. Thinking about what was said, Jack came to the conclusion that his friend's words had a certain meaning. Grabbing his friend's hand, the young man began to beg him to teach him how to treat girls correctly, to which Michael only tried to calm him down, saying that they were being looked at. But then she said that there was nothing to teach. He was just a little prettier than his friend and had a little more money. Where what was said greatly upset Jack, who responded by telling his friend to stop talking like that until they quarreled. At the end of the film, the friends walked towards the exit, where Jack thanked his friend for his attention and said that he was now in his debt. To which Michael replied that he had the opportunity to pay in the very near future, where Jack would greatly help him out if he called him in 2 or 3 hours. And those girls, having noticed how the men held hands for the second time, made the final conclusion for themselves that they were in a relationship. Having received his friend's consent to help, Michael headed to the next date, where he needed the call in order to find a reason to leave one date and come to another. Very soon the young man arrived at the cinema, where they agreed to meet with Jessica. Seeing the girl waiting for him to appear, Michael was mentally glad that he was not late. Jessica, looking at her watch, noted that there was only half an hour left before the start of the film, and her boyfriend was still not there. But a man's voice heard behind her attracted the girl's attention. However, when she turned around, Jessica saw a completely different man than she had been waiting for, where the man introduced himself as Clark and asked the girl to add him as a friend on a social network. To which the girl, asking for forgiveness, replied that she had a date, which, however, did not stop the persistent guy, who said that adding him as a friend would not interfere with the date. But then, patting him on the shoulder, Michael came up and said that the girl had already refused him, and he shouldn't waste any more of her or his time. Winking at the guy and walking around him, the young man said that he would now demonstrate how to meet girls. After which he quickly approached Jessica, slamming his hand hard on the wall, which sent the girl into a stupor. And he said that she was very beautiful, immediately offering to find a quieter place for a closer acquaintance. This manner of introduction did not at all impress the guy standing next to him, who noted that now for his opponent the matter would end in complete failure. But suddenly the girl laughed and replied that she agreed to Michael's proposal. Where Michael's rival, and all the people nearby who witnessed the events, could not believe that this approach really worked. On a huge cinema screen, the main character of the film changed the trajectory of the rocket with a kick. But Jessica did not care about the twisted plot, where she sadly looked in the direction where her companion was sitting. And finally, she asked if the young man was interested in watching the film at all, since she saw that he was constantly busy with his phone. To which Michael quickly found his way and replied that he was just having some minor problems at home. And then the girl was struck by the thought that most likely, owning such a fortune, her gentleman and his family were most likely under constant pressure, which simple people like her could not understand. Remembering how he played, Jessica concluded that all other people only saw his talents, but did not fully realize the effort it took him to achieve such results. Where in an aristocratic family, through blood, sweat, and tears, he had to study a huge number of disciplines, in each of which he was obliged to become the best, where the young man never complained about this difficulty and simply silently carried this burden within himself. And then tears appeared on the girl's face, where she felt guilty for forcing him to watch a movie with her, when he perhaps just needed some other kind of rest. With a surge of emotion, Jessica placed her hand on top of Michael's, where this sudden gesture of hers caused considerable surprise in the young man. And when he turned around, he saw the tear-stained face of his companion, surprised by the tears since she was not watching a melodrama, but an action movie. Being completely bewildered by what was happening, Michael did not know what to say or how to console the girl. When the film ended, Jessica and Michael were walking down the street, where the girl suggested they go and sit in some cafe, since she believed that the young man was hungry. And just as Michael began to answer something to his companion, suddenly a cell phone ringing was heard from his trouser pocket. In an instant, a picture flashed before the young man's eyes, where a couple of hours ago he asked to call his friend. Where, taking out his phone, the young man was convinced that his friend had fulfilled his promise and fulfilled it at the most appropriate time. After answering the phone, Michael greeted his friend. But suddenly shouting into the phone that everything was so serious, the young man said that he was leaving immediately. Having disconnected, the caller himself did not understand at all what it was about now. Michael, after apologizing to the girl, said that he needed to leave because his friend got into some kind of trouble, to which Jessica responded with understanding. As Jessica watched the young man go, she thought that he was a very noble man, since he rushed to save his friend at his first call. Well, the noble man, once inside the car, marked himself as a genius, mentally telling himself that now he could go on a second date. The young man arrived at the house where Diana lived when it was already dark outside. Having sent the girl a message that he had arrived, he immediately read the response, where Diana told him that she was already coming down. And while Michael was waiting, his thoughts were focused on the fact that it is incredibly difficult to spin on several fronts at once, and such situations must be avoided in the future. But a pleasant female voice distracted the tired gentleman from his thoughts, where, turning, Michael saw the charming Diana in front of him, taking a flirtatious pose and apologizing for the fact that she was a little late. Seeing today's image of his new companion, Michael was speechless. Looking at the girl, the young man mentally noted that she was simply an incredible beauty, where no matter what style of clothing she chooses for herself, everything will suit her. Behind his thoughts about the beauty of the girl, the young man lost touch with reality, which Diana quickly restored by asking if he was ready to go, to which her gentleman responded positively. And while they were heading to the car, Michael was thinking that if today's date went well, then he could well count on a closer relationship. Soon the couple was already in the cinema, where they both watched the film with fascination and interest. The logical continuation of this wonderful evening was a visit to one of the best cafes in the city. And the young people finished their date long after midnight, where Michael parked again in the same place where he picked up the girl a few hours ago. Thanking the young man for the wonderful date, Diana wished him a safe journey home and headed towards her house. But before the girl had time to take even a couple of steps, Michael suddenly called out to her. Very embarrassed, the young man, using an old, hackneyed but still effective trick, asked the girl for permission to go up to her for water. Where on the one hand, this state of affairs greatly pleased Diana, but on the other hand, the girl did not know whether it was worth inviting the young man to her place now. But after some 10-15 minutes, Michael was already taking a shower in the apartment of his second companion today, where the owner of the apartment herself was sitting on the sofa hugging a pillow, unable to understand what was wrong with her today, where she had never behaved like this before. After all, Michael only asked to go up for a drink, and in the end she leaves him at her place for the night because it's already quite late to return. These thoughts made the girl feel very ashamed of herself, where for some reason she gave permission for the young man to stay. And then her thoughts went further, where she thought about what if intimacy suddenly happened between them, where she caught herself thinking that she wouldn't even mind at all. But at that very second, Diana covered her face with a pillow, mentally scolding herself for these vulgar thoughts. And when she removed the pillow from her face, her gaze fell on the movie tickets sticking out of Michael's pocket. Having taken them out, Diana discovered that there were not 2, but 4 tickets, immediately concluding for herself that the young man had also managed to go to the cinema with another girl. A few minutes later, Michael emerged from the shower, drying his hair and telling the shower owner that he was done. And almost immediately his gaze fell on 4 movie tickets lying on the table. Well, Diana, sitting on the sofa, said menacingly that these 4 tickets fell out of the young man's pocket, where she thinks that he also went to the cinema with another girl. Without allowing Michael to say a word in response, the girl immediately added that he had become a part of her life. But if he didn't like her and wanted to meet others behind her back, he could immediately say so and get out of here. Michael tried to say something in response to this claim, which, although it was a guess, was a correct guess. But the girl suddenly stood up and, pointing to the door, demanded that the young man leave her apartment, where, following the girl's words, the system announced that the level of favor had dropped by -10 points. But not even a couple of seconds had passed before the system was activated again, announcing a decrease in the location level by another -10 points. Michael understood that something urgently needed to be done, otherwise the object could be lost forever. Where, without thinking twice, he told himself that he had been preparing for a similar situation, and now it was time to act. Looking at the girl with a very sad look, the young man quietly said that he was very disappointed that just 2 extra tickets could undermine his credibility so much. To which the very angry girl replied that she was not going to discuss this at all. Then, taking out his mobile phone and dialing Jack's number, Michael handed it to Diana, saying that she could ask this guy if he had been to the cinema with him today. There was no categorical reaction from the girl, which meant that she was ready to accept the information. And on the other end of the line, Sleepy Jack was asking his friend why he was calling so late and would be his. But instead of a friend's voice, he heard a female voice introducing herself as Diana, who asked if he went to the movies with Michael today. To which the still not fully awakened young man replied that he really went to the cinema with his friend, because Inga, whom he had invited earlier, refused him. And only after finishing the story did Jack realize who was talking to him on Michael's phone at night. Looking at his mobile phone, the young man literally shouted questions into the phone one after another, where he was interested in where the girl got his friend's mobile phone and whether they were together at such a late time of day. After which words of surprise were heard from the phone speaker that they were together at such a time. Apologizing for the disturbance, Diana passed out, looking at the young man as he dressed and wondering if she could have made a mistake or if Jack was simply covering for his friend. But then she remembered that she knew the same Inga that Michael's friend had mentioned, quickly finding and dialing her number. And when Inga answered, Diana asked essentially the same question regarding Michael and Jack's trip to the cinema. To which the girl replied that Jack really invited her to the movies, but she refused him, where he then left with the guy in a red sports car, and if only she knew that Jack had such rich friends, she would never have refused to him. Realizing that circumstances were now on his side, Michael asked if the girl had verified his integrity, or should she still be shown the card payment history. But without allowing Diana to say a word, the young man said that he was very disappointed in her and headed towards the exit. Diana tried to shout after him that she was wrong and would never do that again. But Michael had already left the apartment, finally slamming the door effectively. And only when he was out of sight of his second companion of the evening, he exhaled with relief and noted that he had just walked along the very edge. One of Michael's hardest days was over and a new day arrived, where the sun had already risen high above the university. Having written a message to Michael with an apology, the girl received a response in which the young man took all the blame on himself, saying that he just needed to tell everything right away, and that it touched the girl in love. And when the system announced that all of Diana's favor points had been returned, the young man was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Noting that there was even 1 point more than before, Michael, wiping his forehead from sweat, assured that he would not push himself into such stories anymore. Where for him it was a good lesson about the need to make an effort to separate everyone the system works with. He needed to clearly differentiate which of the girls would simply be at the level of useful connections, and with whom he could think about a more intimate relationship. Having such opportunities, Michael shouted that he is one of the few who does not need to choose one from several girls, since with the system, he can provide the needs of almost everyone. Moving along the corridor of the university, he suddenly overheard a conversation among freshmen who said that a certain Paul Mitchell, a top basketball player, had organized and sponsored a basketball tournament, which they decided to go watch. Hearing the familiar first and last name, Michael was surprised that this crybaby was called the strongest basketball player. And without thinking twice, the young man decided to attend this event, immediately heading towards the gym. The game was already in full swing, and the hall was simply filled with both fans and fans of Paul, who shouted at the top of their lungs that they loved their idol and wanted children from him. But Michael saw some kind of pretense in everything that was happening. And while the young man was thinking about his own thoughts, he was noticed by two very attractive girls standing nearby, where Veronica only managed to note that Michael was present in the hall, while Angelica had already taken off, heading towards the object of her sympathy. The young man and the girl had already warmly greeted each other, and Veronica could only be angry at her sluggishness. But before any conversation could begin, Michael's attention was suddenly attracted by a touch on his shoulder. Turning around, the young man saw another object of his system, the athlete Christy, who concluded out loud that Michael also liked basketball. Watching as Michael was surrounded on all sides by the most famous beauties of the university, the freshmen standing nearby quietly shared gossip about what was happening and discussed the girls' external characteristics. At that moment, Jessica appeared in the hall, accompanied by Melanie, where the latter, upon entering, managed to make a complaint to the guys, pointing out the inadmissibility of discussing the beauty of girls. Having walked a little further, Melanie noted that there was a terrible smell of sweat, to which her companion said that this was, after all, a sports competition. And so, having accepted the next serve, Paul suddenly saw that Michael was in the hall, where he was furious that he was constantly surrounded by the most beautiful girls who for some reason did not pay any attention to such a handsome man as Paul himself. Noticing that Jessica had also appeared in the hall, Paul decided that this was his chance to take revenge for his defeat at the girls' birthday celebration, where the young man thought to himself that he had been playing basketball for more than 2 years, and Michael would never beat him. Behind these thoughts, Paul threw the ball as hard as he could in the direction where Michael was standing. However, the reaction of the young man, pumped by the system, was more than excellent, where he immediately noticed movement on the left. With a light and calm movement of his hand, Michael stopped the movement of the ball. Looking menacingly at Paul, the young man asked how he should regard this gesture, perhaps as revenge for losing in a musical battle. To which Paul smugly replied that Michael thought too highly of himself, thinking about some kind of revenge. He also offered to fight one-on-one in basketball. Throwing the ball back, the young man said that he was ready to join the game without any problems. And Paul, preparing to catch the ball, noted that judging by the throw, his opponent had never played basketball in his life. But as soon as the ball touched the young man's hands, he was literally carried away exactly along the trajectory of the ball. Such was the force of this throw. Watching what was happening, Jessica enthusiastically noted that Paul himself, the captain of the team, was unable to accept a serve from Michael, and Melanie, in her own manner, noted that men can only rely on brute physical strength. Meanwhile, Paul was trying to get to his feet as players from his team asked if everything was okay with him. Throwing an angry glance at Michael, the young man wondered how this seemingly nondescript guy could have such incredible power. Well, Michael himself had already approached his opponent, who was on all fours, saying that he was ready to play 5-on-5, where he would be able to assess the level of all the team players. Such a bold statement did not leave anyone in the hall indifferent. But most of all, Paul was surprised, who noted that all the players are his people, as are the judges, which Michael knows very well, but he still decided to play. However, this state of affairs on the whole suited the first university basketball player, since in fact his opponent would not be playing 5-on-5, but 1-against-9. And so the teams were formed, the players took their places, and the game began. Taking the serve, Paul rushed towards the ring like a hurricane, giving instructions to everyone so that they clear the way for him. His only thoughts were that now he would smear Michael, that he would rehabilitate him in front of Jessica, who would see what a non-entity he was. And his opponent stood nearby, surrounded by players from Paul's team, who tried to deprive him of the opportunity to maneuver. Looking at everything that was happening with a cold gaze, Michael mentally chuckled at this whole staged game. And now he has already turned to the system, asking to use a certain number of reinforcement points to develop his skill in playing basketball, equal to 30 years of experience. Meanwhile, Paul had already reached the backboard with the opposing team's hoop, where he was only thinking about what a beautiful ball he would now drop into this basket. With a cry of victory, the young man soared into the air, swinging the hand holding the ball sideways and upward to effectively place the ball into the hoop. But a few centimeters from the goal, the movement of his hand with the ball was stopped by someone's hand. The ball flew to the side, and Paul could not believe that Michael had just stopped him from scoring the ball. The spectators were no less surprised, where the fact that Michael was able to block the attack of the team captain caused a stir. Well, those three who tried to block the enemy stood with a confused look, trying to find out from each other how Michael was able to escape, where he seemed to disappear from their environment and appear in another place. Paul, who had already managed to land after an unsuccessful throw, stood and looked at Michael with a confused look, trying to understand at least something of what had just happened. Well, the new rising star of school basketball, spinning the ball on one finger, was just beginning to say that now it was his turn to score, when suddenly the referee's whistle sounded, where a violation of the rules was announced. After which Michael realized that not only everyone on the court was playing against him, but also the judges, which did not bring much joy. A free kick was immediately awarded, which was successfully converted by Paul, and the first point appeared on his team's account. The thrower himself stood and gloated, thinking that even the skills of a good game would not help his opponent, because all the judges, as they say, were bought. However, everything that happened caused a whole wave of indignation among the spectators, where exclamations rained down from all sides that the game was not fair, Michael's team was being condemned, and that this should not happen, especially within the walls of the university. As for Michael, he was very angry about the whole situation, where he mentally concluded that the players and judges may not respect him, but he will force them to respect the spirit of the sport. The young man's attitude was more than decisive, where with his actions he decided to remind everyone present what real sport is. Having prepared himself, Michael decided that he would rely solely on himself, and not on the players collaborating with his opponent. With his first move, he took the ball away from his main opponent, surprising the latter with the speed with which he moved. And after a few seconds, the young man was already flying towards the ring with his hand raised up, squeezing the ball. The goal was scored, and Michael himself, in the best spirit of basketball, hung on the ring where he had just dropped the ball. Not even a minute had passed before another ball was delivered by the young man directly into the hoop. And Paul, losing patience, nervously instructed his team that they should simply surround the opponent, not giving him freedom of maneuver. And these instructions applied not only to the players playing for Paul, but also to those who were formerly on Michael's team. The leader's orders were carried out, and Michael found himself in a very dense ring of players, which didn't bother him at all, where the young man, smiling intriguingly, suddenly jumped with all his might and soared into the air above the heads of his rivals. After which he made a powerful throw, where the ball, of course, hit the hoop. And finally, he was able to attract the real attention of the players on the field and the referee, where everyone thought about the reason why this young man was playing the game so fiercely. Where the players were most confused was that they understood that this was just a staged match. And it was not at all clear why Michael was trying so hard in the game, following the rules and striving to win. The referee was the first to remember the events of his basketball past, where his mentor always taught him that refereeing is the basis of the game, where after the final siren the referee's conscience must be clear. Where, having replayed these memories in his head, the judge immediately remembered the sportsmanship and respect for sports. The next who plunged into memories were the players of the teams, where everyone heard the words of the coach in their heads that victory or defeat is determined not by the score on the scoreboard, but by how much you gave your best in the game. And now, remembering this, they looked in confusion at Michael, who, unlike them, played honestly and made every effort. At that very moment, all these men mentally dubbed themselves such lowly fallen people that they should not play basketball or referee the game at all. Michael, having again taken possession of the ball and picking up speed to rush towards the opposing team's hoop, suddenly saw that all the players froze in place, not understanding what was happening. Spectators and fans were also shocked that at one point the game simply stopped. No one else interfered with Michael, did not try to take the ball, did not block his movements, where the young man simply walked along the court, hitting the ball off the floor under the enthusiastic looks of the players of both teams. And then one of the spectators made the right conclusion, saying that this young man's attitude towards the game crushed the rest of the players. Jessica did not remain indifferent to what happened, saying that now everyone has witnessed true sportsmanship. And only Paul was beside himself with rage, not understanding what had happened at all and wondering if none of those he bribed needed money anymore. The game continued, where Michael Paul now had to confront him alone, where of course the result was far from being in favor of the latter. Once again picking up speed, Michael said that his opponent deserved to be humiliated by his disrespect for the sportsmanship in the game. Paul himself, looking at the enemy rushing towards him, decided that he needed to play tough in defense, which would allow him to maintain at least some respect. And so Michael, having caught up with his opponent, decided not to go around him, but to jump and drop the ball into the basket from that place. And as soon as he soared into the air, suddenly Paul, with a sharp movement, delivered a powerful blow with his elbow to the young man's torso. However, the effect of this unsportsmanlike action was exactly the opposite of what Paul expected, where something in his joint cracked violently, and he experienced severe pain. The acute pain literally knocked the young man off his feet, where he screamed heart-rendingly in pain, at the same time indignant at how this was even possible. Michael, as if nothing had happened, calmly dropped his game-winning ball into the basket. Looking at everything that was happening, Jessica joyfully applauded, where the system immediately announced that the level of her location had increased above the minimum required, for which Michael was awarded another 10 gain points. Veronica and Angelica, who were standing nearby, also did not skimp on their applause, where, in relation to them, the system also announced an increase in the level of their favor and the awarding of 10 reinforcement points. Like all the other fans of Michael, Christy also experienced the most positive feelings, and the system reported that her level of favor also exceeded the minimum required level, for which Michael also received gain points. Michael himself, turning to his opponent sitting on the floor, defeated in every sense of the word, said that taking into account his moral qualities and physical abilities, Paul is not worthy to be the captain of the university team. And, concluding his speech, he added that competing with such a non-entity like him is disrespect for one's abilities. But all that Paul was capable of in this situation was to shout back that his opponent was just an arrogant, impudent man, where sooner or later he would take revenge on him for all the humiliation. Meanwhile, Christy, standing next to the fans who were actively discussing the events of this non-trivial match, tried to see where Michael had gone, who had just been on the field, where she wanted to offer him to quench his thirst after a difficult game. And then Christy's attention was attracted by Jessica standing next to her, who was also clutching a bottle of water in her hands and looking for her lover with her eyes. Where in the end all 4 girls with water in their hands were left with nothing, since Michael never appeared in the hall again. He used the second exit from the gym to quietly leave the university, where, having avoided a collision with 4 objects of the system at once, Michael exhaled with relief, noting that if he had not managed to escape, then the choice between who to take the water from could have led to complete failure. Soon the young man reached his dorm room, where he took a shower with great pleasure after a difficult and intense game, both physically and mentally. Suddenly, his attention was attracted by the illuminated screen of his mobile phone. Picking up the phone, Michael saw that he had received notifications that someone Mickey Sullivan wanted to add him as a friend, and sent one message. Having familiarized himself with the contents of which, Michael burst into wild laughter as this Mickey asked if the lone wolf needed a wife. Catherine Sullivan was known as the youngest actress to star in a global blockbuster and an incredibly beautiful girl. However, quite recently a scandal broke out where her reputation was greatly tarnished, and she was threatened with a fine of $30 million. Having told all this, Mickey added that this girl was his sister, and he contacted the lone wolf in the hope of help. Taking a sip of coffee, Michael inquired as to why his family was related to him, since he proposed his sister as a wife. to which Mickey quickly explained that he wrote this simply to attract attention, because he thought that such a rich man, like a lone wolf, would not respond to his message at all. After which he added that this whole scandal around his sister was simply a setup aimed at luring out money. And finally, after a short pause, Mickey asked if the lone wolf would like to buy out his sister's house. Thinking about what had been said, Michael noted to himself that he really had thoughts about investing his personal savings in real estate. In addition, the young man also thought about the character of Katrin, who apparently should have huge demands like all movie stars. And that's all he needs, because according to the rules of the system, the more money you spend on an object, the larger the amount will later be at his disposal. And so, having finished his thoughts, Michael replied that he was ready to help, but in any case, he needed to look at the house first, which could not but please Mickey. He quickly took out his phone from his pocket, saying that he was now coordinating a time, thinking to himself that the lone wolf was indeed a very rich and worthy person. Mickey immediately remembered how the lone wolf transferred millions to girls from online broadcasts, and if he liked his sister, then the future of their family would be secured once and for all. At the same time, in one of the cottages on the outskirts of the city, Katrin was talking loudly on the phone, where the girl told her invisible interlocutor that she would not meet with that man, since there were not the most pleasant rumors about him. And when the conversation was over, the girl forcefully put the phone on the bed and began to take out her anger on the pillow, cursing the men who only think about her body. When the rage subsided, the girl fell exhausted on the bed, thinking about what she should do now, because she somehow had to pay $30 million, which of course they were ready to give her, but on the condition of a very close personal relationship. Placing her hand on her head, Katrin sadly said into the void that she only wanted to act in films, which is not difficult. Her sad thoughts were interrupted by the ringtone on the phone that was lying next to her. As it turned out, her brother called, who joyfully announced that he had found her a sponsor, which did not make the girl very happy, who decided that Mickey, apparently, had taken up pimping, selling his sister to the rich, which she voiced to her brother. What was said could not help but hurt his feelings, where he said that he was trying for her sake, and the sponsor would be a lone wolf, about whom there were so many rumors, and who was ready to buy the girl's house. Listening to her brother's explanations, Katrin, of course, imagined the image of a lone wolf in a very peculiar way, where she saw any rich man as a not very pleasant-looking, overweight adult man. Where, having introduced the next candidate, the girl literally shouted into the phone that her brother was mocking her, and as soon as he appeared before her eyes, it would not be easy for him, which made the young man even drop the phone. However, quickly getting ready and picking up his cell phone, Mickey told his sister to trust him, since the lone wolf was very cool and would be with her very soon. After finishing the conversation, Katrin was again visited by unbridled rage, where she literally banged her head on the bed and screamed that no man could be trusted, not even her own brother. And so, throwing her hand up, the girl shouted that even if she was in danger of death, she would never go to bed with a man for money. Well, Michael had already arrived at the house where Katrin lived, immediately noting its excellent location, where the villa he bought for Jessica was very nearby. Approaching the front door, the young man pressed the bell button, and Katrin noted with displeasure that the new sponsor had arrived so quickly to claim her body. The girl walked towards the door at a leisurely pace, cursing out loud both her brother and the one who was now standing outside the door. Having opened the door, Katrin began to say in the most unfriendly tone that such an adult man should have learned patience. But when she opened the door completely, her speech suddenly stopped, where, instead of who she expected to see, a young and quite attractive young man stood in front of her, who, having greeted the girl, said that he was a friend of her brother. And while Katrin was at a loss, not knowing what to say, Michael, in his own way and without invitation, walked inside, apologizing along the way for the disturbance. Of course, the girl could not help but note all the positive aspects of the fact that the lone wolf turned out to be different from what she had imagined, where she first met a wealthy man at such a young age and with such a good appearance. Michael, having already comfortably settled down on one of the sofas, in a business-like manner invited the girl to stop being embarrassed and sit down too, causing her considerable surprise with his behavior. Thinking that the young man had already begun to manage the place that he had not yet bought, Catherine nevertheless kindly offered to inspect the house, to which Michael replied that he already saw that the house was good. After which he added that the main thing for him now is not home, after which thoughts flashed through the girl's head as to what this guy was now trying to hint at. But the young man did not even think of hinting, saying directly about his desire to be Catherine's lover, where immediately after these words the system announced that a new object had been added, whereupon reaching the appropriate level of favor, which was now in a deep minus, the young man would receive 30 gain points, acting skill and the usual percentages of what was spent. What Michael said was not voiced by chance, where he specifically decided to check how the girl would react to his words in order to understand her true essence and mood. Of course, Catherine perceived the young man's words as an attempt to take over her body, but mentally calling him not the most flattering words, the girl decided that now she would give him a test. Taking on a businesslike appearance, Catherine said that the young man is quite straightforward, but she agrees to be his lover, where she, of course, has some conditions, where the first is to buy her a car worth at least 10 million. In second place was the purchase of an apartment in one of the city's elite skyscrapers. And the last point the girl named was the amount of 500 million, which the young man should invest in her, of course, as an actress, and not as one might think. Michael's reaction to what was said was far from what the girl expected, where he, delighted with such simple conditions, asked if it would be enough to have just one apartment and offered to buy an apartment for his parents as well. To which Catherine reacted with complete misunderstanding as to whether everything was okay with this guy's head. Sometime later, Mickey arrived at his dear sister's house, where he saw a parked car and was glad that he could talk to the lone wolf again. However, once inside and looking into the room, the young man was surprised to see his sister all alone and asked where the lone wolf, whose car was parked outside the house. To which the sister replied that if her brother meant that red sports car, then the lone wolf gave it to her, which left Mickey in complete amazement. And Catherine added in confusion that the lone wolf not only gave her this car, but also gave her money as an advance for the house. This also could not but please the young man, who immediately inquired about the amount. Where a second later, Mickey was practically screaming, reading the account statement on the screen of his sister's mobile phone, where the amount of 100 million was listed. All this could not help but please the young man, where he concluded that the lone wolf really liked his sister, since he had not even bought a house yet, but had already shelled out about 120 million, if you count the cost of the car. After which all his thoughts began to revolve exclusively around the fact that his sister definitely needed to marry a lone wolf. The girl herself sat and recalled how the young man invited her to be his lover. Here Catherine could not understand herself, thinking that she should have been angry at such words. But he was able to surprise her by immediately giving her a car and transferring 100 million to her account. Where, despite all this, he didn't even try to pester her or hint at physical intimacy. Of course, this attitude won over Catherine, and she, thinking about the lone wolf, came to the conclusion that he was not so bad, and the system immediately announced to Michael that Catherine's favorability level had increased by plus 30 points. Very soon at the university, more students were celebrating the end of their studies and graduation. After the official ceremony, Melanie met with Jessica, who again started talking about how her friend should stop communicating with Michael, since after graduation she would not be able to protect her. To which Jessica objected, saying that he was not as bad as he seemed, but her friend continued to insist, citing as an example a recent situation where a whole crowd of girls were waiting for him with water after a game. But the girl again objected, saying that she saw it perfectly well, but in Michael's favor she could say that he did not accept water from anyone, but simply left, doing the right thing. Then Melanie decided to use her main trump card, telling how Michael, after her friend's birthday, organized a staged assassination attempt and rescue, trying to get her into bed in this way. After listening to this, Jessica said that it was probably time for her friend to go to a psychotherapist and, in general, reconsider her prejudiced attitude towards the male half of the population. After showing her friend an old news story where the girl and her father defended Michael, talking about how he saved their family, Jessica said that her lover was a very good person with a great sense of justice. And in the end, The girl added that Michael didn't even know that Melanie would be present at the holiday, and therefore couldn't arrange anything. After listening to her friend and reading the news about the trial at the university, Melanie suddenly had the idea that she might have been mistaken, where she was not only prejudiced against men, but also greatly insulted the one who actually saved her honor and her life. And suddenly the girl abruptly took off, leaving her friend alone, where she shouted after her that she still needed to take a photo together. Leaving the walls of the university, Melanie cursed herself for everything she said to Michael. Some time passed, where Melanie had already managed to get a job. Sitting at her workplace, the girl could only think that quite a lot of time had passed since those events, but she was still ashamed of her behavior, first of all, in front of her friend. Every now and then she remembered the situation when Michael came to her defense, being subsequently insulted by her. The girl was literally burning with shame for her behavior and did not know how to pacify this feeling in herself. Her attention was attracted by the manager's voice, who demanded that Melanie come to her. And the girl immediately complied with the request, asking how she could be useful. To which the manager explained that a charity auction was planned soon, where, according to rumors, the lone wolf himself would be present, and where Melanie should go as a representative of their company, make friends with this rich man, and thereby ensure their future. Of course, such a request did not greatly please the girl, who did not welcome prosperity through personal relationships between the sexes. But she could not refuse, saying that she would try, to which the manager harshly replied that there was no need not to try, but to do. Michael sat in his university dorm room as usual, where he spoke on the phone with his longtime friend Mark, listening to the latter's story about how the Catherine Sullivan scandal came to be, saying that the internet is full of materials on this issue. Everything related to the new object of the system, of course, interested the young man, and he decided to read the articles, moving closer to the computer screen. And Mark continued his story, saying that she crossed the path of some rich man, where several clauses were secretly added to her contract, which she is now accused of having violated and also destroying her reputation. Michael, listening to his friend and simultaneously reading an article discrediting Catherine, noted that she was different from the majority in her environment, since she had worthy moral principles. And Mark has already changed the subject, saying that if we talk about the environment and high society, then a charity auction will soon take place, where the cream of society will be, and where the lone wolf must certainly come. The word auction appealed to Michael, where he commented to himself that it looked like the kind of place where you could spend a ton of money and was worth a visit. But before taking part in it, the young man had to do one more very important thing. Meanwhile, in the house where Catherine lived, real turmoil reigned, where the owner of the house and the object of propaganda defaming her demanded from her assistants that the resource with false news be immediately closed before the news was spread throughout the entire network. To which one of the people present said that serious forces with a lot of money were playing against them, which they did not have enough money to resist. But suddenly Catherine's attention was attracted by the lit-up phone screen, on which information appeared about the receipt of a message from the bank. Having familiarized herself with the contents of which, the girl was amazed and confused, because another 100 million had just been transferred to her account. Catherine immediately realized that the lone wolf saw the unfolding information war and realized that her side might not have enough funds. Such a gesture of goodwill on the part of the young man struck a nerve with the girl, and the system immediately announced to the sponsor that the target's level of favor had increased. And then the day came for the auction, where the organization of the event was at the highest level and where, indeed, only the richest and most famous people of the city were gradually drawn up. Those who arrived earlier were already inside and awaiting the arrival of other guests and the start of the event. Julian, who was also there, asked Mickey what had changed his mood so much, to which the latter replied that now his family would be fine, since his sister had established a good relationship with the lone wolf himself. And then all those present spoke about the mysterious person of the lone wolf, who really managed to surprise so many. And Julian, after listening to Mickey, noted that this explains why Catherine started a war with such influential people, since supporting a lone wolf costs a lot. And while the rest of those present asked Mickey to introduce them to the lone wolf, Paul, who was in the same company, suddenly decided to leave their company. Where was the question about where he was going, the young man, waving his hand, answered that he simply needed to go to the restroom, In fact, Paul didn't go to the restroom. He just moved around the room and thought that Mickey and his sister wouldn't be worth it without Lone Wolf and Littlefinger. The young man's thoughts also revolved around the fact that today's auction is simply a distribution of spheres of influence for the next decade, where everyone came here in search of influential partners, and where a lone wolf will have a significant impact on the balance of power. In fact, Paul had been collecting information regarding this mysterious person for a long time, and he had no doubt at all that he had succeeded in drawing up a high-quality psychological portrait of a lone wolf, where, in his opinion, a lone wolf should be a wise, far-sighted, charismatic, and at the same time restrained man of respectable age. Deciding to be the first to meet this respected gentleman today, the young man left the hall and went outside. While waiting for this fateful meeting, Paul could only think that today he would prove that he was a worthy heir to his family. And suddenly his gaze stopped on a very familiar figure, where Michael stood not far from the entrance to the gala event, where Paul immediately noted his very modest attire. Michael himself believed that he spent a fortune to purchase this suit and everything that came with it. With a trembling in his body, he recalled how he tried on these new things in one of the expensive salons in the city. And he noted to himself that spending your own money is not such a great pleasure. And only now, when Michael looked at everyone who was at the entrance, he noticed one strange thing. The security guards carrying out access control had exactly the same suits as the one he was wearing. At that very moment, the young man heard a well-known and disgusting voice that greeted the basketball star and asked why he decided to retrain as a bodyguard. And while Paul was speculating that Michael did not have enough money, the latter replied that he was invited here, and in general, they were not in such a relationship as to discuss each other's financial affairs. Thinking to himself that the security would now throw out his opponent, Paul said out loud that he was also invited and offered to go inside together. And so, when they approached the entrance, the guard demanded that Michael present a written invitation, which he, of course, did not have, which greatly pleased his longtime enemy, who began to add fuel to the fire, saying that such an important person was probably invited without an invitation. And to top off the bullying, Paul said that it's not a shame to work as a security guard, but it's a shame to pretend to be someone you're not. At that moment, a car drove up to the entrance, from which, shining in her indescribable beauty, emerged Melanie, who had arrived here on behalf of the manager to make friends with a lone wolf. And while she was walking towards the entrance, all that could be heard from all sides were enthusiastic exclamations regarding her beauty, which nothing and no one could eclipse. The beauty herself did not stop thinking that she did not like this assignment at all, but she still had to fulfill it and ensure a comfortable life for her company. And then the girl's attention was attracted by the conversation between the men, which was taking place in a raised voice. Where, turning around, she saw Michael, whom the security guard reproached for trying to get into such a serious event without an invitation. To which the young man once again emotionally responded that he really did not have the necessary piece of paper, but this did not mean that he was not invited. But the guard said that all the guests had been given invitations, and Paul added that only VIPs, such as his older brother John Mitchell, the head of the largest internet broadcasting corporation, could be present without an invitation. After which the young man, with an obvious mocking intonation, asked Michael the question of which corporation he was the head of in order to come here without a written invitation. But then Melanie intervened in the dialogue, saying that Michael had arrived with her, after which she handed over her invitation card, which contained an entry with the participant's last name and an indication of +1. And while the guard was checking the invitation, Michael himself was surprised that this girl who hated him more than anyone in the world suddenly decided to help him. He received an answer to his question almost instantly, where Melanie, who headed inside, said that she was helping him not out of the kindness of her heart, since she had not changed her opinion about him, but only out of a sense of duty for salvation. Where she admitted, hiding her eyes, that that night when she was attacked, she really misunderstood everything. Michael, having called the girl overly self-confident, also mentally said that her favor would not prevent him from publicly humiliating Paul, where he was going to soon call the right person who would solve the issue of getting inside without an invitation. And so he, smiling, said that he did not need any handouts, where he was invited here not as Melanie's accompaniment, but as an independent guest. After which he recommended that the girl, amazed by such a reaction, mind her own business, since there was no longer a student union here, where she was the main one and meant something. Naturally, everything voiced greatly hurt the girl, who mentally cursed both Michael, who did not appreciate the help, and, at the same time, all the other men on the planet. And all those who witnessed this scene began to speak out not in favor of Michael, declaring that this beggar had just been thrown a life preserver that could have pulled him into high society, and which he so stupidly refused. Paul did not let up, saying that in the future Michael would have a very hard time with such habits. And the young man, not responding to Paul's remarks or to the barbs of those around him, thought that they could laugh as much as they wanted, but his time would soon come. Julian, who came out of the room, noticed the pandemonium around Michael. Something very familiar seemed to him in this crowd, where, having looked closely, he immediately saw his old acquaintance, a lone wolf, whom he had already met before and spent unlimited amounts of his money on. Seeing how the second son of the Mitchell family mocked the lone wolf, Julian was horrified and realized that he needed to inform his older brother about this as quickly as possible, while something could still be fixed. John Mitchell, in the company of Mark, told him his plans to meet the lone wolf and asked his friend to tell him a little about him. To which Mark replied that they had very close friendly relations, but he could not tell anything specific about the lone wolf, to which John immediately said that his interlocutor was simply being modest. Their conversation was interrupted by a phone call, where Mark put it on speakerphone and asked Julian what happened. To which Julian very emotionally said that at the entrance to the auction, a lone wolf was stopped and mocked at him, which immediately provoked Mark to ask who was there so brave and reckless that he dared to do this. The answer was not long in coming, where the caller said that it was Paul Mitchell, which of course led to a corresponding reaction from the brother of the one whose name was mentioned. Without even a second's hesitation, John rushed to save himself, his family, and their impeccable reputation, where Mark shouted after him not to do anything stupid and to wait for him. But Paul still couldn't calm down and continued his mockery, putting his hand on his opponent's shoulder and saying that the guard's uniform suited Michael very well. But the young man, with a deft movement, threw off the enemy's hand, saying that his words meant absolutely nothing to him. After which, turning his head to the young man's ear, Michael whispered that even his high-ranking brother had no right to say anything like that about him. To which Paul immediately shouted that the impudent guy doesn't even know what position his older brother holds, what connections and opportunities he has, where if he wants, half the city will crawl to him on their knees. And for insulting his brother, he will now teach Michael a good lesson, where no one can stop him. Standing nearby, Melanie watched the unfolding events, who noted that this young man in a white suit was only good at hiding behind his brother and family, but in reality he was nothing of himself. But looking at Michael, the girl added that in any case, this libertine deserved everything that was happening to him now. And suddenly the crowd of guests parted, allowing John and Mark, who had arrived at the event, to go ahead. Where, looking at the stern face of Brother Paul, those around him speculated as to what could have angered him so much. Seeing his brother, Paul said that he would sort out this situation himself, and his intervention was not required. But instead of words, John suddenly gave his younger brother a good, resounding slap in the face. Grabbing the place where the blow fell, Paul, not understanding what he could do to deserve this, asked his brother why he was doing this to him. In response, John said that Paul had no brains at all, and pointing to Michael added that he should immediately apologize to the lone wolf. It's unlikely that anything could shock the young man more than the information that his longtime enemy was the famous lone wolf. And his older brother, without waiting for Paul to apologize, made one himself on behalf of his brother. Watching what was happening, those around were simply stunned when they realized that this young man in a cheap suit turned out to be that rich lone wolf. Where some began to say that he was beautiful in his simplicity, others agreed that such people really did not need a written invitation, and still others even asked for an autograph. And once again, Michael's defeated and completely crushed opponent stood on the sidelines, noting that this young man had surpassed him in literally everything, in music, in sports, and in his position in society, where instead of becoming the lone wolf's first friend, he became his sworn enemy. Here Mark intervened in the situation, saying that all this was his oversight, and the lone wolf should have called immediately, and all the issues would have been resolved instantly. To which Michael, slapping his friend on the shoulder in a brotherly manner, said that that's why he didn't call, because his friend was too kind and had already done a lot for him. After which Mark addressed everyone present, announcing that the auction would begin soon and it was time for everyone to go inside and take their seats. Following Michael was Melanie, reflecting that she was categorically mistaken about this young man who, it turns out, does not live for show, but is very modest. Where, given his condition and position, he could get absolutely all the girls not only at the university, but also in the city. And then the girl felt doubly ashamed for all her wrong beliefs towards this young man, as well as for the rude words she had spoken. Grabbing her head, Melanie thought about how she could now fulfill the manager's instructions and establish friendly relations with the one she had humiliated for so long. Watching Michael go inside, accompanied by the richest people in the city, the girl came to the conclusion that she definitely needed to turn this whole situation in her favor. The auction hall gradually filled with guests who had arrived to participate in this significant event. Sitting next to Michael, Mark told him that today not only jewelry, antiques, and other usual auction items were being auctioned, but also land. And to the interlocutor's question, the young man replied that the city administration had allocated land for sale. Michael mentally came to the conclusion that there was simply no better place to spend money. Where land and other real estate are always at a premium and are very expensive, which will be an excellent opportunity to spend money. The only problem that arose was who to give all this to and those who are now in the system. And then a thought that was not entirely trivial for him came to his head, where he, paying attention to Melanie sitting in the far row, thought that maybe everything he had purchased should be given to her. But immediately remembering all the attempts to contact her, which ended in complete failure, Michael forbade himself to even think about this abnormal girl. Suddenly, one of the guests, literally jumping on the spot and turning his attention to the new person who appeared in the hall, loudly expressed his misunderstanding as to what this person needed here. Turning to the entrance, Michael saw that his recent new acquaintance, Catherine Sullivan, had arrived at the auction. Proudly walking through the entire hall, the girl took her place without saying a single word to any of the guests. Inspecting the occupied seats, Michael noted a very strange seating arrangement of the guests, where David McEnroy, whom he knew for some reason, was only in the second row. After which the young man drew attention to what name was written on the chair next to his place, where the young man immediately recognized the head of the largest market in the city in the name Howard Madison, realizing that he was very much valued here as a lone wolf. Imagine his surprise when, instead of a man, a girl suddenly sat in this place, saying that she had finally found her place. Michael looked carefully at the girl, whose beauty could not leave anyone indifferent. And the other guests began to discuss why his daughter Monica, who was known as a rather temperamental girl who was not easy to keep up with, arrived at the auction instead of Howard. With his ears pricked up, Michael tried to catch every word of what those gathered were discussing. Michael was fascinated by Monica's beauty, and all his thoughts from that moment on were absorbed only by this girl. But suddenly realizing that all this could lead to her ending up in the system, the young man abruptly stopped his fantasies and turned in the other direction. Then John approached Monica, who introduced himself, saying his first and last name and his position, extending his hand to the girl. Where his thoughts were only about the fact that meeting the daughter of such a significant person as Howard Madison could greatly help his corporation in the future, and if he was lucky, then things could also come to a wedding. Without any enthusiasm, the girl offered her hand, saying that she was very glad to meet such an influential person. But the girl's thoughts were completely different, where she noted that here, too, there was only pretense and flattery, and if she had known about this, she would never have agreed to replace her father. Then she turned her attention to her neighbor, concluding that he looked very young, but was already sitting in the front row among the most influential people. Turning to Michael, Monica introduced herself and then asked how she could address her current neighbor. But the young man not only did not answer the question posed, but did not even turn to the girl, which made her think that there was something wrong with her, or that she was not beautiful enough for him. Michael prayed that the girl would stop paying attention to him, because as soon as he spoke to her, the system would immediately work, where Monica would immediately become part of it. But the girl did not let up, first asking if everything was all right with the young man, and then reproachfully saying that it was simply impolite for him to behave this way. But John intervened in the situation, saying that the lone wolf should not be so distant, because the daughter of Mr. Howard Madison herself was talking to him, which was immediately supported by Mark, sitting on the left side of Michael, who said that the lone wolf and Monica really should get to know each other. Realizing that he had no choice, Michael turned and told the girl his name. And while she was thinking about the reason why this young man did not express a desire to get to know her, the system had already announced that a new object in the person of Monica had been added, where, if the usual conditions were met, 35 gain points would be awarded. The firearm skill would be added and the standard ones would return 10% of what was spent, where Michael had no choice but experiencing inner rage to accept that the system had worked again. Well, Monica, carefully examining her new acquaintance, noted for herself that he was a rather unusual person, and she would remember him. And so the auction began, where its presenter, attracting the attention of all the assembled participants, announced the first lot. It was a gorgeous necklace with a huge blue diamond inlaid into it, symbolizing eternal love. As soon as the presenter finished presenting the first lot to the participants, the auctioneer immediately announced its starting price of $120 million. Many girls present at the auction literally began to shed tears, accusing their fathers and husbands of not earning enough money. Well, those who could afford to compete for the possession of this rare decoration, one by one raised the bid. After the next participant named the amount of $150 million, Michael entered the game and immediately doubled the bet, announcing the amount of $300 million. This could not fail to impress everyone present in the hall today. The young man's neighbor was no less surprised than the others, casting another gaze at this obviously rich young man. Even the auctioneer himself was in a state of shock for some time, who for the first time encountered someone raising such an amount twice as much. But finally, having collected his thoughts and remembered his responsibilities, the auctioneer declared Michael's bid accepted, asking if anyone would offer more. The men sitting in the hall were silent, unable to outbid this bet and thinking about how much their wives would be upset. And those who were careless and came to the auction with their other halves were already beginning to experience their completely unhappy emotions. Meanwhile, the auctioneer had already counted the amount offered by Mr. Lone Wolf 3 times, and, as expected, hitting the podium with his gavel, announced that the necklace had been sold. Well, Michael, when he paid for the purchase, gave the order to send this jewelry to actress Catherine Sullivan. Melanie, who was in the hall, noticed with some annoyance that such an expensive gift suddenly went to the actress, because of whom a big scandal had recently broken out. The system began to announce the addition of favor points, and Catherine's brother Mickey could not get enough of the fact that the lone wolf was showing such affection for his little sister. The recipient herself could not understand why this young man, who, obviously, was only used to playing with the hearts of women, showed her such a sign of attention. However, the girl quickly overcame this momentary weakness, ordering herself not to succumb to the rich man's charms. Squinting, Catherine noticed to herself that it would definitely not be possible to buy her from Michael, where if he wanted to try to do it, then she would take everything from him. While all these thoughts were spinning in the girl's head, the presenter began to announce the next lot. It turned out to be one of the most expensive pianos, made of crystal, at which only one famous musician sat and played, who performed the national anthem at the opening of the Olympics several years ago. When the presentation of the lot was finished, the presenter took on the role of auctioneer and launched the auction, naming the starting amount of $30 million. Everyone who was interested in buying this non-trivial musical instrument immediately began to place their bets, each time raising the price by $5 million. One of the honorary guests of the auction, who, like Michael, was sitting in the front row, smugly outbid any bids. But even he couldn't sit still when the lone wolf announced he was raising the bet to $200 million. Ignoring those who were shocked and even dissatisfied with his bets, Michael thought about how much Jessica would like this musical instrument. However, the young man's joyful thoughts were interrupted by someone's voice announcing a new rate of $210 million. Michael turned to look at the one who had the courage and money to outbid him. This person turned out to be the daughter of the head of a large company developing mobile games and applications, Brenda Carter. Looking closely at his sudden opponent, the young man named a new amount of $300 million. But the girl was clearly interested in taking the piano to her home today and immediately countered with the amount of 310 million. The young man did not really like this confrontation, and he even frowned, giving Brenda a not very friendly look. And with the most serious expression on his face, Michael immediately raised the bet by 190 million, indicating the amount of $500 million. Such a statement created a real sensation in the hall, where no one expected that the lot could be valued at an amount that was approximately twice its real value. For the second time that evening, the auctioneer was in a completely confused state, where he could not understand the whims of these rich people. But their duties had to be fulfilled, and so the man offered to increase the rate by starting the countdown. When Michael's bid was announced for the second time, there was still deathly silence in the hall. And finally, the auctioneer announced the sale of the lot, which was accompanied by a not-so-kind expression on the face of Michael's opponent. Having said that the next lot was going to Mr. Lone Wolf, the auctioneer thanked him for his participation. When the man finished, Brenda, clearly touched to the quick, quipped, loudly noting that it was pointless to buy something that you don't even know how to play. Michael did not ignore this barb directed at him, asking the girl how she could reliably know about his lack of playing skills. And so, having decided to teach the impudent man a lesson, the young man rose from his seat, saying that since Miss Carter had raised this topic, he could not deny her the pleasure. Approaching the musical instrument, the young man was already anticipating the impact his playing would now have on those gathered. And now he was already sitting at the crystal instrument he had just bought, and soul-touching sounds were heard throughout the hall. Both the initiator of this performance and all the other girls present at the auction could only marvel at this amazing game. Many immediately noticed that the musical abilities and skills of this young man were much higher than any other musician. The sounds of music spreading throughout the hall evoked a variety of emotions and feelings in people, where one man even remembered his first love and announced to his wife that they were getting a divorce. Others remembered their deceased relatives with tears in their eyes. Katrin also did not remain indifferent to this speech, noting that people of art cannot be bad, and her conclusions regarding this guy could be wrong. Watching Michael, Melanie was finally able to understand why Jessica fell in love with him, and at that very second, the system announced an increase in her disposition towards the owner by 100 points, where, finally, she got out of a deep minus. Having finished his speech and studying the system messages with interest, Michael came to the conclusion that Melanie definitely had some kind of mental disorder, where her attitude towards him went from one extreme to another. Leaving the stage and heading to his place, the young man came to the conclusion that sometimes money really doesn't mean anything, but you can win a girl's heart with your talent. As soon as the young man approached his seat, he immediately heard many compliments from his neighbor Monica, who had already asked him to exchange phone numbers. However, Michael did not want to have anything to do with this girl, who was obviously simply looking for a rich sponsor. Therefore, when the girl suggested that they exchange contacts, the young man said that he did not have a mobile phone with him. At that same second, the system announced an increase in the favor of the girl, who actually really liked the way this guy refused her, which showed that he was definitely not only interested in her body. Michael could only be surprised that even with such communication, the girl's disposition had grown, and to note that lately, he had increasingly come across some strange women. Well, Monica did not back down, saying that the young man could simply dictate his phone number or ID on social networks, and then she herself would find him and add him as a friend. Not knowing how to get away from the annoying girl, the young man didn't come up with anything better, except that he didn't remember his phone number or ID. But Monica insisted on exchanging at least some information that would help her contact the guy in the future. Put in a hopeless situation, Michael suddenly announced that he could not give his interlocutor any contact information. But surprisingly, the girl was not upset, playfully stating that she had guessed that the young man had a mobile phone with him. But suddenly the host of the auction announced the continuation and began to present the next lot, which was significantly different from the previous ones. And when it was announced to her that a bankrupt company was being put up for auction next, Michael noticed, not without pleasure, that this place was really created for him and his system. The presenter continued, saying that the bankrupt broadcasting company Dexter TV was being put up for auction, the value of which in its best times reached $1 billion, but the starting price was only $50 million, Without waiting for other bets, the young man was the first to raise the bar immediately to 60 million. However, after his bet, the hall suddenly fell silent, where none of the participants tried to place any more bets. In surprise, the young man even turned around, not understanding what was happening and why no one was participating in the auction, where his only assumption was that no one was interested in the lot. But all the other participants did not place bets, not because they did not want to get the company, but because they understood in advance that it was impossible to outbid the lone wolf. The silence was interrupted by the auctioneer, who cheerfully noted that Mr. Lone Wolf had decided to aim for the third lot and asked whether there would be more bids. The audience responded with silence, and the man, counting to 3, once again announced the sale of the lot to Michael. The auction participants listened in silence as the auctioneer expressed his hopes for the speedy return of the former greatness of the broadcasting company Dexter TV. Also present at the auction was David McEnroe, who had just received a message that information had been dug up on Michael and was now thinking about how useful it could be. In order to find out what was found out, the man even left the room, calling his informant and ordering him to tell him everything immediately. And so, with a smoking cigarette in his hand, David listened to where and when the one whom everyone knows under the pseudonym Lone Wolf was born. As it turned out, Michael came from a very ordinary family, where his parents grew vegetables and fruits, which they then sold at the market. The young man received his first education in the most ordinary, one might say, village school. This was followed by training in the same regular schools of the middle and senior levels. But the informant said that what surprised him most was what kind of bank account this guy owns, where there are not more than 50 people around the world who have such privileges. David did not miss a single word of what the informant told him, eagerly listening to how a person from a simple family owned an account that had no limits or restrictions. The man understood perfectly well that a commoner could not have such outstanding talents or such enormous financial capabilities. Consequently, all this information was fictitious, which meant unimaginable influence for Michael's family, which has connections in the government itself and the intelligence services. And so the man ordered his informant to immediately stop seeking information before they themselves became a target. Moving nervously along the corridor, David lamented that he had almost climbed into something he shouldn't have at all. And John Mitchell, who was watching him, noticed to himself that the information received by the head of the McEnroe family about the lone wolf clearly shocked the man, which suggested certain thoughts. Meanwhile, the auction ended, and all its participants gathered to take part in the ceremonial buffet. And then information began to spread among the auction guests that Mr. Lone Wolf came from a very influential family. Here, Mark, who was in the company of his close friends, was approached by Julian, who was in a hurry to share new information. He said that Mr. Lone Wolf is from one of the 4 secret families that have the greatest influence in their country. And the release of one of the members of such a family into the world can only mean that his family has decided to change the world order. Exhaling heavily and at the same time with relief, the head of the car dealership noticed that this explains a lot in the behavior of the lone wolf. Michael himself, moving around the hall and listening to all these speculations about his personality, noted to himself with humor that his father was the simplest fruit merchant. Suddenly, the young man's attention was attracted by women's voices, who stated that in front of them was definitely Mr. Lone Wolf. Just a moment later, Michael found himself literally surrounded by a crowd of girls who, vying with each other, dictated their phone numbers, addresses, invited him to visit, or just take a walk. Meanwhile, the music began to play a little louder, and everyone present gradually began to form pairs that slowly circled around the hall. The girls, literally clinging to Michael and not allowing him to pass, one after another tried to attract him to dance with her. Not knowing what to do, the young man looked around and soon saw his lifeline, where he chose actress Catherine Sullivan as such, standing nearby with a glass of champagne in her hands. Breaking free from the tenacious hands of the fans who surrounded him, Michael asked for forgiveness, declaring that he already had a partner at this event. And now the young man was already standing next to Catherine, extending his hand to her and inviting her to dance. Such a gesture was extremely unexpected for the young actress, who stood and thought about what she should do so that this guy would not consider her too pliable. She even blushed a little, remembering the gift he gave her today, and deciding that it would be somehow wrong to refuse. And as soon as she extended her hand to the young man, with a sharp movement he pressed the girl to him, hugging her around the waist. Finding herself very close to her partner, Catherine tried to be indignant about his actions, but the resourceful Michael immediately said that for her sake he had refused almost 24 girls, and therefore did not intend to wait. The system immediately activated dance skills, where after a few seconds the girl noticed that this guy was also a very good dancer. Catherine, on the one hand, was very embarrassed, feeling Michael's hands on her, but on the other hand she caught herself thinking that she really liked it. In the next dance movement, the girl looked straight into the eyes of her partner, whom she began to like more and more. The girl's face instantly flushed when she allowed herself to admit the idea that she was starting to feel something for this guy, and the system immediately announced an increase in the level of favor. And enthusiastic exclamations were heard from all sides, who saw Michael and Catherine as a very beautiful couple. Monica also watched the dance of the young people from her place, who, on the one hand, noted Michael's loyalty, and on the other, did not understand why he was together with such a notorious person. The daughter of the head of the market was especially pleased that this guy did not fall for the tricks of other girls who were ready to do anything to get such a sponsor. But at the same time, Monica was very angry that Michael refused her, where she could not believe that he valued this actress Catherine Sullivan more. Then John approached the girl and, according to all the rules, tried to invite her to dance. But she answered in a very rude manner that she does not dance, and she is also not very interested in old men. The man, who had just turned 30, was taken aback by Monica's harsh statement. Meanwhile, the music ended, and Michael happily noted that he had not performed this dance in vain, since as many as 5 points were added to Katrina's disposition. Just as he was about to leave the dance area, a woman's voice behind him suddenly caught his attention. Monica approached him, extended her hand to the guy, and invited him to the next dance. Seeing this, John was beside himself with rage, because this girl had just told him that she did not dance, and his younger brother Paul stood aside and sympathized with him. Well, Michael had no intention of continuing the dancing, and therefore rejected Monica's proposal, citing fatigue. But the persistent girl was not going to let him go so easily, asking the young man to talk to her a little. Noting to himself the excessive importunity of this person, Michael reluctantly invited her to step aside to talk. Having left the dance area, the young people soon sat comfortably on the sofas that stood nearby. Monica went on the attack without preludes, directly asking whether the guy had a girlfriend and whether Catherine was one, to which Michael, of course, answered in the negative. This answer suited the daughter of the market head quite well, who noted to herself that if he was not officially in a relationship, then she definitely had a chance. Then she decided to remove her rival using other methods, asking Michael if he was concerned about all the rumors that were circulating around Catherine. To which the young man replied that he did not care, and in general all these rumors would soon disappear, to which he would make every effort. Clearly understanding that the young man was already investing in something, Monica asked how much he had already invested in the activities of this actress. To which the guy replied that he bought her a car, an apartment, and also invests about $500 million in her projects. Monica, after listening to her interlocutor, mentally concluded that he, apparently, did not even understand that he was simply being used. Where, being raised and brought up in such a rich family, this poor young man never met evil and greedy people like Catherine. Imagining how this actress was extracting money from Michael, Monica literally flew into indescribable rage. Aloud, she asked the guy if he thought Miss Sullivan's demands were too high, to which the young man replied completely calmly that spending money on girls is completely normal, and he just sent Carton another $200 million. Unable to hold back any longer, Monica practically attacked her interlocutor, directly telling him that that actress was simply using him and his wallet. But very soon the girl tamed her ardor, saying that the young man himself was free to decide who and how much to spend, and she only wanted to warn him. And when the young man replied that he was not so stupid, Monica came to the conclusion that anyone who is in love would say the same. Then the girl remembered how this incredible young man played the piano. His simple-minded face stood before the girl's eyes, where she could not get rid of the thought that he was behaving very naively. And now the system was already announcing to Michael that Monica's level of favor had once again increased. Receiving the third message from the system about increasing the level of favor, Michael finally realized that this was most likely due to her feeling of pity for him. At that second, he himself felt sorry for Monica, who did not even suspect that he was the king and god in this situation. Not without pleasure, the young man came to the conclusion that his interlocutor did not even know what he was capable of. But distracted from this conversation, Michael suddenly ran his eyes around the hall, wondering out loud about where Catherine had gone. Well, his interlocutor reproachfully noted that Michael, as it turned out, did not listen to her at all, continuing to be interested in this selfish woman. After these words, the young man's mood changed sharply, where he stated in a cold voice that he heard everything that was said perfectly well, but sincerely hopes that Monica will no longer speak badly about Catherine. Then the young man added that, from his point of view, it was his interlocutor who was behaving very strangely, trying in her own interest to create in him a negative opinion about Miss Sullivan. When Michael finished speaking, Monica stood up sharply, thinking that in this world everything has been turned upside down, and kindness is mistaken for self-interest. Without saying a word goodbye, the girl left the young man, thinking that she was no worse than Catherine, and sooner or later Michael would date her. The very object of her interest thought that this girl was very hot-tempered, and therefore it would be better to stay away from her. After some time, guests and auction participants slowly began to leave the final event. Many people said goodbye to Mr. Lone Wolf in their own way, inviting him to visit, and the girls continued their attempts to seduce the rich man. When the handshakes were over, Michael remembered that his car now belonged to Catherine, and therefore took out his phone to call a taxi. But then a familiar male voice was heard behind him, who noticed that today Mr. Lone Wolf made many people worry. As Mark approached, he asked permission to introduce Michael to his good friend Mr. Donald, which the young man greeted without any emotion. But the young man's mood changed instantly when this plump man with oversized lips asked if he might be interested in buying an office building. Noticing that his interlocutor was interested, Donald immediately went on the attack, starting to talk about all the advantages of the building. The owner of a car dealership was shocked when the plump man named the price at $2 billion, not believing that he was actually so rich. But Michael took this very calmly, offering to exchange contacts and asking if there were a couple of buildings for sale. Having answered that he only had one building, Donald noted to himself that he did not expect that it would be bought entirely. When the exchange of contacts was completed, the young man, heading to the taxi, said that the man should not even think about selling the floors separately to anyone, since he would definitely buy the entire building. Well, Mark and Donald moved in the opposite direction, where the latter was incredibly happy about such a useful acquaintance. Well, the star of today's auction, finding himself in the taxi, was thinking about who he could give the whole building as a gift to. But his thoughts were interrupted by the emergency brake applied by the driver, which literally slammed Michael into the back of the front seat. While he was coming to his senses, the driver leaned out of the window, covering the person who appeared on the way with excellent curses. Having seen and immediately recognized Melanie, the young man decided that the girl had completely lost her mind. But then she walked around the car, approached the rear passenger door, and brazenly sat down in the cabin next to Michael. Such a decisive and unceremonious action caused bewilderment among both the driver and the passenger. But Melanie coldly told the man to stop staring at her and just keep moving. The car started moving, and Michael continued to stare at the fellow traveler who had suddenly appeared next to him with his uncomprehending gaze. The girl tried to gather her courage, thinking that she could not fail the first task at her first job. Without waiting for any action from the girl, the young man, thinking that as soon as he got rid of one abnormal person, another one immediately appeared, tried to speak first. But then Melanie interrupted him, saying that her company really needed investment, and immediately began talking about the successes they had achieved. Without allowing the girl to finish, Michael asked if he understood correctly that she decided to resort to his help. Melanie replied that to some extent this is true, but in addition these investments will be beneficial for Michael himself. Clearly taking advantage of this situation, the young man did not let up, and again asked whether the girl was really asking him for help. Unable to withstand this moral pressure, Melanie shouted angrily, declaring that she was really asking him for help. To herself, the girl thought offendedly that this guy was simply taking advantage of his position and money, humiliating her. But Michael had really suffered enough from this man-hater and was ready to continue his performance, getting the girl to start begging him. Deciding to teach the girl a lesson, he carefully took a lock of her hair in his hand, saying meaningfully that in order to get something, you need to give something. And so, approaching the girl's face as close as possible, the young man asked if she understood what he meant. Periodically watching the scene in the rearview mirror and hearing everything the young man said, the driver noticed his low moral qualities. But Melanie's patience came to an end, and with a sharp movement of her hand, she shouted that she would never sleep with Michael. And now she was absolutely sure that he was deceiving Jessica. But the young man, clearly ready for such a reaction, suddenly declared that the girl had too high an opinion of herself, since he was not at all interested in such cold and evil partners as her. These words clearly had an effect, which was immediately evident from the confused look of Michael's companion. However, she quickly collected her thoughts and continued the attack, asking for clarification about what was meant here then. But Michael quickly changed the topic, saying that the girl still had too high an opinion of herself, because for some reason she decided that he would become an investor in her company when they only met a couple of times, and even then they did not part on the best terms. Melanie tried to answer something to this, but the young man immediately reminded her of their last meeting, where she did not even bother to apologize. The girl had nothing to answer to this, and she, pursing her lips in annoyance, said that she understood what her interlocutor was talking about. Very emotionally agreeing that it was all her fault, Melanie said that she would no longer bother the guy, and so turning to the driver, the girl asked him to immediately stop the car and let her get out. And while she was addressing the man, Michael, looking outside the window, suddenly noticed that they were completely in the wrong place where they should be according to the route. The car stopped abruptly, and the young man, clutching his head, noted to himself that nothing good was worth expecting from the appearance of this person. And as soon as he thought about it, the car was suddenly surrounded and blocked by 3 more cars on all sides. From all the cars that appeared, people gradually began to come out onto the street, and there were quite a few of them. Michael looked around, noticing that a whole gang of bandits had arrived to confront him. And while the young man noted that this time, apparently, it would not be possible to figure it out in a simple way, Melanie asked him how to do it. To which the young man innocently replied that they had no choice but to surrender, which greatly surprised his companion. Meanwhile, the apparent leader of the group praised the young man dressed as a waiter for his excellent idea of arranging the kidnapping of a rich man at an auction. After hearing what the men were saying, Michael proposed to go their separate ways amicably, where he would be willing to give them as much money as they wanted. To which the gang leader replied that he was very glad for such an understanding victim, but they still wanted to beat him a little first. The man didn't have time to finish his thought completely, where his vile speech was interrupted by Michael's heel hitting him directly on the head. All the other gang members didn't even understand what happened, watching their boss lying unconscious on the asphalt. Michael looked closely at his future opponents, noting that these were not just street hooligans, but a trained group of bandits. And now this group has already rushed forward with the goal of dealing with the daring young man who dared to raise his foot against their boss. But the system did its job, and Michael's pumped-up body easily repelled attacks and dealt retaliatory blows. Then one of the participants in the battle drew attention to Melanie standing nearby, offering to grab her, which would help pacify the ardor of their victim. Having already experienced a kidnapping as a child, the girl was furious when she heard the men talk about her captivity. Masterfully mastering hand-to-hand combat skills, Melanie did not allow the attacker to realize his plan, where, after meeting the girl's leg, one of the attackers with a broken face noticed that he had clearly underestimated her abilities. Michael, continuing the fight, at the same time assessed the situation, deciding that he needed to end it all quickly. And so he instructed the system to use a certain number of enhancement points to increase physical strength and dexterity. And the system immediately obeyed, reporting that the order had been fulfilled and the owner's characteristics had been improved. Immediately feeling how much stronger and faster he had become, Michael immediately rushed to attack his many opponents. His incredibly strong and fast blows kept breaking the noses and cracking the jaws of his opponents. One of them tried to shout something, but his impulse was interrupted by a powerful blow to the groin area from Melanie. After which the girl walked away, simultaneously showering the man with the most unflattering words. However, a recent waiter at an auction quickly came to his senses, abruptly rising to his feet and drawing a knife. And now he quickly rushed in the direction where the girl who had humiliated him was leaving. Melanie didn't have a chance to react, but when she turned around, she saw how someone's hand stopped the deadly blow, grabbing the knife right by the blade. Michael, who appeared in front of the former waiter, noticed that attacking a girl from behind with a knife was not at all good. Well, the victim herself, who miraculously escaped death, stood and watched as blood flowed from her savior's hand. And the young man, adding that he would now teach the villain a lesson, gave him a strong kick. Soon it was all over, and the entire nearby area was covered with the bodies of the failed kidnappers. When neither of his opponents were on their feet anymore, Michael turned his attention to Melanie, whose body was visibly shaking. And suddenly the girl threw herself on the young man's neck, thanking him for saving her from the killer. Having never expected such a violent reaction from this cold girl, Michael experienced extreme amazement. But within a second his face changed, where he noted the presence of another, tender and fragile side to this man-hater. Hugging Melanie, the young man, having calmed her down, asked the girl not to take seriously everything he said in the taxi. And when he noticed that his companion was a very good person, Melanie, who was pleased to hear such a compliment, looked up at her savior. The young man continued, returning to the issue of investing and promising to think about it and visit their office in a few days. Without taking her eyes off her savior, the girl mentally concluded that this guy just wants to look heartless and callous, but in fact he is very gentle and caring. The girl took his wounded hand in hers, thinking that this was not the first time he had saved her. And while Michael was assuring that it was just a scratch, Melanie suddenly pressed his palm to her cheek, and the system announced that her level of disposition was immediately increased by 30 points. Soon the police arrived at the scene and detained most of the criminal group. Michael was telling one of the law enforcement officers about what had happened, when suddenly a familiar female voice said that only a couple of hours had passed since they broke up, and he had already managed to get caught up in the story. Turning and looking at the one who spoke these words, the young man could not believe his eyes. After all, standing in front of him in a police uniform was the same daughter of the head of the market, Monica Madison. A man who approached the girl reported that one of the criminal gang had died and many of the detainees were wanted, one even on the federal wanted list. Monica stared at Michael, repeating in her head everything that her colleague had just told her. Playing with a knife in her hands, the girl mentally noted that it was impossible not to fall in love with a man like Michael. Seeing another girl hovering next to him, Monica was no longer surprised that he attracted so many women. At the same time, she was greatly annoyed by the fact that before one of his fans, like Katrin, had time to disappear, another had already appeared. And so the representative of the authorities said that the young people would need to accompany her to the station to give evidence. Melanie was questioned first, and the male police officer explained that she could now be free, but would have to appear as soon as necessary, including in court. Rejoicing, the girl inquired about where her companion was and why he had not yet been released. To which the man explained that their captain was still working with this guy, and it was not known when he would let him go. Then Melanie categorically stated that if he was not released, then she would not go anywhere. Leaving the girl alone, the policeman walked away, mentally noting that the captain was doing something strange. Where for some reason she not only decided to personally work with this guy, but also turned off all video surveillance in the office, which suggested that she had a personal interest in this matter. Well, Michael, who was sitting in the office at that time, was mentally indignant about the handcuffs placed on his hand, taking this as revenge for the fact that he had refused her at the auction. But then the door opened and Monica entered the office, who immediately handed her overnight guest a bag of food. While eating noodles, Michael noticed that he could not have imagined that his friend worked for the police and even headed the police station. To which the girl replied that she did not see anything unusual in this, where immediately after this, the system announced that the location of this object had increased by 5 points. Michael did not understand at all why this strange woman's favor was suddenly growing, deciding that he needed to get away from here as soon as possible. Deciding to act, the young man showed the girl a handcuff, asking why the crime victim was wearing a handcuff and when he would be released. But Monica was in no hurry to free him, approaching the young man and noticing that he, of course, was a victim, but nevertheless killed a man. Suddenly, touching his chin, Monica asked the guy about his relationship with his night companion. To which Michael, as always, innocently replied that they studied at the same university, and now she asks him to become an investor. Suddenly, the abnormal woman grabbed the young man's uncuffed hand, and with the other began to unbutton the buttons on his shirt. And when she finished her strange act, the young man asked what it all meant. But instead of answering, a small first aid kit suddenly appeared right before his eyes. And the police captain who opened it explained that she just wanted to treat Michael's wounds. Not believing in such kind impulses of this truly strange girl, Michael looked at her with an incomprehensible gaze. Having noticed that Monica had to almost swear that she would not do anything bad or indecent. When the girl began processing, the young man noticed that he could do all this himself at home and not distract the captain from her numerous work. But the girl told him not to move and just accept her help, adding that inflammatory processes are no joke, and therefore the wounds need to be treated as quickly as possible. Realizing that he could not get away from this, the guy at the same time guessed where all this could ultimately lead to. After all, this was the most common female technique, to surround with care so much that the man stopped controlling himself and began to obey her will. And when a man is hooked, completely opposite actions begin, such as periodic ignoring. After which the object of female attention literally turns into the toy of a resourceful woman who does whatever she wants with him. This is exactly the kind of devil Michael now imagined Monica treating his wounds to be. And then the young man promised himself that he would never fall for this bait. And so he, buttoning his shirt, coldly noted that he and the captain had known each other for only a few hours, and therefore they should keep their distance. But the girl sincerely did not understand what was happening to this guy, saying absolutely seriously that she only wanted to help the wounded man. To which the young man explained that he was not angry, but simply had feelings for a completely different girl. After which the guy gave a whole speech about how Monica is a very good girl, and everything could have worked out for them if they had met a little earlier. All these words touched the heart of the police captain even more, where she never expected that such a rich man would care so much about morality. Without a doubt, this young man was the one she needed, and with whom she would connect her life without hesitation. But finally, Michael was able to leave the police station, moving towards the newly called taxi. Monica closely watched his every step from the window of her office. Where were the girl's thoughts about the fact that she could not give this man, beautiful in every sense, to other women unworthy of him? Well, Michael's former companion remained at the police station, where she managed to fall asleep on the chairs while waiting for her savior. Arriving at Jessica's house, the young man only thought about the fact that he had not slept for a whole day, and hoped that his girlfriend would allow him to rest with her. When the young man was inside, he heard the sound of pouring water and headed towards the shower, assuming that the girl was there. And the girl was really in the shower, where her beautiful, slender body was hidden behind the curtain. And so the young man was faced with a choice, where one side of him said that it was definitely not worth entering, but the little demon living in every person found it reasonable and even necessary to break into the shower. But when the girl finished washing, she turned to Jessica, noting that they really had a very large and comfortable bathroom. It was at this moment that Michael entered the room in whose torment his demonic side had won. Seeing a stranger in front of her, the girl was at first taken aback, whispering the word help. But after a second, she loudly called for help as best she could, calling Michael a thief and a pervert. Well, the unexpected guest himself could not understand who she was and what she was doing in his friend's house. And now the girl was already in the arms of her friend, unable to stop her tears and declaring that the guy had seen her practically naked. And the tired young man asked Jessica to explain everything to his friend while he took a shower. This behavior made Joanna even more indignant, where she called the guy a bandit who saw her naked and did not apologize, and asked her friend what kind of relationship she had with him. To which Jessica, clearly embarrassed and not saying something, replied that this young man was her good friend. Joanna noticed to herself that something was clearly wrong here, since her friend had never behaved like this before because of a man. And then the girl began to understand that Jessica and this dork were apparently a couple. She immediately rushed to her friend and started telling her to come to her senses and not waste time on such losers. And when Jessica asked what she meant, Joanna explained that such a successful and rich girl could not have a commoner boyfriend. to which her friend began to explain that everything was not at all as her guest had imagined, and Michael was a very good and decent guy. But Joanna did not let up, saying that in the modern world only money and power can show decency, and therefore Jessica should choose an appropriate match for herself, and not this ragamuffin. She immediately gave the example of how at yesterday's auction a certain rich man spent $500 million to buy a piano, and said that her friend needed someone similar. Where immediately dreaming of an equally worse match for herself, Joanna concluded that these beauties need only the best men. But then the girl's conversation was interrupted by the doorbell, where, without waiting for an answer, the visitor said that he was from the delivery service. While Jessica was signing, Joanna asked her what she ordered, but her friend replied that it was not her, but Michael warned her of some kind of surprise. Having heard the name of the one who saw her in a negligee, the girl immediately noticed that this beggar would definitely not be able to give anything worthwhile, which was already beginning to anger her friend. But then the girls saw a helicopter hovering in the sky right above Jessica's house, after which a cargo van will stop right in front of the front door, accompanied by armed guards. This unusual delivery silenced both the skeptical Joanna and Jessica standing next to her. But a particularly valuable cargo was delivered to the room, where it became clear that it was a musical instrument. Jessica wondered what kind of instrument it was that was being transported under such protection, and her friend, with the same skepticism, stated that the less confident a man is in a gift, the more beautiful the wrapper is. Having decided not to languish in guesswork any longer, the girl walked up to the musical instrument and pulled off the cape from it. Immediately after that, the brightest shine of the crystal literally blinded the incredulous girl, and the recipient stood and enjoyed the beauty of this exclusive musical instrument. Joanna decided to check whether this was really the material she thought about, while at the same time thinking about how much it might cost. Remembering the simple appearance and clothes of her guards, the young man, the girl began to wonder if she had made a mistake about him. And at that moment, on the turned-on TV, the girls saw a news story about the auction that took place the day before, where Michael's face immediately appeared on the screen with a message that a certain rich man had purchased a piano for $500 million. Joanna experienced a real shock when she heard that it was this ragamuffin who bought such an expensive instrument. Noticing her friend's reaction, Jessica recalled her words that the guy was normal, where this concerns not only his money, but also his moral qualities. A man's voice heard behind him and stating the delivery of his purchase attracted the girl's attention. Turning around, Joanna saw Michael in front of her, who had finished taking a shower and now appeared before her in a completely different light. Going down the stairs, the young man noticed that he was expecting delivery only tomorrow, and Jessica's friend was already thinking about how handsome he was. Ignoring Joanna, Michael immediately approached Jessica, who thanked him for the wonderful gift. Having quickly dressed and saying that he would not allow himself to give himself a cheap gift, the young man invited his girlfriend to join him at one meeting. But the mistress of the house remembered that today she had a friend visiting her, whom it would be wrong to leave here alone. And then she politely refused the trip, explaining that she promised to spend time with her best friend. Having said goodbye to both girls, the young man left the house, and while already on the street he received a message from the system about the appearance of a new object. The new object turned out to be Jessica's friend Joanna, which greatly amused the young man, where he found Jessica to be a very naive girl who believes in female friendship when her best friend is staring at her man. Diana moved along the street thinking that she was missing classes because of a man, and besides, she was getting to the place he designated on her own. The girl recalled that fateful evening, after which, as it seemed to her, Michael had lost much interest in her. At that very moment, the young man saw a message from the system that Diana's favor towards him had decreased by 1 point. It was completely incomprehensible to Michael what was going on in a woman's head, because all he did was make an appointment with her. And so, finding himself next to a girl who was clearly dissatisfied with something, he took her hand and called Donald, saying that he was already there. And while they continued to move, the young man thought that no attempts to apologize would help, and something else needed to be done. Where in this situation was Michael going to take such a step after which the girl would simply have nothing to say? Meanwhile, Donald's father asked his son who this lone wolf was, for whom he arranged such a gala reception. And Donald explained to his no less plump dad that he was a very rich young man who could afford to just buy an entire building. But Dad was still skeptical, because he did not believe that such a rich man could be found in their city. A man standing nearby, seeing the owner of the office center, Norwood Riggs, standing at the entrance, was quite surprised that he had personally come down to meet some visitor. Veronica, standing next to him, asked the man how serious this Norwood was, to which the girl's boss explained that their entire company is located in one of the offices of the building that belongs to Mr. Riggs, where, compared to the fortune Norwood owns, Veronica's boss considered himself simply insignificant. The girl was amazed at how rich a person who owns an entire building could be. But suddenly her attention was attracted by a male figure very familiar to her, who approached the meeting rich people. After waiting for this young man to turn his head, Veronica recognized her ex Michael. Meanwhile, Michael himself was already shaking the hand of Norwood, who was meeting him, thanking him for such a warm welcome. And so Riggs Jr. was already showing the lone wolf the way to the elevator, wanting to show and tell everything here, but his father limited his maneuvers to just calling the elevator. Watching the father and son, the young man noticed that they communicate quite funny. Well, his ex-girlfriend, who had been watching Michael all this time, could not understand what he was doing here, and for what reason the owner of the building was meeting him personally. While the company walked to the elevator, Norwood told the guests about how everything worked here. The man explained that from the 1st to the 10th floors, there are various boutiques, game rooms, cinemas, and other entertainment venues. They had already ascended to the desired floor when Mr. Riggs talked about how, after the 10th floor, office space for a variety of companies began. Moving behind everyone, Diana thought displeasedly that all this was very boring and Michael might not even invite her here. Throwing angry glances at the young man, the girl complained that she missed classes because of him, but Michael did not even pay any attention to her. In the meantime, Norwood invited the guy to walk through the floors and look at the operating companies. Without answering the proposal, the young man suddenly turned to his companion, asking what she thought about this office center, where she, hesitating a little from surprise, confusedly answered that she liked the building. Immediately after which, Michael suddenly announced that he was buying this building, where he asked to register the ownership in the name of his current companion. Such a statement from the young man almost shocked the girl. Members of the Riggs family could not believe what they heard, asking the lone wolf whether he really wanted to give the building to the girl, to which the young man replied that without any doubt, but only if she herself wants to accept him. After listening to the young man, Norwood noticed to himself that not everyone could just buy a building and then just as easily give it to some girl. Diana did not believe what was happening now, declaring that Michael was probably joking, since giving an entire office center as a gift was something out of science fiction. But the young man, approaching his former classmate, assured her that this was not a joke, and now she would be able to receive income independent of anyone. After which Michael added that he did not want Diana to be dependent only on the affairs of her family, and with an asset like this office center, she will always have a financial cushion. Looking into the eyes of this incredible young man, Diana reproached herself for treating him badly lately, and the system was already conveying information to the owner about the girl's increasing level of favor. But most of all in this situation, the seller was pleased, who noted with emotion that an agreement had been reached between the young people. Then Norwood added that the final cost of this office center is $2,600,000,000. Having demonstrated his magic card, Michael asked him to begin the registration procedure, where upon completion the man would immediately receive his money. It took very little time to complete all the paperwork, and now Mr. Riggs was already congratulating Michael on his purchase. To which he explained that he was just paying the bills, but Miss Rockwood became the owner of the building. And now all the hired staff of the office center, which was transferred to its new owner along with the building, already unanimously greeted the lady. Watching her subordinates, the girl began to feel like a big boss. Only now did she understand this taste of power and realized why her father spent so much time in his office. Diana suddenly felt how powerfully this intoxicating feeling of power could affect a person. Noticing the pandemonium, Veronica asked one of her colleagues about what happened there, to which the girl explained that everyone welcomes the new owner of this building, who today is a certain Miss Rockwood, who is barely over 20 years old. But despite all this, someone else purchased the building and gave it to her, which certainly doesn't happen every day. Finishing her explanation, the girl wanted to ask Veronica something, but suddenly noticed that she was no longer around. Running somewhere to the side to hide her tears from everyone, the girl thought that all this should have become her property. But having replaced despair with anger, Veronica firmly decided that Michael would be her boyfriend again, no matter what the cost. Already in the subway car, Diana asked the young man why he did not drive his car, to which, trying to get out of it, Michael had to explain that it is useful to sometimes take a break from the car, and besides, he wanted to spend more time with his companion. Of course, the girl was pleased with the young man's statement, where she, having decided to continue the conversation, suddenly asked him if he had heard of such an actress as Catherine Sullivan. Telling himself not to panic that Diana might find out something about his relationship with this actress, Michael replied that he had heard something about her. And when he asked why Diana was interested in her, she explained that they are now writing about this actress everywhere. After what the girl said, the young man exhaled, as he realized that she had simply decided to discuss the news with him. And Diana continued, suddenly reading that a couple of days ago some rich man bought a crystal piano at auction. Michael did not find what to answer when his interlocutor called it outright stupidity to buy some kind of musical instrument for such crazy money. Only now the girl noticed that her companion was all wet, where he explained this by saying that he was really hot here. Having reached the desired station, Michael said goodbye to one of his many girlfriends. Only when he was completely alone was he finally able to completely relax. Continuing to move, the young man wondered whether Diana was really just reading the news, or whether she knew something and was trying to test him. Then one of his neighbors called him, who recommended the guy to quickly arrive at the hostel and see how the former student had been standing near the entrance for more than 6 hours, waiting for someone. At the entrance to the men's dormitory, there really was Melanie, behind whose back they only had time to whisper that she had already received her diploma and her presence here was completely incomprehensible. People also discussed what kind of amazing person he was who made her wait so long. Melanie herself was looking at the display of her mobile phone for the umpteenth time, noting that it would soon begin to get dark, and Michael was still not there. And then the girl remembered recent events, where she woke up at the police station and discovered that Michael had already left him. And now she, without understanding the reason, came to the place where she could definitely meet him. Melanie did not understand her feelings, where she felt somehow hard because she did not see her savior. And then the thought flashed through her head that she was falling in love with Michael, which she immediately drove away, reminding herself that he was her friend's boyfriend. Meanwhile, Michael himself appeared in the crowd, wondering if this girl had really come here because of him. Melanie, meanwhile, tried to convince herself that she had come solely in order not to miss out on such a rich investor. And then she saw her savior, where at that very second she forgot about everything she had just thought about. Swiftly rushing forward, she joyfully clung to Michael's body, stunning the latter with her unexpected behavior. Next to this man, the girl was filled with feelings of stability and security. The young man tried to free himself from these hugs, but the girl began to beg him to give him just a little more time to stay close. Michael's roommates watched in amazement, who could not believe that such an unapproachable girl as Melanie would throw herself into the arms of their neighbor. At that moment, there was a clap of thunder, then lightning flashed, and after a couple of seconds, it started to rain. All the spectators on the street rushed into the scattered area, where the luckiest ones had an umbrella with them. Michael, turning to his new fan, suggested that they also leave the street, taking refuge in some warm and dry place. And now Melanie was already entering the young man's room, where the latter's neighbors were simply in a state of quiet horror. Sitting down on a chair and looking around, the girl noticed that the men's dormitories were actually not as bad as they were said to be. Well, Michael's neighbors were already torturing the young man as to why he brought this girl here. But then he was distracted from his explanations with his friends by Melanie's voice, who stated that the guy had a lot of dirty clothes. Where, stretching out her hand, the girl suddenly pulled out the most unexpected item from the laundry basket. A little later, she recalled with great shame what she was holding in her hands and how humiliating it really was. But Michael told Melanie that the storm had passed, the rain had stopped, and now he could walk the girl home. When they went outside, the young man asked why the girl came to the hostel, because she could simply write about financing issues. However, Melanie insisted that she came here solely for business reasons. And only now she realized and told her interlocutor that she did not have Michael's contact information. And while she offered to exchange them, Rejoicing that now she could contact him at any time, the young man himself was amazed that there were still people in the world who could wait 6 hours for a meeting. And so the young people exchanged contacts and added themselves as friends on social networks, where Melanie was very glad that now she could contact Michael at any time, of course, exclusively on investment issues, as she assured herself. When leaving, the young man told his companion that she needn't worry about investments, since he planned to come to their office tomorrow. As she watched Michael go, the girl thought that they could call her anything, but she really had the warmest feelings for this guy. The only thing that worried the girl was what her friend Jessica might think and say about her. The next day, sitting next to Melanie in the car, Michael suddenly noticed her strange expression on her face, as if asking him about who he was corresponding with. The young man noticed to himself that this girl probably still has some kind of split personality, since yesterday everything was fine, but now she is somehow angry again. Melanie herself thought that this guy already has a girlfriend, and she doesn't want to spoil his relationship or be a third in it. Taking out her mobile phone, the girl in love called her boss, informing her that she, in the company of an investor, would soon arrive at the office. When they got there and left the car, Michael couldn't believe where the office of the company where his companion worked was located. The girl immediately noticed the young man's strange reaction to where she and he had come, where the young man noticed to himself that out of hundreds of buildings in their city, the company where Melanie works is located in the one that he just bought and gave to Diana. They were already waiting for the elevator when Michael thought that a meeting with Diana herself now might not be at all opportune. But then the elevator doors began to open, and behind them the young man could already discern familiar facial features, where Diana, looking at him in surprise, asked how he ended up here, because earlier he told her that he had some business. Michael had no choice but to enter the elevator and go up, accompanied by 2 objects of his system at once. The young man mentally instructed himself to remain calm and not make it clear that he was in any way excited. And so the guy decided to introduce the girls, introducing the first to Melanie, with whom he studied at the same university, and who now works in one of the companies that rent premises here. After which Michael introduced Diana, saying that they once went to school with her, and now she is the owner of this entire building. Hearing that this girl owned the entire building, Melanie was very surprised that one could be so rich at such a young age. But most of all, she was interested in what kind of relationship connected her and Michael, where they studied together, and now she is very beautiful and rich. Not experiencing pleasant emotions from this acquaintance, the girl nevertheless extended her hand to Diana, saying that she was very pleased to meet you. But the owner of the building also did not have any sympathy for the new acquaintance, responding with the same feigned politeness. Examining her rival, Diana mentally noted that Michael was most likely trying to deceive her, since he was unlikely to come here to discuss issues of cooperation with such a beauty. Inside herself, the girl tore and tore, remembering that he did not have time to meet with her, and for the sake of some stranger beauty, he even came to her office. When the elevator reached the desired floor, Melanie asked Michael to wait a little while she reported to her boss about their arrival. And the young man watched in horror as his peculiar protective barrier, saving him from Diana's wrath, was removed. There was nothing to do, and the young man was the first to turn to the girl who remained next to him, which meanwhile took a formidable defensive pose, deciding that now the guy would be ridiculous to try to apologize to her. But suddenly the young man quietly told his interlocutor to be careful in communicating with this girl. And when she incomprehensibly asked what Michael was trying to tell her, he explained that Melanie has a non-traditional sexual orientation and has already set her sights on such a beauty as Diana. This information was a real shock for the girl, and Michael assured her that he was absolutely serious. It was at this moment that Melanie herself returned to the young people, informing her investor that the boss was expecting him. Having quickly said goodbye to Diana and inviting her to have lunch together, Michael headed to the meeting. As she watched the retreating young man, the owner of the office center, who, of course, did not believe his story about Melanie's sexuality, was already making plans on how she could verify what he had said. And then she remembered one of her former fans, whom she had once blocked, and who was supposed to study at the same university where Melanie and Jake were. When Billy pulled out his vibrating cell phone, he was incredibly surprised to see that it was Diana Rockwood herself calling him. And so the young man, without knowing it, helped his enemy, confirming that Melanie really loves girls. He told his interlocutor the sad story of her childhood, where she was kidnapped by a maniac. It was after this incident that the girl became cold and even aggressive towards the male part of the planet's population. Diana listened to her sad story with interest and sympathy for Melanie's suffering. Concluding which, Billy embellished the event, saying that, according to rumors, she turned the female half of the student community into her personal harem. The information received generally delighted Diana, who immediately exclaimed that in this case Michael had not deceived her, and there was definitely nothing between him and this beauty. But as soon as Billy heard this name, his mood immediately changed. But he didn't have time to say another word, as Diana disconnected and blocked his number again. The owner of the office center herself came to the conclusion that Michael did not lie to her, and Billy, who spreads gossip, should continue to be blocked. Meanwhile, the boss of the company where Melanie worked presented her activities to the investor. All this information about annual turnover, profits, new technologies, and other related information seemed incredibly boring to Michael. And at some point his patience came to an end, and the young man interrupted the speech of the company director. Having said that in general everything was clear to him, the young man asked to indicate to him the amount at which the girl estimates her campaign. This was rather strange behavior on the part of such a rich man, which at first made the woman wary. But at the same time, she noted that a rich man of this level could well afford to go beyond the usual in such negotiations. Thinking that no investor had previously been able to offer more than 100 million, the boss named the amount as 1 billion. After which, watching the investor's reactions, the woman again became wary, thinking that apparently such an amount was too much for this guy. But suddenly Michael took on a completely different, carefree look, where he reproached his interlocutor for wasting his time on some unnecessary numbers, when the question was only some billion. Such a statement could not leave the campaign boss indifferent because it is not every day that you meet a person who does not count a billion as money. Meanwhile, Michael continued, saying that he would buy 49% of the company's shares, but for this the woman would have to do something for him. The last words spoken by the investor, his mysterious tone began to lead the girl to certain thoughts. Where was the first thing that came to her mind that this young man wanted to have an intimate relationship with her? She was much older than the guy, which at some point confused the woman, but a second later she thought that the rich have their own quirks and was not at all opposed to fulfilling his request. But the girl's playful mood instantly dissipated when the young man who approached her suddenly said that his condition was that all these shares would become Melanie's possession. Having just managed to make coffee, the girl suddenly saw Michael coming out of her boss's office, surprised at how quickly the meeting went. When the young man caught up with her, the girl asked him how it all went, to which the young man replied that Melanie is a very talented employee and will soon be promoted. Quickly noticing that it was too early for her to even dream of a promotion, the girl suddenly asked the guy what he was going to do next. And when her interlocutor asked what she meant, Melanie explained that she was not stupid and saw everything perfectly, and now she was wondering who he would choose between her friend Jessica and the owner of this office center. Where the girl was interested in this question not so much for the benefit of her friend, but for her own sake, since she also had feelings for Michael. But suddenly, completely unexpectedly, the young man replied that he did not have to and did not want to choose, since he needed both girls at once. It was a shocking statement to which Michael's interlocutor did not know how to react and what to answer. And when she asked the young man about what had been said, he once again stated that he needed both girls. Finally, it began to dawn on Melanie that Michael was not joking at all, and she, beginning to experience mixed feelings, tried to reproach him. But the young man interrupted her, saying that it was enough for her to pretend to be such a good girl, who just yesterday was in his arms, forgetting about her friend. Then the young man said that he was really flattered by female attention, which he did not hide. And therefore, unlike Melanie, who is afraid to tell him about her feelings, he is more honest with others and with himself. And now he turned his back to his interlocutor, saying in parting that he would wait for her to decide to tell him something. Soon the young man went down to the first floor and went out onto a busy city street. Only here was he able to enjoy this pleasant feeling of superiority over this seemingly very correct, but equally in love with him girl. Melanie herself, after hearing what she heard, stood with a mug of coffee, thinking that she really behaved completely wrong, condemning this guy despite the fact that she herself had designs on him. The girl was brought out of this stupor by colleagues passing nearby, who informed her that the boss was gathering everyone for an urgent meeting. When Melanie heard the word urgent, she immediately realized that it had something to do with funding issues in the meeting that had just taken place. Well, the company employees, gradually taking their seats in the audience, quietly shared their opinions about what the meeting was about, where someone even suggested that the company had gone bankrupt and was closing. Melanie, who took one of the seats, was also very nervous because such meetings, as a rule, did not bring good news. But then the woman who appeared in front of her employees announced that from today, Melanie Stone was appointed as her deputy, which was a shock not only for Melanie herself, but for everyone who was present at this meeting. Not all campaign workers were happy that the post of deputy was taken by a young girl who, moreover, had not been working in the company for a year. But the boss was adamant, and accepting a document from one of her assistants, explained that Melanie had done more for the future of their company than all the other employees combined. Demonstrating the agreement, the woman announced that it was this girl who attracted investments of $1 billion and also became the owner of 49% of the shares. And when she finished speaking, she noted to herself that if she were younger, she would definitely compete with this young lady in the race for such a rich man. The employees were already discussing how rich and influential their colleague Melanie turned out to be, and why she invested $1 billion in a company that in itself is not worth half of this amount. At this point, the meeting was over, where the boss partingly announced that, in view of the receipt of funds, everyone would receive a bonus by the end of the year. While everyone was leaving, Melanie herself, for whom everything said was as much a surprise as for everyone else, stood in complete bewilderment, mentally wondering why Michael did all this for her. And then the girl remembered how her last conversation with Michael went, where he essentially directly stated that he knew about her sympathy for him. And a new idea immediately formed in the lover's head, according to which this guy had been in love with her for a long time. With emotion, she came to the conclusion that of all the candidates, Michael apparently wanted to choose her. And so, on the wings of love, the girl rushed away from the office, thinking only that she definitely needed to meet Michael, and the system began to issue messages about the increase in the level of her favor. And while the girl was running, her level of favor continued to increase every second until she reached the minimum required level to receive rewards. And so the system announced to the owner that he had been awarded 35 gain points, as well as 100 million out of the billion spent on this object. The guy immediately remembered the situation with Angelica, when direct spending only led to harm and led to the loss of favorability points, praising himself for how he arranged everything regarding Melanie. While walking down the street and thinking about his strategies, the young man heard the ringing tone of his cell phone. Taking out the phone, Michael was very surprised that the unapproachable Catherine Sullivan herself suddenly decided to call him. And when he answered the call, at that very second he heard the hysterical crying of a girl who declared her not very good mental abilities. And when the young man asked what was the matter, the film explained that famous personalities came out in support of that director, and now she again remained extreme. After listening to the explanations, the young man simply refused to understand how this film industry works and works, where he poured hundreds of millions into it, but never got any results. However, this was a great way to spend a lot more money, and therefore Michael told his interlocutor not to cry, as he would solve everything. Rumors constantly circulated around director Floyd Hicks that he was taking advantage of his position to seduce young actresses who wanted to break into the big screen, but there was no evidence of this yet. And this time, all the talk around this director died down when several actresses, led by celebrity Cheryl Farrell, spoke out in support of him. Listening to this information, Michael was surprised that the simple words of this actress were listened to so much. And his informant continued, adding that Cheryl is not only good as an actress, she also does a lot of charity work. And so Mark concluded that this time Floyd saved his reputation thanks exclusively to this girl. But in order to bring this man to the very bottom, you need to act extremely inventively. Michael didn't quite understand what his old friend meant by inventive. And the owner of the car dealership, handing the guy a card, explained that he hired private detectives who found one useful person. Soon the young man arrived at the address indicated on the card, where he was very surprised that the person he was looking for lived in such a remote place. Approaching the desired apartment, the young man suddenly heard a loud, rude voice telling someone that he did not intend to do charity work here. Having opened the door, Michael was quite surprised when he saw someone standing in the very center of the room. It was Kevin McEnroe himself, who showed a certain man a bat in his hands and demanded that he return all the money immediately. In response, unsuccessful director Wally Fox asked the gentleman to give him another chance, where his next creation would definitely become a box office hit. But Kevin clearly did not intend to believe the man, saying that he would not give him any more money, and besides, there are rumors that Wally managed to cross someone's path in the film industry. However, the director did not despair and asked to be given at least one more chance to make a film. But then the enraged son of the McEnroe family angrily shouted that now he himself would show him an action movie of the 90s, swinging a bat. But his impulse was suddenly stopped by a powerful and unexpected blow, which threw the little Mafia boss far to the side. Jumping to his feet and holding on to the bruised area, Kevin angrily shouted that the insolent person who dared to touch him was no longer a tenant. But then he heard a familiar voice that recommended the guy to choose his expressions before a lot of trouble fell on his family. Kevin immediately recognized the one whose fist was already touching his body, remembering his father's words that Mr. Lone Wolf came from a secret, influential family. And now he was already standing in front of Michael and timidly talking about the fact that he and his minions were leaving this place, since the Lone Wolf had an interest in this man. Neither Michael himself nor Wally, whom he saved, even had time to blink an eye before the entire crowd of young men left the room. But the director had already turned his attention to his savior, in whom he immediately saw a very influential man, whom even the McEnroe family was afraid of. Michael, glad that there weren't many problems here, turned to the man he had saved, saying that he had one important matter for him. Adjusting his glasses, the lenses cracked from the beating he had received, Wally replied that he would help in any way he could, but he had one condition. And suddenly he literally threw himself at the feet of the young man, begging him to become his patron. Soon Wally was sitting at the table, wondering what his new patron was up to with the revelation of Floyd Hicks. Michael reacted sharply to the patron's appeal, saying that he did not need to be called that, but at the same time confirmed that he was interested in the man solely on the issue of exposure. The director immediately realized that this guy already knew that he had incriminating evidence, which he, however, was ready to hand over to him. And so Wally said absolutely seriously that he really had something to help, but in return he wanted to ask the young man for something. And when Michael noted that money was not a problem, the director stood up sharply and said that he was not interested in personal gain, where he just wanted the young man to invest in his project. Michael noted to himself that such a desire for art is worthy of praise and assistance, and so he said that an actress named Catherine Sullivan would handle his affairs in the film industry, where Wally would have to contact her to resolve the issue, which immediately caused a rather violent reaction from the director, who shouted that he was ready to give his life for his patron. After which, the man took a flash drive from his pocket, saying that the information on it would not only destroy Floyd, but would also affect the entire balance of power in the film industry. When the electronic storage medium was connected to the laptop, Michael was surprised to see only one video file there. But when Wally started the video recording, the young man immediately understood everything when he saw Director Floyd in the same bed in the company of his protector Cheryl. The young man was very pleased with such excellent, incriminating evidence, which allowed him to kill two birds with one stone, where, as if guessing the thoughts of his savior, the director said that alone he would never have decided to publish it. To which Michael, hugging his new friend, explained that now he has him, and therefore they will quickly deal with everyone. Meanwhile, Katrin, sitting in her house, did not stop reading angry comments about her personality that were full of the internet. Already realizing that she would most likely have to leave the film industry, the girl threw her cell phone aside. But before she had time to plunge into her sad thoughts, the means of communication that had been discarded to her suddenly came to life, attracting attention with a late call. Having answered the call, Catherine heard the familiar voice of Michael, who, making sure that she was at home, said that he would soon arrive to her. Turning off the connection, the actress sadly thought about the purpose for which this guy suddenly decided to come to visit her, and also asked if she was alone. And the first thought was, of course, that her sponsor could not stand it and decided to take advantage of her beautiful body. Catherine greeted her guest, dressed appropriately, and invited him to come in, at the same time thinking that this lustful fellow was no different from other men. However, the girl was very surprised that another man came to her in the company of her sponsor. Immediately deciding that Michael was either planning a threesome night of love or simply wanted to put her under this not very attractive man, the actress loudly began to be indignant that the guy had brought a stranger. Completely not understanding why the girl had such a violent reaction to his visit, the young man introduced her to director Wally Fox, explaining that with his help, they would promote Floyd. Immediately after that, the girl's mood changed dramatically, where she mentally scolded herself for thinking badly about Michael and timidly greeted her new acquaintance. Katrin also noticed that it was quite pleasant to feel cared for and to have a faithful and reliable person nearby who doesn't just need her body. When the actress finished watching the video compromising her enemies, Michael said that he was allocating $2 billion for operating expenses and organizing a film production company. And while Catherine and Wally were discussing the details of the upcoming project, the young man was mentally rejoicing that he managed to penetrate the film industry, which was created only to waste a lot of money. And after some time, Cherish quickly made her way to her car, where crowds of journalists asked her to comment on the published video in which she was intimate with director Floyd Hicks. The girl was beside herself with rage, asking questions about who arranged all this and where such a recording came from. At the same time, the police burst into the room where Floyd was having fun with another victim of his debauchery, and where he was informed of his detention in connection with numerous allegations of sexual assault. And when the handcuffs were fastened on the man's wrists, he finally realized that his career and quiet life had come to an end. When the enemies were finished, Catherine held a press conference, at which she decided to bring important information to the attention of the public, where she talked about how she and director Wally Fox had founded a new film production company and would soon begin working on new projects. But most of all, journalists were shocked by the amount of investment announced by the actress, $2 billion. Michael watched everything that was happening from the shadows on the screen of his mobile phone, comparing himself to a sort of eminence grise, secretly ruling the worlds and overthrowing monarchs with one snap of his fingers. At the same time, Billy was leaving the dormitory, who was very angry with Michael for stealing his girl, and therefore thirsted for revenge. Taking out his cell phone, the young man called Jessica, and when she picked up the phone, the guy said that he had information that was significant for her. Joanna tried to stop her determined friend, saying that some call from an envious person was not a reason to quarrel with Michael. Jessica herself understood that it was completely absurd to believe the words of an unknown person that her lover had many girls, but Michael really did not call or write to her for a long time. The girl in love felt in her gut that something was wrong in her relationship with Michael. Well, the friend accompanying her continued to claim that this guy creates the appearance of a reliable and faithful person. She was just talking about how he couldn't have promiscuous relationships when suddenly a silhouette familiar to Jessica appeared before the girl's eyes. Standing nearby, Melanie was thinking about how to tell Michael that she really liked him when Jessica called out to her. Hearing the familiar voice of her friend, Melanie was very surprised by this completely unexpected meeting for her. And the naive Jessica, not even suspecting that her older friend came to the same guy as herself, asked her what the graduate was doing here. Unable to lie to the girl, Melanie explained that she had come to Michael, but only about investing in the company where she works. But Jessica immediately remembered how much her friend disliked this guy, so that she could come to meet him like that. However, the girl's conversation was interrupted by the appearance of a luxury car near the hostel. Everyone who was nearby and saw Diana emerge from this car never ceased to admire her beauty and grace. Jessica and Joanna also noticed the girl's appearance, while Melanie, who already knew Diana, angrily wondered what she needed here. Approaching Michael's fans, the owner of the office center asked if Michael Cross lived here. Jessica immediately responded to the question, asking about Diana's relationship with him. But she, taking a defensive pose, answered her interlocutor, turning into an opponent with exactly the same question. Observing the obvious brewing conflict situation, Joanna suggested finding a calmer place where they could discuss everything. And a few minutes later, all four contenders were already sitting at a table in one of the nearby cafes. As she finished stirring her cappuccino, Diana decided to take the lead and start this difficult conversation. Looking into Jessica's angry face, the girl asked a direct question about whether she liked Michael, to which she answered sharply and coldly that she really liked this guy, where he definitely liked her. But Diana objected, saying that Michael had been chasing her since her school years, then protected her from an unwanted marriage, and therefore, obviously, he likes her, not Jessica. But then Joanna intervened in the conversation, who noticed that Michael gave her friend a villa and a crystal piano worth $500 million, which objectively shows his attitude towards her. Only now did Diana realize that her lover was the same rich man who had recently become famous for his participation in the auction. However, the girl had something to cover this card with, and she immediately said that if we talk about the material side, then an entire office center was a gift for her. Where immediately after this, Jessica noticed to herself that apparently Michael was simply lying to her. But at some point, Melanie intervened in the conversation between two girls who were trying to separate one guy, where she modestly said that she also did not go unnoticed by the young man who bought $1 billion worth of company shares and gave them to her. Where, after what was said, each of the girls plunged into their own thoughts. Jessica was the first to break down, briskly taking out her cell phone and saying that she needed to call him immediately and make a claim. But suddenly the girl realized that, in fact, she had nothing to show Michael, since from their first acquaintance, there had been no talk about an official relationship between them. Following her, Diana mentioned that every time she tried to talk about the relationship, the young man changed the topic of conversation. And then Joanna expressed her opinion, saying that this rich man got a great job without promising anything to anyone and at the same time meeting with everyone at the same time. Deciding not to wait any longer, Diana was the first to get up from the table and went in search of her lover with the intention of finding out everything immediately. But her impulse was stopped by Joanna, who said that in this case she needed to come up with something more sophisticated than an ordinary scandal. To which the owner of the office center doubtfully stated that it might not be worthwhile to traumatize the psyche of her lover. Uniting the angry girls, Joanna said that if they just broke up with Michael, he would simply find a new victim. After which the conspirator announced that an excellent plan for revenge had matured in her beautiful head, where she suggests not to say anything to this libertine, but to just continue spending his money. And so all the girls got excited about this idea, according to which they had to spend all his money so that he could no longer deceive anyone. Already in the evening, Jessica expressed her last doubts about their plan for revenge, but her friend insisted that there could be no pity here. And so Joanna snatched the phone from her friend, saying that if she couldn't make up her mind, then she would do everything herself. Turning his attention to the animated screen of his cell phone, Michael immediately saw that the message came from Jessica. After reading its contents, the young man realized that the girl was simply asking him for money, saying that she had recently been thinking about creating her own broadcasting company. Remembering that he had bought a bankrupt channel at an auction, Michael at the same time wondered whether she had thought of this herself or whether someone had suggested it to her. And both girls were shocked when they read in response that the young man was not only giving Jessica a broadcasting company, but also investing $5 billion in its development. Jessica interpreted this gesture in her own way, deciding that Michael had been planning her future for a long time, knowing about her passion for broadcasting and having bought the bankrupt channel. And now the girl was already thinking that although this guy is a libertine, he is quite far-sighted and cares, among other things, about the future of his girls. Her friend tried to interrupt her romantic mood, saying that she urgently needed to put the squeeze on the guy before he changed his mind about investing. Jessica, of course, tried to convince Joanna that the guy's words could be trusted anyway, but she didn't listen to her at all, continuing to attack Michael with messages. To herself, the girl lamented that she did not get this man, where she did not mind sharing him with other girls. Well, Michael himself, having analyzed Jessica's current communication style, came to the conclusion that it was definitely not she who was communicating with him. The young man immediately realized that most likely the girl's phone was in the hands of her enterprising friend, who was spinning it for money. But Michael was completely indifferent to this, because the main thing for him was that the money was spent as much and as often as possible. At the same time, Diana informed her mother that she became aware of several of Michael's hobbies, which greatly surprised the woman. The girl was finishing telling the details of the incrimination when the screen of her mobile phone began to glow. Having shown her mother what was on the screen, Diana explained that she and all the deceived girls had created a common chat. While she was reading the message that Jessica had received $5 billion and a broadcasting company, angry that she had not received anything yet, her attention began to be attracted by the woman sitting next to her, who told her surprised daughter that their entire association against Michael was nothing more than a deception. And now, remembering her sad past, the mother told her daughter that she and her father came from different social circles, where she had to make a lot of efforts in order to marry him. Then the woman reminded that although their family is rich, they are still far from Michael's level. And as you know, all influential and rich men will always be surrounded by female attention, which does not give a reason to retreat and give such value to their rivals. Diana tried to object, but her mother immediately noticed that despite the claims of all her companions that Michael was a scoundrel, not one of them ended their relationship with him. Where everyone hopes that this is exactly what others will do, and in the end only one will remain next to this rich man. The experienced woman's arguments were not without meaning, and greatly inspired the almost desperate girl. And her mother continued to add fuel to the fire, saying that it was her daughter who should get Michael, thereby ensuring the best future for herself. And so the purposeful girl decided that she was leaving this coalition and ending the Cold War against her lover. Sitting on his bed, Michael took out his cell phone, which received a message unexpectedly late. The young man immediately saw that the message came from Diana, where she asked him to forgive him for something. Having compared all the oddities that he had noticed today in the behavior of the girls, Michael began to guess that most likely they had learned about each other's existence, which meant that countermeasures had to be taken. And so Diana noted with horror that Michael himself was calling her, where her mother recommended answering the call as soon as possible. Having accepted the challenge, the girl greeted her lover in the most gentle tone. And the resourceful young man said that he was calling to talk about investing in a broadcasting company that belongs to his good friend. When the conversation was over and the mother asked Diana what Michael had said, the girl conveyed the substance of their conversation. This was joyful information, where the woman emphasized that under such circumstances we can safely say that her daughter occupies a special place in the guy's heart. And Diana herself, having compared everything that had happened, joyfully stated that Michael definitely liked her. With tears in her eyes, she reproached herself for conspiring behind his back with other girls when he was as open and honest as possible with her. And so she, through tears, told her mother that she had acted simply terrible and really wanted to atone for her guilt before the guy. Suddenly, Diana's face seemed to become brighter as she decided to definitely pick up some kind of gift for Michael. The man, handing Jessica another folder with documents, said that she only had one signature left. And when this was done to her, he congratulated the girl on becoming the full owner of the broadcasting company. Delving into the reporting, Jessica sadly noted that the company was in deep red, and if Michael had not invested money, then things would have been very bad. The girl also noticed that the young man, although flighty, was a very reliable and caring person. And so she came to the conclusion that for everything he did for her, she needed to properly thank the guy. There was an unprecedented excitement at the car showroom due to the fact that quite rare and expensive cars were on display. As she passed one car after another, Jessica wondered which one Michael might prefer. And suddenly she noticed how her new friend Diana was examining the interior of one of the cars. Having looked around the salon and raised her head, the owner of the office center also noticed one of her companions in activities against Michael. At a loss as to why Diana came to this exhibition, Jessica greeted her friend. And when the newly minted owner of the broadcasting company asked who her friend was choosing the car for, she explained that it was her father's birthday, and she had come for a gift. And when Diana asked if Jessica herself had come here to choose a gift for Michael, she, very embarrassed, said that it was her father's birthday, and she would not choose a car for this scoundrel. And now both girls were already laughing at such an unusual coincidence of their father's birthdays. But then their attention was attracted by another familiar female voice, who asked what they were doing here, where Jessica and Diana turned to see their third companion, Melanie, in front of them. And of course, when asked what she was doing here, the girl stated that she had come to get a gift for her father. And so all three girls, very embarrassed, joked about this mysterious coincidence, where all their fathers had a birthday on the same day. Diana noticed to herself that her mother was right, and these cunning girls definitely came here not for gifts for their fathers, but for cars for Michael, just like she did. The owner of the office center also noted that Jessica's financial capabilities are definitely better than hers, since she recently received a whole bunch of money for the development of a broadcasting company. Therefore, it was necessary to urgently ask for help, for which the girl used her phone. The mother who answered the call, after listening to her daughter's arguments that she did not have enough money to buy a car, reassured her, saying that she would solve everything now. And so she invited her manager, whom she immediately instructed to transfer money from her reserve account to her daughter. And when the man tried to object, saying that that amount was set aside for the wedding of the lady's son, the woman said that bickering was inappropriate here, since the primary goal was to get Michael and not to marry her son. Where, with tears in her eyes, the woman said that all this was only for the sake of the prosperity of their family. And then Diana received a message that as much as 60 million had been credited to her account, which she was quite surprised by. Tearing up, the girl noted that she was mistaken that her parents had priority over her brother. Full of determination, Diana mentally addressed her mother with a message not to worry, since she would definitely get Michael for herself. Meanwhile, Michael himself was walking through the exhibition in the company of its owner, Mark, to whom his friend informed about the arrival of the ordered car. Moving among the nearby cars, the young man noticed that it was not only the cars that were attractive here. Looking at another beauty standing next to another cool car, the young man thought that before he would not have dared to even just go into such a salon. And suddenly he saw Diana and Jessica standing to the side, greatly surprised that they knew each other and were even here together. But he was completely unsettled when Melanie also appeared next to his two friends, who was going to fetch water. Having a strong instinct after the kidnapping that happened to her, the girl immediately felt that someone was looking at her. Turning around and looking around, she could not detect the source of the danger and returned to the dialogue with her friends. Michael hid behind his friend's back, thinking that sooner or later this would have happened, but nevertheless it happened unexpectedly, as always, where it was quite obvious that they were all aware of the fact that he was paying attention to each of them. And while Mark was wondering what was happening with his friend, Michael suddenly realized that despite all this, no one insisted on breaking off the relationship. Consequently, the game he started could well be continued, where completely new prospects were now opening up. And so he, answering Mark that he just sprained his ankle, asked him to show him the most expensive cars. And so the young man showed the guy the 3 most expensive cars, one of which had already been ordered by Michael. But Mark was very surprised when his interlocutor asked him to calculate how much he owed for all 3. With this idea, the young man decided to test the strength of the union founded by the objects of his system. But suddenly Mark said that selling him all 3 cars would not be as easy as he would like. Michael said that money was not a problem, to which his interlocutor replied that it was not about money, but about the fact that 2 cars had already been ordered by another buyer. And when the young man asked who booked these cars, Mark turned his attention elsewhere. There stood to the side a certain young man, accompanied by a young beauty, where it was the son of the head of the family, Patrick Carson, who ordered the cars. Having finished giving explanations, the owner of the car dealership cheerfully told the lone wolf that he had a lot of various other cars. But Michael was already watching as Patrick suddenly walked up to Diana, extending his hand to her and greeting the beautiful miss. Introducing himself as a member of the famous and influential Carson family, the young man invited the girl to get to know her better. And now he was already telling the story that Diana was very similar to one of his friends who died in childhood. And now, looking into the face of his new friend, the warmest feelings do not let go of him, where he sincerely hopes that he can get her contact to continue communication. At that moment, the girl suddenly saw Michael standing to the side, who was closely watching everything that was happening. Diana noted the overly cold look from her lover, even though she had not done anything wrong yet. But then the girl's blood literally boiled, where she mentally noticed that he himself was not at all embarrassed to communicate with several girls at once, and looked at her contact with another man as if she was already in someone else's bed. Deciding to teach the guy a lesson, Diana agreed to exchange contact information with Patrick. But while she was doing this, she noticed that Michael had already disappeared. Looking around, the girl wondered whether she had done the right thing by deciding to teach the young man a lesson. Observing Michael's reactions, Mark asked him if he knew that girl, to which his friend replied that he had talked to her a long time ago. Throwing an unkind look at the owner of the salon, Michael said that he was buying all 3 cars, offering his friend $1 billion. This was a more than generous offer, to which Mark, of course, agreed, saying that this time Mr. Carson would do without cars. The young man noticed to himself that the lone wolf was clearly jealous, but only a complete fool would refuse to earn $800 million on such a deal. He also mentally apologized to Patrick, where although he respected their family, he loved money much more. Having received the money for the cars, Mark asked Michael, who was sitting next to him, if he had any other requests or wishes. To which the lone wolf replied that he actually had one more request, where he wanted to do something right at the exhibition. Well, upset that Michael suddenly disappeared somewhere, Diana continued to run her eyes around. And suddenly she saw how a musical instrument was brought right into the center of the salon, which was very unusual for a car exhibition. All the guests immediately began to wonder what was going on here and what they could expect. And then Michael appeared and walked up to the musical instrument and sat down comfortably behind it. The owner of the office center immediately noticed how sad the young man sang the melody. Each note literally resonated with pain in the very depths of the girl's soul, making her cry. And the young man continued, filling everything around with the melody of sadness, melancholy, and sadness. Everyone who was in the hall began to experience a variety of sensations from the melody being performed, but one thing was constant tears flowed from everyone's eyes. Jessica and Melanie, who were still at the exhibition, immediately noticed that Michael was clearly not in the mood today. Well, the one who provoked this whole performance felt how every note was filled with a feeling of loss. But Michael finished playing and got up from the instrument and said that you need to be able to let people go, even if you love them, and therefore he lets Diana go. Without another word, the young man turned around and walked away. Realizing her huge mistake, the girl rushed after him, begging him not to leave her alone. However, the girl's path was blocked by Mark, who asked Miss Rockwood to stay for a while. Looking at the respectable man, Diana asked him why he was detaining her, to which the young man, handing the girl the papers, explained that Mr. Lone Wolf had just purchased a car, which he asked to hand over to her. This was a control shot to the very heart, where the girl literally melted from the realization that Michael had come here to choose a gift for her. And Mark, who had reached certain agreements with Michael, willingly confirmed the girl's guesses. Where accompanying Diana, he added that the lone wolf really felt a strong affection for Miss Rockwood. Everything that happened greatly hurt the girl's feelings, where she again blamed herself for unworthy actions towards her lover. The girl understood that because of some petty idea like revenge, Michael's trust in her was completely undermined. And now she was already sitting on the floor, shedding her bitter tears, and Melanie and Jessica, who had come to her, tried to calm their friend down. However, Mark, who had been nearby all this time, immediately attracted the attention of the approaching girls, calling them by name. Handing them some papers too, the young man explained that Mr. Lone Wolf had not deprived them. While picking up the documents for her car, Melanie stated that, apparently, Michael had long been aware that they had cooperated against him. Jessica completely agreed with this, also noting that even under such circumstances, they still received gifts from him. And so all 3 girls decided to try to improve their relationship with Michael, where, although he is a big lover of the opposite sex, he treats everyone with respect. Touched by another expensive gift, Jessica noticed that the young man always does this, making secret signs of attention and never demanding anything in return. Here Melanie remembered how Michael came to her defense more than once. Diana also made her contribution, saying that they all acted very basely, uniting against such a delightful person. And then messages began to pour into the owner of the system that the level of affection for all 3 girls began to grow. Leaving the car exhibition in a taxi, Michael joyfully noted that the billion had done its job. The young man was extremely interested in what kind of reward he would receive when the level of object placement began to reach 100 points. Receiving messages from Diana with pleas for forgiveness, the young man decided that a few days of completely ignoring the girl would only be beneficial. And suddenly the young man's attention was attracted by a painfully familiar female voice, which he had not heard for a very long time. Turning around, Michael saw in front of him the very first object of his system, Angelica, who stated that they had not met with him for a long time. Trying to find some kind of excuse, the guy immediately noticed that this girl began to look completely different. But not allowing the young man to justify himself regarding the long break in their communication, Angelica pulled him along, saying that she had to show him something. And when Michael tried to find out what was going on, the girl told him to just trust and follow her. With an absolutely indifferent face, the young man thought about what this selfish girl might need from him, where the options could be another branded handbag or something like that. Soon they entered a house and stopped at the door, where in response to the guy's next question, Angelica explained that it was a surprise. And so the girl opened the door, behind which the young man saw an apartment, all hung with his own portraits. Looking at the art gallery of his portraits, the young man asked his companion in surprise whether she had painted it all herself. To which the girl embarrassedly explained that she had bought this apartment quite recently. The living room looked somehow nondescript, and so she decided to decorate it in this way. Then Michael, smiling, said that the surprise was quite unusual, to which Angelica replied even more embarrassedly that the surprise was not these pictures at all. Looking the young man straight in the eyes, the girl suddenly said that she was giving him this wonderful apartment, which couldn't help but shock the young man, to whom no one had ever given such gifts. Angelica reminded her interlocutor of how he helped her family and dealt with debt collectors. After that, her father promised never to play again, and in general, their life began to improve, where the changes affected her herself, who was able to look at herself and her life from the outside. Now she understands why Michael did not respect her at all before, where she was a materialistic and selfish girl. Now she wants to try to become worthy of her savior and try to improve their relationship. The behavior of this girl was very different from the one Michael used to know, where the previous Angelica would definitely never have given him an apartment. Turning to his friend, the young man said that in general her intentions were clear to him, but giving away an entire apartment was already too much. But Angelica, handing the key to the guy, said that she perfectly understands that he can buy himself a dozen such apartments, but for her this gift means a lot. Looking at the key in his hand, Michael finally understood why the girl had not contacted him for so long, preparing this surprise. Also, the newly minted owner of the apartment noticed that of all his girls, Angelica was in the most difficult situation at the time of their meeting. The girl's decision to give him an apartment definitely seemed to him not very well thought out, but exactly in line with his desires. And so, after thinking a little, Michael said that he accepted this expensive gift. Then one of his neighbors called him, inviting him to sit in a cafe and celebrate the imminent arrival of the holidays. And now he was already turning to the girl, asking her if she would like to join him at a meeting with friends in a cafe. Where Angelica, of course, happily accepted his offer, accompanied by a message from the system about increasing the level of her location. To herself, the girl was glad that she was not indifferent to Michael, who decided to introduce her to his close circle. The young man himself understood perfectly well that this girl may not be as simple as she seems, and watching her preen herself, Michael mentally asked her not to let him down. While in the taxi, Melanie tried to figure out what to do next, remembering what an expensive car Michael gave her. But then the driver announced that they had arrived at the appointed place, saying that payment could be made by scanning the code. And as soon as the girl brought up her mobile phone, she suddenly saw Michael standing nearby in the company of some girl. A car from a taxi service also drove up to them, where they settled down. Melanie almost immediately recognized one of the most outstanding beauties of the Faculty of Artists. And now she was already instructing the driver to follow another taxi, saying that she would pay double the price. Some inner feeling in the girl told her that something very important was about to happen. But she was very surprised when she saw that Michael and his companion simply arrived at the cafe. Leaning against the window, Melanie watched every step of the couple, and the driver tried to attract her attention so that she would pay for the trip. Having heard the man's requests, the girl apologized and transferred the money by scanning the code, after which she got out of the car and headed to the same cafe, deciding to continue observing. Michael's friends cheered loudly, noting at the same time that the girl accompanying him looked very familiar. As the couple got closer, the young people had the opportunity to look at her more closely. And now the guys were already amazed that their friend was once again accompanied by one of the most famous beauties of the university. Meanwhile, approaching his friends, Michael apologized for their delay. Observing the rules of decency, the young man decided to start by introducing the girl to his roommates, whom she must have seen many times at the university. And the guys, who had only seen Angelica from afar, but had never spoken to her, took turns introducing themselves to her. Then Michael tried to introduce his today's companion to his friends. But the guys immediately stopped him, saying that there was no person at the university who did not know Angelica. But then one of the young man's neighbors asked a provocative question about his relationship with the girl, what clearly neither those to whom the question was addressed, nor even the other guys nearby expected. Angelica was the first to speak, noting that she herself did not yet understand what the relationship was between her and Michael. She also noticed that she had been chasing him for a long time and even gave him an apartment, but he had not yet reciprocated, which shocked all three guys. And so they all agreed that their friend Michael was a real demon tempter. The attention of the whole company was attracted by the girl sitting next to her, who suddenly dropped something from her hands. Where Melanie, frantically clutching a fallen mug, stated with horror that Michael had been given an apartment. The girl blamed herself for the fact that for everything this guy did for her, she never thanked him. Where now his opinion of her will definitely be completely ruined, and the girl who is now with him will gain an advantage. Realizing that Angelica could pose a very serious competition, Melanie decided to write about this in the general chat. And so the dinner was over, where, having asked for the bill, the young people suddenly found out that it had already been paid by a girl from their company. And when everyone asked why she did it, Angelica explained that she was simply glad to spend time in such a pleasant company, and decided to treat the guys. Michael tried to object further, but the girl asked him to stop, saying that this was the least she could do to thank him for his help. And so, saying that she still had business at the internet cafe that she runs, Angelica said goodbye to the guys. Analyzing the behavior of this girl, Michael noticed that she managed to intrigue, but at the same time not irritate him. As Melanie watched her opponent go, she noticed that this was a very worthy opponent, since not everyone could come up with and implement this kind of manipulation. And if at first glance the girl assessed Angelica as not the strongest opponent, basing her opinions only on her appearance, now she has significantly increased her level. Meanwhile, one of Michael's neighbors asked the latter how he even managed to attract such beauties to him. To which the young man explained that even if he told his interlocutor about this, he still wouldn't succeed. And suddenly Michael's neighbor noticed that today, Angelica appeared before them in a completely different light, and therefore Michael should be very attentive and sensitive to her. After listening to his friend, the young man replied that he was not one of those who could afford to simply break a girl's heart. Continuing their simple dialogue, the friends soon found themselves on the street, where, unexpectedly for both sides, a meeting took place between Michael and Billy, who called Jessica to report his enemy's promiscuous affairs. Without uttering a single word to each other, the young people went in different directions, where the insidious Billy mentally gloated that Michael had no idea who was causing him problems. At that moment, a luxury business-class car suddenly braked next to the young people. And then Diana appeared on the street, looking more than serious, where you would think that she was going to at least beat someone thoroughly. Seeing the charming girl whom Billy had once tried to hit on, he could not take his eyes off her. And when she headed towards where Michael stood, the young man again mentally gloated, believing that now the girl would give his enemy a good thrashing. But suddenly, contrary to all expectations, Diana threw herself into Michael's arms, declaring that she had made a mistake and begging him to forgive her. Michael's friends, standing very close, could not believe that as soon as their friend broke up with one girl, another one immediately hung around his neck. What was happening couldn't fit into Billy's head, who didn't believe that this formidable girl was behaving so strangely. Meanwhile, Michael, responding to Diana's argument that she deleted Patrick's contacts, said that he has no claims against her, since they are not connected in any way, and she is free to do what she wants. To this, the girl explained that she had come to the exhibition that day in order to buy a gift for Michael. And so, handing the young man the key to the very luxury car in which she arrived here, the girl asked to accept it as an apology. Billy, watching what was happening, mentally noted that this girl did not even deign to look at him and was giving such a car to some Michael. Well, the recipient himself stood by the car and, looking at the key, thought that Diana had learned to tame her character and draw the right conclusions. But continuing his game, the young man said that although he accepts the gift, this does not make fundamental changes in their relationship, since it is now difficult for him to believe the girl's words. Then something happened that no one expected, where Michael loudly told Melanie to stop hiding, come and get into the car so that he could give her a ride home. As she approached, the girl noted that she did not feel very comfortable, since the young man should have given Diana a lift, not her. To which the young man explained that the car now belongs to him, therefore he himself decides whom he should give a ride with it. Having said that the guy's position was quite clear to her, the girl opened the door and sat in the front passenger seat. And as soon as she slammed the door, at the same second Michael slammed the gas pedal to the floor, causing the car to screech and take off. Left alone in the middle of the street, Diana silently watched the departing expensive gift given to her by Michael. At that second, Billy approached her, who decided to take advantage of the situation and declared that this guy, who treated her like that, behaved extremely disgustingly and was unworthy of the girl. But Diana suddenly demanded that the young man close his mouth, saying that he could not even imagine how much good Michael had done for her. Taken aback by such a statement, Billy tried once again to influence the opinion of his interlocutor. But she interrupted his speech in an even sharper and colder voice, saying that her relationship with Michael did not concern the young man at all. The girl's thoughts were that Michael was deliberately making her angry for the reason that he was completely not indifferent to her. Well, in the meantime, Melanie asked the young man why he did this to Diana. To this, Michael explained that there was no specific reason, where this girl simply did not live up to his expectations. And his interlocutor said that in any case, his experiences are visible because Diana is his first love. But the young man, of course, began to deny that he was in any way concerned about the fate of this girl, which only brought a smile on Melanie's face, since she didn't believe the guy's statement. Deciding to change the topic of conversation, the girl turned to the guy, asking permission to ask him one question. The request clearly intrigued Michael, and he, saying that he was ready to answer, prepared to receive the next piece of information. And so the girl asked why he gave her $1 billion worth of company shares and what his general attitude was towards her. And when the young man asked if Melanie wanted to hear the truth, she sharply declared that only the truth interested her. To which the young man simply replied that he did all this in order to increase the girl's level of affection towards him. Not understanding what we were talking about, his companion asked why he needed her location, and Michael still innocently explained that he needed the location to complete the task. Stunned by such answers, the girl completely stopped understanding anything from what this guy was saying. And suddenly the young man sharply pressed the brake pedal, stopping the movement of the car. After which he told the girl that he had become a member of some kind of system that gave him a lot of money, but he could only spend it on girls, where Melanie was one of his objects. After this statement, the young man's interlocutor asked him to stop saying nonsense. Realizing that no one would believe the truth, Michael changed his position, saying that he only spent money on the girl because she was beautiful and he wanted to get her into bed. This explanation was closer to reality, where the girl mentally noted that this could well explain everything. And Michael was amazed at the girl's reaction, where just recently she could have castrated him immediately for such statements, but now she looks very interested. And so Melanie, from the window of her home, watched Michael's car drive away. Blushing heavily, the girl thought that this guy was always talking about some kind of nonsense, which meanwhile he regularly got away with. While washing the fruit, she thought that for the money he spent on her, anyone would have ended up in his bed long ago. And so she came to the conclusion that this guy was pursuing some completely different goals than just getting her into bed. Then Diana called the girl, to whom Melanie immediately informed that she and Michael were no longer together, since he drove her home and left. Then the caller asked her friend to talk about the substance of their conversation on the road. In particular, she was interested in whether Michael was talking about her. And Melanie told everything they talked about, including the young man's answer to the question of why he gave her $1 billion worth of shares. And then Diana realized that she, too, was wondering about the young man's investments, which obviously could not pay for themselves. And now there are speculations that this guy is playing some kind of big game of his own, which began with large investments in blogger girls. He then invested money in projects of the Rockwood family, bought a bankrupt broadcast channel, an office center, and made other investments. On the one hand, all this looks like waste, but on the other hand, it may well be part of some kind of global strategy. And then Melanie realized that their company had recently begun testing new artificial intelligence, and Michael could invest because he saw the potential, where the interlocutor's guesses were immediately confirmed by Diana. And now the girl has already openly stated that all these excuses about sexual interest are nothing more than a cover for Michael's true plans. This young man is very smart and cunning and can change the world where he clearly should not be underestimated. When the conversation was over, Diana suddenly received a message from Jessica, who asked to rent space in her office center in order to locate the office of her new broadcasting company there. Having answered her friend with consent, Diana immediately returned to the thought that Michael had planned all this long ago. At the same time, Michael himself, sneezing, thought that someone was definitely remembering him, because after strengthening the system, he practically stopped getting sick. Gathering his thoughts, the young man attracted the attention of all his roommates by saying that he had important information. And when everyone looked away from their business, which for the most part was computer games, the young man announced that he was moving. At that very second, everyone who was in the room rushed to his feet, begging him not to rush into moving until he taught them how to properly attract girls. To which Michael replied that for this, first of all, you need to become as handsome as him. At the same time, while at Jessica's villa, her friend Joanna happily stated that all preparations had been completed, and they could begin recruiting people to work in their broadcasting company. To which the girl no less joyfully said that the first person she hires is Joanna herself, who gets the position of executive director. After which Jessica said that she would definitely have to work hard to find people who would conduct live broadcasts. And while her friend was talking about what she could look for among the hosts she knew, the girl remembered that she had contact with a former employee of a bankrupt broadcasting company. Loudly ordering the young man to get out of her life, the woman threw all the water that was in her glass in his face. Which, however, did not anger the guy at all, who calmly said that he himself did not really want to continue to maintain this relationship. Julia was already shaking all over from the mere sight of this guy, but his last words only added fuel to the fire. She reminded the young man that she had supported him for several years, but he answered indifferently that now the woman has no money, and therefore she is no longer interested in him, since she is not able to give him the kind of life to which he is accustomed. And now he was already turning around, leaving the cafe and saying goodbye that he had paid today's bill, since he believed that his ex simply no longer had the money for it. While the guy was leaving, the woman could hear the whispers of other visitors to the cafe, who had become unwitting witnesses to this scene, and who felt sorry for the middle-aged woman. Completely broken and destroyed on all sides, the woman mentally noted that she was not very old yet, and maybe she would still find an opportunity to improve her affairs. And then Jessica, who called her, suddenly invited Julia to take part in the development of a new broadcasting company. In his sleep, the young man heard the key turn in the door lock of the front door to his apartment. Quickly opening his eyes and taking a sitting position, Michael immediately realized that someone had decided to illegally enter his home and rob him. And now he was already standing next to the front door, armed with a glass vase and prepared to protect his property. And the door opened, where a second later Angelica appeared on the threshold, who almost hit him right on the head with a vase. Putting his improvised weapon back on the table, the young man, while getting dressed, reproached the girl for coming without warning. To which the girl, closing the front door and apologizing, explained that she did not expect to see Michael here and had come to make the apartment a little more comfortable by the time he decided to move. And when Angelica turned around, she noticed with pleasure that this guy just had a great body. And then, as if reading the girl's thoughts, Michael noticed that she saw him with a naked torso, where now their position should be equalized. Blushing a little and taking on a thoughtful look, Angelica said that if her interlocutor really wants it, then she finds it possible to do it. After listening to the girl, Michael said that he was speaking absolutely, because he was already quite an adult man. Deciding to see who would win this game, the girl grabbed the bottom of her t-shirt and began to take it off. Where, seeing this movement, Michael was horrified, stopping the guest and saying that he was just joking. In response, the girl cheerfully told her interlocutor not to worry so much, because she was also joking. When this confrontation was over, Angelique changed the subject, saying that she had brought the young man breakfast. And while she was arranging the dishes that had been prepared for her, Michael approached the girl from behind, noticing that a couple of minutes ago she was saying that she had no idea about his move. After which the young man, putting his hand on the girl's tummy, asked who she was bringing breakfast for if she thought the apartment was empty. Angelica did not answer this question, thinking that she had done a lot of work, which should bear fruit, and Michael was already looking at what had been prepared. The aromas of the dishes prepared by Angelica aroused a strong appetite, and the girl herself stated that she could cook a lot of things and was ready to do it for the young man every day. Such a statement could not leave the guy indifferent, where he would not mind receiving such a delicious breakfast every day. And while sitting at the table, he already offered the girl to hire her as a housekeeper, where he was ready to pay her a lot of money. To which Angelica stated that she did not need any money, since she was ready to do all this completely free of charge. Continuing to enjoy this delicious breakfast, Michael mentally noted that the beautiful girl who prepared the delicious food really attracted attention, where the young man appreciated her flirting skills and capturing the interest of a man. The young man was distracted from breakfast and his own thoughts by his cell phone starting to ring, and Catherine Sullivan called the young man, who once again asked him for help. Talking through a wireless earpiece, Michael asked what happened, asking the girl to hurry up and citing his busy schedule. To which Catherine said that she really had no one else to turn to for help. And so the girl said that she and director Wally Fox had everything ready for the start of filming, but the company they worked with suddenly refused further cooperation. Hearing the name Wally, the young man asked the girl who he was, and his interlocutor reminded the guy of the man who calls him his patron, saying that Michael needs to work on his memory. And when Catherine finished explaining the situation to him, the young man told her not to worry, as she would help him. After which he added that in order to continue their work normally, Catherine and Wally must refuse to work with intermediaries and organize everything completely on their own, for which he allocates $500 billion. Receiving a message about the transfer of money, the girl stood and could not believe that this guy was simply transferring unimaginable money for the umpteenth time. Well, the benefactor himself, taking a sip, saying that in a couple of days he would come to find out how they were doing, and for the girl to call if there were problems, turned off the connection. Putting the phone aside, Catherine noted that Michael spoke about the amount of $500 billion in the same way as she would say about 5 cents. Well, the rich man himself, having finished breakfast, thanked Angelica for this wonderful food. But immediately after that, he noticed that he considered it reasonable to leave this apartment after all. The girl, who had not expected such a statement, exclaimed in alarm, asking why he decided to do this. And then, taking the most open and submissive pose, Angelica, in her melodious voice, asked him what she had done wrong. In response, Michael explained that he would not be able to feel at home here if a girl showed up to him like this without warning. Immediately after which the young man added that the problem could be solved if she was ready to give him the second key to the apartment. Agreeing to the conditions put forward, Angelica sadly handed the second key to her interlocutor. The cunning girl noted to herself that she had several such keys in stock. But Michael, as if reading her thoughts, suddenly said that he perfectly understands that his morning guest may still have the keys, but if she does not respect his privacy, he will simply move out. Noticing that Angelica was a very understanding girl, Michael said goodbye to her, citing business. As he left, the young man thought that women need to be able to be put in their place in time, which he had long ago learned. When Michael arrived at the scene, he didn't even have time to get out of his car when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. It was his best friend Jack, accompanied by his new girlfriend, who was also welcoming Michael. Seeing Sophia, the young man was a little upset because he wanted to spend time only with his best friend. But there was nothing to be done, and Michael invited both young men into his brand new car. Finding herself in the interior of a luxury car, Sophia mentally noted that her boyfriend's friend was very rich, suggesting that they would go to one of the most expensive restaurants to eat. But all her hopes were dashed when the girl saw the place where young people had gathered to have a bite to eat. Jack, on the contrary, was very pleased that they had come to this place and not to some restaurant. And now he was happily telling his companion that there was very tasty food here that the girl would definitely like. Having supported her boyfriend's mood, the girl at the same time thought that this Michael could only pretend to be a rich man, since rich people certainly don't eat in such places. They were already sitting at one of the tables when the company's attention was suddenly attracted by a news story on TV. And then Catherine appeared on the screen, who greeted all the spectators and said that she had to convey very important information. And so the girl said that Mr. Lone Wolf invested $500 billion in their company, with which they are going to create the largest company in the film industry. Michael's friend understood that we were talking about him, and immediately asked whether he really decided to reshape the world of cinema. Well, Jack's companion instantly changed her mood, where she fully realized how rich her boyfriend's friend was. Michael himself was not very happy that Catherine made him so popular with her statement. Meanwhile, Jack did not stop asking his friend to get autographs for him from Catherine and other stars. And when the young man started asking Michael where he got that kind of money, the latter literally had to shut him up with food. Well, Sophia, who was nearby looking at Jack, mentally concluded that this guy was her guide to a bright and most importantly rich future. The girl was determined to grab this opportunity where Michael makes everyone around him rich. And so, showing concern that was completely unexpected for Jack, Sophia began to help him wipe the remaining sauce from the corners of his mouth. This news story did not go unnoticed by all the other fans of Michael, who were quite surprised that it amounted to $500 billion. Where the girls were interested not only in why he decided to make such investments, but also in how he knew the actress Catherine Sullivan. Melanie brought some clarity by saying that she had already seen how Michael gave this girl a piece of jewelry at the auction, which means they met before it even started. Diana, having good business acumen, immediately noticed that such a large investment project could not be implemented so quickly, which means it had been in the plans for a very long time. And all the girls already agreed that spending $500 billion was too much just to attract a girl. And so Diana, having listed all of Michael's major investments, wondered out loud what he was up to. At some point, Joanna had the great idea to tell the public that Jessica's broadcasting company was also a lone wolf, which would immediately attract the attention of bloggers. Where the owner of this company found this idea excellent and promising unimaginable benefits, Diana continued to insist that everything that was happening was part of some global plan of Michael. In the midst of the discussion, Julia passed by and asked the girls what they were discussing. Jessica explained to her that they were simply listening to a speech at a press conference by actress Catherine Sullivan, in whose activities Mr. Lone Wolf had invested a lot of money. And as soon as the woman heard this pseudonym, her face immediately changed greatly. But she experienced a real shock when Jessica brought to her the information that their entire company was created by a lone wolf. Having calmed down a little, Julia suddenly announced that she would like to quit this job. Completely not understanding why this woman suddenly made such a decision, Jessica began to persuade her to stay, saying that she was ready to increase her salary, and also convincing her that with the support of a lone wolf, their future was secure. But Julia explained that the reason for her departure was Mr. Lone Wolf himself, who had already ruined her company, and now his anger could affect Jessica's activities. The girl could not believe that such a handsome guy like Michael could do this to this woman. Deciding to discuss the situation with him personally, Jessica urged Julia to calm down. On the other side of town, Michael was just saying goodbye to his friend and his companion. Having answered the incoming call, the young man said that he had time and opportunity to talk. The young man assumed that now the conversation would be about the $500 billion that he invested in Katrina's activities. But Jessica suddenly asked him about how Julia had offended him, that he had decided to ruin her company, where the young man did not even understand who his interlocutor was talking about. And when the girl reminded him that this woman had her own small broadcasting company, Michael immediately remembered her. And so he explained to his interlocutor that this woman had the impudence to hide behind his own name when talking to him, After this, Jessica began to beg Michael to forgive his offender, where she is ready to apologize right now. The young man did not resist, deciding that she could also be useful if she realized her mistakes. And Julia, using her employer's phone number, immediately apologized, promising to help Jessica with her business. When the conversation was over, Julia felt her soul become lighter, which made Jessica happy. Michael, turning off the connection, was once again convinced that this woman with her extensive experience could well help Jessica in developing her business. Yes, not all people can immediately understand something important. Some, like this Julia, just need to be in a difficult situation. In the meantime, Catherine, who continued to answer questions from journalists, apologized, saying that she needed to answer the call. And as soon as she answered the call, she immediately heard a huge number of not very pleasant statements addressed to her from her sponsor, who was very unhappy that she had attracted such attention to him. However, the girl was furious when she heard Michael declare his reluctance to stand out, recalling how he squandered millions at an auction and played a musical instrument there. But at some point, the guy calmed down, saying that he couldn't get anything back, but since the girl had arranged a press conference, he had one request. Without interrupting her patron, Catherine wondered what this unpredictable man might need this time. And when Michael voiced his request, the girl, smiling a little, replied that she would do everything without any problems. And so she again turned to reporters and viewers, saying that this was an important call from her sponsor, Lone Wolf. At that very second, all the participants in the event perked up, guessing that something very important was about to be said. And Catherine announced that Mr. Lone Wolf acquired the Dexter TV company, which will resume its activities in the very near future. Where Dexter TV begins close cooperation with the film company Best Cinema, which she founded. The announced news had an immediate effect on the minds of people, where girls working in other broadcasting companies immediately began to discuss their transition to Dexter TV, where even with the payment of a penalty to their previous employer, they would earn much more. The director of the broadcasting company, to whose bloggers Michael once transferred money, having finished listening to Catherine's announcement, he came to the conclusion that their industry had long been established, and a lone wolf could not change anything in the balance of power. But then an assistant burst into his office and shouted in hysterics that most of the employees had submitted their resignations, which was a shock for the boss, where he immediately came to the conclusion that the lone wolf had an intention to reshape this entire market. Well, Jessica was overjoyed when Catherine announced her broadcasting company to the whole country, to which Diana noted once again that her assumptions about Michael's well-thought-out strategy were completely confirmed. This guy really acts as some kind of eminence grise, where all his previous seemingly absurd actions now take on concrete meaning. Here, Joanna entered the conversation, who also stated that all of Michael's actions were explained by his desire to invest. And right after her, Diana said that in this case he did not spend the money in order to attract more girls to himself. Where Melanie and Jessica ended her thought, coming to the conclusion that he simply considered them the most worthy to become part of his plan. And now all three girls were asking themselves the same question, where they wanted to understand whether, in this case, Michael had at least some real feelings for them. Diana was the first to break the resulting silence, saying that at the moment it is not clear to anyone whether Michael likes any of them. But under any circumstances, she decides to stay by his side until he makes his choice. The rest of the girls just looked at each other after what was said. Julia diffused the situation by saying that men value strong and self-sufficient women, inviting everyone to return to work. Everyone agreed with this argument, deciding that the one who would bring him the greatest benefit would stay with Michael. The man who approached Veronica gave his address and last name in order to receive the mail. And now the girl was already showing him the parcel that had arrived, offering to help him unpack it. But then she was greatly frightened by the loud cry of her colleague, who, without hiding her emotions, said that the actress Catherine Sullivan had just announced an investment of $500 billion. Having heard the reason for such a violent reaction, Veronica noted that most likely this was a publicity stunt, since quite recently this actress was noticed in scandals. But her interlocutor did not agree, saying that a very big and famous person was behind her. Continuing to open the parcel, the girl even cut her finger when her colleague called the man a lone wolf. And Veronica's colleague was already praying that such a rich man would meet on her way. Well, The man receiving the parcel immediately joined the conversation, recalling that he saw the moment when a lone wolf transferred huge sums to girls bloggers. Veronica fell into a state of stupor for some time, trying to at least imagine the amount of 500 billion and thinking about what and when she did wrong in this life. A glass of water flying several meters shattered into pieces with a loud clang, hitting the canvas of a painting hanging on the wall. And the man with glasses, lounging in a chair, noticed displeasedly that this lone wolf was constantly interfering with his business. Collecting fragments from the floor, a very attractive and provocatively dressed girl reported to the gentleman that she had already ordered to find out everything. And the man, as if not hearing the girl's words at all, turned to the portrait of Catherine, asking her whether the lone wolf was really her secret patron, and whether he had accidentally helped her get rid of Floyd Hicks. But then he stood up and, going to the window, shouted that he was the heir of the Calloway family and always gets whatever he wants. The assistant who approached him told the gentleman everything that her team had managed to gather regarding the activities of the new film company. And when the girl suggested that there was only a question of big money, the man called her very naive. But at the same time, he noticed that his family has an incredible amount of connections and money where it is useless to compete with them. Continuing his thoughts out loud, Adam said that most likely his opponent understands all this, but definitely has some kind of secret side plan. And when he suggested that most likely the enemy's ultimate goal was real estate, not a movie, the girl suggested finding out more information about this lone wolf, where the man gave his assistant, who apparently worked for him as someone else, no more than 3 days to complete this task. Well, the lone wolf, meanwhile, was enjoying the game on the console, managing to simultaneously absorb what Angelica fed him. The girl did not hide her joy when Michael won another victory in the game. But turning to the girl, the young man asked her if she was tired of taking care of him. After all, for the last 3 days, all she did was cook, wash, and clean the apartment. To which Angelica replied that all these most ordinary things are not a burden to her at all. And when he asked her if she considered him an unfocused person, his interlocutor said that in these 3 days, the guy rose in the game from level 19 to 45, where she had never seen such purposefulness. Which greatly upset the guy, because he tried so hard to constantly play in order to piss Angelica off and force her to leave. When he started getting ready, the girl tried to ask to go with him, but he said that he was going to important negotiations. Deciding to herself not to be intrusive, since men value their independence most of all, Angelica simply wished him good luck in his business. As she watched Michael go, the girl thought that he would soon get used to her care, and then he would definitely not go anywhere. She had no intention of losing to the other girls hanging around this guy under any circumstances. The people standing behind Catherine quietly whispered about why this whole solemn event was organized, where the most knowledgeable explained that a big man was coming to see them today. And now the leader of this meeting was already heading towards the approaching car, greeting Mr. Lone Wolf, who was getting out of the cabin. Michael noted that a star of Catherine's level should not have met him in person, to which the girl objected, saying that it was just respect for the investor. And while they were heading inside the building, the girl thought that she felt very calm next to this guy, and apparently she was beginning to warm up to him. At some point, all the people around greeted Mr. Lone Wolf in unison, after which Michael asked Catherine not to make such an organization on his next visit, but to meet him without unnecessary noise. Coquettishly straightening her hair, the actress replied that she understood the young man. She thought to herself that the young man was to some extent deceiving her, since it was quite obvious that such attention flattered him. Soon they were already sitting in the presentation hall, where the speaker reported on the main task of deciding on the location of the construction of the city for filming. Pointing to one place on the map, the man suggested stopping on this land, which would definitely ensure the achievement of the company's goals. However, Catherine did not agree with this, since land near the city is very expensive, and therefore it is better for them to choose something further away. Wally also contributed, saying that the best place for filming would be a picturesque place surrounded by nature. And so everyone who participated in this debate turned their attention to Michael, asking what the lone wolf thought about this matter. Where the young man, who did not expect such attention, responded with a question about why his opinion should decide anything here. To which Katrin responded, stating that his opinion will be decisive, since all the money is his, and everyone gathered here pursues his interests. After thinking a little, Michael suddenly said that none of these three options were suitable. And so he went to the map and circled a certain small settlement that was located quite far from the city. And when he heard the opinion that this remote land had no commercial potential, he completely agreed with this, adding that they would take part in creating one. And very soon the entire crowd of leaders, managers, and other interested parties were already sitting and discussing the non-trivial decision of the lone wolf. The great businessman himself thought that he was born in this small town, where there would never be any commercial gain even if an alien ship suddenly landed there. However, his plans, unlike the team's, were to spend as much money as possible. And so, sitting down in a chair, the young man said contentedly that he had decided to invest in this small town. Dispersing to their workplaces, company employees noted that in many years of their work, this was the first such short meeting of directors. Looking at the young and obscenely rich guy, people wondered whether he was a genius or just a fool. Well, the Gray Eminence himself was absolutely satisfied with his own plan, since the money that he gave Katrin for the development of the company was definitely not enough, and then it would be possible to invest more. These pleasant thoughts about the upcoming multi-billion-dollar expenses were interrupted by a call from Jessica. It was a video call where the girl said that they were about to have a meeting regarding hiring employees for the company. But she was very surprised that Michael was not in a work environment, but on the street, where she immediately assumed that he had forgotten about their agreement. The young man was able to get out of it by explaining that he had better communication on the street. The guy concluded to himself that he really had completely forgotten about this agreement. Believing Michael, Jessica said that after Katrina's conference, her company was in demand, but some problems also appeared. Where one of the main problems was the question of how to distribute the income received between bloggers and the company. Then employees from various services and departments joined the conversation, using terminology that immediately gave Michael a headache. Here, Julia joined in to convey the information, who said that it was necessary to distribute income equally, since from her past experience she knows that any other deviation will lead to losses. And suddenly at that moment Michael perked up when his cherished word loss sounded. When he asked the woman to repeat what she had said, she explained that the company was just trying to get back on its feet, and therefore any wrong steps could lead to its complete collapse again. But the young man, on the contrary, needed to organize everything so that the companies would work at a loss. And so he said that the company should give at least 80% of the profits to presenters and bloggers, where such a statement caused all the meeting participants to fall into a state of complete stupor. Well, the leader himself continued, saying that Dexter TV should become the #1 broadcasting company in the whole country so that everyone could make money from them. He then added that his goal is to capture the entire market and popularize their company in the shortest possible time, where he doesn't have to worry about money since he has more than enough of it. And when he finished his long and shocking speech, he turned to the meeting participants with the question of whether there would be any objections. But as one might expect, not a single objection to the lone wolf's arguments was received. A few minutes after the meeting ended, Jessica turned her attention to her vibrating phone, where, having opened the received message, the girl discovered that another $5 billion had appeared in her account. Well, the founder of 2 companies, aimed only at waste, was very pleased that he could now spend an incredible amount of money, where after that, he would receive his well-deserved reward. A man sitting not far from Jessica asked the girl why her face literally began to glow, to which she, not without pleasure, told about the latest transfer from a lone wolf in the amount of $5 billion. Everyone who was still in her office could not believe that their company had just received yet another support, and in such a large volume. And so the man who turned to Jessica mentally noted that at first he strongly doubted the future of the company, but with such support they definitely had nothing to fear. Julia was also in her thoughts, thinking that she knew about the wealth of the lone wolf, but did not even think about how great it was. Jessica herself also thought about Michael, but not about his money, but about his mental abilities, recognizing him as a real genius. Looking at his face frozen on the screen after the end of the video call, the girl could not understand why he transferred the money not to the company's account, but to her personal account. The answer came by itself, where Jessica decided that Michael did this to increase her authority among the employees. after which the warmest feelings overwhelmed the girl, who was ready to hug and kiss her sponsor without stopping. At the same time, Michael suddenly realized that he had accidentally transferred money to Jessica's account and not to the company's account. While he was thinking about how to explain all this to her, his phone beeped again. Having read the message from the one to whom he transferred $5 billion, where she cordially thanked her dear man, the young man could not understand what kind of outburst of tenderness this was. But essentially this did not change anything, where Michael was only interested in this girl spending as much of his money as possible. After all, once his henchmen spend a lot of money and destroy the business, they will rely on him even more. Jessica herself left her office and went to another part of the premises rented by her company, where the bulk of the employees worked. The girl loudly announced that their company had received new investments in the amount of $5 billion, which would become their main capital for development. To the delight of all employees, she announced a doubling of wages, as well as quarterly bonuses, adding that Dexter TV should become #1 among its competitors. Of course, the workers were immensely inspired by such good news about the increase in earnings, and therefore were ready to work without sparing themselves. Well, Jessica, watching people's reactions, mentally addressed Michael, saying that she would not disappoint him. As evening fell, the young man returned to his apartment, which, to his surprise, turned out to be empty. Walking into the room, Michael noticed a small folded piece of paper on the table. It was a note from Angelica, who, citing urgent business, announced her absence, leaving the preparation of dinner to the guy himself. Having finished reading, the young man immediately noticed that this girl continued to play her secret game. After all, it was absolutely obvious here that at first she showed constant care for him for some time, to which he had to get used to, and now she went aside so that the young man would experience discomfort from her absence. But at the same time, the guy noticed that despite all these attempts to get him, he did not feel any negative emotions towards Angelica. Having settled comfortably on the sofa, the young man suddenly realized how calm he now felt. But after not having been in this position for even 5 minutes, Michael suddenly assumed a sitting position, deciding that he needed to visit his parents. And now he was already sitting on a high-speed train, taking him to his small homeland, where he was exhausted from the heat and stuffiness. However, the railway did not deliver him directly to his home, where the young man had to travel the next part of the journey by bus. And finally he left the no less stuffy interior of the bus, noticing that before the road home seemed much shorter. The young man could explain his feelings only by the fact that his lifestyle had recently changed a lot, where he began to get more and more accustomed to comfort. However, today he could not travel all this way in his luxury car, since both his parents and everyone who knows him would instantly have many questions. While Michael was walking, lost in his thoughts, his attention was attracted by a car stopping nearby. Behind the wheel was one of Michael's former classmates, Spencer Fry, who asked whether his friend was still studying or had already found a job. When the young man replied that he was studying at the university and had come home for the holidays, Spencer invited him to get into the car and talk. When the young man was inside, he began to play the role of a poor guy who was very delighted with such an expensive car, which obviously flattered her owner, who noticed that no one actually needs study, where his employment in the fishing business brings in a very substantial income. And while he continued to boast, Michael continued to pretend that he was very impressed with the achievements of his former classmate. Suddenly, the attention of the young people was attracted by a beautiful girl who appeared on the road. Michael literally glared at this beautiful creature, where the girl seemed very familiar to him. And so his memories moved to the distant school past, where the young man finally recognized his old friend Kiara Larson in this beauty. Spencer, who also noticed the girl, could not help but notice that old man Larson's daughter was becoming more and more beautiful every year, and he was not at all averse to getting her for himself. Squeezing the gas pedal, the young entrepreneur drove up to the lonely girl standing. Well, through the lowered window, Kiara noticed Michael sitting in the passenger seat, very happy that he had returned. Well, Michael himself simply could not take his eyes off this charming girl who had some special, natural, and very attractive beauty. And so he came out of the car and, as was the case many years ago, patted the girl on the head, asking if she had learned her lessons. To which Kiara indignantly replied that she had graduated from school a long time ago and was no longer a little girl to pat on the head. Here, Spencer, who had also left the car, joined the conversation and immediately began inviting the girl to become his wife, where she would not need anything. But Kiara turned away and said that the groom was not at all her type, and was also overweight. But the guy did not back down, saying that he was even ready to lose weight to achieve his goal. Then the girl said that Spencer, who was older than both Ciara herself and Michael, was already too old for her. And while she was saying this, the system announced to Michael that it had discovered a new object, which, however, could not be tied to the owner, since it already had too high a location level. The young man was very upset that the system was unable to link a new object, with the help of which some more money could be spent. This beautiful girl seemed to Michael to be a kind of gem. But the financially interested young man immediately decided that he simply needed to lower the level of the location of the object, which he had already had to do before. And so he suddenly began to support Spencer's position, urging Kiara to think about his proposal and not play hard to get, since this guy has already reached great heights. And as Michael continued to exalt his comrade, the girl's position immediately began to decline. Well, Spencer himself, who never expected such support, thanked the guy for his words. He noticed to himself that education definitely benefited him, since Michael became very accommodating. Kiara couldn't believe what she heard from Michael, where the system gave him one message after another, informing the owner and lowering the level of the object's location. And finally, the girl's location reached 0, and the system announced the addition of a new object, which greatly pleased the guy. And the girl, upset by the young man's words, turned around and ran away with not very flattering words addressed to Michael. The young man mentally apologized to her, also mentally explaining his behavior by saying that for completing the task with this object, he would get a considerable sum in the form of reinforcement points and new skills. After saying goodbye to Spencer, Michael finally made it to his parents' house, where he could not understand why no one responded to the knock or opened the door. But then his attention was attracted by a neighbor who asked the guy to come to her. As the young man approached, the woman, whom everyone here called Aunt Laura, said that the guy would be better off returning to where he came from. Completely not understanding what the woman was telling him, the young man asked her to tell her about what was happening here. And Aunt Laura explained that Michael's father ran away, taking Kiara's mother with him, and after that the young man's mother seemed to return to her parents' house. The thing is that Michael's father and Kiara's mother have been in love with each other since school. But the parents of Kiara's mother were unhappy with the financial situation of Michael's father, and therefore married her to the son of the Larson family. However, after Kiara was born, everyone around noticed that she was not at all like her father. Then Thomas Larser ordered a DNA test, the results of which were disappointing for him, and just as he wanted to find Michael's father, he discovered that he had run away with his wife. This information shocked the young man so much that his face literally distorted, where the first thing he noticed was his family connection with Kiara. The woman who squatted down next to the guy, who was crouched in amazement, confirmed that Kiara is Michael's half-sister. But then a new, terrifying thought struck the young man, where he had just led everything to the point that the system connected him with a new object, which turned out to be his sister. And so the young man began to slap himself in the face in order to somehow punish himself for such vulgarity, where Aunt Laura interpreted it in her own way, saying that the guy was not to blame for the sins of his parents. Having thanked the woman for everything, Michael turned around and went somewhere, where Laura shouted after him so that he would not do anything stupid. As she watched the young man go, the woman noticed that such a strong sense of responsibility for the actions of his parents would definitely not benefit him in the future. Well, Michael walked and thought that since Kiara was his little sister, he would not allow anyone to hurt her, and certainly not give her to this arrogant Spencer. At the same time, Kiara herself was hanging washed clothes in the yard, talking about what had changed Michael so much, where he suddenly began to support that arrogant guy who wanted her as his wife. The girl's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a strong kick on the front door, which was accompanied by the swearing of a fairly drunk man. And then, staggering from side to side, Thomas Larson appeared in the courtyard of the house, drinking and cursing everything and everyone in this world. Looking at her drunken father with a frightened look, the girl carefully said that he should not abuse alcohol so much and often. But the angry man suddenly grabbed the girl by the hand and gave her a good slap in the face, shouting that she was not his daughter. The girl shielded herself as best she could from the blows of her fake father, and suddenly a voice was heard behind the man's back, demanding that he stop. Turning his head, Thomas saw Michael approaching, menacingly noting that this rogue cross himself had come to him. Approaching the man, the young man noticed that he was so drunk that he mistook him for his father. And so, under the influence of the firewater, Thomas, obsessed with a thirst for revenge, grabbed a sickle and rushed at Michael. The already frightened Kiara, noticing this jerk, shouted to the guy to be careful. But Michael needed no help, no advice, no hints, since his body and skills were improved by his system. Without even blinking an eye, the young man, without straining, stopped the movement of his armed hand, squeezing it so tightly that the enemy dropped the sickle. And now the drunken and enraged man was already on his knees in an immobilized position, which deprived him of the opportunity to perform any further actions. However, this did not at all quell the ardor of Thomas, who continued to shout that he would kill his enemy. And then Michael turned to him, saying that he could scream and swear as much as he wanted, but he was not his father and was not to blame for anything. But these arguments had no effect, where the angry man shouted that he did not care who stood in front of him, since he would destroy their entire family. The thought flashed through the young man's mind that under other circumstances he would have dealt with the impudent man by now. But here, by and large, Thomas was not to blame for anything, and therefore he again called on him to calm down. Realizing that he needed to free his hands, Michael asked his little sister to bring the rope. And while the girl was fulfilling his request, the young man dispersed all the onlookers who had gathered to gawk at what was happening. Where, going in different directions, everyone was just discussing how professionally and quickly the guy immobilized an adult man. And so, when Thomas was already tied to a chair, Michael expressed his sympathy for him and apologized for what happened on behalf of his family. But the man was not going to forgive, saying that he had been led by the nose and cheated on for more than 20 years, which could not be forgiven. To this, Michael sadly said that what had passed cannot be returned or changed, but life does not end there, and his interlocutor could consider the issue of compensation for the harm and suffering caused. Laughing, Thomas said that he would be satisfied with compensation in the form where Michael would cut off one part from his body, the absence of which would not allow their vile family to continue. But the resourceful young man immediately declared that such a statement did not do the man any honor, and besides, this measure would no longer help. And when the man asked what he meant, the young man simply turned his gaze to his sister, who could very well continue his family line. Thomas had nothing to say to this, and taking advantage of his confusion, Michael suggested that they consider the issue of financial compensation. To which the man first shouted that no amount of money would bring back his wife or turn the girl standing next to him into his own daughter. But a second later he said that even if he agreed, the guy would hardly have 100 million. But after this, the young man perked up, taking out his mobile phone and saying that if Thomas gives up his plans for revenge, he will have 100 million. His opponent could not believe that this person from a poor family was really offering him such a huge sum. Michael did not say anything in response, simply showing his interlocutor the screen of his mobile phone displaying his bank account. Beginning to realize that this guy was not joking and that he really had 100 million, Thomas began to think. After all, this opened up completely different prospects for him, where he would marry again and have his own children. Where now before him, still a fairly young man, there was a choice between a new life in happiness or a new life in prison. As if even sober, Thomas asked Michael if he was joking about money. And the guy confirmed his intentions, saying that he would send this money to Kiara's account, who, although not his daughter, would repay him with kindness, where every year for 10 years he would receive 10 million. And when Thomas asked why not the whole amount at once, Michael explained that this was his insurance against possible changes in the man's plans. Understanding all the pain that his father caused to Mr. Larson, the young man hoped that this money would somehow help him cope and start his life again. Well, in the meantime, Kiara, who heard the whole conversation, was in shock that she was not the daughter of the one she considered her father and was the sister of Michael Cross. The system had already started sending messages about the increase in the girl's favor level, who was delighted with how her brother protected her. Michael immediately noticed that the system messages differ from messages about other girls, where in this case Kiara is stimulated not by financial interest, but by feelings of kinship and trust in a loved one. Having transferred the money, Michael approached the man, saying that he would now untie him and asking him not to do stupid things. And when he finished freeing the prisoner, Kiara approached him, who asked her brother for the opportunity to live with him, since she was afraid to stay in this house. Rejoicing that he had a younger sister, the young man, of course, gave his consent to live together, since he himself planned to take the girl to his place. Adam's assistant reported to the gentleman that under the pseudonym, Lone Wolf was actually hiding a university student named Michael Cross, who had never had anything outstanding in his family or life. This seemed strange to her, and she dug a little deeper, where she was able to find a medical report more than 20 years old. The son of the Calloway family sat and silently listened to everything that his charming assistant told him. Well, the girl continued, saying that according to this conclusion, Michael Cross's mother could never have children. Therefore, this young man is not a child of this unremarkable family. When the girl finished her report, Adam, clearly very skeptical, asked her if this was all she managed to find out about this guy, to which his assistant confusedly confirmed what her boss had said. And suddenly the man, who was suddenly overcome by a feeling of rage, jumped up from his seat and hit his assistant right in the face. He called the girl who fell on the floor nothing more than trash, who was unable to obtain any meaningful information, where he was not at all interested in the fact that the lone wolf was not the son of his parents. Hanging over the defenseless girl in front of him, Adam menacingly declared that he was interested in where this guy got that kind of money and who was covering for him. Ready to obey the man in everything, his assistant declared that she would carry out the order at all costs. And the ruthless gentleman reminded the girl that she owes everything to his family. But at the same time, she is not the only one, where it will not be difficult to find a replacement for her. And so he released his assistant, ordering her to keep him constantly informed of events. Approaching the shower, Michael told his little sister that he had brought a towel and clean clothes left over from his mother, which he would leave at the door. The girl, taking a nice hot shower, thanked the young man for his attention and care. Exposing her beautiful face to the warm streams of water, the girl thought that no one else needed her, neither her father nor her mother. However, now she has an excessively rich brother, where his condition raises a huge number of questions, since his family is fruit merchants. Turning off the water, Kiara thought that if this guy who treated her so well took the wrong path in pursuit of money, then she should help him. Meanwhile, Michael, having once again failed to reach either his mother or his father, sat and thought that his exemplary parents had run away, leaving him with a lot of problems. Then Kiara came out of the shower and told her brother that she had finished her water procedures. While she was drying her hair, Michael looked into her clear and beautiful eyes, which attracted him greatly. Having shown the girl the place where she would sleep, the young man was about to go to his room, but the girl suddenly grabbed him by the clothes. In a timid voice, she asked her brother to spend the night with her in the same room, where she was even ready to sleep on the floor. Looking at the girl and exhaling heavily, Michael agreed to fulfill her request, deciding that it was normal for brother and sister to sleep almost together. Having already settled down on the bed, the young man still could not believe that he had a younger sister. The next day, Catherine, accompanied by bodyguards and company employees, had already arrived at the place where the company was buying land. When she left the train carriage, she immediately noticed that she found herself in some kind of outback. The girl was met by a man who identified himself as a representative of the administration of their town and greeted the guest. Thanking him for the warm welcome, the actress headed to the car prepared for her. And so very soon the girl arrived at a piece of land where heavy equipment was already starting to work. The man accompanying her reported that the development of new company lands had already begun in this part. Meanwhile, a man standing in the crowd took out his cell phone and called the person who had sent him to control the situation. David McEnroy listened, not without joy, to the report that the company had already begun to develop the land. Having finished the conversation, the man turned to his assistant, ordering him to begin implementing their plan and buy the neighboring lands at an inflated price. When the man with glasses walked away, the calculating man mentally addressed the lone wolf, saying that he did not want to cross his path at all, but simply saw a way to earn a little money. Meanwhile, the assistant to the head of the McEnroy family, having left the boss's office, took out his phone and made just one call. But after this call, a real chain reaction followed, where some people called each other, passing on important information and reporting that they were already sending their people to buy land. Meanwhile, Michael sat in the garden among the watermelons, noting that his parents had abandoned the entire crop. Here he was caught by a call from Catherine, who told him the sad news that all the land they were going to buy had suddenly skyrocketed in price. However, for the young man, this was not some bad news, since the prospect of spending even more money opened up, where his interlocutor decided that he did not hear what she said, calling it very good news. And Michael slightly corrected what was said, explaining that he simply meant that he could easily deal with this problem. But suddenly, having tried to transfer money to Catherine, he received a message from the system that this operation could not be carried out. He tried to do it again, but the system refused again, saying that the owner had his own benefit from the activities of the film company, and therefore was suspected of money laundering. Having started to look for a way out of this situation, the young man found nothing better than to transfer money through his beloved sister. Where Kiara, noticing her brother's gaze on herself, asked him about who he was talking to now. To which the young man explained that he was talking with actress Catherine Sullivan, with whom he is not in a romantic relationship. However, the girl did not believe the young man's words, believing that he was aiming much higher than his head, despite the fact that he was not poor at all. Picking up the topic, Michael noted that the film company is just buying up land in their city, where they can now make good money on it. Kiara was interested in how one could make money on land in an unpopular town like theirs, to which the young man explained that in their city there is a lot of land that his sister can purchase and then receive income from the fact that the film company will use it. Assessing the prospects, the girl thought that even though Michael now provides for her completely, she must think about the future. And now she has already agreed to the proposal, saying that she will immediately talk to the head of the city. And Michael himself, watching his sister, thought that it would be nice to have such a wife and settle here, away from the bustle of the city. While he was in his fantasies, many expensive luxury cars began to stop right in front of him. And then a girl who emerged from one of them noticed that this was the first time she had found herself in such a wilderness. Seeing a young man in front of her, the girl approached and asked if he was Michael Cross. When the young man confirmed his identity, the girl introduced herself as Elizabeth Carson. But the young man did not understand at all what this girl meant when she said that this was not the first time they had met. Unable to remember the circumstances of their first meeting, Michael said that the girl was probably mistaken, to which the clearly upset girl capriciously stated that their first meeting took place at a car exhibition, where she was in the company of her brother. Recalling that day, the young man noticed that there really was some girl with Patrick, and Elizabeth, observing the young man's thought process, thought that the lone wolf's reputation as a ladies' man was not exactly confirmed, because he did not even pay attention to her. And so Michael asked the guest what brought her here, to which the girl busily asked whether a lone wolf always talks about business in the middle of the street. After thinking for a moment, the young man decided that his neighbors really didn't need to know about his affairs. And then he invited everyone to follow him to his parents' house. When the young people disappeared from prying eyes and ears, Michael again invited the girl to tell her about the purpose of her visit, to which the charming girl expressed the assumption that the lone wolf was clearly planning to make good money, which only made the young man laugh, who was only focused on spending as much as possible. But the categorical Elizabeth immediately declared that he could deceive others, but not her. And then she recalled Catherine's loud statement about the unthinkable amount of investment. But the company is headed by an actress who knows absolutely nothing about running a business. But now, when everyone has begun to buy land here, the secret plans of the lone wolf are becoming clear, where this is definitely some kind of deceptive maneuver. Mentally laughing at how cool he seemed in this girl's eyes, Michael asked her how his plans could concern Elizabeth. And the girl looked intently at this strange young man, who continued to remain calm even when his plan was revealed. After all, even her influential brother would immediately abandon his plans, and therefore you definitely can't quarrel with a lone wolf. And so Elizabeth announced that she had arrived here on behalf of their family in order to discuss the possibility of doing business together. But their conversation was interrupted by a woman's voice, which demanded that she be released. It was Kiara, returning from the head of the city, who was not allowed into her own house by the guards of the uninvited guest. Roughly grabbing the girl by the arms, the young guards told her that she could not enter the premises. But the owner of this house himself was already approaching them, angrily declaring that this was his sister and demanding to let her go. Well, Elizabeth decided not to interfere for now, deciding to see what this cold-blooded lone wolf, who instantly lost his temper because of his little sister, would be ready for. Seeing that his guest's guards were not going to comply with his demand, the young man coldly said that he would now teach them a lesson. Shouting that he would now force the thugs to let the girl go, the guy grabbed one of them by the head and threw it aside with all his might. Where all the other guards and their mistress were shocked by the incredible power this guy has. Elizabeth, who was most amazed, could not believe that the guard, who was from the special forces, could not do anything to oppose his opponent. Well, Michael himself was already close to his little sister, for whose sake he was ready to break anyone apart. Watching the young man's every move, Elizabeth was already dreaming of getting this man for herself. And then the system issued another message, informing the owner about the addition of a new object in the person of the youngest daughter of the Carson family. But Michael did not express joy about this, looking sternly at the girl and accusing her of coming to this house to insult his loved ones. And when Kiara asked who this girl was, her brother replied that she wanted to discuss cooperation, but apparently their conversation was over. Contrary to all Michael's expectations, his dear sister was fascinated by Elizabeth, who at such a young age was already involved in such important matters and negotiations. Well, the business girl herself reluctantly agreed that she was to some extent to blame for the actions of the guards, although it was her brother who recruited them. But the young man remained adamant, declaring that he was not very sure of the girl's words, as well as whether they should continue this conversation. But then Kiara intervened in the situation, who reproached her brother for his unfriendly attitude and introduced herself to their guest. Elizabeth, who was a little embarrassed by this attitude on the part of the girl, also introduced herself in response. And a few minutes later, Michael was already watching as the two girls were discussing at the top of their lungs the fact that they, as it turned out, were even born on the same day. Soon the young man had no choice but to go and do his household chores while his sister and her new friend continued to actively get acquainted. But then Kiara approached her brother, saying that, according to Elizabeth's stories, he was incredibly cool, to which the young man replied that she still had a lot to learn about him. The system announced an increase in the sister's level of affection for her brother, and she herself was already sitting next to him, ready to listen to new details from the original source. Watching her relatives, Elizabeth noticed to herself that this guy and his sister had a very warm relationship. And with such a huge fortune, this young man lives in some kind of wilderness and just sits in the yard sorting through bean pods. The girl could not believe that such men existed in principle, and the system was already announcing to Michael an increase in the level of location and a second new object. The young man responded to Elizabeth's request to spend the night with a categorical refusal, saying that they only had a business relationship. But she insisted, saying that she really wanted to know life outside the big city, and only 2 people lived in such a big house. Here, Kiara also joined in the persuasion, who also asked to allow her new friend to stay for a few days. About to say something completely negative, the young man turned his head and immediately met those pure and innocent eyes. And so his position was captured, where he told the girls that they could do whatever their heart desired, which pleased them immensely. The young man thought to himself that he would show this impudent woman all the delights of life in a country house, where she herself would soon run away. Well, Elizabeth noticed that everything was going very well for her, where now she had a chance to observe this mysterious character. Lying in his room, Michael could not fall asleep, listening to the voice of his sister, who admired her friend's outfits. Turning on his side, the young man thought that cooperation with the Carson family could be useful, where with their help, he could always remain in the shadows. Shielding himself from the squeals and girlish laughter with a pillow, Michael thought about how his older brother let Elizabeth go to some unknown man, not knowing what he could do to her. An excessively loud noise coming from outside the window made the young man literally jump out of his bed. And when he left his room, Elizabeth met him and wished him good morning. Looking out into the street, the young man saw heavy construction equipment and immediately accused his guest of abusing his hospitality. But the girl objected to him, explaining that she simply decided to put this place in order. Since she plans to live here for a while, she had to renovate the restroom first. Then she led Michael to the barn where the animals were, saying along the way that everything was terrible there. But now the pigsty shone with cleanliness, where each pig even had its own bath. Watching all this absurdity, Michael could only think that all the rich people were a little crazy. Having finished examining the pigsty, Elizabeth led the young man to the room in which she planned to live for some time. And when the door opened, Michael saw that innovation had also affected this room, in the corner of which he noticed his little sister. Joyfully greeting her brother, Kiara immediately declared that their guest was simply some incredible person. To which the young man replied without any enthusiasm that the main thing for him was that his little sister was happy. Well, his guest had already talked about the fact that all the materials used were environmentally friendly, after which she informed the owner of the house about further changes she planned. Michael understood that any resistance in this case was useless, and only mentally stated that if his parents returned, he would definitely not recognize his home. Watching the two young girls, he also noticed that he had returned here to relax, but instead, apparently, he would work as a nanny. Meanwhile, one of the guards located on the street reported to the gentleman that everything was going according to plan, where the young miss had already settled in the house, and the lone wolf was not at all against cooperation. To which Patrick Carson instructed his man to report to him about everything that was happening and to take good care of his sister. When he finished speaking, a woman's voice coming from behind him asked if everything was okay there. Turning to face his interlocutor, Patrick replied that it couldn't have been better, since a lone wolf doesn't miss a single skirt. And Victoria Malton, standing next to him, noticed the high sense of purpose of his interlocutor, who did not hesitate to use his sister as bait. And so they already discussed together that after the unification of the Carson and Calloway families, this dissolute lone wolf would not have the most enviable end. And so the girl said, since everything is going according to plan, then it's time for her to enter the active phase of the game and fulfill her role. And just as she decided to leave the young man, he suddenly stopped her movement, asking where she was in such a hurry and whether she really didn't like the wine. To which Victoria replied that the wine was more than wonderful, but its taste would be much sweeter when they celebrated the victory. And so, moving along the corridor, the girl thought that if Mr. Lone Wolf was at least half the same as her recent interlocutor, then he definitely could not escape her seductive spell. People gathered at the Cross family's house were actively discussing the fact that Michael suddenly began to live with the daughter of the Larson family. But then the gates opened, and everyone saw Michael himself coming out into the street, but only accompanied by a completely different girl. Standing next to him, Spencer was extremely unhappy that this guy was getting all the female attention. But then he turned to a former classmate, asking if he wanted to go out into the city in the evening and relax a little in a cafe. Turning to his interlocutor, the young man asked what was the reason for this. To which Spencer explained that something like a reunion of their school's alumni was expected. Seeing no reason to refuse this guy, the young man agreed to go to the meeting, saying that he had plenty of free time. The young man thought to himself that these meetings are usually created in order to brag to each other about their achievements. Having finished the dialogue, Michael and his companion continued their journey and soon found themselves in the middle of a cornfield. Asking her companion why they came here, Elizabeth mentally hoped that he would not do anything indecent with her away from people. It seemed to her that Michael had brought her here for a reason and had some secret vulgar intent. She imagined the most terrible pictures when she heard the young man's words that she stayed to live with him of her own free will, just as today she came here with him also without coercion. The girl was already prepared for the worst when suddenly Michael threw her a basket, telling her to pick up some corn on the cob. It was a complete failure, where Elizabeth never expected to hear something like that. Plucking one cob after another, the girl was very happy that she was finally seeing that same corn appear from the cans, and her companion was gloating, thinking that now this white-handed girl would definitely curse everything in the world. But Elizabeth did not give up the job at all, which she liked more and more. Having finished with corn, the young people switched to collecting beets, where the next step for them was to wash the vegetables collected from the ground. While Michael was busy washing, Elizabeth, sitting on the stones, noticed that life in the countryside was very interesting, and she no longer wanted to study and return to the city. Where after these words, the young man noticed that his plan should have worked a little differently. Suddenly, the attention of the young people was attracted by a female voice calling someone for help. Turning around, both Michael and his guest saw a girl trying to run away from the tough guys. Running for her life and not noticing what might be under her feet, the victim of the attack tripped over a stone and hit the ground hard. Quite quickly, the men who were nearby laughed at the girl's pose and sarcastically asked her why she stopped running away. The girl tearfully asked to let her go when one of the pursuers had already approached and put his hand right on her head. Grabbing her roughly by the hair, the man told her that she should be a good girl and follow them. But then a voice behind them demanded to let the poor girl go. It was an enraged Elizabeth, who called unworthy men the most humiliating words, accompanied by obscene gestures. Watching the girl, Michael grinned, noting that she certainly didn't lack courage, since she didn't have a single guard with her. After which, the young man turned his attention to his pursuers, where it immediately seemed strange to him that he witnessed this scene when he finished work and left the cornfield. But nevertheless, he decided to intervene, telling the attackers that it was time for them to run away. Which, however, did not please their probable leader at all, who angrily asked the guy who he was and why he was minding his own business. However, the young man did not engage in long dialogues, where after a few seconds the entire company was already resting unconscious on the ground. Elizabeth was truly fascinated by the way Michael dealt with these scoundrels, where the system did not have time to issue messages about increasing the level of favor. Well, the savior himself approached the girl and, helping her to get up, asked how she was feeling. Using her feminine charms in the role of a victim, the girl introduced herself and thanked the young man for his help, saying that she would certainly repay him. The young man was very surprised at how beautiful a girl who needed help could be. Well, his impeccable system immediately announced the addition of a new object. But the most interesting thing was what benefits the achievement of a certain level of disposition promised, where, among other things, there was a huge number of very different skills. But Michael not only wondered who this girl was for whom they give so many skills, but also why the disposition was as much as minus 80 points. Immediately he remembered Melanie, who also plunged into a deep negative towards him, but even she did not hate him so much. At the same time, thanks to the system, the young man understood that this girl could pretend as much as she wanted, but he already knew that she appeared here for a reason. Then Elizabeth approached Victoria, who asked the girl why these guys were pursuing her. To this, the victim explained that she simply owed them a large amount of money. And so she told her fictitious story, in which her father spent his whole life in prison, and at some point her mother became very ill. Since the bank did not approve the loan, she had to turn to private individuals to borrow money, but her mother died, and the debt remained. And these men demanded that she earn money by selling her body, so she ran away. Finishing listening to this sad story with tears in her eyes, Elizabeth said that she was the daughter of the Carson family and would help her with money. But Victoria refused help, saying that she would solve all her problems herself, which she just needed a little more time. And her interlocutor admired the strength and determination of the girl, who clearly was not looking for easy ways. The dialogue between the two girls was closely watched by Michael, in whose gaze skeptical notes had already been creeping in for a long time. Looking at Elizabeth, the young man noticed that only such an inexperienced person as she could believe in this hackneyed, absurd, obviously made-up plot. But at the same time, the guy decided not to expose his new acquaintance for now, deciding that she could entertain him well. The young man also found it necessary to find out who was behind this girl. And so he instructed Elizabeth to take the girl they rescued to the house, treat her wounds, and help her get in order. But looking at the joyful daughter of the Carson family, Michael noted that she herself would also do well to take a shower and change clothes, so as not to look like a pig after a mud bath. Deciding not to put off his plans for later, the young man suddenly turned to Victoria, saying that he could offer her a job. Throwing a not very interested look at the lone wolf, the girl began to say that she did not yet know how to respond to the proposal. The spy noticed to herself that it was much easier to infiltrate than she thought, where this guy is really obsessed with girls and is already offering a job. But suddenly, Michael innocently declared that since the girl was not eager to find a job, he was refusing his offer. Victoria never expected such a strange turn, having thought about the guy's unusual behavior. Elizabeth decided to intervene in the situation, who said that such a beautiful and obviously educated girl would definitely not be left without a good job. To which Victoria, trying to change the topic of conversation, said that Miss Carson was much more attractive than her. Elizabeth appreciated the compliment, saying that the girl definitely knows how to communicate, unlike those who call her a pig. While the spy continued to shower her with compliments, saying that her protector also had a very broad soul. But inside the girl there was anxiety, where she perfectly understood that the lone wolf was interested in her, but for some reason he did not develop events where this could be because of a stranger nearby. But Elizabeth said that since Michael did not take the girl to his place, then she would find her a job with her. However, this prospect did not suit Victoria at all, whose task was to get closer to the lone wolf, and she cursed the girl who was sticking her nose into someone else's business. When they returned home, the girl's guards surrounded the victim, vying with each other, saying that now the master was at least taking them all away because they had not noticed. But the true representative of the Carson family immediately became indignant, shouting that her brother would definitely find out how they confused her with a completely different person. And so the whole crowd of men tearfully begged to forgive them, where they were prevented from establishing the exact identity of the lady by the dirt on the girls' faces. Meanwhile, Michael's sister had already managed to appreciate the appearance of their new guest, immediately noticing how beautiful she was. Kiara was very flattered that so many beautiful girls were hanging around her brother, where it was obvious that her new friend Elizabeth was also beginning to be interested in Michael. Here the girl's attention was attracted by the very object of her thoughts, asking how she spent her time. Without answering the question, Kiara threw herself into the arms of her brother, declaring that he was incredibly cool, since literally in a day he had already found 2 brides. And not only Michael himself tried to refute what was said to her, but also his 2 so-called brides, who unanimously declared that they did not even have any intention of doing so. But the girl did not listen to anyone, where she was absolutely convinced that girls were deceiving themselves. Soon Elizabeth brought a first aid kit, offering her new friend help in treating the wounds. Victoria tried to refuse help, but the girl insisted, and the spy had no choice but to start exposing her injured areas. First, Elizabeth tried to rub a cotton swab soaked in iodine over the wound, which of course caused severe pain to the wounded woman. Then the daughter of the Carson family decided to try a different method, simply pouring the contents of a vial of iodine onto the wound. Experiencing incredible suffering, Victoria could only think about killing this abnormal woman. But the torture was stopped by Michael, who decided to provide medical care himself. Having explained to Victoria that Elizabeth most likely had never provided first aid, the young man promised to do everything quickly and as carefully as possible. In the most tender voice, the girl thanked her savior, giving him a tender and sensual look, and meanwhile the system reported that her level of favor had dropped by 5 points. Which came as a complete surprise to the owner of the system, who did literally nothing to lower the level. Unable to hide his surprise, the young man raised his head and looked at Victoria. The girl immediately sensed something was wrong and asked Michael what had happened. To which the guy said that everything was fine, mentally concluding that this girl would make a delightful actress. Where, of all the people she had met, perhaps only Angelica could be a worthy competitor to her. The enemy was truly worthy, and therefore one had to be constantly on guard. Well, the spy herself, meanwhile, was watching Michael, thinking that this man only at first glance seemed normal, where everything inside him had long been rotten. The girl remembered the information from the medical institution, according to which Michael's mother could not have children. Therefore, he and that pretty girl Kiara are not brother and sister, where no one probably even realizes what terrible horrors he might be planning against this innocent girl, covering up their life together with family ties. And so the spy decided that she would definitely expose this werewolf and completely bankrupt him. When the first aid was completed and the girl came out of the shower, changing into clean clothes, the guards could not take their eyes off such beauty. Kiara admired the girl out loud, and Michael noted her outstanding appearance to himself. At the same time, his precious sister noted to herself that the girls who appeared in their house were worthy of each other, where her brother definitely knows a lot about girls. Victoria, having thanked Kiara for the compliment, also noticed that she has a very extraordinary appearance. But then their tenderness was interrupted by Michael, who invited the girl he saved to become his personal assistant. Having said out loud that the proposal was very unexpected, the girl rejoiced to herself, rejoicing that she was able to win the heart of the development object. And so she said that she did not want to remain in debt, and therefore she would work selflessly to repay for the salvation. Pleased with the candidate's consent, the young man said that in order to fully take office, she would need to pass some special test. The very word special already made the girl nervous, where only physical intimacy came to her mind. And now the girl's guesses began to be confirmed, where Michael told her to follow him. As she walked up the stairs, Victoria thought that everything was moving too quickly, but she had to go through this to become a confidant. From a very young age, she was chosen by the family she served and underwent many of the most grueling training. And everything she had to go through over the years was only for the sake of loyalty to the Calloway family. And therefore now the girl was ready to give all of herself, no matter what this dirty pervert would come up with. When they were alone, Victoria dared to ask what task the master had prepared for her, to which he asked to provide him with the girl's bank account number. Thinking that in this way the lone wolf decided to find out her details and past, the girl took out a mobile phone from a secluded place in her body. She had nothing to fear, since before this task all information about her life was corrected and replaced with false information. But then something happened that she could not have expected, where the spy was informed that 100 million had been received into her account. Now she could not understand what all this meant, where this money could be a check or allocated for current expenses. Finally, Michael explained that the girl's task is to spend 100 million in 24 hours, and if after a day there is 0 on her balance, then the test will be considered passed. Victoria was shocked again, not understanding how 100 million can be spoken of as $10. However, the lone wolf was not a simple person and could not do anything without some hidden meaning. Michael's behavior was so non-trivial that the spy could not put her thoughts in order, completely not understanding what she should do. But then the young man began to leave, saying that tomorrow he was waiting for the result of the work done. Turning around for a second, the young man added that the girl should not tell anyone about this task, otherwise the mission would be considered a failure. Mentally, the guy noticed that some 100 million had confused the girl, and his personal assistant should not pay attention even to 100 billion. Hearing footsteps behind her, Kiara turned around sharply and saw her beloved brother. She, of course, wanted to know what task he gave their guest, but Michael immediately declared that this information did not concern children. Switching the conversation to a business direction, the young man asked his sister how things were going with the land, to which she explained that you just need to find those who want to sell it. After which the curious girl asked Michael where he was going. And while he was answering the girl, Victoria thought about what she had just heard regarding the purchase of land. After all, this was definitely somehow connected with the project to create the largest film company. And then it dawned on her that the purchase of land in the north was just a fraudulent maneuver, where he was preparing to buy up all the land at bargain prices in the south. In this way, he will wreak havoc in the real estate world, where many people will lose their money and businesses by committing suicide. Pleased with herself, Victoria mentally concluded that this time the plans of the lone wolf would not work out, since 2 powerful families had united against him. Meanwhile, Kiara begged her brother to take her to the city, and when the young man asked for what purposes, she modestly explained that she really wanted to buy new things. Michael immediately realized that this was the influence of Elizabeth, whose sister saw a lot of clothes and, of course, also wanted to expand her wardrobe. The young man did not see any problems with spending money and allowed the girl to go with him, saying that she would pay for everything. But then the attention of the brother and sister was attracted by the daughter of the Carson family, who appeared behind them, who said that she also wanted to go to the city with them. Looking at the girl, Michael decided that it was quite possible to take her too, which would only increase his expenses. And now he had already turned his attention to Victoria, thinking about taking her with him too. And now the girls, overwhelmed with emotions, had already run out of the car and were heading towards the first store. Michael approached the spy remaining in the car and told her to also go with them. And to the girl's question, he explained that she should wear his sister's purchases, since he still hired her as a personal assistant. And now the young man, in the company of 3 beautiful girls, was already walking through the shopping center, calling on his little sister to buy whatever she liked. The still very shy girl looked at herself in the mirror, trying out one dress or another. Noticing that his little sister liked something, Michael immediately noticed that it suited her very well. And now he called the seller, saying that they were buying both of these dresses. In the handbag department, the young man couldn't help but notice that his little sister had excellent taste. And now he already demanded to bring each option in 2 colors, saying that he was buying everything. And so it continued in every department into which the difficult one brought his dear sister. At some point, Kiara stopped her brother, saying that they bought so much that she couldn't bear it for several years. Michael tried to justify himself by saying that despite all the shopping, they didn't have a single package in their hands, to which his sister immediately remembered that Victoria was carrying all the packages. After this, the young man immediately approached his assistant, sarcastically asking if she was tired, where of course she replied that her work was not difficult. And Michael said that even if the girl was tired, it would not change anything, since she must prove that she could be useful. And while Victoria mentally instructed herself to remain silent and endure, the young man gave the order to take all the things home, since they had an event planned. Accepting the boss's instructions, the girl only thought to herself that the moment would come when she would be able to deal with this insolent person. 2 guys standing near the cafe were quite surprised when a car stopped next to them, similar to which they had only seen on the TV screen. The door opened and 2 indescribable beauties came out into the street, who instantly won the hearts of the guys. But then, following the girls, a young man who seemed very familiar to the guys got out of the car. As he got closer, Michael smiled and greeted his former classmates. Having recognized the guy, the young people were shocked that it was he who arrived in this expensive car and in the company of such beauties. But then someone's arrogant voice noticed that this luxury car did not belong to Michael. It was Spencer, who immediately reproached the young man for trying to create the appearance of wealth in front of his comrades by renting this car. Listening to everything that Spencer said, Michael could only sigh heavily, where he could not just show everyone his true wealth. Here another character entered the conversation and said that there was no need to attack a person who just decided to play a little. Turning around, Michael immediately recognized another of his classmates, Andrew, who always got a lot of trouble at school. And this young man, who had become much prettier, was immediately surrounded on all sides, amazed at how much he had changed. Of course, Spencer was the one who lavished the most compliments on the official's son, while Andrew himself, listening to him, pretended to be modest. But then the young man's gaze stopped on 2 beautiful creatures that accompanied Michael. When Andrew asked to introduce the girls, Michael started with Kiara, explaining that she was his little sister. After which the young man introduced Elizabeth as his sister's best friend. And when Michael asked whether the guys would be against the fact that these girls would join their company, he of course did not hear a single objection. While Michael and his companions headed inside the cafe, Andrew, walking behind them, was thinking about which of them to choose for himself, or whether he should take possession of both at once. However, the young man immediately noticed that this rogue had his eye on his sister and was ready to repel the attacks. Soon the luxurious table was set, and everyone who had gathered for the meeting today took their places at it. Turning to Michael, Andrew asked about his plans after he graduated from university. To which the young man, who was most interested in food here, explained that he hadn't really thought about it yet. To himself, he thought that his occupation of spending a lot of money on women would not be the worst thing after graduation. But at the same time, the young man noted that such a monotonous life could soon become very boring to him. And so he, pouring himself some water, said that it was possible to go on a trip, since he didn't want to waste his life going to work. To this, his interlocutor said that he would need money for travel, and therefore he was ready to offer the guy a job in his company, where he is ready to put him in a position with a salary of $5,000 per month. After these words, Elizabeth, who was taking a sip, choked heavily and spat out everything she was trying to swallow. Using a napkin, the girl apologized, saying that the water got into the wrong throat. After which she thought that offering a lone wolf a job and $5,000 a month was incredibly stupid. Michael thanked his interlocutor for such a generous offer, which he refused, explaining that he did not want to work at all. Laughing, Andrew took the young man's position, saying that everyone has their own plans for life. Then one of the girls present at the meeting asked the guy what kind of business he had. To which Andrew explained that he owns a small construction company, which was a natural extension of his passion for architecture. At this point, Spencer entered the conversation and noted that the construction industry is now undergoing major changes due to the well-known lone wolf, where Andrew's business is definitely expected to boom. Hearing the mention of a lone wolf, one of the girls immediately perked up, asking if the owner of the construction company knew this rich man. To which Andrew immediately stated that, of course, he had met this guy a couple of times and drank coffee while discussing joint projects. Where immediately after these words, everyone present began to unanimously declare that he was very lucky, and his future from such a partnership was definitely assured. And while all these discussions were going on, the lone wolf himself sat trying to hold inside himself everything that he had managed to eat. The guy who declared his acquaintance with the lone wolf could not even imagine what a clown he now looked like in the eyes of some of those present. And then he noticed how one of the girls who came with Michael was looking at him and laughing. Deciding that she simply liked him, Andrew turned to Elizabeth, asking why she smiled so mysteriously. Of course, the girl did not name the true reason for her laughter, simply saying that she remembered a funny incident from her life. Then, turning her attention to Michael, who decided to try to stuff another piece of meat into himself, the daughter of the Carson family noticed that a person of this level does not even pay attention to such a buffoon as this Andrew. But then she grinned, deciding that if the lone wolf himself was not interested in landing this guy, then she would definitely not miss her chance. Not knowing the girl's thoughts, Michael was a little embarrassed when he saw her looking at him with a smile that definitely didn't bode well. After some time, Andrew, having believed in himself, his strengths, and his attractiveness, approached Elizabeth with an offer to exchange contacts. And when the girl coldly asked for what purpose he needed this, the young man explained in a sweet voice that he simply wanted to get to know each other better. In response, Elizabeth asked the fan why he even decided that he might be worthy of her attention. Spectators watching the development of events mentally noted that the girl was treating the guy extremely harshly. However, the young man was not going to just retreat, saying that the girl had too high an opinion of herself, to which he immediately received the answer that she was not as high as the guy himself, who clearly overestimated his strengths and capabilities. This statement greatly offended Andrew, who was about to say something completely unpleasant in response. But his impulse was stopped by the appearance of the manager of the establishment where they had dinner today. The young man was greatly surprised by the appearance of the manager, who honored with his personal attention the very rare and most important guests, which did not even include Andrew's father. And so this high-ranking man bowed to the young girl, asking forgiveness for the fact that they did not prepare everything in advance, since they did not know that the lady would arrive in their small town. Elizabeth, saying that an apology was not required, since she herself did not know that she would be dining here, released the man. The unlucky boyfriend watched this whole scene with great surprise, and all the other participants in the meeting were already beginning to put this puzzle together, where they immediately remembered that Elizabeth bears the surname Carson, and the chain of these hotels and restaurants belongs to this very influential family. And everyone was simply shocked that the daughter of the Carson family had just dined with them at the same table. And then her friend approached the girl, who asked if she was really the daughter of one of the richest families, to which Elizabeth explained that she simply did not want unnecessary attention. Michael watched with his bored gaze as everyone gathered gradually gained the truth. Well, Andrew, who had tried to establish a close relationship with this girl, was now trying to wrap his head around everything that had happened. Meanwhile, joyful Elizabeth grabbed Michael's arm and suggested leaving this place and returning home. Andrew was truly amazed that some Michael Cross managed to pick up the heiress of the richest family, who, leaving the evening of the alumni meeting, shouted to the manager that the entire bill should be written down in her name. When the young people were next to their car, Michael reproached Elizabeth for putting on such an unnecessary show, but the girl said that it was for his sake, since she did not like Andrew's treatment of the guy at all. Then Victoria called the girl who had been waiting for the young people, where the daughter of the Carson family explained that they were at the event and would return soon. Having finished talking, the spy wondered why she was not invited to this event, where Michael could have suspected something. But after a second, Victoria noted that, in principle, she could already find out all the information, including how many and what dishes the guy ate at dinner. Adam was taking a bath, helped by two beautiful girls massaging his body, when suddenly his cell phone rang. He was quite surprised when his agent told him about the task of spending 100 million in a day, where Adam regarded such an approach from a lone wolf as a test of trust. Having got out of the bathroom, the man reassured Victoria, saying that he would send people to help remove this amount. After which he praised the girl for the work done, which was very pleasant for her and even caused a blush on her cheeks. At the same time, Michael was driving a car, taking the girls home from the reunion, when suddenly his phone rang. Slowing down a little, the young man answered the call, where Katrin called him again. The girl was in a state of hysterics, declaring that she slept only 4 hours, but the problems did not decrease. And when the young man asked her to calm down and explain everything in detail, the actress said that land prices had tripled, and now she couldn't buy it. To which the young man replied that the growth, of course, is large, but in general the problem can be solved. However, Katrin did not see any way out of this situation, and therefore simply listened to what her sponsor would offer. And Michael said that if someone is trying to profit from them, then the easiest solution would be to change their location. The cleaners sitting on the landing were discussing the fact that in a week, 6 people had already jumped out of their office window. They were trying to speculate on land and suddenly lost all their money. And while they were sharing the terrible details of what was happening, the 7th bankrupt speculator flew down right behind them. Meanwhile, Michael joyfully noted that they managed to bring down real estate prices in the shortest possible time. He was just thinking that the speculators, of course, were unlucky, but this did not affect ordinary citizens in any way when his beloved sister suddenly burst into his room. Without hiding his rage, Michael shouted that the girl shouldn't burst into his room like that, where he might not be dressed. To which Kiara innocently replied that they were strangers, not unfamiliar guys and girls, but relatives. When she finally forced her brother to stand up in response to his question about what happened, she explained that one of the neighbors was having a grand wedding. The young man could not understand at all how the girl found out about the wedding and what it could have to do with them. But when they were on the street, Kiara showed her brother a huge number of cars, where this only happens at weddings. But then the girl noted that none of the moving cars were even decorated for the holiday. Well, the next surprise was that this whole line of luxury cars suddenly turned towards their house. When the cars stopped, Victoria appeared from the first, unloading and placing some kind of bag next to her. Turning to Michael, who was nearby, the girl said in a satisfied voice that the task he had set was completed. Pointing to the parked cars, the spy said that there were 10 very expensive luxury cars there. She then introduced the numerous staff she had hired who would take care of all the household and household chores. And finally, moving the bag to Michael's feet, Victoria added that these were documents for hundreds of properties she had purchased. The young man could not believe that this girl managed to acquire such a huge amount of real estate in one day. However, without showing his emotions, the young man asked in whose name all the acquisitions were registered. To this, the girl, not without pleasure, stated that she founded a company called Photon, for which she made all purchases. And handing the young man a package of documents, the spy added that all he had to do was sign all these documents in order to gain full rights. Pretending that he was studying the documents received, the young man noticed to himself that the girl was very capable, where in just a day she managed to found a company, which clearly indicates that she was helped. And having said that they would talk about the documents later, Michael asked Victoria to follow him. Having started the movement, the girl was worried that her employer might have suspected something, since it would have been impossible for her to really cope with such a task alone. When they were alone, Michael asked if the girl had any idea why he was secluded with her. And when she replied that she did not have a single thought on this matter, the young man turned and, holding out a folder with documents, said that it was she who would become the owner of the company she founded and all its assets. Which, of course, led the girl into confusion, where she confusedly began to repeat that she was not worthy of such an honor. But the young man interrupted her speech, saying that she clearly underestimated herself. But when his interlocutor asked to explain why she was given such an honor, Michael suddenly declared that he simply liked her very much. Playing her role wonderfully, the girl portrayed strong embarrassment, closely bordering on the pleasant emotions that every girl to whom a man expresses his sympathy would experience. Well, Michael, who was playing his game, immediately approached Victoria, saying that he was ready to give her 100 million and 1,000 times more. Taking timid steps back, Victoria said that her boss must be joking, since they had known each other for no more than 2 days. But here Michael made a very compelling argument, saying that he would never trust 100 million and would not give the company to someone for whom he has no feelings. Meanwhile, the girl had run out of space to retreat and her back rested against the wall. And when she again tried to object, the young man suddenly hit the wall with his palm, saying that she could accept his feelings as love at first sight. Soon, the young man's second hand was on the wall, surrounding the defenseless girl, where immediately after this gesture, Michael announced that she was now appointed to the position of his assistant. But suddenly removing his hands, Michael declared that the girl had passed all his tests. When the guy was far enough away from her, Victoria exhaled with relief, as she had already thought that now he would force her to have physical intimacy. At that very moment, the girl was distracted by the signal of her mobile phone, which, as usual, was in one of her intimate places. When Victoria read the message informing her about the transfer of 1 billion, she immediately turned to her boss asking her to explain what it all meant. To which Michael cheerfully replied that this is the next task of his new personal assistant, where she must spend this billion in a week. This completely broke all the logic of the girl, who could not understand why he simply forces her to spend huge amounts of money. And the only thought that could explain everything now and came to the spy's head was that Michael really liked her. The great schemer himself was only glad that, although the girl sent to him, nevertheless turned out to be very useful for him in terms of spending. He was also very interested in when this actress would start doing what she infiltrated for. Victoria herself drove away the thoughts that Michael might like her, remembering her loyalty to the Calloway family. She immediately gave herself the idea that this billion was just an attempt to buy her, which she, like the others, would definitely not fall for. Out loud, in the most tender voice, she thanked her boss for such generosity, saying that she would do everything to meet his expectations. After such words and reaction, the young man turned to the system, where he saw the same 85 points. And looking into the girl's face, whose facial expressions were completely inconsistent with her actual attitude, Michael noticed that it would be very difficult to win her over to his side. And so he, continuing his movement, finally said that she was free to do whatever she saw fit with the money in order to spend it to the last cent. And Victoria was very surprised that her boss just gave her 1 billion and left her company without demanding anything in return. A minute after these events, Diana was already talking to Michael, asking him where he was, expressing her desire to meet. Not knowing what to do with herself, Diana took her cell phone and called Melanie, offering to meet and spend time together on the weekend. But she refused her friend, saying that after her promotion to deputy director, she had a lot to delve into, and therefore she was forced to work on weekends too. In addition, their entire team, developing and implementing a new application, works overtime and on weekends, where she cannot leave them. And so the upset girl had no choice but to state that they could see each other some other time. Diana made her next call to Jessica, asking about her plans for the weekend. But she also found herself busy, where she was already preparing for a weekend trip to another city to participate in an industry summit. Having said goodbye to her friend until next time, Diana did not know who else to call or what to do with herself. Looking at her phone, the girl came to the idea that she could call Michael, where he himself, apparently, would never call her. And now the girl was already telling the young man that she would like to meet him. Michael was standing at the entrance to his house when another super luxury car stopped right behind him. Everyone who periodically came to his house to observe was amazed when they saw the car from the cover of magazines. But people experienced even greater amazement when a stunning girl emerged from the interior of this insanely expensive car. And now she approached Michael, who met her with another watermelon in his hands. Saying that this was not the place for conversation, the young man invited his guest to come into the house. Spencer, who was nearby, was literally tearing out his hair when he realized that another beauty had come to visit his former classmate. He considered himself much more beautiful and better than Michael, believing that all the beauties should cling to him, which Michael himself found very funny. When the gates closed behind the young people, the girl suddenly slowed down and stopped. Diana lowered her head and a tear immediately rolled down her cheek. But literally a second later, she suddenly rushed forward and pressed herself against Michael's back, begging him to stop being so distant. Through tears, the girl said that she was wrong and asked the young man for forgiveness. Such a manifestation of feelings on the part of the girl could not leave Michael indifferent. And so he turned to Diana, taking her hand and preparing to say something, but then the sound of a broken plate interrupted this scene. Turning their heads, the young people saw Elizabeth in front of them, who was clearly unhappy with the scene that she had unwittingly witnessed. Immediately recognizing the youngest daughter of the Carson family, Diana asked the young man in surprise what she was doing here. But before Michael had time to say anything, Kiara and Victoria, who were very interested in what was happening here, came to the sound of broken dishes. Looking at the new face in their house, the girl asked her brother who she was. Well, Diana herself already recalled her mental suffering, where she naively believed that Michael was experiencing the same. But as it turned out, all this time the guy lived in this house and was surrounded by 3 beauties. Having collected his thoughts a little, the young man said that now he would introduce everyone to everyone. The first person he introduced to Diana was Elizabeth, whom, as he already understood, the girl knew for sure in absentia. After which the girl was introduced to his younger sister Kiara, whose existence he only recently learned about. Then it was Victoria's turn, whom he introduced to his guest as his personal assistant in business. And finally, the guy pointed to Diana, saying that he had once studied with her in high school and found her a very talented girl. The person who disliked Diana's presence the most was Elizabeth, who remembered how easily she had given her contacts to her brother, and who now decided that she would never give her a guy like Michael. However, Diana also did not feel sympathy for Elizabeth, since she believed that her problems with Michael began precisely because of their family. And so the girl changed her original plan to simply visit the young man, deciding to stay for a while. And so she began to play the necessary role, saying that due to long experiences, she now felt very bad, and therefore would not refuse to live a little in the fresh air to recuperate. Hearing the girl's request to stay, Michael thought that if there was one more girl, it was unlikely that this would change anything. In addition, Diana will be able to create an excellent counterbalance to Elizabeth, who has recently begun to dominate here more and more. And so, hugging the girl, Michael said that he didn't mind at all, and his new guest could stay here as long as she wanted. Diana, beaming with happiness and followed by Elizabeth's hateful gaze, immediately headed into the house to settle down. Mentally, the new roommate of this strange company thought that they had already somehow gotten along with Melanie and Jessica, but they did not need another competitor. Well, her opponent immediately noticed a strong opponent in Diana in any case, deciding that she would not just give Michael up to her. The next day, the young man, accompanied by both applicants, went to collect watermelons. And when he rested in the shade of a tree, one gave him water, and the other wiped his face, which was wet from the heat. When the harvest for eating was completed, the young people returned to the house. It was then that the young man was caught by Aunt Laura, who said that she had good news. Having said that he would stay to talk with his neighbor, the young man sent his companions and temporary roommates home. When they were alone, the young man suggested that his aunt wanted to inform him about his father's return, to which she immediately replied that this was definitely unlikely to ever happen. As it turned out, the woman decided to talk to the young man about his land plot. Michael tried to ask something, but Laura stopped the guy, telling him to first listen to her to the end. And so the woman issued a commercial offer, where if Michael agreed to sell his plot of land, he would not only be paid generous compensation, but would also purchase an apartment in the city. Doubting that such a proposal could really be real, since everything sounded very fabulous, the young man asked about the original source. To which the woman explained that she was working with a certain company that had put forward such wonderful conditions, and besides, she was paying extra money to those who would persuade people to sell the land. And when the young man said that his neighbor had most likely contacted scammers, she explained that the company had all its data open, and it was called Photon. The announced name had its effect, where the guy immediately recognized his own company, which he gave to Victoria's management. At the same time, Kiara was standing at another house, with the owners of which she was going to negotiate the sale of a plot of land. The girl thanked Victoria for allowing her to earn good money by searching for people willing to sell their land profitably. And when the spy replied that she had essentially done nothing, Kiara disagreed with her, saying that she had learned a lot during their communication. Looking into the beautiful eyes of this pure and honest girl, Victoria thought about how low Michael had sunk by taking advantage of this child. Deciding to snatch this girl from the clutches of this pervert, Victoria suddenly asked her how sure she was of her relationship with Michael. In response, Kiara answered in confusion that this was absolutely proven, where no one doubts it, including the man who raised her. Immediately after this, the spy handed the girl a folder with documents, saying that, of course, her relationship with Michael did not concern her, but Kiara was obliged to read this information. And when her interlocutor asked what was in the folder, Victoria explained that there was a medical report that was given to Michael's mother before he was born, stating that she could not have children. The spy finished her explanation by telling Kiara that Michael Cross is not the son of this family, and then is not related to the girl. This was a real shock for Kiara, who immediately asked if Michael was adopted, but Victoria had no answer to this question. The girl understood that under any circumstances, whether she was the daughter of the father of the Larson family or the daughter of the father of the Cross family, she and Michael were not related by blood. Immediately, the girl remembered how zealously the young man defended her from the tyrant father, who raised his hand against his stepdaughter. The girl also remembered every moment she spent with this guy, who showed true care for her. And so the girl caught herself thinking that she had always liked Michael, which she simply did not want to admit, and therefore the news could well be considered good. And so Kiara told the spy that she didn't want to worry about this at all, where in any case she and Michael became very close. However, Victoria added fuel to the fire, leading her interlocutor to certain thoughts with the words that her fake brother might have secret intentions if he knew that they were not relatives. And when the girl asked to explain what she meant, the spy explained that Michael, at the very least, could turn out to be a pervert. However, Kiara then stated that she needed to somehow wrap her head around all this new information, and so for now they should just return home. And now the girls were already approaching the gates of the Cross family house. All the way, Kiara thought that her brother apparently liked her too. But at the same time, the girl noted that he was constantly surrounded by the most beautiful girls of their country, where she, an ordinary girl from the countryside, certainly had no chance. Well, Victoria, who watched the change in her companion's facial expressions, cursed Michael, who was playing with the feelings of this beautiful girl. At that very second, Michael himself was wildly surprised that Victoria's level of favor suddenly dropped by another 5 points. And then Victoria herself just entered the room, looking at whom the young man could not understand why her favor suddenly fell when he was not even talking to the girl. While watching the returning girls, Michael attracted Elizabeth's attention by asking her to light a fire in the kitchen. The girl was very indignant that there was no ordinary stove in the house, to which the owner of the house explained that dishes always turn out tastier over a fire. He then turned to his precious sister, saying that today he would delight her with his culinary skills. After all, the ability to cook was the only thing he could develop without the help of the system. And so, armed with a knife and other kitchen utensils, the young man began preparing dinner for his overly large family. Soon everything that had been shredded and chopped was already in the frying pan. Everyone who was nearby, including one of the security guards, looked in fascination at how Michael was in charge of the kitchen. And so, after 30 minutes, there were 2 signature dishes on the table, into which the young man had almost poured his soul. The young man, of course, invited his little sister to be the first to take the sample. All the other girls watched without blinking as the spoonful of egg rice went into Kiara's mouth. And as soon as her taste buds caught the taste, Michael's sister's face literally brightened, where she immediately screamed that it was a real masterpiece. The girl experienced real bliss, where the taste of this dish seemed to transport her to a world of happiness and bliss. Snatching the spoon from her brother, Kiara furiously attacked everything that was still on the table. Deciding that their friend was clearly overacting, Everyone else was quick to approach in order to also evaluate the taste of the dish. And now each of them has already blissfully declared that food simply cannot be so tasty. And now all 4 girls were already sitting at the table, devouring the prepared dishes and praising the cook. And so the system began to issue messages one after another that each of his girls had increased their level of favor. A separate bonus was the open skill in culinary arts, which was immediately increased by several dozen levels because the owner discovered it on his own. Glad that new skills could be learned independently, the young man attracted the attention of his personal assistant, saying that it was time for her to finish eating, since he had another task. And when the girl tried to ask whether this question could be postponed for at least 5 minutes, Michael coldly said that she was not his guest or relative, but an employee. Realizing that the young man was essentially right, the girl agreed with his arguments, thinking to herself that even the most tyrants of tyrants gave their subordinates time to eat. When the young people went out to a quiet and secluded place, Michael noted that his assistant had been working very hard lately. And so he asked her about how and where she spends the billion entrusted to her. Victoria was prepared and handed the boss another folder that contained information about where the money was spent. And while the young man ran his eyes between the lines for the sake of appearance, the girl outlined in 2 words how many real estate properties she had bought. She also talked about the hired specialists, and noted that some of the costs had not yet been taken into account in the estimate, but she would soon take care of it. Literally, with a twinkle in her eyes, the girl thought that this fool could not even think that she was capable of losing a whole billion so quickly. Where she believed that his days were numbered, because everything she bought, the company she founded, required regular financial investments. Michael, of course, did not understand a single word of the papers, but was well aware that he had created a bottomless abyss into which he could safely pour his billions, where everything he manages to spend will give him his personal financial benefit. And so, turning to the spy, the young man praised her for doing a very good job, where such a calm reaction to the squandered billions surprised his interlocutor quite a bit. But at some point, Michael suddenly raised his hand and reached out to the girl's face. Watching the movement of the young man's hand, the girl was at a loss as to his intentions and what she should do. Ready to accept any of his perverted fantasies, Victoria was shocked by how he simply removed the stuck grain of rice. Having sent it into her mouth, the young man noticed that the girl should eat more carefully so as not to appear in such an indecent manner in front of important people. Burning with shame, Victoria told her boss that she would try to be more attentive. To herself, she was glad that no physical intimacy occurred between them. But then Michael approached her again, noticing that apparently the girl had enormous talent. And now she was already experiencing another shock when she suddenly had as much as 5 billion in her account. And while she was coming to her senses, Michael said that this was her new task, where she had to master this money over the next week. But that was not all, where the guy also quietly added that if she copes, he will accept her into his close circle and reveal all his secrets. This is precisely the goal that the spy pursued, and therefore she clearly reported to her boss that she would do everything in the best possible way. Michael's thoughts were that someone else's spy could become his tool for spending money. That same evening, Victoria told her master the good news that she had a chance to get into the narrow circle of those close to the lone wolf. Having finished her report with the fact that Adam would soon receive all the information he was interested in, the girl sent a message. Having finished her report to her superiors, the girl thought that these 5 billion could be spent on purchasing land, which would also require even more investments. Remembering the smug face of her temporary boss, the spy mentally addressed him with words that he completely underestimated women. Michael himself, not particularly worried about anything, sat on the sofa and, as usual, played on the phone. Then Elizabeth attracted his attention, saying that they went for a walk with their exclusively female company, which the young man was not particularly interested in, since he was already quite bored. Leaning back on the sofa, the guy noted that he would not mind returning to his school years and living here with his parents. Behind these thoughts about a carefree and generally happy past, the young man did not notice how he fell asleep. The woman who approached the gate of the house at first did not even immediately understand whether she had come to the right address. It also seemed strange to her that there was a huge number of the most expensive cars standing around. Opening the doors, the woman loudly asked if there was anyone inside this house. The sound of a painfully familiar voice woke up the young man, who literally jumped on the spot. Looking towards the front door, Michael noted, not without surprise, that his mother was standing on the threshold. The woman was very happy to see her son in the house, and at the same time inquired about what happened to their house. But the young man did not answer anything, simply throwing himself into his mother's arms and saying that he missed her very much. Hugging her son, Rosemary replied that she missed him too, saying that she wanted to cook something tasty for her son. Already sitting at the table, Michael said that he was already aware of the situation with Mr. Larson's father and wife, where his position was on his mother's side. And when the woman asked her son never to be like his father, the young man reminded her that he was very modest and could not even speak normally to a girl. At that very moment, the front door opened again, and the girls who appeared in the room informed Michael that they had returned. They were very surprised when they found the guy in the company of some woman. Rosemary, who was no less surprised, immediately asked her son who all these girls were. And so Michael had no choice but to start introducing his girlfriends one by one, where he started with Elizabeth. Everyone else immediately caught on when the young man called the woman standing in front of them his mother. And so one by one, they began to introduce themselves to the woman, with only Kiara remaining on the sidelines. Expressing her joy at meeting her, Rosemary mentally noted that her son apparently could not make a choice, and therefore made several girlfriends at once. And so she invited the girls to sit down and rest while she prepared something for the table. But in response, the girls said that they would take care of everything, including food, and the woman just needed to sit down and rest. Michael was quite surprised that Diana, who, as he thought, could not do it at all, volunteered to cook. Well, Elizabeth immediately grabbed the mop, saying in response to the woman's objections that they were already accustomed to maintaining order here in her absence. Watching the girls' clumsy movements, Michael mentally noted that she was not capable of anything, and he himself would maintain all the order here. Rosemary noticed that her son had a lot of wonderful friends. Immediately after these words, the system sent a message to the owner that Elizabeth's favorability level had risen by 1 point. And immediately after this came the next appeal, similar in content, only relating to Diana's personality. The owner of the system himself stood and could not understand why the girl's level of disposition towards him suddenly rose. Meanwhile, Michael's mother continued to speak, expressing her fears that her son would never find a bride, which were now dispelled. Where the young man could only blush in response to what was said. Maybe Michael wanted to say something but didn't have time to do it, because his mother was noticed by Aunt Laura, who immediately attracted the woman's attention. Going out to the woman, Rosemary invited her to go into the house, but she stopped the neighbor's impulse, saying that she had important information. The woman could not understand why it was impossible to talk inside the house without hiding from anyone. And so Aunt Laura began by saying that strong changes were taking place in their settlement, to which her interlocutor stated that she had already heard about the new promising company, Photon. And when the woman mentioned the very favorable conditions for the sale of the land, Rosemary categorically stated that she would never sell her land and house. Then the neighbor said that the woman herself might not need to sell the plot, but she should think about the well-being of her son, who will need money for a wedding, a car, and to start an independent life. This made Rosemary think, and while she was thinking, the neighbor added that for her plot, she received a new apartment and $600,000 in addition, but her interlocutor had a much larger plot, therefore the benefit would be greater. Finding no more arguments against what was said, Michael's mother said that she would think about the proposal and discuss it with her son. At the same time, Elizabeth noticed that the young man's mother had disappeared somewhere, asking him how long she had been gone. Well, Michael suddenly remembered that initially the girl came to him in order to discuss options for working together. Saying that he had a proposal for Elizabeth, Michael called her to a secluded place to discuss everything. Following the guy, the girl thought that having immersed herself in this family atmosphere, she really had completely forgotten about what she had come here for. And so, when the young people were alone, Michael handed his guest a bank card, which were issued in limited quantities only for the most influential people. After which the guy said that he put $50 billion on the card, and the PIN code was Elizabeth's birthday. The girl was shocked that a young man would give such huge money to a stranger. And when she asked if he was afraid of losing them, Michael boldly stated that he completely trusted his guest. Elizabeth herself interpreted what was said in her own way, deciding that in this way, the guy showed his sympathy for her. Then the young man approached his interlocutor and said that he planned to transfer to her all matters related to the acquisition of land in this locality. When Michael said that only Elizabeth could trust him, she inquired about his assistant Victoria, who was buying land. But the guy immediately replied that she was nothing more than someone's spy who was simply watching his every move. The girl could not believe what she just heard from the young man. And Michael added that not all families and large corporations want to cooperate with him like the Carson family, and that's why they sent a spy. And then, taking the girl's hand in his own, the young man once again said that he could only trust her now. Elizabeth looked at the elite bank card, thinking that even her own family didn't believe in it enough to hand over $50 billion. Turning her gaze to the young man, the girl also noticed that she apparently really means something to the guy, since this project with lands is extremely important for his affairs. Based on all this, the daughter of the Carson family did not find any other explanation for these events except that the guy was in love with her, immediately after which the system began to issue messages about the increase in the level of her favor. And so the number of points reached the minimum required level, where Michael received 30 gain points, a return for his personal expenses of $5 billion and several new simple skills, such as singing, drawing, and playing Go. Rejoicing that he had finally achieved a result, the young man approached his interlocutor, saying that everything they were talking about should become their little secret. Where the young girl was absolutely captivated by the fact that she and this guy already had their own secrets. And so, having said that tomorrow she was returning to the capital, the girl asked whether Michael would miss her, to which he immediately responded positively. Intoxicated with happiness, Elizabeth flew out of the house on the wings of love. As he watched his guest go, the young man thought that she was a very good girl, and could well become the one who would resolve the conflict if the rest of her family suddenly turned against him. When he finished with Elizabeth, Rosemary caught his son's attention and invited him to talk. Sitting down, the woman, without preludes, immediately told the guy that she had decided to sell their house. Michael took this news critically, saying that she should not make such hasty decisions. But the woman explained that the Photon Company offers very favorable conditions, where they will receive an apartment, as well as a lot of money. Adding their savings, they will be able to buy another apartment for Michael. And then the young man thought that he found himself in a strange situation, where the company he had created was now persuading his mother to sell the land and house. And while the young man was thinking, Rosemary said that it would be much better and more correct. Looking at his mother, the guy thought that she did not know at all about his wealth, and therefore cared so much about how he would live in the future. And so he came to the conclusion that in any case, he was going to take her to the capital, where he would settle her in a normal large apartment, and therefore did not argue about the sale of the plot and the house. Lounging in his chair, Michael studied the financial report that Victoria, who was standing nearby, brought him information about the company's activities. The girl explained that the company had bought a huge amount of land and was currently experiencing an acute lack of funding. Many of their competitors are trying to buy up land plots, and therefore they need more money to counter them. Saying that their business apparently would not survive, the girl apologized to Michael, taking all the blame for the failure on herself. Inside, the girl rejoiced because she understood that this was a real collapse for the lone wolf empire. But the young man asked how much money his assistant now needed to continue her activities, where she indicated the amount of $10 billion. Which greatly pleased the young man, who could not contain his emotions and declared that this was wonderful. Where such a young man's reaction greatly amazed his interlocutor, who did not understand why the guy was happy that his business was on the verge of bankruptcy. But Michael had already jumped up and grabbed the girl by the shoulders and said that he couldn't have done it without her, where she managed to spend $5 billion so quickly that she needed to spend another 10. When the girl asked if this was sarcasm, the young man immediately stated that in no case, since it was simply a phenomenal ability to spend that kind of money in just a week. And so, turning to his interlocutor, Michael said that many people know how to earn money, but only a few can spend it so skillfully. Pointing to his assistant, the young man said that she was simply the embodiment of his guardian angel, where in his mind Michael called her a stupid creature who would never understand that the more she spent, the more he himself would earn. Absolutely not understanding anything, Victoria timidly said that no one had noticed her talents in running a business before. But then the screen of her mobile phone began to shine and the girl saw a message about another 20 billion being credited to her account. She tried to ask the boss if he was afraid to trust her with that kind of money, to which he calmly replied that he did not feel the least bit of fear. Turning his head half a turn, the young man added that if he works with someone, he never allows any doubts about that person. Immediately after these words, the system suddenly began sending messages that the level of affection for this girl began to rise significantly. Where a satisfied Michael mentally noted that 20 billion had done their job, since Victoria's disposition rose to -10 points. But suddenly remembering something, the guy turned and ordered his assistant to prepare a car for him, since tomorrow he intended to return to the city. This was a very unexpected request for the girl, who could only wonder why he suddenly decided to return. Helping with the preparations, Rosemary asked her son why he decided to return to the city when there was still quite a lot of time before the end of the holidays. To which Michael calmly replied that one of his friends was starting a business and asked him to help with it. Whereby this friend he meant Jessica, who recently called him and asked him to be the guest of honor at the official launch of her broadcasting company. The woman was pleasantly surprised that her son managed to combine study with work. Rosemary even shed a tear when she remembered how Michael, from his youth, tried to earn money himself during the summer holidays and help his family. Noticing the tears in his mother's eyes, the young man became worried, but the woman calmed him down, saying that she was just very sad that her son was leaving. And suddenly Rosemary handed Michael a card, saying that it contained 50,000, which he could spend at his discretion. The amazed young man exclaimed that he could not accept this gift, since it was a lot of money. But the mother insisted, saying that relationships with girls are not a cheap pleasure, to which the young man explained that he had enormous wealth. But Rosemary clearly didn't believe his words, saying that he didn't look much like a billionaire in appearance, and therefore there was no point in arguing with his mother. But taking her son by the hand, the woman said that he did not need to worry about her well-being, since she now had a good income from working in the company. And when Michael asked what kind of strange company this was that paid that kind of money, Rosemary explained that she followed Laura's recommendation to also start finding clients for the Photon Company. After this, the businesswoman said that she had 2 more meetings and said goodbye to her son, wishing him a good trip. Left alone, the young man thought about how his mother might behave if she suddenly found out that Photon was his brainchild. The young man's thoughts were interrupted by a familiar and very pleasant female voice, where Kiara, who looked into Michael's room, asked him if he was really going to leave. Having confirmed his intention to return to the big city, the young man asked the girl why she was so interested in this. But instead of answering the question, his little sister simply modestly asked to take her with him. Looking at the embarrassed girl, Michael noticed that he had completely forgotten that she would not return to the old house. It would not be comfortable to stay in this place, since she was the consequence of her husband's betrayal of his mother. And so, approaching Kiara, the young man put his hand on her head and said that he would gladly take her with him to the city. This was very good news for the girl, who immediately rushed to collect her things. Michael caught himself thinking that he really liked the presence of this beautiful girl, the only one who did not need only money from him. That's why he really wanted to show her a completely different, luxurious, and carefree life of a rich man. And now the car with Michael, Kiara, and Victoria was already racing along the highway towards the capital. Sitting in the salon, the young man scolded his assistant for finding a car that was too simple for him, declaring that next time the girl should show more diligence. Victoria apologized to her boss, saying that on their next trip she would definitely find the most expensive car. But Kiara did not share the opinion of the young man, whose sister she continued to play, telling him not to scold his assistant, since the car was good. Handing her brother a slice of tangerine, the girl said that Victoria was already doing a very good job with his instructions. Suddenly, the system issued a message according to which Kiara's level of disposition immediately increased by 5 points. At the same time, the system issued a message that Victoria's favor level had dropped, where the spy thought that Michael was using this beautiful girl. And once again, the young man was amazed at how, without doing anything, he somehow managed to lower the level of affection of this strange girl. Wiping his face, Michael tried to understand how his mere presence in the back seat could lead to a decrease in the level of favor that he had just raised with great difficulty and at the expense of tens of billions. His thoughts were interrupted by the words of his sister, who noticed that a thunderstorm with heavy rain had begun outside. The weather conditions were getting worse, and then Michael turned to his assistant, telling her to slow down and stay away from other cars. But at that same second, one of the cars moving in front of them applied emergency braking, causing them to instantly turn sideways on the wet asphalt. The truck moving on the side had no chance of avoiding this collision. Michael, Kiara, and Victoria could only note with horror how a pile of metal was flying right at them at great speed. The impact was so powerful that the car was literally thrown into the air, where, having made several revolutions in the air and then a few more on the asphalt, the car finally stopped its movement by falling on the roof. A powerful kick caused the mangled door to separate from the car body, and then Michael appeared from the salon, covering his beloved sister with himself, and noted that if it were not for the strengthening of the system, he could definitely have come to an end. The first thing the young man did was pay attention to his sister, who was also interested in whether everything was all right with Michael. When they got out of the mangled salon, Kiara suddenly screamed that Victoria was still inside. Leaving his little sister safe, the young man rushed to the aid of his assistant. The severely weakened girl said that her leg was trapped and she could not free it. This was the last thing she could say before losing consciousness, with thoughts that, in all likelihood, she would die like this. But Michael was not going to leave the girl to the mercy of fate. He literally began to tear what was left of the car into pieces. He urged the girl to hold on a little longer, where he was sure that everything would be fine. Michael's words and actions brought back Victoria's fading consciousness, who immediately thought that although he was not a completely normal person, he could definitely be relied on. The guy had already taken the girl out of the car when the system suddenly announced that the level of her favor had risen and finally turned out to be, albeit a small, but still a plus. With Victoria in his arms, the young man headed to where the little sister he had saved stood. When Kiara saw her brother's assistant, she could not contain her emotions, noticing what happened to the girl's face. The spy only felt the blood running down her face, but had not yet seen those terrible wounds that appeared on her forehead after the accident. At her request, Michael's sister picked up and brought Victoria a car mirror broken off from the impact, with the help of which the girl was finally able to see what her beautiful face had turned into. It was a real shock, but Michael and Ciara tried to calm Victoria down, saying that modern medicine works wonders. With tears in her eyes, the assistant asked her boss if he now considered her a freak and if this was really fixable. And when the young man confirmed that the girl was still beautiful and the doctors would not leave a trace of the scar, Victoria pressed herself against his strong body, unable to stop the tears. Soon the ambulance arrived, and now the young man and his sister were already sitting next to their companion, who suffered the most. Looking at the disfigured face of his assistant, Michael decided that he should develop the skill of a medic, since the level of favor of this girl in the future may depend on this. Jessica called Michael, asking him if he had arrived in town yet and reminding him of the event on Dexter TV. To which the young man replied that he was already in the city, but was still in the hospital because they had an accident. This information made the girl very nervous, where on the one hand she asked about which hospital he was in, and on the other she gave the order to urgently bring the car. The young man, of course, was pleased with such attention, but he said that he was already leaving the hospital and offered to meet at the event. And Victoria stood behind him and listened to the boss's conversation. The girl thought about how much the disfigurement of her appearance could affect the completion of the task. Of course, the fact that she is now not as beautiful as before does not in the least negate her other abilities and qualities. However, it's no secret that external data plays a huge role in people's interactions. In the meantime, the young man finished speaking, instructing his assistant to find a spacious mansion for him in the city, which caused a violent reaction from his sister, who reproached her brother for burdening the wounded girl, to which Michael had to declare that she could simply handle it better than anyone, and he trusted her. However, his beautiful interlocutor did not calm down, continuing to insist that it was not at all the case to exploit a person in this way. Turning to Victoria, Kiara wanted to say something to her, but suddenly she saw tears flowing down her cheeks. And now Michael's sister was already wondering about the reason for these tears, and the boss himself was thinking that he really could have gone too far. But then Victoria, turning to Kiara, said that she should not blame her brother, since despite the fact that she was now not at all attractive, Michael did not abandon her, but kept her as his assistant. And so the girl assured her boss that she would complete the task with full responsibility. Soon, Michael and Ciara had already arrived at the opening of the channel, where the girl, who was attending such an event for the first time, never ceased to be amazed. Michael's sister could not get enough of the fact that she could see many celebrities here that she had previously only seen on TV. Well, the older brother told his companion that in the future she would often be at such events, and therefore she should begin to get used to them now. Kiara understood everything, but the only thing that confused her was that all the guests were dressed in expensive suits while they came here incomprehensibly. To which the young man replied that if he wanted, then next time he would come almost naked. And then Michael's ears reached the caustic words that two girls standing aside addressed his little sister, mocking her outfit. Kiara also heard everything the two girls said, and then immediately sank. Deciding to put these decorated society hens in their place, Michael headed towards them. Approaching, the young man in a cold tone advised the young ladies to be careful in their statements. But after examining the plainly dressed young man, the girls declared that he was nothing to them and had no right to tell them anything. This statement greatly hurt Michael, who was already ready to tear and throw. But then his impulses were stopped by the approaching Kiara, who suggested that his brother not pay attention to these women. But Michael was not going to get away with what he had done, still coldly saying that he was giving the girls one single chance to apologize to his sister. But the girls clearly had no intention of doing so, where one of them said that she is very popular in the blogging world and should not apologize to anyone. But before the girl had time to finish what she wanted to say, Michael suddenly gave her a good ringing slap in the face, which brought the impudent woman into a real rage, where she began to shout at the young man in an inhuman voice. But Michael already understood that in this case words would not help, and therefore equalized the position of the girl's cheeks with a second slap. Meanwhile, other guests had already noticed what was happening in the room. Listening to whispers that slapping a man is not nice, Michael grinned and thought that there are people who do not understand anything other than physical strength, including women. But then several young people separated from the crowd and headed to the scene in order to deal with the instigators of the scene. As he approached, Julian immediately recognized his old acquaintance, the lone wolf who had given him a chance to swindle a whole bunch of money. The young man found it a great fortune to meet again this guy, whose reputation had become incredible since their last meeting. Meanwhile, the girl, who had taken a couple of slaps in the face, noticed Julian, whom she knew, and decided that now the impudent man who dared to touch her would definitely come to an end. And so she rushed to Julian, saying that Michael had attacked them and begging them to deal with him as quickly as possible. But instead of the expected defense, the girl suddenly received another slap in the face, which was accompanied by Julian's words that she was behaving extremely unworthy. Immediately after which, the resourceful young man approached Michael, apologizing on behalf of these girls to Mr. Lone Wolf. All the other guests did not understand why such a big man as Julian would bend so much in front of this nondescript guy. Well, Kiara, who had been standing on the sidelines all this time, was very pleased with how her brother stood up for her. Where at that very second the system announced to the owner that the level of its location had once again risen. During these events, Victoria was sitting in her empty apartment and peering intently at the mobile phone in her hands. The girl thought that she now needed to call her real boss, but at the same time she could not get the thought of Michael out of her head. The spy wondered over and over again why she began to constantly think about this guy. With these thoughts, she finally dialed the number and now greeted the son of the Calloway family. The girl told her true master that now they can begin to act. After listening to the girl's plan, Adam praised her for the work she had done, saying that upon her return his gratitude would be limitless. But Victoria immediately asked the man not to say a word about any gratitude, where she immediately remembered how she had been living on the street for a long time, literally being on the verge of life and death. Then her life was saved by the Calloway family, who found and took the girl to their place, giving her food, shelter, education, and training. After the girl remembered all this to her master, Adam told her not to worry about the accident, where she would be examined by the best doctors immediately after the end of the task. The touched girl thanked her true boss, and when the conversation was over, she immediately wondered how the man knew about the accident, which could only mean that he did not trust her and organized surveillance. VA, meanwhile, at the festive event dedicated to the launch of the broadcasting company, another guest of honor finished his speech, and then the host announced that one mysterious guest should appear on stage next. Hearing such an intriguing announcement, Kiara began asking her brother if he knew who they were talking about. But turning to the young man, the girl was amazed to see that he had hidden his face under a mask. When Tona asked why he needed a mask, the young man said that now he would put on a real show. And now the crystal piano has already been delivered and installed on the stage, and the girl watched in fascination as her beloved brother confidently headed out to conquer the entire hall. Once again, the girl caught herself thinking that she really liked this guy, and the system again informed the owner about the increase in the level of her favor. All the other guests, watching as the masked man sat down at the musical instrument, wondered who was hiding under the mask. Well, Michael himself, sitting comfortably on a chair, closed his eyes and for more than 5 minutes showed no signs of life at all. And so the guests slowly began to whisper that something was clearly wrong with this strange musician. 10 minutes later, the guests began to angrily shout at the artist to get off the stage and not interfere with others' performances. The organizer of the event watched everything that happened with alarm in the company of her friend. Realizing that the crowd would soon lose their temper, Joanna told her friend that something had to be done immediately. But Jessica was calm, saying that she had no doubts about Michael, who had clearly prepared something big. But in her mind, the girl asked the guy what happened to him, because he just plays beautifully. And suddenly the young man exhaled forcefully, and his fingers fell on the keys, extracting pleasant sounds from the instrument. Jessica's facial muscles immediately relaxed, and her friend noted, not without joy, that the guy had finally started playing. But here, in addition to creating a simply divine melody, Michael also began to sing, where all those gathered instantly felt how much this piece of music touched them. Kiara felt no less fascinated, noticing that this guy simply had an incredible amount of different talents. Well, the great musician and singer himself continued his touching performance, where his song was extremely sad. Jessica and Joanna, who did not utter a single word, could not tear themselves away from his work. Where Joanna also noticed that she could no longer hide her feelings for Michael, despite the fact that he was her friend's boyfriend. Catherine also watched the broadcast of her sponsor's speech on the screen of her mobile phone. Her thoughts were that only someone who truly loved could play and sing a song like that. Where at that very second the actress realized that behind her image, in which this guy appears before her every time, was hiding a wounded, broken heart, and the system was already announcing an increase in the level of her favor. When the last note was played, all the guests simply remained silent for some time and listened to the silence, not wanting to part with the emotions that the young man's performance gave them. But then the hall was immediately filled with stormy applause, where literally every spectator declared that he had witnessed some kind of miracle. His friend Diana also followed his performance via online broadcast, once again noting that the guy is good at literally everything. The girl noted that she probably would never have been able to fall in love with someone else. Then she was approached by her overly strict father, who told the girl to stop using the phone at the table. But Patrick Carson, who was opposite them, said that in modern society, young people's passion for gadgets is considered quite normal, where he himself is susceptible to this addiction. But nevertheless, the head of the Rockwood family apologized to the important guest. Well, the young man himself has already turned his attention to the girl, mentioning that their families are starting to cooperate, which will most likely lead to their private meetings. However, this guy was not at all interested in Diana, who did not forget that it was because of him that she quarreled with Michael. Suddenly, the young man stood up, saying that today he had prepared an unusual surprise for the girl, which she would definitely like. Heading towards the musical instrument, Patrick noticed that the girl liked live music, where she herself studied at a music school for several years. And now he has already touched the keys, thinking that not a single beauty has ever resisted his charm, especially when he plays. But after the girl heard Michael's performance, No other game could touch her soul and heart. At the same time, after finishing watching Michael's performance, Victoria burst into tears, wondering how this disgusting person could create such melodies that literally touch the soul. The young man reported to the young lady that they had fulfilled the order and acquired the designated lands. The only thing that bothered him was the excessively high compensation for people agreeing to sell plots, but Elizabeth said that this should not bother him at all. After all, she understood perfectly well that Victoria, under the auspices of her company, had already acquired a huge amount of land, and therefore it would be possible to oppose her only if she purchased no less amount of land. The girl was ready to smash to smithereens all the undertakings of the one who was sent in order to annoy Michael. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by Kiara's message. And now Elizabeth already followed the link, where she saw the broadcast of Michael's speech. Literally, from the very first notes and words of the song, the girl felt how everything inside her was simply turning over. And now the youngest daughter of the Carson family has already dissolved in the bliss that descended on her along with Michael's music, and the level of her disposition also increased. Well, the young man himself, when he left his musical instrument, having read the system messages, noticed that he definitely organized this performance not in vain. The audience didn't want to let the guy go at all, begging him to stay and play more, or at least reveal his identity. A few days later, one of Photon's employees reported to Victoria that things were not going well for them, since a certain company had also begun to actively buy land in the same area as them. And the girl noticed to herself that it was most likely her true boss who began to implement the plan, where Photon would soon go bankrupt. Out loud, the girl explained that she was aware of what was happening, where she was already going to inform the lone wolf about everything, who would tell him what to do. But having dialed the number, the girl was faced for the first time with the fact that it was impossible to reach Michael, since his phone was turned off. Two girls sat and quietly discussed rumors that their company had come to an end. One of them did not believe in this, citing a lone wolf, but the other immediately explained that no one had seen or heard of him for quite a long time. And now she was already lecturing her friend, saying that the company's financing had been stopped since the lone wolf became bankrupt and ran away. These words about the cessation of financing and bankruptcy were heard by Julia passing by the office. Very soon, Jessica, who listened to this, declared that a lone wolf cannot be bankrupt, of which she is absolutely sure. But her interlocutor emphasized that this information sounded extremely convincing, where the girl should contact Michael. And then the head of Dexter TV began to think, realizing that Michael had really disappeared somewhere lately and was not working on any of his projects. And now the news that the lone wolf became bankrupt and stopped financing his projects was already scattered in all interested circles, where most of the sharks of the financial world only had time to rejoice at this circumstance, calling this arrogant guy a fool. After answering the girl's call and listening to what she had to say, Michael asked her how she came to this conclusion in the first place. To which Diana replied that this does not matter at all, because if a guy is really in financial difficulties, she is ready to sell her office center to help. But her interlocutor said that everything was fine with him, where his only problem was that the more he spent, the more he somehow earned. When the conversation was over, the young man noticed that he simply decided to take a short vacation for himself, where during this time they had already completely written him off. When the daughter finished speaking, the woman asked about what the lone wolf said, and she explained that he was very stubborn, and therefore she decided to sell the office center. Where immediately after what was said, Diana's mother, with a changed face, shouted that she should under no circumstances think of doing this. And as justification, the greedy woman said that if Michael has real problems, then this amount is a drop in the ocean for him. Diana, after thinking a little, agreed, but her mother, dejected by her life experience, suddenly announced that the guy could deliberately show some weakness, where her daughter's hasty decisions can ruin all the global plans of this truly brilliant young man. Soon, Michael received a call from Jessica, who intended to sell Dexter TV to help him get out of a financial hole. The next one was, of course, Katrin, who demanded that the guy simply tell her the required amount. Melanie did not stand aside either. She reproached the young man for not reporting problems and promised to help in any way she could. Already very tired of these annoying calls, Michael said that everything was really fine with him, where he just recently bought a luxurious villa. When the conversation with Melanie was over, the young man was finally convinced that someone was simply spreading implausible rumors about his bankruptcy. With a smile on his face, the young man noticed that now everything has gone wrong, where he is not spending money on women, but they are ready to spend money on him. Taking the cocktail in his hands, the young man was generally pleased that the most beautiful girls were showing him such attention. These pleasant thoughts were interrupted by another call, which really simply drove the guy crazy. But Elizabeth, who called him, told him to stop yelling and demanded that he tell her where he was now. And when the young man asked for what purpose she needed this information, the girl explained that she had a surprise. Where, after what had been said, the young man clearly felt that he would not like this surprise. Patrick Carson gave the last orders to his manager, security, and other employees, saying that today they had an extremely important reception, where, in addition to other high-ranking officials, the representative of the Calloway family should also arrive to him. And a few minutes later, luxury cars began to drive up to his house one after another. And then from one of them appeared the most welcome guest, the son of the Calloway family, Adam. Showing true respect, Patrick greeted the long-awaited guest, offering to go into the house. Adam thanked the greeter, saying that due to their long acquaintance, there was no need to observe formalities. Everyone was already going inside when a taxi car suddenly stopped behind them, from which Victoria appeared. The girl arrived at the meeting at the Carson family house at the request of her master. And then, seeing Adam retreating inside the room, Victoria rushed after him, attracting the boss's attention. But her impulse was interrupted by the rude movement of the Carson family security guard, who demanded that the ragged woman get out of here. Where, after the reaction of one of the guards, all the other fighters took up fighting positions, ready to give their lives for their masters. Well, the girl who ended up on the asphalt from the push loudly identified herself to Adam, who apparently did not recognize her by her voice. Taking a closer look, the young man with glasses recognized his devoted spy. And now he was about to go to Victoria, where he wanted to help the girl get to her feet. But once at a distance of several meters, a member of the Calloway family clearly felt the unpleasant odor he emanated from her. Without hiding his disgust, the man reproached her for the fact that she had clearly not been in the shower for several days and dared to come here in this form. And so, not wanting to touch his subordinate, Adam ordered the guards to help her get to her feet. Watching the man she had been devoted to all her life turn away from her, the girl felt very sad. After all, she had to give up showering for several days only because she couldn't get her stitches and wounds wet. And she didn't think at all that her master was such a misunderstanding person that he could leave her like that because of this. And now everyone gathered in the Carson family house was already at the table, where they raised another glass. Sitting next to the owner of Best Capital, the owner of the investment firm Gold Coin, Gordon Finch, asked Adam to tell him more about the situation of the lone wolf. In response, the young man instructed his spy to bring all the information to his partners. And so Victoria said that she heads a company that has bought up a huge amount of land in strategically important areas. Where Idris Crawford immediately realized that if the lone wolf intends to further develop his film company, then he cannot do without their help. And the speaker immediately confirmed all his guesses. Here Patrick also joined the conversation, adding that lately everyone has been talking about the fact that the lone wolf stopped financing and went bankrupt. Supporting his mood, Adam also said that the greed of this impudent man was what brought him to the current crisis. And so the whole friendly company of Michael's ill-wishers put their filled glasses together, which sounded like glass clinking. And then a member of the Carson family added that at present his sister had also entered into the trust of the lone wolf, where at the right time she would obey her brother's word. Almost bursting into the house, Elizabeth literally demanded that Michael cook what he once fed them all when they were visiting his small homeland. But instead of Michael, the girl was met by his beloved sister, who was very happy to see her friend again. Both girls walked deeper into the room and sat comfortably on the sofa. Without any embarrassment, Kiara asked Elizabeth how much she liked her brother, since she constantly follows him. But the girl did not admit her feelings, saying that it was the guys who were lining up for her, and besides, she was not at all interested in such a libertine as Michael. A young man in the kitchen looked out when he heard Elizabeth's familiar voice. The young man could not imagine how the family was able to raise this noisy girl, but nevertheless he was glad that she was here, since his sister would not be so bored, Continuing to prepare his signature rice, the young man lowered the heat. Suddenly, they began to knock heavily on the front door, where a female voice familiar to Michael demanded to open it, where the girl declared that she was aware that the guy was at home. Neither Elizabeth nor Kiara completely understood who could afford to show such persistence. Where Michael's sister noticed that the voice demanding to open the doors sounds quite pleasant, to which Elizabeth sarcastically noted that there was most likely another victim of her brother's chat. And so the girls finally opened the doors, where Catherine, standing on the threshold, was interested in who they were and what they were doing in Michael's house. And Elizabeth and Kiara, staring at the popular actress, could not understand what she could do in this house. A few minutes later, all three girls were sitting at the dining table. The daughter of the Carson family soapily noted that she could not even think about Michael's acquaintance with such a level of stars. Well, simple and resourceful Kiara has already asked Catherine to give her an autograph for the occasion. And while she was signing, Elizabeth was already thinking that this actress could become a serious opponent on her way to Michael's heart, where she will have to do a lot to defeat this girl. And then the object of the girl's close attention appeared in the room, bringing another culinary masterpiece he had prepared. In less than a minute, forgetting about everything in the world, all three girls with pleasure and great speed devoured everything that the guy had prepared for them. Taking advantage of the moment, the young man asked Carton what she was doing here, and she explained that she was simply worried about the guy because of the latest rumors. When the meal was finished, the satisfied faces of the girls were supplemented by messages from the system about the increase in the level of favor of each of them, which couldn't help but please the guy, who noted that for one of the objects there was nothing left before reaching 100 points. The young man's joyful thoughts were interrupted by a folder thrown in his direction, where after this movement Elizabeth stated that she had great news for Michael. Opening the folder and starting to look at the attachments, the young man noticed that this company was the opposite of the company that he had put under the control of the spy. And satisfied with the work done, Elizabeth was already unfolding the map on the table to clearly show everything. And when she finished her explanations about where and what lands were acquired, the girl said that all the money allocated to her had been spent. But the young man was not at all interested in where his money was going. The main thing for him was that it go. Having caught part of this whole scheme, Catherine was horrified when she realized that everything that had been happening to the earth lately was the work of Michael. Only now the girl realized that they had an undivided advantage, and no one could stop them from developing the film industry. Looking closely at Michael, Catherine tried to guess how long ago this guy had planned his actions. After all, the foresight and prudence of this truly great player simply amazed the imagination. And so the system sent the owner a new message stating that Catherine's level of favor had reached the minimum required level. And now the guy has already read that more than 2 billion have fallen into his personal account. He has received 30 reinforcement points and an acting skill. The young man could not understand how this happened, where the only thought that came to his mind was that he looked very impressive when reading the financial report. It had already become noticeably dark outside, and Jessica, still in the office, asked her friend to find out more about the Photon Company. After all, if this company has problems, then this means problems for its founder, Michael, dear to her heart. Being one of the best hackers, Joanna assured her friend that she would extract all the data today. Meanwhile, the young man stood and thought about how he could use his new acting skill to quickly increase the level of affection of girls. And then he noticed the actress's strange gaze on himself, using a new skill and asking why she was looking at him like that. Catherine, who was also a person of art, simply did not know how to answer the question so expressively posed. And now the girl was already wondering whether Michael had always been so handsome, or whether this was her wildly played-out fantasy. And the cunning man himself noticed that it was not so difficult to defeat the girl with the help of acting. And now he was standing and thinking about how this wonderful skill would help him in relationships with other girls. Now it dawned on the young man that most likely the girl's level of favor had jumped for the reason that she mistook everything that was happening for his global plan. And so he decided that she had come up with all this herself, believed in it herself, and therefore he would definitely not try to convince her. Here Elizabeth intervened in the situation, who suddenly declared that she had a real talent for business, since in a short time the company she founded had reached unprecedented heights. At the same time, Victoria ended her report by saying that the return of the lone wolf to the game would be possible only under one single condition. Of course, everyone present was very interested in what kind of condition it was under which a practically destroyed person could get back on his feet. To which Victoria explained that he would only get through if he had reserves of several $100 billion in his accounts. When Patrick heard this, he laughed, asking the girl not to joke like that again until his heart jumped out of his throat. Then Idris turned to Adam, asking if this girl who was now giving a report worked directly for him. And when the man confirmed this, his interlocutor asked why this girl smelled so terrible, where he was always convinced that only the most excellent beauties worked for the Calloway family. But after that, he said something that brought the girl into real horror, where he asked her to remove the bandages from her head so that everyone could enjoy her beauty. In search of salvation from shame, Victoria tried to turn to her master. However, Adam was now weighing what would be more profitable for him to do, realizing that he still had a lot of business to do with Idris. And so he gave the girl a terrifying order, instructing her to immediately fulfill his partner's request and remove the bandages. Victoria once again tried to save herself from shame by asking Adam, but he had already raised his voice, saying that it was not a request, but an order. And with a trembling hand and through tears, the girl began to unwind the bandages on her head. And when she finished, everyone could see her terrible wound on her head, from which the stitches had not even been removed yet. At that same second, Idris said disdainfully that instead of a beautiful girl, he saw a monster and ordered her to quickly get out of his sight. But the girl herself understood that now the time had come when it was better for her to leave this society. Adam silently watched the woman who devoted her entire life to serving his family. He immediately noticed that the wound was serious, where the scar would remain one way or another, and therefore this girl no longer represented any value to him. All the other participants in this meeting behaved more unceremoniously, shouting after the girl that she looked like an obedient dog. And at Michael's mansion, Elizabeth was persuading her friend Kiara to go somewhere for fun. But the girl categorically refused, hiding behind her brother's opinion that after 11 p.m. only slutty women walk around the taverns. To which her interlocutor said that she must be very bored here, but Kiara completely denied this, saying that she loved spending time with her brother. The girl's conversation was interrupted by an unexpected knock on the door. Opening it, Elizabeth and Kiara saw Victoria returning, where Michael's sister was very happy to see her. She immediately noticed that the girl was unusually pale, asking if she was okay. With difficulty overcoming her bitterness, resentment, and fatigue, Victoria quietly said that everything was fine with her. But Kiara understood that her friend was not saying something and helped the girl into the room. Elizabeth showed a completely different attitude towards her, to whom Michael told that this girl was a spy, and therefore the daughter of the Carson family believed that this girl definitely should not have come here. Well, the sister of the owner of the house continued her concern for the guest, reporting that Michael asked to leave a portion of another culinary masterpiece from Michael for her. Victoria did not believe what she just heard, and even asked the girl about what she said. And now the spy was already sitting at the table trying this delicious dish prepared by her fake boss. Tears flowed down the girl's cheeks, where she realized that Michael saw her as a person, and not just a tool to achieve goals. Kiara immediately noticed her friend's tears, noting that if someone offended her, they would definitely deal with him. The system was already sending one message after another, informing Michael of Victoria's increase in favor when the latter asked his sister where she could talk to the boss. To this, the girl replied that her brother had already gone to rest. Hearing this, the Calloway family spy was surprised that the young man went to bed so early. But his sister explained that Michael was complaining that lately there had been a lot of different things to do, from which he was tired and wanted to be alone. Well, the very tired man himself lay calmly on his bed and drinking soda played another game on his mobile phone. However, Kiara's words seemed plausible to Victoria, since she knew that many big businessmen now want to leave the lone wolf out of business. And with all this, Michael treated her simply as a member of the family, and did not even forget to give instructions that they leave her something to eat. The next day, Joanna called her friend, telling her that she had been working all night, but she still managed to find something. This concerned information about the head of Photon Victoria, information about which turned out to be very interesting. After graduating from university with honors, the girl worked directly on Wall Street for some time. And literally 2 years later, she had extensive experience in the financial field, where she successfully joined the team of the Finance's Easy Company. The name of this company seemed very familiar to Jessica, where her friend immediately reminded her that this company belongs to the powerful Calloway family. And then the girl thought that this company, like Michael's companies, was engaged in the production of films. And literally a second later, both girls shouted loudly that the head of the Photon Company was simply a spy for the Calloway family. Instantly, Jessica realized what was causing Michael's problems, deciding to immediately inform him that a spy had been planted on him. But the call did not yield any results because the young man's phone was turned off after numerous annoying calls. Soon Melanie, answering Jessica's question, said that she did not know Michael's new address. But when she learned that an enemy agent had been infiltrated into her lover's team, she could not stay away and said that she would keep the girl company in exposing her. Diana knew the young man's new address, and when she heard about the spy, she immediately announced that she would also go with the girls. And so all 4 beautiful admirers of Michael were eager to save their lover. Waking up, the young man noticed that he felt much better today after he had a good sleep. And suddenly his olfactory receptors felt the pleasant aroma of freshly prepared food. Entering the kitchen, the guy didn't even believe his eyes at first when he saw Victoria preparing breakfast. The girl did not see the owner of the house approach, and the young man had to wish her good morning in order to attract attention. Turning happily, Victoria returned the same courtesy, inviting her boss to the table. The guy really liked this kind attitude, and without hesitation he agreed to sit down at the table and have breakfast. And so the young people sat opposite each other, devouring what the girl had prepared. Victoria thought to herself that Michael most likely did not care at all that her face was now disfigured. Comparing the attitude she had to face, the girl came to the conclusion that she was very mistaken about Michael's personality. Michael himself looked at his assistant, thinking about how hard the injury to her face could have hit her self-esteem. However, with the help of the system, the young man had already mastered the skill of a medic and began developing an ointment that should help the girl. He really wanted to see who Victoria would remain faithful to after he restored her to her former beauty. Suddenly, the girl turned to her boss, asking him what could happen if she ever did something bad to him. To which the young man answered without hesitation that it depends on the situation, but he can definitely say that if his assistant loses money or business, he definitely won't blame her. Victoria was thinking about what if the guy found out that she was a spy and helped arrange everything so that now he would be ruined. Then all the other girls who were in the house came to the table, where Kiara noticed that the cooked food smelled very tasty. Rising from her seat, Victoria said with a smile that she had taken care of everyone, and therefore the girls could have breakfast in peace. To which Michael's sister told her friend not to strain herself anymore, since she had not yet fully recovered. And so the girl went to serve herself breakfast, where Elizabeth asked that a portion be served for her too. A couple of minutes later, the whole large family was already sitting at the table, trying what the spy had prepared. The morning meal was interrupted by persistent knocking on the door. The first to voice her dissatisfaction with this unceremonious morning visit was Elizabeth. And Kiara immediately suggested that it could be Diana and the others, since she had recently called her and asked for their new address. Victoria was interested in the word others, and so she asked the girl who she meant. To which she explained that the rest were all her friends, who said that they had very important information for Michael. And so the spy listened in horror to what Kiara's brother's friend said over the phone, that they had been able to identify an enemy agent. Rising from the table, the sister of the owner of the house approached the front door, and soon 4 beauties appeared before her eyes. Showing respect, Kiara invited the girls to go inside. There she asked to introduce everyone else to her, noting that they all had extremely worried faces. But Diana said that the matter was very urgent, and they did not have time for introductions and conversations, and they needed to see Michael as quickly as possible. Saying that her brother and the others were having breakfast, Kiara offered to lead the guests to the kitchen. In less than a minute, all the girls were already standing at the table where the morning meal was taking place. And everyone, as one, focused their hateful glances on Victoria, who was sitting with her back to them. Well, Joanna approached Michael, placing some papers in front of him, and firmly stated that his personal assistant was an agent of the Calloway family. Picking up the printout, the young man was very surprised at what a good education and work experience Victoria had. He looked at the drooping girl sitting opposite him, thinking that at her age it was something incredible to have such talents. "Well," Joanna continued, saying that it was she who brought the company created by Michael into decline and passed on all the information to those who united against him. Kiara also turned to the evidence provided and could not believe that Victoria, who had become almost like family to her, was actually a spy. The second person after Michael who was not at all surprised by the information provided was Elizabeth, mentally emphasizing that the guy himself had already guessed about everything a long time ago. She also noticed, not without pleasure, that she was the first to whom he told that Victoria was a spy, which showed his true attitude towards her. The documents that Joanna obtained were also studied by Catherine, who noticed that in this case, Michael's second company was his big trump card, which the spy didn't even think about. But then Victoria herself spoke up, confirming that she had indeed been sent to infiltrate the Lone Wolf's team. After these words, Michael put down the documents and abruptly rose to his feet. Approaching the girl, depressed by the circumstances, he invited her to go with him to talk alone. All the other girls silently watched the retreating owner of this house and the exposed spy. But Kiara's nerves could not stand it, and she burst into tears, saying that she constantly told this girl about her brother, which, apparently, only greatly harmed him. But she was reassured by Elizabeth, who revealed information that Michael had long known that Victoria was someone else's agent. Where this information had the strongest effect, of course, was on all the other girls who rushed to him with this important, but which turned out to be completely unnecessary news. An extremely indignant Diana asked why the guy put this girl in charge of the company and gave her unimaginable sums. But Elizabeth, taking a defensive pose, declared that she should not tell anything to an unknown person. The girl only thought that all these ladies definitely had their own designs on Michael, and therefore it was necessary to keep a distance from them. And now two girls who were aiming for the attention of the same young man were already ready to start tearing out the hair on each other's heads. However, Catherine intervened in the situation, who said that the meaning of Michael's actions was clear to her, and she was ready to give an explanation. And as soon as the girl said that the land of the Photon and Crystal Peak companies had common borders, Diana suddenly exclaimed that she understood everything. Where the second company, Crystal Peak, was not created by the Carson family, but also belongs to Michael. Where this guy developed a simply brilliant strategy in order to crush his enemies with one blow. Now this young man seemed even more mysterious to Diana than ever before. Immediately, all the girls agreed that their beloved Michael was, in a word, a genius. Only now Joanna noticed that in this case they had exposed Victoria in vain, because now those who stand behind her will find out everything. But Jessica reassured her friend, saying that if Michael was talking to her, then he already had some kind of plan. The girl exhaled with relief, and the owner of Dexter TV mentally noted that Michael never ceases to amaze her. Despite the fact that he behaves completely recklessly, he always emerges victorious from all situations. But the girl's thoughts led her to the idea that they could all be just pawns in his big game. Well, in the meantime, Victoria apologized to Michael for bursting into his life and destroying everything he created. The girl asked to understand her, saying that everyone has their own boss, and therefore she had no choice. But then Michael cheerfully said that he had long been aware of everything that was happening. Out of surprise, the girl asked him again, and the guy added that he knew why she did it, and even those who sent her. And suddenly he asked the girl to remember his very recent words spoken to her, where if what she does is related to business or money, then he is ready and can forgive her everything. Victoria was shocked that her second fake boss was now speaking, and the system was already reporting an increase in favor level. She tried to say something in response, but Michael interrupted her, saying that he admired the girl's abilities, and therefore offered to fully become part of his team. The girl was overwhelmed with feelings, where she once again tried to object to what was said. But the young man did not give her a chance, again interrupting her speech and saying that he really needed her. And he ended his speech with the words that together they would be able to conquer the whole world. Already leaving the girl alone, Michael cheerfully stated that she just needed to continue doing what she was doing before. Amazed, Victoria stood and looked after the departing young man, not believing that he had simply forgiven her. And a few seconds later, the girl was once again shocked by the fact that another 30 billion came to her account with the message that this was her next task for the next week. Falling onto the stone floor, the girl burst into tears, unable to understand why Michael treated her so well. Well, Michael himself, studying the system messages about the next increase in the level of the spy's favor, thought that he had the most difficult time with this girl. However, he has already finished leveling up his medic skill, and if the girl is not impressed by the money, then he will try to achieve the required minimum level in a different way. His thoughts were interrupted by a message from Victoria, who asked her second boss for forgiveness, saying that she could not disobey her master. Not without pleasure, the young man concluded that the girl was definitely at a loss and did not know what to do and what to do next. And then she received a response, where Michael wrote that everything was in the past and she just needed to continue to carry out his tasks. Remembering the young man's words about becoming a full member of his team, the girl suddenly had the idea that he wanted to make her a double agent. When the young man returned to the house, the first thing he saw was the admiring glances of all his fans. Not understanding at all what had happened here, Michael was even a little scared. He especially didn't understand why Joanna, whom he barely knew, was looking at him like that. Where suddenly the system announced to him that the level of favor of this girl had reached the minimum required level. And the owner of the system received 25 gain points, as well as a new computer hacker skill. Suddenly, Michael felt that after activating a new skill, he became very dizzy and his whole body seemed to go limp. And then the system issued a warning that due to an excessively large number of activated skills, the host's body was at the limit where the energy flow needed to be strengthened. Only now the guy realized why he was constantly falling asleep, because throughout his entire life, a person develops only 1 or 2 skills, while he already has a lot of these skills. He then turned his attention to his new fan, amazed that she had such an interesting talent as hacking. Deciding not to put it off until later, Michael instructed the system to direct 50 gain points to develop his internal key energy. In a matter of seconds, the enhancement process was completed, and the young man felt like a completely different person. His head literally turned into some kind of supercomputer, where he instantly calculated the parameters of an object that came into his field of vision. Amazed by his own abilities, the young man wondered if this is how mathematical geniuses see this world. At that moment, Joanna suddenly asked the guy for forgiveness for interfering in his plans. To which Michael replied that nothing terrible had happened, since sooner or later someone would have exposed the spy anyway. At the same time, the young man asked all the girls not to be biased towards Victoria and generally pretend that nothing had happened. Where such a statement to half of his fans at least seemed very strange to everyone, and the other half immediately went into a state of rage. Only Joanna remained calm, trying to calculate the current situation, where she quickly realized that Michael's plans were to turn the exposed spy into a double agent. Such a strong game started by the guy was very much to the liking of this girl, who began to fall in love with him to the point of unconsciousness. A moment earlier, Victoria, approaching the door, heard Michael asking everyone else to pretend as if nothing had happened. Having opened the doors slightly, the girl heard the young man calling her his assistant and an important person for him. Victoria was amazed at how this young man defended her in front of all the other aggressive girls. And so she mentally noted that this is the most noble person she has ever met, who definitely deserves to be followed by people. Soon, the former spy had already gathered her things and was standing opposite her former boss outside the walls of the mansion. Throwing a sad look at the young man, Victoria told the guy not to bother, as she would call herself a taxi. To which Michael told the girl that she could really stay and live peacefully in his house and work on his team. Smiling slightly, the girl replied that even if the owner of the house himself accepts her as is, this does not mean that everyone else can accept her. Elizabeth and Kiara watched the farewell of the young people, where the latter really thought that her brother had lured the spy to his side and was now sending her on a mission. Turning to her friend, she said a little excitedly that when she returned, Victoria would most likely be punished for her failure. And then, after her words, Elizabeth noticed that the spy was not aware of Michael's true plans. And when the scheme he built becomes obvious, all the blame for the failure will be placed on Victoria, and then she will not feel enough. And so both girls agreed that the young man's plan was simply impeccable. Taking out her cell phone, Elizabeth called her brother, intriguing him with her words that she had just witnessed extremely interesting events in Michael's house. In the conversation, the girl called Michael so affectionately that her brother was quite surprised by this, suggesting that if this goes on, he will soon have a new relative in the person of a lone wolf. And now Patrick was screaming at his sister, telling her to stop spending so much time with Michael, where he also reminded her that very soon she would have to apply for admission to the university. However, the girl had character, saying that she had achieved a lot during this time and did not need her brother's tutelage at all. Meanwhile, Kiara and Elizabeth were watched by Jessica, who asked Diana who the two girls were. And her friend explained that to the left is Michael's little sister, whom he found quite recently. Well, her interlocutor is none other than the youngest daughter of the Carson family herself. The name Elizabeth made a strong impression on Jessica, who knew that this was one of the richest and most influential families in the city. When the first impressions passed, surprise was replaced by anger, where Jessica was not at all happy about her new competitor. And so she decided to take a closer look at both her new rival and her lover's sister, attracting their attention. As she approached, the girl introduced herself, also saying that she was currently the head of Dexter TV. Saying that she was also a very close friend of Michael, Jessica suggested that the girls exchange contact information. When the owner of the house himself returned, he could not help but notice that the room was very lively. All his fans approached each other, talked, and exchanged contact information. In addition, Jessica told Elizabeth that she had already sent her an invitation to their general chat. This formation of a common group of fans somehow did not make the young man very happy. Well, the exposed spy had already managed to get to her master's mansion, where Adam told her not to take what happened yesterday to heart, since Gordon and Idris were his partners, whom he could not upset. The man then added that he, of course, offended the girl, but in return he invited the best plastic surgeon to work on her scar. Taking on the most submissive appearance, the girl said that she understood everything and thanked the gentleman for the care and attention shown. Returning to business, Adam asked why his spy arrived here today, to which Victoria explained that she had been discovered this morning, and therefore she could no longer stay with the lone wolf. The son of the Calloway family was quite surprised that, having discovered the girl, they simply let her go without doing anything. And the girl continued, saying that the lone wolf not only did nothing to her, but even offered to work with him, which she refused. Still reeling from the news, Adam asked Victoria how the lone wolf reacted to her leaving, to which his interlocutor replied that he was absolutely calm because he perfectly knows how to control any of his emotions. After a short pause, Victoria suddenly added that, apparently, Michael knew from the very beginning that she was a spy. This was the most important information, where Adam jumped up and immediately inquired about who the Photon Company was officially registered under. And when his subordinate said that the company was registered in the name of the lone wolf's younger sister, the man concluded with horror that it was all just a trap. He immediately gave orders to bring him a map and connect him with Patrick Carson. And while he was waiting for an answer to the phone call, his assistant reported that another company called Crystal Peak, which belongs to the Carson family, was buying land in the same area. Patrick was quite surprised when he saw that Adam Calloway was calling him. Having answered the call, the young man joyfully greeted his companion, saying that he too was going to call him in order to invite him to dinner. But in response, he heard only choice abuse, where, between the lowest curses, Patrick heard accusations of conspiring with a lone wolf. And when he asked his interlocutor to explain what happened, Adam shouted even louder to stop organizing the circus, since he knew that the Crystal Peak Company belonged to the Carson family. But Patrick was no less surprised than his interlocutor before, since there was no Crystal Peak in his assets. And now he was already confused and told Adam that he would definitely find out everything, since the company he named was not the property of their family. To which his interlocutor immediately gave him no more than 8 hours, after which his companion will deal with all the consequences himself. When the conversation was over, the young man, without hiding his anger, threw his phone on the floor. His thoughts were that he had invested $10 billion in cooperation with the Calloway family, and if their agreement was terminated now, he would never be able to explain this to the family. And so he turned to his manager, ordering to find out all the information about a certain company, Crystal Peak. Just a couple of hours later, Patrick sat at the table, beginning to study the report prepared by the manager. He was furious when he learned that such a huge multi-billion-dollar company actually belonged to his family in the person of his younger sister. The young man could not understand where this girl got such huge money. Well, the old manager drew the young gentleman's attention to the fact that the lands that were acquired by the Photon and Crystal Peak companies have common borders, where a lone wolf pulled off a grandiose scheme. Everyone believed that they had driven him into a dead end, but in the end they themselves found themselves in a trap. Because everyone who was interested in keeping the lone wolf out of business bought land at a price that was 3 times higher, where now they will simply lose their money. After listening to the manager's thoughts, Patrick said that his opponent not only came up with an excellent scheme, but also recruited his own sister. Immediately asking for a new phone, the young man began to dial his sister's number, furiously shouting that she had definitely decided to kill her brother. The girl, who was relaxing by the pool, answered the call and warmly greeted her brother. But he clearly had no time for pleasantries, where he, without hiding his anger, demanded that his sister say whether she really owned the Crystal Peak Company. Laughing, Elizabeth, confirming her ownership of the company, added that now her brother would definitely be able to appreciate her abilities. But Patrick was not in the mood for fun, where he accused the girl of betrayal and ordered her to immediately return home. But his sister was not going to listen to her brother, simply switching off with the words that Michael treated her much better than his own brother. Hearing short beeps, the son of the Carson family could only admit that his sister had simply hung up. The young man's feeling of rage went off scale, and already the second phone became unusable after a strong blow to the floor. Having calmed down a little and putting his thoughts in order, Patrick asked the manager to bring another mobile phone. Carrying out the order, the old man at the same time said that the return of the young mistress now would in no way rectify the situation, where they should first of all think about how to compensate for the losses. Turning to the man, Patrick asked if he had any specific thoughts on this matter. To which the manager openly said that the gentleman should consider going over to the side of the lone wolf, where, given his trust in the young lady, the future of the Carson family would be secured. However, if Patrick decides to do this, then he will have to forget about his relationship with Mrs. Rockwood, who is clearly in love with a lone wolf. To this, the young man replied that he would never give up his relationship with Diana and always kept his word. The manager tried to say that for the sake of a woman, it was not worth putting the whole family at risk. But the young man stopped him, coldly saying that while his father was ill, he would make all decisions, as well as be responsible for the consequences. Where the manager had no choice but to accept the will of his master. Walking away in the opposite direction, the old man thought that Patrick was too young and inexperienced to understand all the consequences. Where as soon as all significant figures make sure that the Crystal Peak Company belongs to the Carson family, then all the blame for the failure will be placed on them, which puts the future of the family in real danger. Adam, meanwhile, listened to a report that Crystal Peak belongs to Elizabeth Carson, who is very close to the lone wolf. But at some point, the young man stopped the speaker, after which silence hung in the air. Victoria understood the situation most of all, for whom this development of events was a shock, because even as Michael's personal assistant, she did not know that it was he who created Crystal Peak. And now she turned to her master, asking for forgiveness and saying that it was her fault. But Adam was angrier than ever, shouting that losses of more than 10 billion could not be justified by defects. Throwing an ashtray at the girl, the son of the Calloway family shouted that Victoria did not even understand what she had done, and now he was asking her about whether she was arrogant, deciding that it was worth the capital he had lost. When hit by an ashtray, the girl's wound opened and bleeding, she listened to the man's words that she was nothing more than his property, the chain dog of their family. And after Adam said that his family no longer needed her services, 2 strong young men immediately grabbed the girl by the arms. Her former boss then added that Victoria's actions would be investigated, during which time she would be detained here. Here, one of Adam's assistants stated that Victoria definitely did not betray the family, since they consider the Calloway family to be their family. But the heartless young man said that he did not care whether she betrayed him or not, where he simply had to account for the lost billions. Listening to Adam, the girl immediately realized that they simply wanted to blame her for the losses. Diana, who came into the house, asked Kiara, who met her, whether Michael often leaves her here completely alone. But the girl happily announced that her brother was at home, just in the basement. The guest was surprised by this statement and asked why he was constantly hiding from everyone and what he was doing. To this, Kiara replied that her brother had set up something like a laboratory there, and she did not dare to interrupt or distract him. Diana was very surprised that Michael had equipped a laboratory at home and was conducting some experiments in it. Well, the owner of the house himself looked at the resulting purple mass and declared that his research was finally completed. Smiling, the young man noticed that it was not in vain that he developed the skills of a physician and a chemist. However, the guy's joy was interrupted by a knock on the door of his small laboratory, after which the young man heard the familiar voice of Diana, who asked permission to enter, to which Michael mentally noted that the girl came to him very well on time. Allowing her to enter the laboratory, Michael asked if there were any scars on Diana's body. And so, pushing back her hair, his guest showed a small scar on her face, which she received back in her distant childhood while playing with other children. Clearly interested in the girl's scar, the young man approached and began to examine with interest the consequences of the long-standing injury. From such an unexpected rapprochement, Diana even dropped her small handbag. Feeling the guy's hands on her face, the girl blushed deeply, thinking that he most likely decided to kiss her. She was not long tormented by doubts that they might be seen, preparing for the long-awaited kiss. But without feeling the lips of her lover and began to smell some strange smell, the girl opened one eye. In front of her, she saw Michael, his eyes glowing, where he asked his guest not to move until he finished applying the ointment. And while he was covering the scar on the girl's forehead with the drug, she was trying to find out whether this product had passed clinical trials and whether it had been approved by the Ministry of Health. To which the young man stated that he developed the ointment himself, also asking the girl not to wet her face with water for several hours. Turning to Diana, the young man wanted to add something else. But completely unexpectedly for him, the girl suddenly moved closer to him and connected their lips. Shocked that Diana suddenly decided to kiss him, Michael silently watched as she hurriedly left the laboratory. The girl herself, once outside the door, could not believe what she had decided on, now feeling very awkward. Well, the great physician himself stood and enjoyed the pleasant sensations after the kiss given to him. At that moment, his younger sister looked in and asked what he had done to her, so that the girl quickly ran away, red as a tomato. But Michael said she was just in a hurry, which didn't seem convincing enough to Ciara. And so, approaching the young man, the girl seriously asked if he had done anything bad to her, to which Michael replied that he was not capable of causing her any harm, and therefore her little sister might not think badly of her brother. But the pouting girl still insisted on her opinion, completely unable to believe that Diana could just run away in such a strange state. The girl thought to herself that Michael was a really good person, but there were too many girls hovering around him. And then the young man showed his sister the ointment he had developed, offering to try it on her, which she refused, saying that the ointment smelled very bad. Calling the runaway girl an ungrateful child, the guy noticed that his potion really didn't have much of a smell. Thinking that it would be nice to add some kind of flavoring to the ointment, the young man turned his attention to his mobile phone. He had not visited various chats for a long time, and was quite surprised when he read that he had almost been written off. Grinning, Michael noted that he had guesses about the true nature of most of those who were called his friends and comrades, but he did not think that they were so hypocritical that they were now rejoicing at rumors of his bankruptcy. The young man paid special attention to reports that he was predicted to die by the Calloway family. The young man eagerly read information about how those who a week ago called him brother agreed to break all ties with the lone wolf. And so he wrote a message that all dissatisfied people could freely leave this chat. At the same time, Julian, who was at the golf club, was amazed by Michael's message in the chat, asking his playing companion if the lone wolf was afraid of being completely left without support. To which the young man, hitting the ball, said that strong people do not need friends, and he is completely on the side of the lone wolf, since even united families cannot break him. Well, Michael himself watched with interest as his so-called friends were removed from the chat one after another. Sitting comfortably on the sofa, the young man said that now everyone will see how bankrupt he really is. And so he went to the online broadcast site, which was launched by the head of Dexter TV, Jessica, where he decided to amuse the public by losing a couple or even more billions. The man sitting at the computer, clearly very nervous, called the project manager. And when Julia asked what was the matter, he explained that someone had just topped up the account with several billion. The perspicacious woman immediately noticed that most likely the lone wolf himself decided to get out of the shadows. Well, Michael himself sat in his mansion, going through girls one after another who were broadcasting online. But suddenly his attention stopped on one of them, where he was quite surprised by who he saw on the screen. His little sister greeted the audience, saying that she was new here and thanking everyone for watching her broadcast. And while the young man was thinking about what to do, his sister received her first gift from a secret admirer. Thanking the fan for the gift, Kiara wished him more luck both in his work and in his personal life. And now her brother was already reading a bunch of compliments sent to his little sister. But a secret admirer under the pseudonym Real Man sent another more expensive gift, inviting the girl to exchange contacts, where she modestly stated that her brother did not allow her to do this. Michael was beside himself when this Real Man decided that he could buy his sister after all, and sent her 20,000 worth of gifts. Well, the girl who grew up in the countryside did not understand the behavior of this Real Man, where she had already refused him, but he continued to send gifts, trying to buy her favor. But when she told him not to spend money on her, the Real Man sent her a gift for an even larger amount, which completely discouraged the poor girl. But then something happened that the company's management, neither the actresses nor the audience, expected. Without hiding their surprise and envy, everyone watched as the new girl received a gift worth $1 million. And now the project manager was already informed that the lone wolf had sent the girl the most expensive gift possible, which only amused Julia, who was beginning to understand what was happening. No less than the others, Kiara herself was surprised by such a gift, having never expected that her first day on the channel would be so exciting. Well, the young man himself was not going to stop, deciding to show everyone what kind of men his sister should be worthy of. And then, one after another, notifications began to arrive that the lone wolf was sending this new girl more and more gifts worth $1 million each. All those girls who were just preparing for the start of the broadcast or had already completed them were amazed at the momentum the new girl was gaining. Michael did not stop, declaring that a real man is not worthy of even writing to his beloved sister with his pathetic gifts. After some time, the number of gifts sent to him reached 3,000, each of them worth $1 million. Even Kiara asked the gift giver to stop, as messages about incoming gifts literally filled the entire screen. Julia, who had seen a lot, also could not believe that 3,000 gifts were actually sent to this girl. Having spent about $3 billion, the young man hoped that he had managed to revive this world a little. And then he received a personal message from his sister, who asked him why he did it. In response, Michael replied that he simply loved his sister, and besides, it was a trifle for him. Only now did the girl realize that the Dexter TV company was founded by Michael, where he essentially transferred money from one pocket to another. But still, Kiara asked the guy not to send any more gifts, because of which her entire screen was littered with messages. The young man accepted his sister's request, thinking that his plan was to send a gift worth $10 billion. Meanwhile, Julia reported to Jessica that a lone wolf had just lost $3 billion. Feeling that the woman wanted to say something else, the owner of Dexter TV allowed her not to hide her thoughts. And she immediately said that the guy spent this money on gifts for his own sister. Jessica immediately thought about why the young man sent so much money to his sister. And so Julia interrupted the boss's thoughts, saying that all this was simply specially thought out by the lone wolf, where having thus marked his return, he will give reason to say that rumors about his bankruptcy were simply the machinations of his enemies. And then it dawned on Jessica that this was truly a brilliant move, where the guy, with such a competent action, did not spend a dime. Well, her interlocutor, approaching the window, noticed that the lone wolf had risen greatly since their last meeting. Her thoughts revolved around the fact that it would be nice to get this man for herself. In the break room, Julian shouted loudly that his companion was right when he said that the lone wolf had only poured $3 billion into Dexter TV, to which his interlocutor stated that the lone wolf is his brother in spirit, who just as skillfully plays the same games as himself. The young man thought to himself that until recently he did not believe in what he was talking about, where the circumstances were very successful. Well, Julian himself continued to read what was written in the chat, where he, like many, was very glad that he decided to stay close to the lone wolf who defeated his opponents in one move. At the same time, Michael himself was reading the same chat, whose thoughts were that after everything that had happened, there were really reliable people nearby. And since their help may someday be needed, it would be worthwhile to somehow reward them for believing in him. And so he announced that he was giving everyone the opportunity to make money by launching his project to build a film studio. And now the first of those who remained nearby was already joyfully accepting this good news. Another businessman managed to respond, telling the lone wolf that his restaurant chain could fit in well with their industry. Another businessman assured Michael that their cooperation would definitely bring good results. And the most enterprising ones immediately announced that they had stopped their cooperation with the lone wolf's competitors and were now offering him to buy building materials from them. Michael was distracted from reading all these pleasant messages by the cry of his little sister sitting next to him. And when he asked what happened, Kiara explained that she had become a news star. And showing her brother the screen of her mobile phone, the girl joyfully declared that everyone was doing nothing but discussing her broadcast yesterday. Michael rejoiced with his little sister, once again causing her displeasure by touching her hair. Well, the girl suddenly announced that the real subject of conversation was not she at all, but a lone wolf, where everyone called him a real spendthrift and a spoiled child of rich parents who doesn't know where to spend his money. Having experienced not the most pleasant feelings from such reviews, the young man noticed that people like to create various rumors. However, his sister quite seriously declared that Michael should not take this to heart, where those closest to him know for sure that he always acts very prudently. The young man was very embarrassed when Kiara said that his entire close circle considered the guy a real genius. With understanding and admiration for her brother, the girl said that she understood his strategy, which was developed to achieve influence in all spheres of human life. Of course, Michael, who did not make any global plans, sat and silently thought about what he was doing that led people to such thoughts. Deciding to change the topic, the young man asked his sister to tell him more about a man from Japan who had proven himself excellent in the game of Go. The topic was interesting, and Kiara immediately told her brother that a certain player had appeared who had already managed to defeat all the professionals in their camp, where this strongest player called all professionals nothing more than ordinary amateurs. What his sister told Michael greatly impressed him, where he could not understand how a player could, in principle, achieve such incredible heights by understanding the essence of the complex game of Go. And the girl continued, adding that this genius is not yet 20 years old, and his name is Yoshihiro Yamada. He studied with the greatest Go master who lived in Japan and defeated the Chinese master in his first confrontation. And when a couple of days ago he defeated another outstanding master of this game, everyone froze, waiting for what would happen next. At a press conference, Yoshihiro openly stated that he has no worthy opponents, and therefore he is ready to fight with anyone. Michael was already glad that this Japanese managed to piss off a whole bunch of people. And Kiara added that several large companies have chipped in and are offering a jackpot of $200 million to whoever defeats this guy. When her brother heard the words about the winnings being offered, he was obviously interested. He shocked his little sister when he said he was going to take the $200 million. And now the young man had already turned on the conference, at which Yoshihiro made that very loud statement. The trick was that from one of his subjects, Michael had already received the skill of playing Go, which he could simply upgrade using the system. Well, his sister still couldn't believe that her brother was really going to participate in the competition, not understanding when he managed to become so trained in Go. And so the girl began to dissuade him, declaring that this game is very difficult and multifaceted, which you cannot learn to play overnight, and the brother is a very busy man. Michael was very surprised by this statement, reminding his sister that he just lazed around the house all day. And then Kiara really remembered that her brother either just lays around all day, resting, or plays games on his phone or laptop. The girl came to the conclusion that Michael organized his affairs so well that he had a whole lot of free time, where she immediately wanted to become more like her brother. The great businessman himself watched the changing face of his sister, not understanding why she had suddenly changed and drooped. And at her next open broadcast, the girl announced that she was immersed in her studies, where at that very second a whole bunch of angry comments rained down from those who were expecting some kind of special show like last time. while Michael, driven by his idea to take 200 million, had already found an online platform where Go players gathered and trained. Stretching his hands, the young man prepared to thoroughly hone his skills. Since his Go skill had been developed to the level of a master, he immediately decided to try out what players on this platform were capable of. He registered an account where he assigned himself the nickname Sad Master, and now he has already randomly chosen his first opponent. Looking at the avatar of his opponent with the nickname Simpleton, the young man prepared to start the game. And so his room was filled with the frequent sounds of one of the buttons of the computer mouse with which the game was played. Less than 10 minutes had passed before he drove his opponent into a dead end and emerged victorious from this confrontation. Noticing sadly that he had won so quickly and easily, Michael noted that it was very boring. Deciding that this was enough to warm up, the young man decided to set a goal of 10 wins in a row. And so he began the game, where he won victories over all his opponents over and over again. When the number of his victories exceeded 30, Michael opened the achievement window, where he had only amateur level 5. And then he realized that gaining the required level in order to qualify for the battle with Yoshihiro would be very difficult. The young man did not get up at all from the computer, breakfast, lunch, and dinner without looking up from the game. After all, the higher his level rose, the more difficult the opponents he encountered, with whom the game could last more than 1 hour. But one way or another, everyone Michael came across was too weak for him. At the same time, Yoshihiro was sitting in his house at the computer, having just lost to his next opponent in the game of Go on the online platform. Noting that this was the 20th victory of the day, the young man cheerfully said that apparently there would never be a worthy opponent for him. After taking a 5-minute break, the champion decided to play again. While looking through the players, the young man's gaze fell on a player with the nickname Sad Master, where the guy was very taken by the fact that it is unclear who of the 5th level decided to call himself nothing less than a master. And suddenly, Michael saw a message on his screen that a certain player had challenged him. Having accepted the challenge, the young man saw that behind the invitation was a player under the nickname Phantom Warrior, which greatly amused the young man, who decided that some schoolboy was going to play with him. Well, Yoshihiro was intrigued by the fact that this sorrowful master had 30 games with a 100% win rate. And now the functionality of the online platform worked, and the duel between these two masters was declared open. The first move was made by Michael, and now the white stone appeared on the battlefield. Yoshihiro did not keep himself waiting and made the next move, placing a black stone on the field. After some time, Michael noticed that his opponent was good, and if he was not focused, he would fall into a trap. His opponent's style of play was reminiscent of the style of play of one famous Go master. However, in the modern world, it is difficult to find a person who could in any way imitate the playing style of that famous master. At some point, the young man noticed that his mental abilities were not inferior to those of his opponent, where he obviously simply had more experience. But if he admits defeat now, he will have to spend a lot of time trying to restore his rating. Meanwhile, Yoshihiro in his room also noticed that his opponent was playing quite well. But then, turning to the screen, the young man cheerfully declared that if he wants to win, he will have to try very hard. But Michael didn't have to try, where he turned to the system and asked to give him 50 years of experience in the game of Go. And so the improvement process was launched, for which the young man spent 10 enhancement points, leaving another 25 points in reserve. Michael closed his eyes, accepting from his powerful system those abilities that people develop in themselves over the years. And so, when the process was completed, the young man suddenly understood what he needed to do to defeat his opponent. As if having experienced the state of nirvana, Michael returned to the game with a peaceful face, radically changing his tactics and strategy. It was as if he felt that that great, unsurpassed master had now moved into his body in order to continue playing Go. And while his opponent was pumping up his skills, Yoshihiro wondered why the sad master fell silent and did not make his move. The only reasonable explanation for him was that he had already used all his resources and knowledge, and now he simply did not know what to do next. And so the young man declared to himself that he remained an unsurpassed master of our time. But then the screen came to life, where one of his opponent's white stones made a completely unexpected move, in which there was no tactics or strategy. But what seemed to be just chaos, in fact, was the very tactics of the great master. Yoshihiro was shocked by what was happening, where this style of play immediately seemed very familiar to him. Exactly the same style in which he played, only at a much higher level, literally tied him hand and foot. Fury overwhelmed the guy, who was not used to and did not know how to lose. He could do nothing but scream that he didn't believe what was happening on the screen, where this incredibly talented opponent, whom he underestimated, was somehow able to escape from the trap he had set. And then came the moment that Yoshihiro had never experienced before, where it was announced that the sorrowful master had defeated the Phantom Warrior. Staring at the monitor showing this truly historic message, the young man could not believe that he had lost after all. Clutching his head, the guy whispered that he, the greatest champion who had won on several continents, lost to some amateur level 5 player on an online platform. Michael's reaction was exactly the opposite, where he was very happy that he had finally defeated this schoolboy and could continue playing with other players, raising the level. Since the time was not very late, the young man, charged with energy after another victory, decided to play again. But suddenly his screen showed the arrival of another message through the Go Game platform. He was very surprised that they started writing to him so actively here, wondering what it would be like this time. But his face brightened when he saw a message from the Phantom Warrior, who begged him not to leave and to play with him one more time. And so Yoshihiro read back the murderous words, where Michael said that he was not his rival, and that the Phantom Warrior should go do his ghostly homework for school tomorrow. Such impudence greatly offended the young man, who even jumped out of his seat. After all, he considered himself the best of the best Go players and was absolutely not going to endure such humiliation. And now he was already typing a message to the sorrowful master, declaring that he had asked before, but was now challenging him. Laughing at the stubbornness of his defeated opponent, Michael said that if he did not want to admit defeat himself, then he would force him. And so he took the mouse in his palm and clicked on the button to begin a repeated duel with the Phantom Warrior. After some 10 minutes, a message appeared on the screen, informing the opponents that the victory remained with the sorrowful master. For Yoshihiro, it was something completely unimaginable to lose twice to the same person with an amateur level of 5. He couldn't believe that his opponent had suddenly become so strong that he was able to win in just 30 moves. And now he was already sending his opponent a new message, demanding to play another game with him. A new 10 minutes passed, which marked a new victory for the sorrowful master over the Phantom Warrior. Yoshihiro was already shaking quietly, since this time Michael only needed 20 moves for an unconditional and complete victory. Since childhood, he could not find a worthy opponent for himself, and now some player from an online platform defeats him for the 3rd time in a row. Reading another message from the Phantom Warrior, in which he begged for another game, Michael, who was already bored with it, noticed that children were becoming addicted to this game. So he sent the guy a message in which he called him a weakling and told him not to waste his time. Yoshihiro could not do anything about this, where he knew very well that he had lost to the sorrowful master 3 times. In a fit of rage and despair, the young man grabbed his computer monitor and threw it at the wall. But then a woman's voice behind the young man's back attracted his attention, where his wonderful mentor and companion at all the games asked about what was happening to him. And the guy sadly replied that he had just lost to some player on an online platform, where this was the reason for his emotions. Immediately after this, Akira said that victory and defeat are 2 sides of the same coin, and besides, Yoshihiro cannot be sure that his opponent did not cheat. The young man was immediately interested in the girl's assertion that the sad master was cheating, and Akira immediately explained that no one has canceled pirated software, where his opponent in an online game could use some special program in order to win. Therefore, the situation could have been completely different, where Yoshihiro thought he was fighting a real person. But in reality, he was opposed by artificial intelligence. And not wanting to admit defeat, the young man immediately latched onto this idea, remembering how at one moment his opponent's abilities sharply increased. Akira continued to motivate the guy, reminding him that just a couple of days ago he defeated the great master, and therefore he does not have a single reason to doubt himself. And now the champion has already stated that such a phenomenon on the online platform will definitely never stop him. And so from today, he decided to play with only 1 volunteer a day in order to devote more time to analyzing the game and developing strategy. Yoshihiro thought to himself that after today, his level as a Go player would increase significantly. Leaving her ward alone, Akira thought that he was still young, and a little lie would definitely not hurt. Where otherwise today's incident could have completely broken his spirit. The girl also thought that even the Great Master, her father, had never managed to defeat Yoshihiro in 30 moves, as some unknown person did. Dawn was approaching, and Michael, who had spent the whole night playing the game, was very angry that he could only reach level 7. After all, in order to fight the great Yoshihiro, he needed to reach at least level 9 and become one of the professionals. Comparing the time spent and the result obtained, the guy calculated that to achieve the desired level he would need about 2 more days of play. The only thing he couldn't figure out was how to evaluate his level of Go skill. He noticed that the world is indeed full of talents, where even some schoolboy under the nickname Phantom Warrior almost defeated him. But at the same time, the young man noticed that there was no limit to perfection, where he would certainly reach the required level and take away the prize money. At the Calloway family mansion, Adam's guards came for Victoria, who was locked in one of the rooms. 2 of them took him by the arms, and the third rudely told him to follow him to the young master. While Adam was waiting for the offending spy to be delivered, he listened to a report from his new assistant Becky. And the girl said that according to the information received, Victoria eventually began to convey false information to the gentleman, which resulted in large losses for him. The girl also did not forget to mention that 30 billion appeared from somewhere on the spy's personal account. Adam, peering at the papers, could not believe that the lone wolf's personal assistant had such a huge salary. Well, Becky coldly confirmed that all the information was completely reliable and was the main evidence of Victoria's guilt. But suddenly the young man's face changed, where he noticed that even he would find it difficult to resist betrayal if such money were offered. A couple of minutes later, he was already turning to the most guilty girl, declaring that now he knew everything for sure. To which Victoria sadly stated that she did not expect such distrust from someone to whom she had devoted her entire life. But Adam did not believe the girl, throwing a stack of papers right in her face and saying that all the facts said otherwise. Where he immediately remembered the girl's strange behavior lately, hiding the fact that she had 30 billion in her account. Looking at her angry master, Victoria tried to give an explanation. But Adam shouted furiously that she was bought by a lone wolf, and this is an indisputable and proven fact. Having loosened the pressure of his collar, the young man went to the window and said that she would soon find out what happens to traitors. Where after his words, an ominous silence hung in the room. This silence was interrupted by Victoria herself, who said that she knew the family's customs very well, and therefore saw no point in shaking the air, proposing to move on to solving the problem. The girl's words intrigued Adam, who turned and asked her what she meant by solving the problem. And the former spy said that she understands perfectly well what losses the family will suffer when the case fails completely. And therefore, as gratitude for everything that the family did for her, Victoria expressed her willingness to give these 30 billion. However, after she transfers money to Adam, this will mean that she no longer owes the Calloway family anything. Mentally, the girl noticed that this was the only way to leave here alive and asked Michael for forgiveness, deciding to soon return to him and earn this money all her life. Adam, who had been listening to the words of his former agent all this time with a tense face, suddenly burst into strong laughter. He noted that buying back his life for 30 billion is a pretty smart move, to which he agrees, and after transferring the money, the girl can get out of the way. And so Victoria, having accepted a mobile phone from her former boss's new assistant, transferred funds. And watching how unimaginable wealth flowed into his pocket, Adam thought that he, of course, would let the girl go, but could not guarantee her safety outside this house. And so, looking at the screen of his mobile phone, where a message was displayed that 30 billion had been received into his account, the young man did not hide his joy at the fact that he had gained independence from the board of directors. As promised, Victoria was able to leave the house, and Becky asked the gentleman if he was really ready to let go of this girl who knew so much. In his usual manner, Adam coldly asked his new assistant if she was really going to teach him what to do. And the girl had no choice but to apologize to the master for her incontinence. But inside herself, Becky gloated, thinking that she managed to take the place of Victoria, who was no longer Adam's favorite dog. The new assistant also understood that the Calloway family would never just let go of someone who knows so many secrets. The streets of the city at night were quite empty, with only occasional cars or people passing by. A spy who had been expelled from her home walked quietly along these streets, thinking about why she had spent so much time and effort on this unworthy man. The girl also understood that she really knew about the many not-so-legitimate schemes that Adam's company used. A bright flash of headlights interrupted the girl's thoughts, forcing her to turn around, where a huge truck was rushing straight towards her at great speed. However, the girl was well-trained and had incredible strength and reaction. Noticing that the distance under the car allows a person to fit, Victoria instantly found herself on the asphalt, which helped her avoid death. Since the speed was really high, the Iron Giant stopped only after hitting the wall of a nearby building. Well, the girl, looking at the car and holding her bruised hand, quickly threw it away. The girl's thoughts were that from that moment Adam forced her to declare war on the Calloway family, since 30 million was not enough for him and still required her life. Meanwhile, Adam's people observing the course of events reported that the operation had failed, and the target had managed to escape. With a tense face, the son of the Calloway family listened to the report that it was not possible to destroy his former agent. But suddenly laughing, Adam ordered the guards to return, saying that for 30 billion the girl could run around this earth a little more. The young man was sure that the lone wolf would never forgive her for the loss of such huge capital. Going into her brother's room, the girl put Chinese noodle soup on his table. After which she asked him if he was tired of the computer, where he had been playing Go for more than a day. To which Michael immediately stated that you just need to feel it, the excitement and pleasure of winning. Surprised that during the entire game her brother had not lost even once, the girl asked him what his level was now. And when Michael replied that he would get the 9th very soon, Kiara admired her brother's talent, noticing that he apparently really decided to compete with Yoshihiro. The young man, already devouring noodle soup, responded that he had never joked about this, and the prize money was almost in his pocket. Watching Michael eat breakfast, his sister noticed that she had never seen her brother put in so much effort. Instead of dealing with financial issues and the activities of his companies, he learns to play Go in order to defeat some champion in this game. With tenderness, Kiara noted that this is exactly how purposeful a real man should be. And so the girl loudly declared that the desire for money is just an excuse, since he pours billions into online broadcasts, and therefore she immediately understands the true goal of these trainings in the game, to defend the honor of the state. Michael was surprised not only by his little sister's conclusions, but also by the fact that her level of affection had suddenly increased. Watching the girl fascinated by him, the young man thought that he was really doing all this only for money. After all, this will be his first personal big money, and not money issued by the system. The young man was also interested in what could happen if Kiara's level of disposition exceeds 95 points, since he is in a completely different relationship with her than with other girls. And then he decided that the level of disposition should not be allowed to rise above the minimum level. After thinking a little, Michael attracted the attention of his little sister. Still doubting and not knowing how to start this important dialogue, the young man interested the girl by the fact that he had some information for her. Seeing how serious her brother was, the girl turned all attention, and only the young man opened his mouth to say what he had in mind, when suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by the doorbell ringing. Leaving her beloved brother, Kiara headed to the door to let in her early guest. Well, Michael, looking after his little sister, began to think about whether he had decided to do the right thing towards her. After all, the girl has experienced many not the most pleasant moments in her life, and therefore perhaps everything just needs to be left as it is. Meanwhile, Kiara had already managed to reach the door, where she opened it and found Diana on the threshold of the house. The girl looked completely different somehow, and greeted her new friend very nicely. Immediately after that, the daughter of the Rockwood family handed the girl a package, saying that she had bought a gift for her on the way here. And while Ciara, embarrassed, said that there was no need to buy such an expensive gift, Diana asked her where Michael was now. Having said that her brother was in his room, where he was training to play Go, the girl also noticed a change in the guest's appearance. And the girl immediately explained that before she simply had to cover up the scar on her head, which had now disappeared thanks to the ointment developed by Michael. Kiara was amazed at the effect that bad-smelling goo had. And then she remembered and told her interlocutor how she refused to test this drug on herself. Soon the girl's dialogue was over, and Diana had already entered the room to Michael, who also noticed that the girl's appearance had somehow changed. Saying that there was not much furniture in his room, the young man allowed her to sit on his bed. The bed was a very private place, so the girl carefully sat down on its edge. Carefully touching the bed linen with her hand and thinking that her lover sleeps here every night, Diana was incredibly glad that she became the first one he allowed to get so close to him. Continuing the conversation, Michael's guest noted the miraculous properties of that ointment, asking the young man for a little more. The young man was incredibly happy that the ointment worked, noticing that the girl had no reason to doubt her. And suddenly Diana announced that if you get approval from the Ministry of Health and organize its mass production, you can make good money. But Michael somehow reacted very coldly to this idea, saying that the very phrase mass production sounds like it should cause a lot of trouble. But at the same time, the guy handed the girl the formula for his medicine, saying that if she was interested, she could open a company in which he was ready to invest. Having received at her personal disposal a secret formula, the medicine from which can change the world, the girl was very touched by such trust on the part of the guy. And so she decided that as soon as the company began to make a profit, she would give Michael the entire stake. Jumping out of bed and pressing the young man's head to her elastic chest, Diana tenderly declared that Michael was the best in the whole wide world. The doorbell rang again at Michael's mansion, where Kiara, already working as a butler, again went to greet another guest. The girl was very surprised when she saw who came to their house. After all, when the girl took off her mask and pulled back the hood, the owner's sister saw Victoria's face. In an exhausted voice, the girl asked if Michael was at home and asked for the opportunity to see him. But the girl, offended by the betrayal of this spy, immediately began to push out the uninvited and unexpected guest, saying that she was not welcome here at all. Almost with tears in her eyes, Kiara said that she trusted the girl and considered her a sister, but now she would not allow Victoria to harm her brother. Michael and Diana immediately heard the loud voice of a girl who was clearly quarreling with someone and decided to go and see what was happening. And when they went out into the hallway, they saw that Michael's sister was sending Victoria away when she returned. The young man was very happy that this girl had returned since she could spend a lot more of his money. Meanwhile, a serious-minded Kiara continued to demand that Victoria get out of this house. And so the former spy gave up, and apologizing for disturbing her, she headed away. Her only thoughts were that she had taken wishful thinking and devoted her entire life to serving the wrong person. She was just thinking that there was nowhere else to go, when suddenly someone's strong hand interrupted her movement. Turning around, the girl saw Michael, who was inviting her to quickly go into the house. Watching the young man literally dragging this traitor along with him, Kiara could not understand what he was doing. To which the guy said that the past should be left in the past, and Victoria is a very valuable employee. The girl tried to object with something else, but the smarter Diana was already dragging her into the kitchen to carry out Michael's instructions to prepare something to eat. Well, the owner of the house himself invited the girl to follow him to the basement, where he had a special surprise for her. While they were walking, Victoria turned to the guy, saying that she had to tell him something. And so, having mustered up her resolve, the girl informed her boss that she had lost the 30 billion that he had transferred to her the last time, to which the young man did not react in any way, stopping and lowering his head. Well, the former spy understood that anyone who heard such news would definitely be furious. But she made such a mistake, and therefore was ready to suffer any, even physical, punishment from Michael. But suddenly the young man turned and exhaled with relief, saying that he was thinking about some serious incident, after which he recommended that the girl relax about this. Victoria certainly could not have expected such a reaction from her new master, where no one could simply accept the loss of 30 billion. And Michael suddenly approached her, saying that the girl had never disappointed him, and he was convinced of his conclusions that she was a real genius. Victoria didn't understand whether this guy was serious when he said that there was a dearth of capable people like her in his circle. The smiling young man said that most people cannot cope with such amounts for years, but she left for just a couple of days and returned without money, which is real skill. And so, taking the girl by the hands, Michael invited her for the second time to become part of his team. The former spy couldn't take her eyes off this incredible young man. After all, In his face, she found unconditional trust and tolerance for everything that she had never met in her previous boss. And then tears flowed from the girl's eyes, overcoming which she said that until today, it was as if she had been wandering in the dark. And now, kneeling down, she swore eternal fidelity to the guy, where the frightened Michael asked her to stop and get up. When he succeeded, he said that tears would not make him feel sorry, since the girl would have a lot of work from tomorrow. But such trust was only a joy for the girl, where she really wanted to justify the trust shown and repay kindness for kindness. And Michael, with a bored look, noticed that the company was now having problems, and therefore Victoria would have to improve its work. And so, noticing that he had never placed such trust in anyone else, the guy handed the girl a card, saying that it contained 50 billion. Having accepted this jewel, the new team member Michael was literally shaking with the realization of what a huge amount of money this was. And then tears appeared on her face again, where the girl did not understand why the young man was so kind to her, and the system announced that it had reached the minimum required level of favor, which greatly pleased the guy who spent a lot of time and effort on this achievement. Without hiding his emotions, the young man studied the list of newly acquired skills, of which there were more than 10. No less pleased was the fact that for this object the system awarded him as many as 50 gain points. Well, the girl herself had already taken an official oath of allegiance to her new master, after which the young man said that he believed every word she said, saying that from that moment on they were one family. Well, Victoria, a little embarrassed, said that the boss could just call her by name, which would be more convenient for both him and her. Hearing the girl, he suggested continuing to the basement, where he had something else for her. They were already inside when the young man said that as a result of his experiments, he managed to create a special ointment for resolving scars. And so he handed Victoria his potion, saying that she would need to apply it 3 times a day for 2 weeks. Looking at the outstretched box, the new member of Michael's family couldn't believe that someone had gone to such lengths for her. After all, it was difficult to even imagine that the billionaire put aside all his affairs in order to create a cure for the one who was spying on him. Meanwhile, busy preparing food, Kiara asked Diana why she stopped her impulses to convince her brother. Without hiding her emotions, the girl, nervously stirring the dish, lamented that her brother was so kind to this traitor. And so she grabbed a jar of pepper, deciding that she would now feed her such a spicy soup that she would no longer want to enter this house. But then Diana intervened in her actions, saying that Kiara had just almost ruined all her brother's plans. And to the questions of her little interlocutor, the girl explained that because of the failed mission, the Calloway family left her as the last one. Therefore, she had no choice but to return to where she was originally sent for surveillance. However, Michael's sister did not understand what her brother's plans were, which she could interfere with. And Diana reminded her interlocutor that Victoria had worked for the Calloway family all her life. Consequently, she has invaluable information about their activities and all their secrets. And then Kiara realized what her brother had planned, where he definitely would not accept a person who would be capable of harming him or his loved ones. Well, Diana added that there is no need to doubt Michael, they just have to help him in every way they can. And now the girl was already praising her lover's sister for understanding everything so quickly. Returning to cooking, the girl decided that in order to support the plans of her beloved brother, this dish should become special and memorable. Returning to cooking with a new charge of positive emotions, Kiara pursued the only goal, to help her brother. After some time, Michael and Victoria came into the kitchen, whom the girl greeted happily, and informed them that the food was ready. Where Victoria immediately noticed that the girl's behavior had changed a lot in just 10 minutes. And indeed, Kiara was more than friendly, where it was impossible to believe that just 10 minutes ago she was ready to unleash all the dogs on the uninvited guest. Once at the table, both Michael and Victoria were shocked by what the girl had managed to prepare for them. Noticing that his sister had overdone it a little, the young man asked her if everything was really okay with this food. Telling her brother not to think badly of her, the girl reached for the first piece to prove that the food was definitely not poisoned. Michael watched in fascination as Ciara put a delicious shrimp into her mouth. And now the girl was already throwing angry glances towards the incredulous young man. Here Diana got involved in the situation and noticed Victoria's box of ointment, noticing that this drug apparently was originally created for her. And so, pointing to this very box, the girl emotionally declared that the drug was simply magnificent. And then she showed her forehead, where not so long ago there was a scar left from childhood, which disappeared in just a couple of applications. Victoria couldn't believe that Michael had created such an effective ointment for removing scars. Only now did she begin to fully realize that her disfigured face could be made beautiful again. Well, the first one who tried the action of the new product on herself has already talked about the fact that she is now deciding the issue of launching mass production. And now Victoria has already joined the discussion on how best to launch a PR company. Meanwhile, Michael's sister noticed that, apparently, Victoria was not hungry at all, asking her brother to finish this yummy food, which it would be a shame to throw away. Well, the former spy herself has already said that Dexter TV and everyone who broadcasts can be involved in advertising, which will ensure the widest possible dissemination of information. And her interlocutor even took out a notepad, writing down all these excellent ideas and promising to talk about it with Jessica. But at some point the girl stopped and turned her head in the direction where Mai was sitting class. Looking at how the guy forcefully stuffs food into himself so as not to upset her sister, Diana wondered if he had thought of all this in advance, since the circumstances were very successful in literally everything. The day passed quite quickly, and the inhabitants of the luxurious villa greeted the night, each busy with their own affairs. Michael, who decided to personally evaluate the quality of the ointment, examined Diana's forehead, making sure that the scar had indeed completely disappeared. Looking into the girl's loving eyes, the young man noticed that the ointment turned out to be even more effective than he had expected. She was clearly waiting for some further action, and therefore was a little discouraged when the guy suddenly grabbed the papers, saying that the formula could be adjusted a little. Then the girl decided to take the initiative into her own hands, approaching Michael from behind, hugging him, and joyfully stating that they could finally be together. Having said that this time no one would interfere with them, the girl began to gently caress her lover's neck with her tongue. Suddenly, Michael dropped the folder from his hands and sharply turned to the girl, stopping her actions. Approaching her face, the young man asked Diana if she was embarrassed by other people being in the house. Melting under the young man's gaze and experiencing true bliss from his touches, the girl asked who else was in the house. To which the young man replied that his little sister was on the first floor in her room. And not far away, Victoria, in her room, had probably already begun to deal with the accumulated matters. But the girl, already burning with an irresistible desire for intimacy, whispered that it was unlikely that they would be disturbed by the presence of other people in the house. And so Michael, after these words of his fan, himself attracted the girl to him, passionately connecting their lips. Overflowing with tenderness and desire, Diana could only think that finally this guy would completely belong to her. But at some point the girl tore her lips away from her partner's gums, as if deciding to end this madness. But that was just the beginning, where Diana gently pushed the guy, and when he fell on the bed, she comfortably positioned herself on top of him. While she caressed the young man's neck with her sensual movements of her lips, he thought that he needed to take the initiative into his own hands. Having already spent an incredible amount of gain points on developing his body, the young man, moving away from the girl, decided to demonstrate the result of his work. And so Diana also took off her clothes covering her beautiful, curvaceous form and prepared for real passion, when suddenly there was a knock on the door of Michael's room. It was Kiara, who was interested in whether her brother was sleeping and asked for help with one issue. And now the failed lovers were already getting dressed in a hurry, where Michael asked his sister to wait a little. Kiara managed to distract her brother's attention, and therefore the next meeting between Michael and Diana took place only in the morning. As soon as the girl saw the guy, she immediately felt a wild desire for intimacy with him, beginning to come to the conclusion that next to him, she was beginning to behave like a real pervert. Michael looked at his yesterday's partner in the tenderness scene and tried to say something. But then, as if by chance, Kiara appeared nearby and called her brother to breakfast, inviting Diana to join them as well. Throwing angry glances after his leaving sister, the young man came to the conclusion that she was doing all this on purpose. After helping his assistant apply the ointment, Michael reminded her to apply the ointment 3 times a day. Victoria herself looked at herself in the mirror with interest, listening to her boss's instructions. And so, turning to the young man, she sincerely thanked the guy for his concern. Having said that there was nothing to thank him for yet, the young man instructed the girl to get closely involved in Photon's affairs. Accepting the assignment, Victoria replied that for her part she would do everything to meet Michael's hopes and expectations. She was determined to show companies like Best Capital and Goldcoin who they were choosing to fight against. Michael was extremely happy that he was able to get rid of all the girls, and now he can devote all his time to practicing Go. But his attention was attracted by his younger sister remaining nearby, who asked his brother to give her a little time. Hearing Kiara's voice, the young man turned silently, waiting for what the girl would tell him. But she stood and simply looked at the young man, also without uttering a word. As he approached, Michael asked his sister what had happened to her. And when he sat down on the bed, offering to tell her everything that was bothering her, the girl stated that she just wanted to ask for help applying ointment to the bruised area. And now she had already pulled down her t-shirt, showing the bruise and saying that she couldn't reach it herself. As he approached, the young man thought that even though they were relatives, they were still people of different sexes, where it was not proper for a sister to expose herself like that in front of her brother. And turning the girl to face him, Michael said that she shouldn't behave like that, because other people might think who knows what about their relationship. To which Kiara stated that she was not standing in front of her brother in her underwear, there were no other people nearby, and she just asked for help applying the ointment. But the elder brother continued his moralizing, saying that someday his sister would get married and should be able to respect herself so that her husband would respect her too. In response, the girl suddenly declared, approaching the guy, that a young man as understanding as Michael would be very suitable for her. Laughingly saying that she needed someone more reliable, the young man felt that there was some kind of strange atmosphere that urgently needed to be dispelled. And his interlocutor has already said that Michael is not unreliable at all, and that he will definitely react wisely to the choice of a life partner. And so, exhaling heavily, the young man realized that he definitely couldn't argue with this girl. Noting out loud that he was unable to convince his sister, Michael asked for some ointment to quickly finish this matter. Rejoicing at this small victory, Kiara again turned her back to the guy, placing the injured area under his hands. And then the girl felt the first touch of Michael's hand on her body. Enjoying this wonderful feeling, the girl thought that she was not deprived of feminine charm. But then she suddenly stopped feeling the young man's hand, and Michael himself, removing the remnants of the ointment from his fingers, announced that he had finished. The girl, who was just beginning to get the hang of it, was surprised that everything was completed so quickly. And when she asked why Michael did everything so quickly, he explained that it didn't take much time to apply the ointment. But the girl was clearly unhappy, immediately remembering that when he left with Diana to apply the ointment, this process lasted much longer. Having joked that during this time he had managed to get the hang of applying the ointment, the young man hastened to leave, citing being very busy. Throwing sidelong glances at the upset girl, the guy thought that he needed to quickly place her somewhere to study before all this went too far. But he put this off for later, deciding for now to return to training in the game Go, which was the first priority. But as soon as he was in his room, he saw evidence on the screen that someone had hacked his computer. At the same time, Akira, sitting at her laptop, informed Yoshihiro, who was standing next to him, that very soon she would find out the location of the player who beat the guy, since she had already managed to establish the city. The Go champion was very pleased with the actions of his mentor sister. At the same time, the girl noticed that this player only registered on the online platform a couple of days ago, where during this time he did not lose even once and significantly raised his level. And Yoshihiro began to get excited, remembering that this smug, sad master did not allow him to try to win back further. Where now he could not imagine how to live further until he defeated this man. It was for this reason that he needed his address in order to come to him and beat him in person. But suddenly Akira made some kind of inarticulate sound, indicating that something had not gone according to plan. The alarm champion immediately asked his mentor what had happened, to which the girl explained that that person not only repelled her attack, but also hacked her own computer. But suddenly, in the next second, a completely naked man appeared on the screen right before the girl's eyes. And when the entire screen space was filled with pornographic images, frightened Akira could only close her eyes so as not to see this shame. With tears in her eyes, she stated that their opponent was too strong, and also thought that she had just seen something that she had never intended to do before her wedding night. Of course, this whole performance for those who tried to establish his location was arranged by Michael, who was very amused by such entertainment. The young man even managed to connect to the camera of Akira's laptop, where he, looking at the girl, thought about when it was and where he managed to annoy the Japanese. But having decided that a bunch of interesting pictures should keep the girl busy for a while, Michael left the table. The next day, the young man, during his morning water procedures, suddenly noticed the news that Yoshihiro Yamada was going to visit his city. Another news was another exposure of a certain hotel owned by the Carson family of non-compliance with sanitary standards, where Patrick, having also read this, was furious that his company's shares had gone down. And his faithful manager informed the master that if some measures were not taken, the company would suffer colossal losses. In response, the young man stated that they could cover part of the losses by selling previously purchased lands. But then he received shocking news that the lands in that area had become devalued and no one wanted to buy them. All this happened because the Photon and Crystal Peak companies entered into a merger agreement, which devalued the land. Without hiding his rage, Patrick slammed his fist on the table, shouting that the whole world had united against him. Then he received a call from his sister, who was also concerned about what was happening regarding the family's company, suggesting that their hotels were suffering because of the Calloway family. Delighted that the girl continues to support the family, Patrick said that Best Capital and Goldcoin were most likely also involved here. But Elizabeth cheerfully stated that her brother had nothing to worry about since Photon and Crystal Peak had merged, where she now heads a new huge company called Above Ground. The girl did not understand at all the negative reaction of her brother, who spoke not at all flatteringly about her actions, while she was only thinking about how to help the family. And so he told the girl that their family never intended to become a true ally of the Lone Wolf, where he sent Elizabeth only to scout the situation. In response, Elizabeth shouted that Michael, unlike her brother, with whom she no longer wants to have anything in common, treats her as a truly close person. As soon as the connection was cut off by his sister, Patrick once again threw another phone on the floor, calling the girl two-faced, where the guy couldn't wrap his head around the fact that his own sister considered some Michael a closer person than her brother. But then the manager called on the young man to be prudent, saying that this time they definitely could not do without help, and offering to enter into negotiations with the Lone Wolf. But the stubborn young man responded with a categorical refusal, saying that the Carson family was able to sort out the problems themselves, where they just needed to use reserve accounts. Having heard about reserve accounts, the old man reminded Patrick of his father's words about using these reserves only as a last resort. In response, the young man said that now is the very last resort. And so he released the manager to carry out instructions regarding unfreezing the reserves. To himself, the guy, without hiding his anger, thought that he would never bow his head to this arrogant lone wolf. Well, the lone wolf himself sat in his mansion and watched a news story about the arrival of Yoshihiro in their city, which gives anyone the opportunity to fight him. This greatly angered the guy, who spent a couple of nights trying to reach a certain level that would allow him to fight the champion. But at the same time, he noticed that in general, the news was good, since he did not have to fly to where this guy lived. Where now Michael will definitely have a chance to take 200 million. The young man's thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected call from Elizabeth. The girl, through her tears, complained to Michael about how her brother spoke to her, although she does everything only for the sake of her family. The young man immediately realized that Elizabeth did not get along with her brother solely because of his presence in her life. But in response to the girl, he told her to stop crying, since he would simply buy out the entire corporation of their family and make her the sole and rightful owner. Noticing that the young man had a good sense of humor, the slightly cheerful girl also said that she was not at all surprised that everyone was striving to become his mate. But the lone wolf said a little smugly that he was not joking at all and was ready to buy her family's corporation at any moment. Finishing the conversation, the girl told her interlocutor in a gentle voice that tomorrow she would come to visit him. Disconnecting, Michael came to the conclusion that this girl was actually very gentle and kind, where she simply did not have enough love in childhood. Deciding to help this sweet girl, the young man called his personal assistant. And so he instructed her to acquire the Carson Family Corporation by any means and for any money. where Victoria interpreted this demand in her own way, deciding that this was the revenge of a lone wolf for the actions of the Carson family in tandem with the rest of his opponents. Approaching the window, the girl noticed that now was really the best time to take over this company, since due to the hype around them, the company's shares had dropped significantly. Well, her next thought was that she had chosen the path of following a worthy man. Once again, the bell rang inside Michael's mansion where, as usual, Kiara went to open the door. The girl was very surprised when she saw her best friend on the threshold, asking her how she ended up here. But Elizabeth, instead of answering the question, immediately noticed that she was very pleased to meet a real internet star. As a return compliment, Kiara noted that her friend is not behind her in popularity, since she became the head of the above-ground company. The daughter of the Carson family liked it when her high position was mentioned, and this time the girl experienced the most pleasant sensations. The fascinating conversation about merits and achievements was interrupted by Michael, who told the girls that it was time for them to advance. And now the whole trio had already left the mansion, where most of all this trip seemed exciting, of course, to Kiara, who had not yet been spoiled by the big city. As they took their seats in the car, Elizabeth said that even her cousin couldn't miss the event they were going to. Michael, who heard the girls' conversation, noticed that he didn't even know that Elizabeth had a sister. Well, the girl's interlocutor asked her about the name of her friend's cousin and how old she was. Michael was almost knocked to the ground when Elizabeth said the name Monica Madison, adding that she was not much older than her. Choking on air, the young man could not stop himself from coughing, where both girls could not help but notice what suddenly began to happen to Michael. When the guy cleared his throat a little and was able to speak, he asked Elizabeth if he had heard correctly and whether Monica was really her sister. To which the girl responded positively, immediately asking where Michael himself knew her from. Recalling their strange interaction at the auction and then at the police station, the young man smiled embarrassedly and replied that they had met a couple of times. Already sitting in the car, Elizabeth was thinking about whether there could be something between her sister, not deprived of beauty, and this guy. There were truly a huge number of people at the sports palace, where open competitions in the game of Go were held. And while Michael was looking for a place where he could squeeze in, one of his companions noticed that the arrival of a celebrity was immediately felt here. After listening, the young man received information that the entrance price had been set at $500. And so he instructed Elizabeth to purchase 3 passes for them, for which, of course, he provided her with finances. Those around him immediately, with their whispers, condemned the guy who was not only surrounded by 2 beauties at once, but also forced them to spend money on himself. But the tickets were purchased, the entrance was left behind, and the trio finally saw the only table at which the game was being played. Moving towards the arena, Michael dissatisfiedly noticed that there were really a lot of people here, even despite the high cost of entrance tickets. But then Elizabeth drew attention to a certain oddity, looking around and informing her companions that there was no table in the room at which Yoshihiro would play. Following her, Kiara examined the entire visible space, who also noticed that the champion was really not visible. Since there was only one table for the game, one of Michael's companions immediately wondered who this girl was. From the shouts from the crowd, it became clear that now one of the best Go players in the city was playing with this girl, who was Yoshihiro's assistant. But the most valuable information came a little later, where, as it turned out, in order to fight Yoshihiro himself, it was necessary to defeat this girl. Michael peered intently into the Japanese woman's face, trying to remember where he had already seen it before. But then he was distracted by Kiara, who informed him that in order to attempt the battle, he needed to undergo mandatory registration, where after this registration he will be put in line to fight with Yoshihiro's assistant Akira Nakayama. Elizabeth found this approach to be reasonable, where the champion would thus avoid having to engage in simple fights. But then the current game was over, where one of the best players in the city suffered a crushing defeat. But as soon as he left the arena, a new contender in the person of Monica immediately took his place. The girl immediately heard the familiar voice of her cousin, who shouted loudly, calling her to victory. But besides her sister, Monica couldn't help but notice Michael, whom she promised to get for herself at any cost. Deciding to deal with these two a little later, the girl sat down at the table, deciding to focus on the game. Monica mentally noted that Akira was a fairly strong opponent, and therefore she needed to make every effort to win and get a chance to fight the champion. The entire hall, without hiding its excitement, watched the long and in some ways even fierce confrontation. But then Akira made his decisive move, after which Monica, sadly bowing her head, noted no less sadly that she had lost. The audience immediately began to discuss the fact that even if Monica Madison, who studied with one of the most famous masters of the game Go, could not oppose anything, then the rest had nothing to do at all. Then another contender approached the losing girl, who said that losing is the second side of the coin, where the first side is victory, and asked the girl to give him a place in order to try his luck. The voice of the young man, who also pretended to try, immediately seemed familiar to Monica. Quickly turning around, the girl immediately recognized her old friend Adrian Reeds. Looking at Monica and adjusting his glasses, the young man said that now he would take revenge for her loss. Well, in the meantime, everyone who was in the hall noticed that the one who was called the king of the game of Go had appeared for the battle. And only Kiara didn't know who this guy was and why everyone was so happy about his appearance at this competition. Michael told his sister that he was a multiple champion of online competitions in the game Go, for which he was nicknamed the king of this game. Akira was excited to be playing with such a celebrity, greeting her opponent warmly and inviting him to sit down. Adrian, who came to win, did not need much begging, and now he was already making his next move. Yoshihiro himself closely watched the progress of the game from a separate room via video link. Noticing that this young man had fame and popularity, the young man assumed that he was the very sad master. Watching the game, Yoshihiro showed great impatience, where he was already consumed by the desire to quickly fight this man. Meanwhile, Elizabeth greeted her sister with words of encouragement, saying that she had done everything in her power. Thanking the girl, Monica asked her what she was doing here and how she knew Michael, who was nearby. A little embarrassed and stumbling over her words, Elizabeth explained that she and this guy were just good friends. But the perceptive girl, for whom work in the police was not in vain, immediately realized that there was something more than simple friendships here. During this time, Akira and Adrian managed to finish the game, where the girl, continuing to smile, admitted defeat. And as soon as it was announced that the king of the game Go had won, the entire hall immediately burst into loud applause. Well, the winner himself had already asked his defeated rival whether he could now fight Yoshihiro. The girl agreed and began to say that she would immediately inform her partner about this. But this was not necessary, since the young man had already come to the hall, where he announced to the winner that he had been waiting for this personal meeting for a long time. Yoshihiro thought to himself that this winner was the same sad master, and now he must defeat him in front of everyone. And now he was already declaring to his future rival that he had come to their country and to their city only to fight him. Immediately after which the champion added that he acknowledged his past defeats, but his opponent should not have insulted him at all. All the people in the hall were shocked when they heard the information that the king of the game Go had already managed to defeat Yoshihiro. But Adrian himself could not understand what this guy was talking about, what kind of victories and insults he meant. Less than a minute after these statements from the champion, both players were already seated at the table to play. The entire room, including Michael, closely watched every move of each opponent. Thanks to the system, Michael had a fairly high level of play and immediately noticed that the Japanese style of play was very familiar to him. Where at that same second he turned his attention to the girl standing next to him, who had previously seemed familiar to him. And then it dawned on the young man, where he remembered that this was the same burglar who tried to get into his computer. The guy's next thought was why Yoshihiro's assistant needed to hack into his computer and determine his location. The answer came instantly, where Michael quickly realized that the champion was the same schoolboy nicknamed the Phantom Warrior, whom he had easily beaten several times. When the young man figured it all out, he was greatly amused by the fact that Yoshihiro mistook Adrian, who was now playing with him, for the sad master. Then Kiara turned to her brother, who was interested in his opinion about who would win this game. Glancing at the board showing the playing field, Michael said that although Adrian was smart, his strategy was very outdated. Therefore, most likely, Yoshihiro will win this fight, who uses more modern strategies and adapts to the opponent's playing style. And as soon as he voiced this, the young man immediately heard not the most approving statements from the audience, who practically called him a traitor to the motherland. I didn't like what was said by Michael and Monica, who was looking intently at the young man. The girl thought that this guy doesn't know anything about the game of Go, but at the same time he dares to doubt such a talented player as Adrian, and the system has already announced a decrease in her level of favor. Well, Michael didn't pay any attention to what those around him were saying, asking his dear sister to register him to participate. 20 minutes passed, and Yoshihiro's opponent felt as if he was surrounded from all sides. His hand with the stone clamped between his fingers hovered in the air, where Adrian thought that he was missing a couple of moves. And so, putting the stone aside and lowering his head, the young man declared that he admitted defeat. Where immediately after this, Yoshihiro's face literally began to change before our eyes. Jumping up from his seat, the young man laughed loudly, saying that he had finally achieved the desired result. Addressing his defeated opponent, the young man mockingly asked how he was able to defeat him the previous times. Then, spreading his arms to the sides, the champion noted with a grin that if Adrian was the strongest opponent, then he had nothing to do in this city at all. And while the Japanese was rejoicing at the victory, Kiara, turning to her brother, noticed that he was right. But as soon as she said this, one of the men standing nearby became very indignant that the girl dared to rejoice at the defeat of her compatriot. And now the entire crowd was literally ready to attack Kiara, as if she was to blame for the fact that the great King Go Adrian did not have the intelligence to win. But the girl did not let herself be offended, saying that she only stated that her brother's guesses were correct. Meanwhile, the winner, overwhelmed with joy, began to leave the arena, saying that he had nothing more to do here. But suddenly someone's voice calling him a schoolboy asked him where he was going to run. And as soon as Michael asked this question, the whole room literally froze. Turning sharply to the young man, Yoshihiro angrily asked him who he was, to which Michael, immediately revealing his cards, cheerfully replied that he was the sad master, already familiar to the Japanese, which couldn't help but shock his interlocutor, who considered his computer enemy defeated. Well, Michael, approaching, stated with a grin that the Japanese could not come to terms with his defeats and decided to come to his city. Then he added that since he had come this far, now he would force him to come to terms once and for all. And in the eyes of Yoshihiro, this young man looked like some kind of devilish creature that could throw him into a bottomless abyss. Those in the audience immediately noticed that the champion turned noticeably pale as soon as this unknown guy entered the arena. Monica also watched with interest what Michael was doing, not yet understanding what he was up to. Well, the young man himself had already headed to the gaming table, inviting his opponent to start and finish faster. As Michael sat down in his seat, he yawned and stretched, giving the impression that he was completely unprepared to play. Watching his opponent, Yoshihiro remembered Akira's arguments that he could use artificial intelligence to win, and decided that he could easily defeat this guy in real life. But then his mentor and assistant turned to him, who noticed that the new contender, according to the established rules, had not yet played with her. To which the guy said that the qualifying games were invented for the weak, while the strong set the rules themselves. Standing in the middle of the stunned crowd, Kiara happily declared that now her brother would show everyone what he was capable of. Elizabeth, who was next to her, asked when Michael had learned to play Go. To which his little sister explained that he had always been good at this game, without losing a single battle in online games. Adrian also closely watched the actions of the new contender, whose thoughts were that he would simply be disgraced if now this strange guy also won. But the opponents were ready, and their confrontation was declared open. With a look of utmost concentration, Yoshihiro made his first move in this game. Directly opposite to him was Michael, who seemed to not care about anything at all. Time passed, and with it the game, where more and more stones appeared on the field. Monica, who understands the game of Go, immediately noticed how fiercely the champion was attacking. But what was most impressive was that Michael playing against him was not inferior to him at all. And at some point the girl noticed that her old acquaintance was tightly seizing the initiative. The Japanese man opposing him began to get nervous, coming to the conclusion that his opponent was not thinking about his moves at all. He simply did not have time to track and understand what Michael was striving for, and where his next move would lead the game. There was a very clear impression that this guy contained the entire heritage of all the greatest masters of the game of Go. But the young man, having picked up another stone, made his last move in this not very long game. Gradually beginning to become horrified, Yoshihiro looked at the playing field with a frantic gaze. But the guy was brought out of his stupor by his opponent, noticing that the game was already over, where the Japanese schoolboy had lost. The champion really could not believe that this young man, who first beat him virtually, inflicted a crushing defeat on him in real life. The entire auditorium continued to maintain deathly silence, as if afraid to frighten away this incredible moment. But suddenly the entire crowd exploded with joyful shouts and applause, welcoming the new champion. Only Adrian stood silently, deciding that Michael would win only due to the fact that Yoshihiro was tired after the fight with him. Peering closely at the winner, the young man decided to remember Michael's name and his nickname, the Sad Master. Elizabeth did not hide her joyful emotions. She even threw herself on her cousin's neck, saying that her friend Michael was much stronger than this guy from Japan. Where immediately after this, the owner of the system received a message that the level of affection of this girl had increased by another 1 point. Kiara, not taking her eyes off her brother, thought that all his sleepless nights and training in the game of Go had paid off in a big way. Turning her gaze to the crowd, the girl mentally noted that this was just a bunch of hypocrites who, some 20 minutes ago, called her brother a traitor and now call her a hero of the country. And Michael noted with horror that the level of his precious sister's favor rose by another 1 point and amounted to 94 points. Monica, like most other people, could not take her eyes off the winner, noticing that victory was given to him with great ease. The girl admitted that she was mistaken in Michael, where he definitely can and has the right to judge how others play, since he will defeat Yoshihiro Yamada himself. Comparing the position of a lone wolf in society, his level of wealth, Monica thought that this guy probably had to go through a lot to be able to achieve such skill. And so the young man received new messages from the system that the level of favor of his friend from the police had also increased. However, most of all in this whole situation, he was worried about the attitude of his little sister, who did not hide her loving gaze. After all, there was only 1 point left to the minimum level, despite the fact that they are related to her. And suddenly the system sent a message about the next increase in level, which the young man was so afraid of. However, he was greatly surprised when he saw that it was not Kiara who had increased in favor, but his ex, Veronica. While in the passenger seat of the car, Veronica looked at the screen of her mobile phone, where she had Michael's personal contact open. The girl's thoughts revolved around the fact that she and he had become quite distant from each other. It was really as if they had become people from different worlds, where she couldn't even imagine what he was doing now. The girl's thoughts were interrupted first when the car she was riding in stopped at a red light, after which the guy sitting behind the wheel turned around and asked if everything was okay with his companion, whose face looked very concerned. To which the girl replied that she was just very worried about forcing her new boyfriend to spend so much money on her today. The young man just laughed at this, but Veronica did not take her gaze off him. Her thoughts were that it was time to leave the past in the past and start a new life. Where first of all, she should have forgotten this Michael Cross once and for all and finally started a new relationship. The movement continued, where the guy sitting behind the wheel suddenly noticed that some kind of big Go tournament was taking place in the city today. In response, Veronica said that she was not a big fan of this game, but if her companion liked it, then she would be happy to listen to his story. The guy, who had clearly caught the fuse, stopped the car and said that a player from their city had brought fame and honor to the whole country. And when he opened the news story about the competition, Veronica's eyes opened as wide as they had probably never opened before. After all, Michael, who defeated the Japanese champion and received a reward of 200 million, was looking at her from the screen of his mobile phone. When the girl's numbness passed, tears immediately flowed from her eyes, where she cursed herself for simply deciding to forget this wonderful young man who had been courting her for several years. This reaction greatly surprised her companion, who tried to somehow calm the girl down. But Veronica suddenly said menacingly that the young man should not even think about touching her. The guy was shocked when she, with some kind of crazy expression on her face, said that nothing would happen to him, since she had a loved one. And now she had already left the car, running away with the thought that she would definitely return the love of her Michael. At the same time, Kiara, standing opposite the guy for whom she secretly had the warmest feelings, noticed that after today's victory, the whole country would know his name. Elizabeth also supported this statement, adding that the game was shown live, and Michael would definitely not be able to hide anymore. After listening to the girls, the young man himself quite seriously noticed that this was not very good. Where both Kiara and Elizabeth plunged into a state of amazement after such a strange statement from the guy. The young man thought closely about what could happen if his name was heard throughout the country. And then he remembered that among the skills he had received, there was a skill of some kind of camouflage, which he could try to apply in this situation. But at that very moment, Michael was struck by a new message from the system that the level of location of an object named Christy had increased. A couple of minutes earlier, in another part of the city, friends convinced Christy that she definitely shouldn't miss this opportunity. Noticing that she was a completely free girl, her friend pointed towards the guys who were playing basketball. Recalling Christy that she ran after that guy back in elementary school, Maggie said that now is the best time. But her interlocutor noticed that before she could really admire him and his performance. However, Maggie did not understand what could have changed, since this guy only became better over the years. Where immediately after these words, Michael appeared before Christy's eyes, performing one of his throws in that distant game. After which she said that she could not explain to her friend what was wrong now, where she could not normally perceive the boy's game. Maggie tried to say something else, but her friend stopped her, handing her water bottle. Having said that it was too early to talk about anything specific, the girl with her freed hands took out her phone in order to get acquainted with the sports news. And the first thing she saw with the first entry was Michael's face, above which it was written that he had defeated the Japanese champion in the game of Go. At some point, the same guy Maggie was talking about began to happily approach the girls, thanking them for bringing him water. But when he came closer, he noticed, not without surprise, that the one who ran after him in the lower grades had disappeared. While in his mansion, Michael answered an incoming call from Angelica, who also answered his question with a question, asking why she couldn't call just like that. To this, the young man said that the girl is generally free to do whatever she pleases, but his interlocutor continued, saying that she accidentally saw information in the news about his epic victory, on which she wanted to congratulate the young man. Without hiding the pleasure he received, the young man thanked the girl for her attention. But Angelica changed the subject, asking why the guy didn't show up at the apartment he'd given her. To which Michael replied that he bought himself a country house, where he spends his holidays, but when his studies begin, he will definitely return to the city. This greatly pleased the girl, who said that in this case she would again be able to feed him delicious food. Listening to the girl's words, the guy noted how much she had changed since their first meeting, where now she is not at all interested in material things, and she has also become very kind and caring. Finishing the conversation, Michael noticed that, in principle, he could be a little kinder with her. Soon, Kiara appeared from the mansion, who, moving 2 bags, said that she had collected all her things. But her brother immediately remembered that he had bought much more things for the girl, which the girl should also take with her. To this, his sister said that she had collected all those things too, but she did not have enough strength and hands to take it all away. To which the young man said that she needn't worry about this, since she has an older brother. The girl was very pleased with such caring attitude on Michael's part. Proclaiming that her brother was the best and that she loved him more than anyone, Kiara threw herself into his arms. Well, Michael immediately stated that he could not have done anything else, since she is his only sister. Pressing herself against the strong body of the young man, Kiara caught herself thinking that she would spend an eternity in this gentle and at the same time strong embrace. She also thought about whether the guy could notice her true feelings, and whether it was worth telling that they were not relatives at all. The girl's main fear was that after Michael found out the truth, he would simply turn away from her. But having gathered her resolve, Kiara told her brother that she would like to tell him something. However, Michael interpreted this beginning of the conversation in his own way, deciding that the girl wanted to confess her love to him. Working proactively, the young man said that he knew what she wanted to tell him, but he would always consider her his little sister. The girl, having drawn her own conclusions from what was said, was amazed that Michael knew all this time that they were not relatives, which from her position there was no doubt about given his mental abilities, but at the same time he treated the girl in a way that real blood relatives often do not. And so Kiara came to the conclusion that in this case, she occupies a special place in the heart of this guy, and he definitely likes her. Literally a second later, Michael, with a dumbfounded look, studied the system's message that the girl's level of favor had reached the minimum required level, for which he received gain points, a percentage of the costs, and also improved his singing skill. Literally addressing all the gods, the guy asked them what was going on. After all, he had just actually rejected his sister's feelings, but at the same time, for some reason, her level of affection increased. Declaring that they were relatives, the young man cursed the stupid system. But then his interlocutor approached and kissed the young man, which he did not expect at all. Without another word, Kiara turned and walked in the opposite direction from Michael. Well, the young man himself, holding his hand to the place where the girl kissed him, decided that everything that was happening was nothing more than a karmic effect for the fact that he was playing with the hearts of girls. Throwing the received documents forcefully onto the floor, Adam muttered through his teeth that such a state of affairs was simply impossible. The young man could not believe that the lone wolf did not punish his former assistant Victoria in any way, moreover, returning her to the position of director of Photon, to which his assistant timidly noted that the lone wolf very much trusts her predecessor, where, after the merger, the value of the new company above ground is already in the hundreds of billions. Trying to relieve some stress, the son of the Calloway family lit a huge cigar. He could not understand what kind of person he was, this lone wolf, who could so easily forgive the loss of 30 billion and then return the girl who had lost so much money to a high position. But having decided to switch his attention, Adam suddenly asked his assistant why she reported these events to him so late. The girl tried to justify herself by starting to say that the boss had just returned from vacation yesterday, where she thought that it would be better to report in person. But the enraged Adam, who was just looking for someone to take it out on, began to insult the girl, saying that she wasn't supposed to think, where she shouldn't take on too much, since she doesn't mean or stand for anything in this life. And so he demanded that his assistant quickly get out of his sight, where he would place all responsibility on her if he lost in this confrontation. Only now the girl, who until recently was happy that she was able to take Victoria's place, began to understand why she wanted to escape from this family.